Chapter 1. An arrogant angel beyond grasp? Then let be auctioned. In the city of Linjiang, at the first high school, students of a senior class congregate on the playground, anxiously awaiting the summons of their initial kin. Teachers and the principal observe quietly from a raised platform. 18 years have passed. The time for awakening has finally arrived. Chen Luo stands amid the crowd, his hands clenched in excitement. 18 years since he entered this world of universal lords. The first 6 years of his life were smooth sailing, with loving parents and a blissful family. However, tragedy struck when his parents mysteriously vanished on an outer battlefield. From that moment on, he has relied on meager subsidies to survive. Were it not for the kindness of a neighbor, he might have perished from starvation long ago. His anticipation for the awakening of his kin was not a fleeting desire, it had been a longing for quite some time. Only by becoming a powerful lord could he seize control of his destiny and have a chance to find his parents lost in the outer realms. When will this cursed system finally finish loading? Before him appeared a shimmering screen, displaying a progress bar, 99.9. Since the upheaval in his life at the age of 6, this screen had manifested. Half a year ago, the progress had risen to 99.9 and had since remained stagnant. Each glance at it sent pangs of frustration through him. He had heard of golden opportunities arriving late, but had never encountered one that was stuck. Here he was, not only reborn, but also grappling with a malfunctioning golden opportunity. Truly an eye-opener. Wow, a bronze-tier catgirl of the 5th rank. This is going to be exhilarating. No, this ensures that the trials in the Lord Source realm will be a breeze. An exuberant shout from the platform stirred envy and admiration among the onlookers. Who could resist a cat-eared maiden performing backflips, especially one with such exceptional potential? Once he entered the Lord Source realm, claimed the core, and became a lord, provided he did not encounter formidable monsters, a kin of such caliber was bound to succeed in the trials and ascend to true lordship. He would not be relegated to a mundane life of toil. Class 32, Chen Luo, called the awakening instructor, rousing him from his reverie. He navigated through the throng toward the platform. As he stepped onto the elevated stage, a crisp sound resonated in his ears. The Supreme Evolution System has completed its loading. A beginner's gift package has been issued. Eye of Truth. Eye of Truth grants access to the panel information of kin, including potential, strength, skills, evolution requirements, and current status. The Supreme Evolution System? Chen Luo paused, an influx of information flooding his mind. A faint azure glow flickered in his eyes. Urged by the awakening instructor, he made his way towards the awakening crystal while processing the information. Even then, a sense of unreality lingered. After over a decade of a stalled golden opportunity, it had finally activated. When his hand rested upon the crystal ball, a dazzling platinum light erupted, jolting him back to reality. A divine and noble aura enveloped him, as if a chorus of praise resonated in the void. To the ears of those present, it brought an involuntary tranquility. Platinum tier, holy angel. The awakening instructor's jubilant voice echoed throughout the venue, inciting a wave of excitement among the crowd. Principal Li and several teachers could not help but rise, their eyes wide with astonishment. A platinum-tier familiar had not graced the Tianshui base city for centuries. The quality of a familiar is intrinsically linked to the growth potential of its lord. A lord with a silver-tier familiar can only attain the status of a silver lord throughout their lifetime. Possessing a platinum-tier familiar is akin to receiving a ticket to ascend as a platinum lord. In the Dragon Kingdom, platinum lords are among the most formidable, ranking among the elite. Holy Angel Elena, descend. Amidst the radiant platinum light, a graceful figure gradually materialized. With sacred wings and armor adorned with golden patterns, she bore a fiery red long sword at her waist. As her wings unfurled, the platinum glow was dispersed. Weakened human, have you summoned me? Elena gazed down with an indifferent demeanor, scrutinizing Chen Luo as if he were but an ant easily crushed beneath a foot. Chen Luo, in turn, assessed her, a faint blue light flickering in his eyes. Familiar, Elena, race, holy angel, quality, platinum tier 2, strength, bronze tier 1, skills, divine judgment, radiant holy sword, / hymn of the sanctuary, evolution requirements, holy light stone, fiery source, can evolve into a king tier 4-winged archangel. Status: not contracted, summoned by one harboring unknown powers, feeling irritable. Upon seeing the evolution requirements, Chen Luo's spirits soared for a fleeting moment. This imparted a sense of authenticity. According to the knowledge gleaned from high school textbooks, the quality of a familiar is predetermined upon summoning, immutable by any means. The disparity in familiar quality results in a variance in the number of skills. Bronze familiars possess a solitary skill, silver ones have 2, and so forth, culminating in 6 skills for mythical tier familiars. This represents the most fundamental difference across familiar tiers. Additionally, familiars of different qualities exhibit varying combat prowess. A golden tier familiar could potentially slay several silver tier familiars with relative ease. However, upon observing the latter part of the status, Chen Luo's good mood plummeted. Summoned by one possessing unknown powers? Was this referring to him? Did he possess unknown powers? Detected that the host's initial familiar holds great disdain for the host, issuing a novice quest. Novice quest: crush the holy angel's arrogance. Quest reward: random initial familiar. At this point, Chen Luo was certain that this avian figure regarded him with contempt. Even the system couldn't bear to watch and had issued a quest. Chen Luo's expression hardened. You do not wish to form a contract with me, do you? Once a contract is established, it cannot be undone. Whether it is Elena now or any future summoned holy angels, they will be bound to him, sharing life and death. Youth should not be overly hasty. The holy angel is a platinum familiar, and you are still too young to grasp it. The director of education interjected, a smile creasing his face with wrinkles. If he could successfully persuade the holy angel to join him, he could sell her later and secure a life free from worries. He would indulge in lavish pleasures without end. As platinum familiars are exceedingly valuable, it is almost impossible to estimate. Chen Luo and Elena ignored him, the latter gazing at Chen Luo for a long while. Her eyes shimmered with peculiar colors, reflecting a struggle, yet also curiosity. After a moment, she nodded. I sincerely apologize, frail human. I sense within your being a unique force, steeped in darkness, devoid of any light, Elena remarked, her expression imbued with compassion, as if mourning. Though I yearn to forge a pact with you, we, the celestial angels, only accompany those who harbor light in their hearts, rather than those shrouded in darkness. 3 centuries ago, a celestial angel entered into a covenant with one imbued with dark energies, resulting in the contamination of the entire celestial angel lineage, transforming them into fallen angels. For the sake of my kin, I cannot tread the same path. She perceived a potent and strange energy within Chen Luo, one that did not belong to the realm of light. It could only be the essence of evil and darkness. While it is customary for summoned initial familiars to form pacts with their summoners, the haughty nature of the celestial angel lineage cannot abide even a hint of darkness. Elena's words nearly elicited a laugh from Chen Luo. What dark power? He is but an ordinary man. How could he possibly possess dark powers? Why was he unaware of such extraordinary capabilities? Her reasoning seemed rather far-fetched. Yet, he felt no anger. Instead, a sense of delight washed over him. If she chooses not to ally, so be it. Clarity has been established to prevent any future treachery. What is a platinum tier celestial angel? With the rewards from the supreme evolution system, he could transform even the most mundane of familiars into legendary beings. Recalling the system's mission, Chen Luo chuckled softly and turned toward the edge of the stage. Desobedient familias. They were likely spoiled. There was no need to resolve their disobedience. Simply eliminating them would suffice. He could package and sell them, leaving the headaches to others. The celestial angels may be proud and refuse to form pacts, but there are plenty of other familiars willing to engage. Why keep disobedient familiars around? With the rewards from new familiars, even the most inferior ones could be evolved into mythic entities through his golden touch. Chapter 2. Initial familiar insectoid calamity? Chen Luo's gaze swept over the crowd below, clearly perceiving the glee etched on their faces. Among them were several of his former friends, grinning widely. They seemed to embody the type who fear their brother's suffering, yet dreaded the thought of him driving a luxury vehicle. Ungrateful foster sons. Chen Luo scoffed, taking a deep breath and calling out, come one, come all, the initial familiars are on sale. A platinum tier celestial angel for merely 100 million dragon coins. Don't miss out as you pass by. You can't go wrong with this purchase. It's truly a bargain beyond compare. Miss this opportunity, and it will be gone. In the span of 3 brief sentences, the entire playground fell silent. Elena, momentarily stunned, soon regained her composure, her delicate face shifting from pale to flushed. How could these esteemed celestial angels be treated as mere commodities, openly auctioned off? This impoverished human should be pleading for a pact, yet he hesitated not a moment, directly proposing to sell her. This individual seems somewhat anti-human, doesn't he? Elena found herself questioning the essence of life, her hand trembling around the flame longsword. Had it not been for the inability of the kin to harm the summoner, she would have unsheathed her sword long ago, delivering a chilling blow to Chen Luo, leaving her heart soaring. Principal Li was the first to react, stepping forward and transporting a young boy directly to the high platform. He soared through the air, a golden lord. The young man possesses vision. The future is promising. This card holds 100 million dragon coins. The password is 6 sixes. Fearing that Chen Luo might reconsider, he swiftly produced the black card and handed it over. His movements were fluid and graceful, betraying none of the frailty of old age. Mission accomplished. Initial kin acquired. Insectoid system exclusive version. Exclusive ability. Devouring evolution. During evolution, only the most ordinary materials are required, and consumption is reduced by 80. Note, the exclusive version of the insectoid possesses limitless growth potential. Chen Luo paused, holding the black card. The system-exclusive insectoid? Was it the one he envisioned? With a wave of his hand, a sea of insects flooded the skies. Under the endless tide of insects, all beings are equal, one of the pinnacle races. Moreover, if memory served him correctly, the queen of the insectoid was a voluptuous beauty, capable of performing somersaults, no less. A pleasant transaction. She now belongs to you, Chen Luo remarked, clutching the kin token in his embrace as he departed without a backward glance. Rather than squander time here, he preferred to return home sooner and ascertain whether the insectoid was indeed the one he had imagined. What a fool! Selling a platinum kin for a mere 100 million dragon coins, this was clearly my opportunity. Li Hao sneered, watching Chen Luo's retreating figure. In this world, status is determined by wealth and background. It is all about money. What does it matter if one summons a platinum second-tier, holy angel kin? Without wealth or status, even the greatest of opportunities merely serve to benefit others. This was a platinum second-tier, holy angel. Few understood that such humanoid kins could bear offspring with humans. Li Hao's gaze ignited with fervor. If he could sire descendants with a holy angel, the Li family's lineage would undergo a tremendous enhancement. Though they would not become holy angels themselves, from that point onward, the initial kin summoned would most likely be holy angels. This was also the reason why those illustrious families remained ever prosperous. Elena gazed at the retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sensation within her. It was as if something profoundly significant had been overlooked. Yet, this feeling faded after a brief moment. The initial kin summoning ritual continued unabated. Chen Luo's actions became fodder for gossip among the crowd. Everyone remarked on his foolishness. After all, only a fool would readily relinquish a platinum kin. Fortunately, it wasn't a bullman or the like otherwise. I would have had to resort to drastic measures. What bullman? They deserve to perish. As Chen Luo walked, he glanced at the silver kin token in his hand. The kin, when not summoned, existed in the form of a token. The first kin summoning required no resources, however. Subsequent summons demanded specific materials. Even a lord of gold possesses but a handful of vassals, at most a few hundred, typically those of considerable wealth and resources. Otherwise, to possess a mere dozen vassals, with 1 or 2 exhibiting golden prowess, would deem one a child of destiny. While tales of impoverished underdogs rising to greatness do abound, the odds are so slim that one might as well try their luck in a lottery. The chances of winning 100 billion prize far exceed the likelihood of a successful ascent. Vassal. Insectoid. Qualification. Silver Tier 3. Strength. Bronze Tier 1. Skills. Mighty Mandibles. Divine Strength. Status. Not summoned. Is it because she has yet to be summoned that the requirements for evolution remain unseen? Is this truly the insectoid calamity of my memories, reduced to mere silver tier 3? Chen Luo furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on the token. The hierarchy of vassals ascends from low to high: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, monarch, and mythic, each tier further subdivided from 1 to 10. This structure corresponds precisely to the levels of lords. If the insectoid of his recollection is indeed what he remembers, it ought to be a mythic tier 10 entity. How could it possibly be merely silver? System, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Chen Luo muttered in jest, receiving nothing in return. Throughout, the system had only spoken thrice, resembling a cold machine devoid of emotion, operating solely on program directives. Regardless of whether or not she is the insectoid from my memories, I possess the means to render her sufficiently powerful. Powerful enough to draw the gaze of all. Returning to his dilapidated rental, Chen Luo followed the teachings from his book, biting his finger to let his blood drip onto the insectoid token. In the next moment, a silver glow flashed. An ant, half a meter in length, entirely black with wings sprouting from its back, materialized in the room. Its razor-sharp mandibles accounted for a quarter of its body. Vassal, giant mandible worker ant, contracted lord. Chen Luo, species, insectoid, talent, silver tier 3, strength, bronze tier 1, skills, mighty mandibles, divine strength, evolution requirements, 3 tons of silver flesh, capable of evolving into a gold tier 2 insectoid queen. Chen Luo closed his eyes as an influx of information washed over him, including details about the 2 skills. Mighty mandibles. The strength of the front mandibles is doubled, capable of easily severing steel. Divine strength, able to lift objects 10 times its own size. Indeed, a worker ant 1 can tell its capabilities by its skills. The materials for evolution are astonishingly simple. It must be the so-called devouring evolution specific to insectoids, Chen Luo mused, choosing not to dwell on it further. He gently patted the giant mandible worker ant's head, relieved to find it exceptionally docile. One of the reasons he chose insectoids as his vassals is their lack of capriciousness. Unlike other creatures, they do not possess fickle hearts. One moment they may be loyal, and the next they could betray you, twisting the knife for good measure. From this day forth, you shall be named Eliza. The ant opened and closed its mandibles, seemingly content with its new name. Chen Luo swiftly pulled out his phone, easily locating silver tier flesh online. Without hesitation, he ordered 3 tons, spending 30 million dragon coins. Indeed, nurturing a vassal race is an extravagant endeavor. I wonder how difficult it is to procure the materials required for summoning the Zerg. To formally summon a vassal race, one must wait until entering the Lord's source realm. Only by activating the Lord's core and becoming a true Lord can one perform the summoning. For now, the only option is to contractually summon a single entity without any expenditure. Soon, 3 tons of silver-grade flesh were delivered to his doorstep. His rented accommodation was situated in a dimly lit alley, surrounded by dilapidated buildings and few residents. Thus, he took Elise outside and pointed towards the towering pile of flesh, saying, "Go ahead and feast." Upon receiving the command, Elise dashed into the mound of flesh, reveling in her indulgence. Chapter 3. The Nest Form of the Insectoid Queen. Bitter Tea Child is the largest school beauty, measuring half a meter in length. It is still less than a tenth of the size of a meat mountain. Yet she consumes it voraciously, her belly resembling an abyss. Within mere minutes, the mound of flesh has vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Elise remains unchanged, her size unaffected. Until the final morsel is swallowed, a golden radiance suddenly emanates from her being. Faintly, a sound of cracking resonates. Indeed, she has evolved. The golden finger does not deceive me. Chen Luo clenches his fist in excitement. When he opens his eyes again, the giant mandible ant Elise has entirely disappeared, replaced by a creature resembling a worm. It stretches over 2 meters in length, appearing similar to a hairless caterpillar. Fierce and terrifying. Is this truly the insectoid queen? She's not quite as I imagined. Chen Luo blinks in bewilderment. Shouldn't the insectoid queen be a stunning beauty clad in leather attire? Capable of acrobatics? How is she transformed into a maggot? Unwilling to accept this fate, he probes Elise's status once more. Affiliated race. Elise. Special form. Insectoid nest, no power. Contracted lord. Chen Luo. Race, insectoid queen. Talent, golden second tier. Power, bronze third tier. Skills, giant mandible ant hatching. Usable in nest form. Blade edge mantis hatching. Usable in nest form. Stinging snake hatching. Usable in nest form. Evolution requirements. 1 golden core, 10 tons of golden flesh. Can evolve into a golden 8th tier insectoid queen. Closing his eyes to absorb the information, Chen Luo cannot restrain his excitement and tightens his grip. The insectoid race remains true to its nature, capable of nurturing war through war and infinitely spawning units. At this moment, he perceives Elise as remarkably attractive. Indeed, she is the insectoid queen, more exquisite than the others. Acquiring a golden core necessitates the slaying of a golden beast or a golden lord, which cannot be purchased in the marketplace. 10 tons of golden flesh is manageable, but without the core, evolution remains unattainable. He must await tomorrow's entry into the Lord's Source Realm to activate the Lord's core. After contemplating, Chen Luo resolves to refrain from forcing the evolution due to insufficient materials. Opportunities to acquire evolution materials will abound in the future. With a wave of his hand, he stores Elise away and turns towards his rental apartment. Just as he is about to enter, a small head timidly peeks out from the neighboring door. Upon recognizing Chen Luo, the door swings wide open, revealing a girl clad in a school uniform with a high ponytail and a delicate visage. Brother Luo, you're back. How is it? What is your initial affiliated race? Brother Luo's initial affiliated race must be incredibly powerful. With just one glance, Chen Luo recalls her identity from memory. Lin Luoxue, the school beauty of Linjiang First High, orphaned at a young age, living with her grandfather, a year younger than him. They have known each other since she moved here 8 years ago, sharing a childhood bond. She is a cheerful and lovable young girl. My beloved Lin family. You will surely be astonished when you meet them in the future. Chen Luo chose not to summon Eliza, lest she frighten Lin Luoxue. No matter how developed she may be, she is still just a 16-year-old girl. It would be unfortunate to leave her with psychological scars. Brother Luo is such a rascal, not allowing Luoxue to see. In a fit of indignation, Lin Luoxue made a silly face and scampered back into the house. Shortly after, she returned with a boiled egg in hand. She offered the egg to Chen Luo, lifting her chin in feigned pride, and declared, Brother Luo, fret not. Even if you fail to summon a remarkable family, Luoxue can take care of you. Once Luoxue summons her family next year, officially becomes a lord, I shall take you soaring. I, Lin Luoxue, will undoubtedly summon an exceptionally powerful family, at the very least. A silver tier, the little girl patted her chest, embodying a protective demeanor. As Chen Luo held the still warm boiled egg, a wave of warmth surged within him. He was well aware of Lin Luoxue's circumstances. Her grandfather was gravely ill, and they relied solely on her scholarship to make ends meet. A single boiled egg might seem trivial, yet for Lin Luoxue and her grandfather, it was a luxury they could scarcely afford. This egg was evidently her meal from the school cafeteria, saved for him, submerged in warm water, awaiting his return to celebrate his summoning of the initial family. The gift may have been light, but the sentiment was profoundly heavy. Chen Luo cracked open the egg, consuming the egg white and leaving the yolk for Lin Luoxue, who was swallowing hard. I only eat the egg white. Lin Luoxue snatched the yolk and popped it in her mouth, rolling her eyes in jest. What a picky eater. Though her words bore a tone of annoyance, she understood Chen Luo's intentions. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes had begun to glisten with unshed tears. Chen Luo ruffled the little girl's hair. If you call me brother, I shall take care of you from now on. As he spoke, he rummaged through his pocket and produced several 100-yuan bills, which he pressed into her hands while she gazed at him in astonishment. He understood Lin Luoxue's strong-willed nature. If he were to offer her a large sum, she would surely refuse, feeling insulted. A few 100 yuan, however, he could justify giving her, even if she would likely hoard it away, waiting for the chance to repay him. Once I have completed my trials, I shall treat you to the finest delicacies." Without allowing her a chance to decline, he executed a gentle head pat before retreating indoors, leaving Lin Luoshu clutching the banknotes in a state of confusion. By the time she regained her composure, Chen Luo had already entered the house, and no amount of knocking could persuade him to open the door. She could only stow away the money, resolving to return it to him the next time they met. Chen Luo's situation was far more dire than hers. Those few hundred yuan might represent all his savings, and she absolutely could not accept them. The following day, on the grounds of the first high school, intricate patterns adorned the entire field. Li Xiao's initial family was a golden tier griffin, and he had also contracted a platinum tier holy angel. This time, in the trials of the Lord's Source Realm, Li Xiao would undoubtedly achieve recognition. Not just recognition, he would surely score 50,000 points, securing a position in the top 10, and be groomed by the state. The flattery surrounding him lifted Li Hao's spirits immensely. Standing behind him, Elena tilted her head back, relishing the adoration. "Is that Chen Luo?" she mused, pondering what initial contract he might have forged. What initial kin could possibly rival the platinum tier divine angels? Indeed, Chen Luo seemed rather foolish, squandering a promising future. The crowd began to stir, whispers reaching the ears of Li Hao and Elena. They turned in unison to see Chen Luo standing not far away, one hand holding a pancake and the other a cup of soy milk, exuding an air of nonchalance as if oblivious to the surrounding mockery. Li Hao smirked disdainfully and approached Chen Luo with Elena in tow. "I heard you contracted with a silver-tier insect kin as your initial companion. Quite fitting, as both are merely creatures that can be easily crushed." His voice dripped with unabashed derision. The onlookers, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter, their jealousy towards Chen Luo palpable. Chapter 4. The Lord's Core, the Nest Unfolds. Why is it that Chen Luo possesses such extraordinary fortune, capable of summoning a platinum-tier divine angel? Thus, when Chen Luo lost the favor of the divine angel clan, a secret of pleasure coursed through them. Back then, your resolve was unwavering. I had thought you possessed a superior alternative. Little did I expect that the final contract you would forge would be with lowly and filthy insects. Elena cast a seemingly disappointed glance at Chen Luo. Her words left him bewildered. Was it not she who had been reluctant to form a pact? Why then did she appear as though she had been forsaken? Chen Luo nonchalantly swallowed a pancake and sipped on some soy milk. A match made in heaven, indeed, for the likes of a harlot and a dog. In his past life, he was a renowned figure from Zuin, having fought over 1,000 battles, his lineage intact. When it came to confronting others, he feared no one. His declaration silenced the surrounding crowd. All eyes widened in disbelief at Chen Luo's audacity to insult Li Hao and Elena as a harlot and a dog. The Li family held immense power in Linjiang City. Did he not fear their wrath? "You seek your own demise." Li Hao's teeth ground together in rage. It was the first time anyone had dared to insult him. Elena's face turned a deep shade of anger, her hand trembling as it gripped the holy sword. How could a divine angel be demeaned in such a manner? She was furious. Silence. A commanding voice echoed, an overwhelming pressure sweeping across the playground. Instantly, the once boisterous atmosphere fell into hushed stillness. Just as Elena raised her sword, it was forcefully subdued. She could only glare at Chen Luo with burning eyes, wishing to flay him alive to avenge her humiliation. Do not revel in your triumph. Once we emerge from the trial of the Lord's Source Realm and enter the extraterrestrial battlefield, I have ample means to ensure your demise. Li Hao's voice was laced with venom. He swore to kill Chen Luo. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's expression hardened. Let's see who truly meets a grave fate. He loathed being threatened. Li Hao had already chosen his path to destruction. Within the Lord's Source Realm, you shall all obtain the Lord's Core, which, when activated, will allow you to unfold your territory. You are required to remain within for a month, during which you will face assaults from monstrous beasts. You must collaborate with your clans to fend them off and upgrade your domain. Each successful defense against the beastly onslaught will yield generous rewards. Should the Lord's Core shatter, you will be expelled from the Lord's Source Realm, with no chance of becoming a lord ever again. Go forth and establish your territory, becoming the mightiest of lords. As the authoritative voice concluded, the formation on the playground suddenly blazed to life. Patterns resembling gears began to rotate, the smaller ones setting the larger in motion. Gradually, the entire formation on the playground commenced its operation. On the topmost floor of the teaching building, Lin Luoxue observed the proceedings below, her hands clasped together in silent prayer. She did not wish for Chen Luo to achieve sudden fame or be listed among the elite. She simply hoped for his safety. Chen Luo, await my arrival. You had better pray not to find yourself beside me. Before his transmission, Chen Luo heard Li Hao's furious voice, and an involuntary smile crept upon his lips. Who truly ought to be the one to pray remained uncertain. In the next instant, a wave of dizziness washed over him. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself not on the playground, but amidst a dense forest. The trees towered several dozen meters high, with even the slenderest requiring the embrace of 3 adults. Is this the Lord's source realm? What a refreshing atmosphere! Chen Luo surveyed his surroundings, devoid of any desire to explore. Countless monsters lurked within the Lord's source realm. Upon entry, one must immediately activate the Lord's core to expand the territory. Only by doing so can one secure a day of novice protection. During this protection period, remaining within the territory will shield one from monster attacks. Lord's core, blood binding, and territory expansion. Following the procedure outlined in his tome, Chen Luo bit into the still healing wound on his finger. Blood dripped onto the round stone in his grasp. This was none other than the Lord's core, an item bestowed upon every individual entering the Lord's source realm. As the blood fell, the Lord's core levitated and radiated a brilliant bronze light. A shimmering barrier materialized, centering around Chen Luo and encompassing a radius of 10 meters. A dilapidated wooden cabin materialized out of thin air, the Lord's core soaring into the structure, where it quietly hovered in the center. Lord, Chen Luo. Territory level, Bronze Tier 1. Building, ramshackle wooden cabin. Affiliated race, Queen of Insects. Upgrade requirements, 100 wood, 100 iron, 100 stone. Description, your territory is as decrepit as this broken cabin. Faced with the malevolent description, Chen Luo chose to turn a blind eye. Well, at least I have a place to shelter from the elements. He then summoned Elise using the race token. Standing over 2 meters long and more than half a meter tall, Elise occupied 1/5 of the territory upon her arrival, with several large trees also within the confines. The space felt rather cramped. It appeared imperative to upgrade the territory swiftly, otherwise it would impede the insect race's ability to spawn units. Elise, manifest the insect queen's nest form. Upon receiving the command, Elise rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a circular structure measuring 3 meters by 3 meters. Tumors resembling fleshy growths covered the edifice, pulsating as if breathing, presenting a grotesque and repulsive sight. From a nest center, a skin-like mycelium swiftly spread, extending over 2 meters in mere moments. 3 small larvae emerged from the nest, sluggishly writhing upon the mycelium. Chen Luo closed his eyes, absorbing the information that flooded his mind. In no time, he processed all the gathered knowledge. The nest could hatch 10 larvae daily without expending resources, and these larvae could be transformed into various insect types at the cost of energy points. To procure more larvae, energy points were required, with each costing 100 points. The stronger the hatched insect race, the more energy points consumed. For Bronze Tier 1, the cost stood at 100 energy points, escalating to 200 for Tier 2, and so forth, with Silver Tier 1 reaching a staggering 1,100 points. The energy points are required to gather various resources: timber, iron, ore, stone, and most crucially, the transformation of flesh and blood. This is also the reason why the swarm continues to proliferate, thriving on warfare. The swarm can consistently reclaim the bodies of both allies and foes, hatching new warriors from the remnants. Initially, I possess 100 energy points, which is precisely sufficient to incubate a first-tier bronze jaw ant for resource collection, thus sparing me the arduous task of scavenging stones and wood. I wonder what the conversion ratio of these resources to energy points is. Elith incubates a jaw ant. In the Dragon Kingdom, in Kyoto, the Council of Elders convenes. 6 venerable sages sit in a row, gazing at the luminous screen before them. Displayed upon it is the ranking of the trials in the realm of the Lord. The trials have only just commenced, yet 2 individuals have already made their mark. The eldest elder's granddaughter, Wang Chushue, whose initial kin is a 3rd-tier royal dragon, has already slain a beast upon entering the trials, earning 100 points. Indeed, her exceptional talent is evident, and the future looks promising. Chapter 5. The Peril of the Dragon Kingdom, the Hatching of the Stinging Serpent and the Shadow Mantis. Instantaneously slaying goblins. The splendid yin-yin of the Lu family is commendable, as her territory has astonishingly reached the 2nd-tier bronze. Indeed, the dwarven kin of the 1st tier of monarchs excel in construction. Who exactly is this Li Hao? He has even slain extraordinary beasts, earning a place on the leaderboard. The elders, stroking their beards, gazed at the newcomer with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. They recognized the first 2 individuals, yet had never heard of this Li Hao. In a moment, Li Hao's information was retrieved, and the elders nodded in satisfaction. A golden-tier griffin and a platinum-tier divine angel. This year, the Dragon Kingdom can be deemed to possess a wealth of talent. The second elder's remarks elicited agreement from several others, yet the eldest elder remained expressionless, having not uttered a word since the beginning. Once silence enveloped the room, the eldest elder spoke gravely. Let us not forget, the Foot Basin Roosters trials concluded this year, yielding dozens of geniuses with over 50,000 points. Amelia boasts as many as 20, and it is heard that one among them has contracted a mythical tier demonic kin, achieving 300,000 points in a month, thus ascending to the pinnacle of the Lord's Source Realm trial leaderboard. In contrast, our Dragon Kingdom has reached a stage of stagnation. On the outer battlefield, we face the fiercest assaults, and if this continues, we may encounter dire consequences. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence fell over the room. The 5 elders contemplated the crisis confronting the Dragon Kingdom, their expressions turning somber. Let us observe further. Until the trials conclude, no one can ascertain how many geniuses may emerge. We shall see the outcome of the beast's siege in 7 days, and which among them shall rise above the rest. The situation remains uncertain, and dark horses have yet to be determined. The eldest elder closed his eyes, refraining from further commentary. The other 5 elders, too, lost their enthusiasm, quietly watching as the trial leaderboard continued to update. Should no exceptionally gifted lords arise this year, it is likely that neighboring nations will exert pressure on the Dragon Kingdom, seeking to carve out a peace for themselves. Indeed, I am more suited to be a capital. Chen Luo sat beneath a tree, leisurely observing the giant mandibles worker ants transporting resources to the mother nest. In merely an hour, the energy points reached 100. Elise, hatch another bronze-tier giant mandibles worker ant. Upon issuing the command, a wriggling larva on the colony transformed into a pupa. Shortly after, the pupa broke open, revealing a half-meter-long giant mandibles worker ant. The evolved worker ant commenced resource gathering around the mother nest without needing further orders. With 2 worker ants collecting simultaneously, the accumulation of energy points doubled in speed. Within half an hour, another 100 energy points were gathered, while no resources remained within a 3-meter radius of the mother nest, which was now enveloped in a fungal growth. Hatch another giant mandibles worker ant. Chen Luo commanded without hesitation. The final larva transformed into a pupa, and moments later, it broke free, becoming yet another giant mandibles worker ant. With 3 giant mandibles worker ants gathering together, the rate of energy point accumulation surged once more. Soon, 3 more larvae emerged from the mother nest, and without exception, they all evolved into giant mandibles worker ants. The pressing urgency lies in acquiring resources as swiftly as possible before the novice protection period concludes. Within this sanctuary, where no monsters can intrude, safety is guaranteed. In the span of a single morning, Chen Luo successfully hatched all 10 larvae into formidable giant-jawed worker ants. Every trace of vegetation and stone within the territory has been meticulously harvested, leaving only the dilapidated wooden hut standing atop the colony. The energy reserves of the mother nest still amount to 650. with the addition of 3 more larvae. He plans to hatch 2 first-tier bronze shadow mantises and 1 thorn serpent. Upon the issuance of Chen Luo's command, 3 larvae emerged from the mother nest. Barely freed, they spun themselves into cocoons, and moments later, 2 of these cocoons ruptured. Out emerged 2 half-meter-tall shadow mantises, adorned with transparent wings and wielding gleaming dual blades. Affinity, Shadow Mantis. Race, Insectoid. Talent, Golden second tier. Strength, Bronze first tier. Skills, Continuous Slash, Shadow Strike, Razor Sharp Blades. Continuous Slash, a rapid succession of scythe strikes targeting a single point. Shadow Strike, concealing their presence, they swiftly ambush their foes. Razor Sharp Blades. Their dual blades become exceedingly sharp, capable of effortlessly slicing through steel. What a magnificent shadow mantis! It is indeed a born assassin, Chen Luo mused, deeply impressed by its skills. The evolutionary breeds of the insectoid race are meticulously selected. Though the shadow mantis may appear unremarkable, it will grow into an elite assassin. As Chen Luo scrutinized the shadow mantis, the final cocoon also burst open. Out crawled a creature, bristling with spines, standing tall like a cobra. Affinity, Thorn Serpent. Race, Insectoid. Talent, Golden second tier. Strength, Bronze first tier. Skills, Spiny Breath, Venomous Spike, Spine Regeneration. Spiny Breath, a continuous barrage of spines launched at enemies. Venomous Spike, the spines ejected by the Thorn Serpent are laced with potent toxins. Spine Regeneration, the Thorn Serpent can endlessly regenerate its spines. Chen Luo nodded repeatedly, utterly satisfied. The giant jawed worker ants split into 2 squads, each accompanied by a shadow mantis for protection, while the thorn serpent provided cover from behind. All harvested wood, iron, and stone must not be placed in the mother nest, but brought directly to me. With no resources within the territory, his aim in hatching 3 combat insectoids was to venture out and gather materials. He now requires an upgrade for the territory. Only with an upgraded territory can the novice protection shield expand sufficiently, ensuring a more stable development. Upon receiving the command, the insectoids promptly sprang into action. The giant jawed worker ants formed 2 balance teams, with the 2 shadow mantises stealthily trailing behind. The thorn serpent moved cautiously, following closely between the 2 squads. Soon enough, 13 insectoids ventured beyond the territory's confines, commencing their resource gathering. Stacks upon stacks of wood, iron, and stone were transported back to the territory, accumulating before Chen Luo. In no time, the wood and stone totaled 150, surpassing the threshold for upgrading the territory. However, the iron remained at a mere 50, falling short by over 100. It seems there are no iron mines in the vicinity. Thus, expanding the territory must be expedited. Tomorrow marks the end of the novice protection period, and uncertainty looms regarding the monsters that may emerge. As Chen Luo contemplated while stroking his chin, a sudden tremor surged through his heart. He connected to the mind network of the Zerg, and the perspective of a shadow mantis unfolded before him. He observed 2 robust green-skinned goblins stealthily approaching a colossal jawed worker ant, evidently regarding them as prey. Goblin Strength, Bronze Tier 2. Talent, Silver Tier 8. Skills, Cleave, Battle Roar. Evolution requirement, cannot evolve. Indeed, the goblins were unworthy of evolution. They must be swiftly eliminated. Chen Luo commanded through the Zerg mind network. Upon receiving the order, in the next instant, 2 flashes of cold light streaked through the air. The shadow mantis swung its sickles, and blood splattered onto the ground. Alongside the blood, the severed heads of the 2 goblins fell. A single strike beheaded them. A Bronze Tier 1 creature effortlessly vanquished 2 Bronze Tier 2 foes, which delighted Chen Luo immensely. The Zerg selection was indeed reliable. Truly, the shadow mantis delivered lethal precision. He instructed that the 2 corpses be sent to the conversion pool. He wondered how much energy could be extracted from the remains of these 2 Bronze Tier 2 goblins. A few colossal jawed worker ants received the command and efficiently dragged the goblin corpses, wiggling their abdomens as they scurried back to the mother nest. Chapter 6. Ascending to the 5th tier of territory, 1 against 5, the Shadow Mantis. The goblin corpses immersed in the transformation pool were completely digested in mere seconds. Energy value, 280. After reviewing the remaining energy of the nest, a smile crept across Chen Luo's face. The insectoid race truly thrived on warfare. To rapidly produce soldiers, one must engage in combat, nurturing new insect warriors from the flesh and blood of their foes. A corpse of a bronze-tier creature yielded 100 energy points, while hatching a bronze 2-tier insect required 200 energy points, effectively halving the return. This implies that even the fallen insect warriors could recover half of their energy points. Without hesitation, Chen Luo expended 200 energy points to once again hatch a giant mandible worker ant. The pressing matter was to expedite the upgrade of his territory in preparation for the beast's siege in 7 days. With 2 shadow mantises and a thorn serpent at his disposal, he felt adequately prepared. An hour later, the iron ore surpassed 100 units. Upgrade the territory. Upon issuing the command, 100 units of wood, iron, and stone vanished from the ground. The Lord Core within the wooden house spun rapidly. The novice protection shield expanded swiftly, soon reaching a radius of 20 meters. Lord Chen Luo. Territory level, Bronze Tier 2. Buildings, ramshackle wooden house, wall buildable. Summoning platform, buildable. Affiliation, Insectoid Queen. Upgrade requirements, 200 wood, 200 iron, 100 stone. Description, your territory remains as dilapidated as the broken wooden house, utterly unworthy. Walls and a summoning platform. Chen Luo clicked on the 2 newly added structures to review the construction requirements. Wall, 50 wood, 50 iron, 50 stone. Summoning platform, 10 wood, 10 iron, 10 stone. The construction cost for the summoning platform was remarkably low. Without hesitation, Chen Luo selected a location and confirmed the build, accompanied by a flash of white light. A summoning platform composed of wood, iron, and stone materialized before him. Summoning platform. Level, basic. Summonable affiliation. Insectoid Queen. Insectoid Queen. 1 Lord Core or monster nucleus, 10 tons of flesh and blood. Summoning platform upgrade requirements. 1,000 wood, 1,000 iron, 1,000 stone. After upgrading, the summoning cost for affiliates decreases by 10%. Description, I can summon your precious little darling, though is certainly not without cost. Chen Luo averted his gaze expressionlessly, leaving with a disdainful spat. Precious little darling, indeed. How true it is that cheap goods are seldom of quality. Who told me that summoning insectoids required minimal resources? It demands a Lord Core or a monster nucleus. Only creatures of golden rank produce a nucleus, and each nucleus allows for the summoning of only 1 insectoid queen. Does this truly constitute a low cost? Despite the inability to summon another insectoid queen, Chen Luo felt little disappointment. 1 insectoid queen could generate an infinite number of insect warriors. With an increase in quantity, the rate of production merely accelerated. He currently lacked the resources to produce vast numbers of warriors. Continuing to gather wood, iron, and stone, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, ready to eliminate any creature that crossed his path. Chen Luo issued his command and retreated into the dilapidated wooden cabin to rest. 11 colossal mandible worker ants tirelessly gathered resources. The stinger serpents stood guard at the periphery of their territory, vigilant and poised, constantly surveying the surroundings. 2 shadow mantises concealed themselves, ready to deliver a lethal strike to any intruder. The morning hours swiftly passed. At noon, Chen Luo was roused by the disturbances within the insectoid hive mind. Had they been attacked by a monster? He sensed the demise of 2 colossal mandible worker ants and 1 shadow mantis. Hurriedly exiting the cabin, he was met with a mountain of wood, iron, and stone. The territory, with a radius of 20 meters, occupied 2/3 of the area, almost piling up right in front of his cabin. With little time to inspect, he quickly summoned all the insects back to the territory. Before long, 9 colossal mandible worker ants returned, dragging 5 goblin corpses along with the fallen colossal mandible ants and shadow mantises. Trailing behind were the battle-scarred stinger serpent and shadow mantises. Did you assault the goblin tribe? 5 goblins in total? Chen Luo's anxious heart instantaneously relaxed. He had feared encountering a formidable monster, but it turned out the shadow mantises had executed a flawless 5-for-1 exchange. He felt no sorrow for the fallen shadow mantises and colossal mandible ants. Such is the way of the insectoid race. They thrive through warfare, and death in battle is their destiny. This is precisely what renders the insectoids so fearsome. Place all the corpses into the transformation pool, he commanded. After issuing his orders, he examined the wood, iron, and stone. Wood, 1, 479. Iron ore, 1, 101. Stone, 1, 635. Although he understood the capabilities of the insectoids, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. In just half a day, they had gathered such an abundance of resources. The insectoids exceeded his expectations. Leave 100 wood, iron, and stone. Upgrade the territory with the remaining resources. Upon receiving his orders, the mountain of wood, iron, and stone instantly diminished by more than half. Lord, Chen Luo. Territory level, bronze tier 5. Buildings, dilapidated wooden cabin, city wall, summoning platform. Affiliated race, insectoid queen. Upgrade requirements, 500 wood, 500 iron, or 500 stone. Description: though you have reached level 5, your territory remains as wretched as the dilapidated wooden cabin, utterly deplorable. With the upgrade of the Lord's Core, the protective barrier for novices expanded once more. In an instant, its diameter extended to 50 meters. Without pausing, Chen Luo continued, construct the city wall. Another 50 wood, iron, and stone vanished. The next moment, a half-meter-high fence emerged from the ground within the luminous barrier. Chen Luo gazed at the bamboo fence, enveloped in silence. Was this truly a city wall? Wasn't it meant to keep chickens and ducks at bay? Skeptical, Chen Luo scrutinized the fence's information. City wall, level, bronze tier 1. Durability, 10-10. Upgrade requirements, 100 wood, 100 iron, or 100 stone. Description: do not underestimate my capabilities. I can withstand 10 impact from bronze tier monsters. Just look at me. Proudly striking a pose, silence reigned over this day, a serene bridge of reflection. The garden's fence-like structure turned out to be a formidable wall, capable of withstanding 10 assaults from bronze tier adversaries. Chen Luo paid little heed to the wall's appearance. What mattered was its functionality. Approaching the mother nest, he began to assess the energy points. Energy points, 780. Previously, there were 80 energy points remaining, and the 3 fallen Zerg yielded an additional 150. The 5 goblin corpses contributed 550 energy points, suggesting the presence of a goblin of bronze tier 3 strength among them. The bronze tier 1 shadow mantis exchanged 5-for-1, having slain 4 bronze tier 2 foes and 1 bronze tier 3 goblin. This impressive feat left Chen Luo momentarily astonished. It was no surprise, considering the shadow mantis inherited Elena's golden tier 2 talent. Indeed, there were stone fragments. Chen Luo deposited some stones and wood into the transformation pool, raising the energy level to 800. He proceeded to hatch 2 shadow mantises and 2 giant mandible worker ants. With the orders given, for larvae wriggled out of the mother nest. They spun cocoons, broke through their shells, and transformed seamlessly into their adult forms. Moments later, 2 shadow mantises and 2 giant mandible worker ants stood before Chen Luo. The previously injured shadow mantis and spiked serpent had fully recovered after consuming the nutrient solution from the mother nest. In half a day, he amassed 11 giant mandible worker ants, 3 shadow mantises, and 1 spiked serpent, prioritizing the collection of resources from beyond their territory. The shadow mantises concealed themselves for protection, while the spiked serpent remained on standby for fire support. Go forth, my little creatures. Upon receiving the command, the Zerg scurried energetically beyond their domain, gathering resources in droves. Chen Luo sat comfortably in his wooden hut, leisurely observing the accumulation of resources. Life as a Zerg lord was indeed advantageous. There was no need for sustenance, and injuries or fatigue were swiftly remedied with a sip of nutrient solution. The energy points consumed for hatching were easily managed. As the lord, he too reaped the benefits. When hunger struck, He would take a sip of the mother nest's nutrient solution, which, though tasteless, kept him satisfied and hydrated throughout the day. During other moments, he utilized the Zerg's neural network to view the outside world through the perspective of the Shadow Mantises. This life of a lord was rather exquisite. Chapter 7. The 10th Tier Domain, Crafting the Swarm Legion. In the office of the Council of Elders, an eerie silence enveloped the room as the elders gazed at the leaderboard, their expressions perplexed. Hadn't the Lord's origin realm only commenced 4 hours ago? How could this individual have attained a level 5 domain? The young lady from the Luo family, whose kin were adept builders among dwarves, had only reached a level 3 domain by now. How had this person ascended to level 5? A golden tier 2 swarm queen? What a peculiar kin. I have never heard of such a lineage before. The city of Linjiang, home to an individual with a sacred angel kin, is also part of Linjiang, isn't it? The elders murmured among themselves, yet their eyes remained fixated on the leaderboard. First place, Chen Luo, Bronze Tier 5 Lord, 1, 300 points. Second place, Wang Chuxue, Bronze Tier 2 Lord, 900 points. Third place, Lu Qingqing, Bronze Tier 3 Lord, 700 points. Fourth place, Li Hao, Bronze Tier 2 Lord, 500 points. 100 points for slaying a Bronze Tier 1 monster, 200 for a Bronze Tier 2, and so forth. Each level of domain upgrade grants an additional 100 points. Chen Luo's level 5 domain and 1. 300 points indicate that he has vanquished at least 8 Bronze Tier 1 monsters. This trial has only just begun, and most lords possess only a single initial kin, lacking the resources to summon new ones. To kill 8 monsters and elevate a domain to level 5 is nothing short of fantastical. Even these seasoned elders found it hard to believe. A golden tier 2 swarm queen? Truly an unheard of kin. Alas, her innate talents are rather lacking, limiting her future potential. Let us observe further. Perhaps it is merely a stroke of luck that allowed him to encounter weakened monsters and seize the opportunity. The Grand Elder closed his eyes, refraining from further comment. The other elders nodded in agreement. Aside from this possibility, no other explanation suffices for such circumstances. How could one kin possibly slay 8 monsters while simultaneously accumulating enough resources to elevate their domain to level 5? Unless this kin possesses the ability to replicate itself infinitely. Yet, such a miraculous power is beyond even mythic level kin, let alone a golden tier kin. Other than sheer fortune, they could conceive no alternative explanation. In the Lord's origin realm, amidst a desolate desert, a blade of sword energy cleaved through the air, decapitating a sandworm that had surfaced from the sands. Elena stood resolutely beneath the heavens, her expression impassive as she sheathed her holy sword. Li Hao, mounted on his griffin, applauded enthusiastically, a broad grin adorning his face. Truly, a platinum tier kin, the sacred angel, capable of slaying a Bronze Tier 2 sandworm with a single strike against a Bronze Tier 1. Should you defeat another Bronze Tier 2, your strength ought to elevate, he remarked. Elena offered no reply, merely nodding coldly. Li Hao, unperturbed, laughed even more heartily. As for Chen Luo, what a fool he must be. Did he think the platinum tier kin was something trivial? Presently, he must be cowering in his domain, clutching those repulsive insects, trembling in fear. And that foolish woman, Su Yin, must surely be regretting her refusal of me now. This statement elicited a smile from Elena. Continue searching for sandworms and Bronze Tier 3 creatures, striving for a swift upgrade. On the island, a colossal black dragon soared above the forest, exhaling a torrent of dragon breath. Below, 2 Bronze Tier 3 monkey monsters were instantaneously obliterated. At last, the pursuit was successful. These monkeys were remarkably swift. Previously, when they pilfered my food, I could not match their strength, and I chose not to confront them. However, what was once is not now. The current me, alongside Reina, is terrifyingly powerful. Wang Chuxue sat triumphantly atop the dragon's back, her undeveloped stature reminiscent of a modest aircraft. Standing at 1.50 meters, adorned in a knee-length blue gown, she appeared both exquisite and endearing, a stark contrast to the fearsome dragon stretching over 8 meters beneath her. Upon the vast grasslands, they dug and dug, extracting bountiful iron or to construct their humble abode. brothers, let us strive with vigor. Building our territory is a shared responsibility. Lu Qingqing exclaimed, waving her snow-white arms, invigorating the two dwarfs. The dwarfs, fueled by her rallying call, swung their pickaxes to unearth the iron ore below. Before long, a chunk of iron ore the size of a fist was unearthed. Bravo, brothers! Tonight, we feast on chicken legs. Upon hearing the mention of chicken legs, the dwarfs redoubled their efforts, wielding their tools with fervor, as if they bore a deep-seated grudge against the earth itself. In just an afternoon, resources overflowed. This truly was a delightful predicament. Observing the heaps of wood, iron, and stone that filled the territory, Chen Luo could not suppress his smile. Wood, 4, 200. Stone, 5, 300. Iron ore, 3, 500. The bounty from 5 hours of labor rendered even his level 5 territory overwhelmed. Thus, Chen Luo unhesitatingly chose to upgrade his territory. Consuming all resources, he initiated the upgrade. Lord, Chen Luo. Territory level, Bronze Tier 10. Buildings, dilapidated wooden house, city wall, summoning platform, arrow tower. Affiliation, Queen of Insects. Upgrade requirements, 1,000 wood, 1,000 iron ore, 1,000 stone, and 1 silver core. Description, Young one, you are on the verge of escaping the bronze pit. Yet countless have faltered at this juncture. The bronze pit is not easily transcended. The territory, once at bronze tier 5, skyrocketed to bronze tier 10, ascending 5 tiers in an instant. To reach silver tier 1, a silver core is requisite. It appears that bolstering combat strength through battle is essential, necessitating the hunting of silver tier monsters. Chen Luo exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Monsters at the silver level coalesce crystal cores, which transform into primal cores upon reaching the golden level. To acquire a silver core, one must vanquish silver tier monsters. Achieving this with his current combat prowess is akin to scaling a steep mountain. Yet, he remained unperturbed. With the territory upgrade reaching a plateau, resources could now be wholly devoted to converting energy points. The greater the consumption of energy points, the more formidable the hatched insectoid creatures would become. With a ceiling at golden tier 2, akin to the Queen of Insects, accumulating 2,200 energy points would enable him to directly hatch a golden tier 2 insect, allowing for an unrivaled dominance. This is how one can unleash the cataclysmic swarm of the insect race. With an ample supply of energy points, it is entirely feasible to assemble a legion of second-tier golden strength. On the very first day, the entire second-tier golden strength of the kin should not concern themselves with trivial pursuits. They ought to line up on the rooftop. All resources shall be devoted to the conversion pool, while we continue to harvest from the land, annihilating any living creature encountered. Upon issuing his command, Chen Luo's orders were promptly executed by the insect swarm. All remaining wood, iron, and stone were immediately allocated to the conversion pool, causing the energy points to surge to 271. Chen Luo then hatched another giant mandible worker ant, assigning it to the gathering efforts. The greater the number of giant mandible worker ants, the more swiftly resources would be procured, subsequently accelerating the accumulation of energy points. This creates a virtuous cycle. 12 giant mandible worker ants diligently completed their gathering tasks under the protection of shadow mantises and thorn snakes. Wherever they traversed, the land was left barren, akin to a locust swarm that left not a blade of grass intact. Not even a pebble could be found. Upon reaching 200 energy points, Chen Luo hatched yet another giant mandible worker ant. In merely 1 hour, 3 giant mandible worker ants were birthed, further strengthening the gathering force. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the count of giant mandible worker ants had risen to 25. Now, they could harvest resources amounting to 1,100 energy points within an hour. This indicates that after each passing hour, he could hatch an insect warrior of silver tier strength. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction. Splendid, in 2 hours, there would be sufficient energy points to birth a warrior of golden tier strength. He planned to hatch 2 insect warriors as a foundation, and then continue to breed giant mandible worker ants to swiftly gather the surrounding resources. in this trial of the Lord's source realm. His objective was clear: to assemble a swarm of over 100 insect warriors. All must possess golden tier strength, emphasizing both formidable power and substantial numbers. With such a legion, he would feel a sense of security when venturing into the outer battlefields for training. All unease stemmed from a lack of strength and an insufficient number of insects. Only by unleashing an endless tide of insects could he attain the security he so desperately sought. Chapter 8. The Shock of the Elder Council, 2 second-tier golden insectoids. How could I possibly lose? The atmosphere in the Elder Council was beyond eerie. The usually unflappable Grand Elder now stared wide-eyed, his aged face etched with disbelief. The luminous screen displaying real-time rankings in the testing realm revealed. First place, Chen Luo, Bronze Tier 10 Lord 1, 800 points. Second place, Wang Chuxue, Bronze Tier 3 Lord 1, 300 points. A Bronze Tier 10 Lord. This trial of the Lord's source realm had only just begun on its first day. While it could have been attributed to Chen Luo's good fortune earlier, how could one explain this now? Lu Qingqing, who possessed a king-tier dwarven kin, was merely at a Bronze Tier 4 territory at this moment. Chen Luo had already ascended to Bronze Tier 10. He was only one silver crystal away from becoming a Silver Lord and gaining his first innate divine ability. Could it be that the detection array was malfunctioning? How could anyone achieve a Bronze Tier 10 territory on the very first day? Even Amelia, the prodigy of a mythic contract kin, was only at a Bronze Tier 5 territory on her first day. How could Chen Luo, whose kin was only second-tier golden, progress so swiftly? Rapid advancement is indeed a blessing. Perhaps this insectoid queen's kin is exceptionally skilled in resource collection. The elders engaged in fervent discussions, each presenting their conjectures. Yet, the Grand Elder remained silent, his mind racing with diverse speculations. After a considerable silence, he seemed to arrive at a revelation. Perhaps we have all misjudged the situation. I have not heard of this insectoid queen, but the materials required for summoning insectoids are readily obtainable. The location where Chen Luo descended fortuitously held the resources necessary for summoning insectoids. He must have summoned a dozen insectoids by now, which explains his significant lead in the first day's ranking. However, such an advantage would likely be easily neutralized in the following days. We shall see. I sincerely hope he possesses some unique qualities. The Grand Elder calmly closed his eyes. The other elders fell into silence as well. At present, all nations awaited the outcome of the Dragon Kingdom's trial. If the trial concluded and the prodigies failed to exceed 10,000 points, they would be less esteemed than mere footbath chickens. The Dragon Kingdom would then face not only the scorn of other nations, but also the potential loss of the territories it had painstakingly acquired in the Outer Realms, as those ill-intentioned nations would surely encroach upon them. The situation was dire. A hurried night passed. In the early morning, as dawn's light began to break, Chen Luo emerged from his dilapidated wooden dwelling, heading to the mother nest for a sip of nutritional fluid. Nourishing and healthy, yet clean and tasteless, he found himself yearning for a refreshing soda. Indeed, humans possess an insatiable appetite. No wonder deities in television dramas must consume food. Although the nutritional fluid kept him neither hungry nor thirsty, it could not quell his cravings. A life devoid of soda is an incomplete life. Shaking his head to dispel his culinary desires, he turned to inspect the energy points of the mother nest. Energy points, 9,300. He had amassed over 9,000 energy points overnight, sufficient to hatch 4 second-tier golden insectoids. How splendid it is to hatch a second-tier golden stinger snake and a shadow mantis. Hatch an additional 25 first-tier bronze giant mandibles worker ants. The mother nest produces 10 larvae daily without any consumption, saving 1,000 energy points. Upon hearing Chen Luo's command, 2 larvae swiftly spun cocoons, while the remaining 8 followed suit. Simultaneously, another 17 larvae emerged from the mother nest, curling up on the ground to encase themselves in cocoons. As the sound of hatching resonated, 25 giant mandibles worker ants materialized before Chen Luo. Without needing further orders, they instinctively joined the main force to gather resources. Meanwhile, 2 more cocoons began to crack open. A white flash of blade-like light heralded the emergence of a robust shadow mantis. On the other side, a stinger snake also revealed its form. The two insectoid beings stood before Chen Luo, awaiting his command. Sensing their fierce aura, Chen Luo couldn't contain his delight. Indeed, the second-tier golden insectoids were formidable. On the second day of the trial, he had directly acquired two insectoids of golden second-tier strength. How could he possibly lose? How could others compete? Let us venture forth. Perhaps we may discover a goblin tribe. If we find a settlement of 1,000, it would truly be a fortune. Ideally, there would be silver-tier monsters as well, facilitating my upgrade of the territory to silver and allowing me to acquire the first innate secret technique. Each significant elevation in lordship grants an innate secret technique and enhances territorial reinforcement. Upon becoming a golden lord, one may traverse the skies. A monarch-level entity would rival celestial beings, wielding the power to seize the stars from the heavens. With two insectoid bodyguards in tow, Chen Luo proceeded beyond the confines of his territory. The radius of his bronze 10th-tier territory had already expanded to 100 meters. Upon stepping outside, he discovered a desolate expanse stretching 300 to 400 meters around him. With the ground beneath him to be golden sand, he might suspect he was in a desert. Truly, the giant mandibles worker ants were exceptionally capable. Chen Luo rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat guilty. Would transforming the forest into a desert incur any losses? However, his guilt was fleeting, as he soon sensed a danger alert from the stinger snake through the insectoid neural network. In the next moment, he felt a shadow mantis lose contact, followed swiftly by 3 giant mandibles worker ants. Through the neural network, he discerned the perpetrators, green-skinned goblins, vile creatures brandishing stone clubs in pursuit of a saint. Ah, how delightful! I was yet to seek you out, yet you have come knocking at my door. Chen Luo mounted the shadow mantis. Let us investigate the matter. The shadow mantis's wings thrummed as it took flight, propelling itself with remarkable speed toward the target location. The stinger snake coiled and slithered on the ground, matching its pace. With their golden second-tier speed, they traversed a distance of 300 to 400 meters within mere moments. In this brief span, Chen Luo sensed another 2 giant mandibles worker ants lose contact. It appeared that a considerable number of goblins were indeed nearby, indicating the existence of a tribe. Excellent. You have provoked me, and you have stirred a significant trouble. Chen Luo's expression turned stern as he gazed down from his elevated position. Below, he beheld over 100 green-skinned goblins, pot-bellied and wielding stone axes, assaulting the giant mandibles worker ants. The first-tier bronze shadow mantis and stinger snake attempted to defend, but were unable to prevail. A colossal tree was uprooted, and a robust goblin emerged, wielding a spiked club. With a casual swing, he felled an approaching shadow mantis. Goblin, strength, silver tier 3. Potential, silver tier 8. Skills, cleave war cry. Evolution requirement, cannot evolve. A silver tier 3 goblin? Just in time. Serpent, eliminated, commanded Chen Luo coldly. Obeying the order, the serpent raised its head, sharp bone spines converging in its maw. In the next moment, the spines were unleashed, hurtling toward the burly goblin's head. The bone spines, moving with astonishing speed, created a piercing whistle through the air. The burly goblin lifted his spiked club, attempting to deflect the incoming spines. However, at the instant of collision, the sharp spines pierced through the club effortlessly, continuing unimpeded to penetrate the goblin's skull. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the other goblins reacted, the burly goblin lay lifeless on the ground. In an instant, the goblins screeched and fled in panic. You too, leave a few alive. I must locate their tribe. Those who slay my insect warriors must be prepared to pay in blood. Chen Luo dismounted, and the shadow mantis surged toward the fleeing goblins. Its sharp dual blades sliced through the air, cleaving through both goblins and stout trees alike. The serpent was equally relentless, arching its body to continuously expel bone spines. Each spine struck true, claiming the lives of the goblins with deadly precision. Chapter 9. The Annihilation of the Goblin Tribe. Despair enveloped Sue, the flower of the school. As Chen Luo pondered, who could possibly emerge victorious from this trial? The silver-white crystal core of the third tier was perfectly suited for upgrading his territory. He discovered this core nestled within the heart of a robust goblin. Although it was his first encounter with such sanguinary acts, he felt no revulsion. Perhaps the influence of the insect race bestowed upon him a clandestine thrill. Safeguarding the crystal core, he commanded the giant mandibles worker ants to transport the corpses back to the territory. Among the nearly 100 goblin remains, 2 were of the 8th tier bronze, while the rest were all 2nd tier bronze, accompanied by the commanding silver 3rd tier goblin. The fallen insect race was also being reclaimed. This battle had propelled his energy points to a staggering 10,600. Indeed, the insect race thrived on warfare to sustain itself. He proceeded to hatch 4 giant mandibles worker ants, along with 2 golden 2nd tier stinging snakes and shadow mantises. Under Chen Luo's directive, 8 larvae emerged from the mother nest, curling into cocoons. As the cocoons shattered, 4 giant mandibles worker ants emerged. Without any further command, they commenced resource gathering. Currently, 50 giant mandibles worker ants sufficed, for the surrounding resources were limited, restricting the simultaneous gathering efforts to no more than this number. Any excess hatching would lead to wastage. Although energy points were now available, they were still insufficient. Resources must be allocated judiciously. While he contemplated this, 4 more insect cocoons broke open in succession. 2 stinging snakes and 2 shadow mantises appeared. Chen Luo surveyed them with satisfaction. Splendid, they exuded vigor, with 6 golden 2nd tier insects at his command. No matter the tier of the goblin tribe, they could easily obliterate any opposition. The goblins could not evolve, their potential capped at the 8th tier silver. This meant that even the mightiest goblin could only reach silver 8th tier. Against 6 golden 2nd tier insects, the outcome was all too predictable. With merely 2 hours remaining in the novice protection period, it was imperative to locate and eradicate the goblin tribe before time ran out, lest he be compelled to leave 2 golden tier insects behind to guard the home. As Chen Luo furrowed his brow, the insect race's neural network detected movement. The goblin tribe had been located. Without hesitation, he mounted the shadow mantis. This would be the inaugural battle for the insect race. Onward, with wings unfurled, the 2 shadow mantises transformed into fleeting shadows as they surged forth from the territory. The 2 stinging snakes followed closely, swift as arrows released from a bow, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Before departing, he issued a command to the giant mandibles worker ants, forbidding them from further transforming wood and ironstone. The goblin tribe was not far from their territory. Thanks to the speed of the shadow mantises, they reached their destination in under a minute. Standing atop a hill, Chen Luo gazed down upon the village below. The houses, adorned with beastly horned domes, were encircled by arrow towers exceeding 3 meters in height. Goblins armed with stone axes patrolled the territory in organized formations. Within the village, goblins congregated in throngs. A cursory glance revealed their numbers to exceed 3,000. Chen Luo stroked his chin thoughtfully. It was rare for the insect race to find itself at a numerical disadvantage. However, even isolated, they were equally formidable. Let the slaughter commence, leaving not a single soul alive. 6 golden tier Zerg creatures roared in unison. The shadow mantis transformed into an ephemeral image, dashing towards the village below. The spiked serpent, while sprinting, expelled bone spikes, mercilessly slaying every goblin within its range. At that moment, the goblins became aware of their foes. The stone bell tolled, summoning the entire tribe of goblins to emerge, each brandishing weapons to confront the invaders. With each swing of the shadow mantis's blade, several goblins were cleaved in half. The bone spikes from the serpent's mouth fired incessantly, like a machine gun, while the goblins scarcely managed to touch them. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. Although they were outnumbered, the chasm in power foretold a one-sided massacre. Chen Luo sat atop the hill, quietly observing the slaughter, his heart devoid of tumult. In this world, the strong reign supreme, and survival belongs to the fittest. Were he the weaker one, these goblins would show him no mercy. Seeing the battle's outcome sealed, Chen Luo tapped into the Zerg's neural network, summoning 40 giant jaw ants to prepare for the cleanup. Though they were merely bronze tier, their numbers were sufficiently ample. Even mosquito legs, though small, are still meat. This endeavor should yield a considerable amount of energy points, allowing my Zerg army to expand once more. On another slope, Suyin covered her crimson lips, horrified by the carnage below. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood, and the sight was filled with dismembered limbs and shattered flesh. This brutal scene nearly made her retch. As she prepared to retreat, she suddenly spotted a goblin adorned with a crown bursting forth from the goblin tribe below. Suyin gasped softly. A silver-tier goblin king? No wonder there's a large goblin tribe here. Only goblins of silver tier or higher could don the crown, which symbolized not only status but also formidable power. She immediately resolved to retreat, fearing the goblin king might notice her. Being targeted by a silver-tier goblin king would spell great trouble. Goblins, by nature, possess an inexplicable interest in females from any race. All women abducted by goblins invariably met a tragic fate. Being taken by goblins was often worse than death itself. Just as she intended to withdraw, a flash of white light sliced through the air. The imposing goblin king was cleaved in two. Suyan! She widened her eyes in disbelief. To slay the goblin king in a single strike? That must require at least golden tier strength. The territory had landed beside a golden tier monster. This was truly disastrous. Who was truly winning this trial? Suyin cautiously retreated into the woods, not daring to pause, mounting her unicorn kin and hastening back to her territory. It was not until she entered the novice protection dome that she collapsed to the ground, unable to suppress her dry heaves. In such circumstances, even Li Hao would be helpless, wound Tihi, despite possessing a golden tier griffin and a platinum tier holy angel. Talent merely indicates potential. Even the most gifted need time to grow. Who else, like her, encountered a formidable boss right from the outset? Suyin felt overwhelmed, on the verge of tears. The Lord's realm should not resemble a novice village, where even golden tier creatures are scarce. Why, during her period of novice protection, did she encounter what could possibly be golden tier monsters? Not just one, but a staggering 6. Such misfortune could easily find its way into textbooks. She curled up, leaning against the unicorn kin to absorb warmth. I wonder how classmate Chen Luo is faring. His new familiar seems to be a silver-tier insectoid. I hope he does not share my misfortune of landing in such a dreadful place. Achoo! Chen Luo rubbed his nose. Who is speaking of me? He shook his head and dismissed the thought, rising to gaze upon the battlefield below. At this moment, the skirmish was drawing to a close. Over 3,000 goblins had not withstood even half an hour. The disparity in strength was as insurmountable as a chasm. It was time to descend and clear the battlefield, collecting all the remains to return to the territory. The eagerly awaiting giant mandibles of the worker ants began to scuttle down the slope, ready to execute their orders. Chapter 10. The Emergence of the Insectoid Legion. Gift. Infinite Evolution. A procession of colossal mandible worker ants bore the corpses of goblins back to their territory. Chen Luo, suppressing the stench and the sanguine scent, ventured into the goblin settlement, first excavating the crystal core of the goblin king, followed by over 230 silver crystals. Subsequently, he scoured the dilapidated village. According to the knowledge he had acquired, this goblin tribe was likely to possess a plethora of valuable items. After a thorough search, he finally unearthed a rusted longsword within the dwelling of the goblin king. Item: Holy Sword Decayed. Tier: King 9th Stage. Skills: Holy Light Judgment cannot be used in its decayed state. Scorching Slash cannot be used in its decayed state. Repair requirement: 1 Sacred Core. Description: a holy sword left by an unknown formidable being. Though it has decayed, possessing it grants one immense power. Of course, this is contingent upon your ability to restore it. A special item of the King 9th Stage? A remarkable find indeed. Chen Luo casually tossed the sword to a nearby mandible worker ant, exhibiting a nonchalance that belied the sword's rarity. The King 9th Stage, a nearly mythical artifact, was undeniably precious. Yet, regardless of its value, he had no intention of wielding it. What lies at the heart of the insectoid race? It is the swarm. The inexhaustible army of insects is never about solitary combat. As the sovereign of the insectoids, his role was not to engage directly in battle, but rather to ensure his own survival. Only while he remained alive could the insectoids possess a brain to command their vast legions. He was the swarm, and the swarm was he. The allure of the King Ninth Stage Holy Sword was undeniable, yet for him, it was tasteless, too valuable to discard, yet of no use. Riding back to his territory on the Shadow Mantis, he awaited the mandible worker ants to transport the corpses. Shortly after his departure, wisps of black mist began to rise from the ground. Deep beneath the goblin settlement, a pair of crimson eyes flickered open, sensing the pressure above dissipating. The crimson eyes reflected a mix of uncertainty, exhilaration, and madness. Within less than an hour of his absence, a considerable pile of wood, iron, and stone had accumulated in the territory. Chen Luo took stock: 630 logs, 300 iron ores, and 781 stones. They were now perilously close to the requirements needed to upgrade the territory to the silver level. Seated upon the fungal mound, Chen Luo quietly watched the mandible worker ants transport the corpses and resources. After more than 2 hours, over 3,000 goblin corpses were finally relocated. Let me see how many energy points this haul will yield. Chen Luo eagerly checked the energy points in the mother nest. Energy points, 117,500. Even though he had anticipated this, Chen Luo still gasped in astonishment. A single wave yielded an astounding 117,000 energy points, with 3,000 goblins. Most at the bronze first stage, each contributing 50 points, their sheer quantity was sufficient. Coupled with some formidable goblins, the energy points in the mother nest surged dramatically. This was indeed a lucrative endeavor. As the saying goes, one must engage in battle to sustain battle. He proceeded to hatch 30 golden second stage stingers and 30 golden second stage shadow mantises. 60 larvae emerged from the maternal nest, densely packed, evoking a shiver down the spine of any observer. Yet, Chen Luo felt no fear. Instead, a broad smile illuminated his face. The larvae spun their cocoons, and within a minute, the cocoons ruptured, revealing 30 stinging snakes and 30 shadow mantises, forming an orderly square formation before him. The swarm of insects threatened to overwhelm even a territory of bronze rank. Energy points, 33,500. After reviewing the remaining energy points, Chen Luo chose not to hatch any further. Hatching more would exceed the capacity of his territory. At this moment, the quantity of wood iron stone had nearly reached 3,000. Coupled with the silver tier 3 core and the silver tier 8 core in his possession, he had met the requirements to upgrade to a silver territory. Without hesitation, Chen Luo decided, use the silver tier 8 core to upgrade the silver territory. The silver tier 3 core could be retained for sale upon leaving the Lord Source realm, potentially fetching a sum of 15 to 18 million. 1,000 wood iron stones and the silver tier 8 core transformed into a stream of light, merging into the Lord's core. In the next instant, the ground trembled, and the blue novice protection shield and walls began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the territory had expanded to a kilometer. The borders now encroached upon the goblin tribe. Lord Chen Luo. Level, Silver, Tier 1. Territory structures, ramshackle wooden house, summoning platform, walls, arrow towers, constructible. Affiliated clan, Insect Queen. Upgrade requirements, 10,000 wood, 10,000 iron, or 10,000 stones, 2 silver cores. Description: congratulations on emerging from the bronze pit. You are now a barely adequate lord. Young man, persevere, and remember to exert yourself when nature calls. Chen Luo dismissed the absurd remarks on the panel, closing his eyes to silently attune to the sensations around him. With each significant advancement in territory, a talent would awaken. Particularly upon reaching the silver stage, the territory would activate a reciprocal effect. All affiliated clans would return 1% of their strength to the Lord. At this moment, he could feel streams of reciprocal power flowing into his body. 1% of the power from a gold tier 2 entity was considerable. Moreover, he commanded 66 gold tier 2 insect warriors. The 66% reciprocated from the gold tier 2 insect warriors equated to an impressive 66% of gold tier 2 strength. While not a perfect calculation, the reciprocated energy was undeniably substantial. This overwhelming energy caused Chen Luo to experience an exhilarating sensation of his physical form being continuously torn and reformed. It was not painful. Rather, it was a warm, delightful feeling. This was due to his awakened silver tier talent. Infinite evolution. The effect of infinite evolution was aptly named. It absorbed energy for evolution. As long as enough energy was available, evolution could occur without limit. The strength returned from his affiliated clan was indeed a form of energy. Thus, what Chen Luo felt was not pain, but the warm reinforcement of his body. All the reciprocated energy was entirely utilized by infinite evolution. Half an hour later, Chen Luo opened his eyes. He slightly clenched his fist, and the sound of cracking bones resonated. The frail body, long deprived of nutrients, now bore solid muscles and defined contours. Rather than being composed of grotesque muscles, his physique exudes a harmonious symmetry. While he may not appear particularly robust, every inch of his body is comprised of densely packed muscle. Surely, with a single punch, I could fell a bull? No. Even 10 minotaurs would struggle to withstand my blow. The surge of power fills Chen Luo with immense delight. He is thoroughly pleased with this innate gift. The concept of infinite evolution itself is not inherently powerful, as few lords possess the capacity to amass such vast amounts of energy. Yet in his hands, the scenario transforms entirely. His swarm can infinitely spawn troops, each emergence yielding a reciprocal influx of energy. This grants him a ceaseless supply of energy to fuel his limitless evolution. Concurrently, it signifies that his physical form will perpetually enhance. One day, he shall possess the strength to shatter a myriad of laws with a single strike, rendering even mythic entities unable to discern the cardinal directions. Only upon entering the silver tier does one truly attain the status of a lord. The materials needed for upgrading territories increase tenfold with each minor tier, and the silver crystal cores required for each upgrade also double. However, once the silver tier is reached, the territory's range expands tenfold with each upgrade. The adage that without ascending to silver, one remains akin to an ant rings undeniably true. Previously, Chen Luo had concerns regarding the limited territory affecting the swarm's troop spawning. Now, such worries have dissipated. At least for the foreseeable future, he need not fear an overabundance of the swarm overwhelming his territory. He shall hatch 7 second-tier golden spiked serpents and 7 shadow mantises, together with the original 66. He now commands a formidable total of 80 second-tier golden warriors of the swarm. On the second day of trials, while still under the novice protection period, his swarm army begins to take shape. Is this the taste of extraordinary fortune? A feast indeed. Chapter 11. 330,000 points. Invasion of the monarch-level alien race. Inside the Elder Council's office, the atmosphere was so peculiar that it defied description. All the elders, including the Grand Elder, gaped in astonishment at the leaderboard. First place, Chen Luo, Silver Tier 1 Lord, 335,100. It was merely the second day of the Lord Trials. A Silver Tier 1 Lord. An astounding score of 335,100. Surely, there must be a flaw in our detection system. How could anyone amass such points on just the second day? Advancing to a Silver Lord requires a Silver Crystal Core. Has this individual already slain silver-level monsters? To have accumulated over 300,000 points, how many creatures has he vanquished? Has he annihilated an entire large goblin tribe? Even though the elders had lived for centuries and witnessed numerous storms, they were at a loss for words to articulate their feelings. They had considered the possibility that Chen Luo might be a prodigy, but they had never imagined his genius could reach such heights. Amelia, possessing a mythical lineage, had only surpassed 30,000 points after 30 days of trials. Yet here was Chen Luo, achieving 333,000 points on just the second day. The chasm between their accomplishments was beyond verbal expression. We must investigate whether there are any anomalous energies within the Lord's Source Realm. The Grand Elder spoke gravely. His words prompted the other elders to assume a more serious demeanor. Did the Grand Elder suspect an invasion by an extraterrestrial race into the Lord's Source Realm? Such occurrences were not without precedent. 300 years prior, A monarch-level demon had infiltrated the Lord's source realm through arcane means, inflicting significant losses upon humanity. Are you referring to the soul sealed by the former Grand Elder? But the Grand Elder had left behind a holy sword of the ninth tier to completely suppress that entity and sever the passage for the soul to enter the Lord's source realm. It cannot possibly escape. We cannot afford to be complacent. Over thousands of years of Lord's source realm trials, even the most exceptional talents among humanity have taken half a month to achieve 30,000 points. Yet Chen Luo has reached 333,000 points on the second day. Either his talent far surpasses that of all past human prodigies, or something has interfered with the Lord's source realm. In either case, we must proceed with utmost caution. This declaration garnered nods of agreement from the other elders. The Lord's source realm was a trial that every human must undergo to become a lord. It was the foundation of humanity. If Chen Luo were indeed an unparalleled prodigy, he would undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of the alien races and other nations. They would need to devise a means to safeguard Chen Luo's safety. Conversely, if an extraterrestrial race had indeed disrupted the Lord's source realm, leading to erroneous detections and a flawed leaderboard, it was imperative to swiftly identify the infiltrators and protect the new generation of trial lords. As time passed, the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly somber. Half an hour later, a technician rushed in with urgency. We have detected energy fluctuations from the demon race within the Lord's source realm. This energy matches the data from 300 years ago. This report cast an oppressive pall over the office. The Grand Elder tightened his grip on his dragon-headed staff, his murky eyes now gleaming with clarity. The other elders wore expressions of icy disdain, their eyes glimmering with an undercurrent of murderous intent. Halt the trial and open the portal to the Lord's source realm, swiftly. The voice of the Grand Elder was stern, laced with urgency. 3 centuries ago, the ethereal entities of the Illusions tribe that infiltrated the Lord's source realm were formidable beings of the monarch rank. Despite being gravely wounded by the former Grand Elder and sealed away for years, their power had diminished yet remained formidable, potentially at the golden or even platinum level, far beyond the capabilities of these newly initiated lords. With the trial barely entering its second day, even the most gifted lords had their kin at best reaching the bronze tier 3 or 4. They couldn't hope to contend against silver, let alone golden or platinum foes. Forcibly terminating the trial in the Lord's source realm and reopening the portal would require 3 days. We can only hope that the beast is sufficiently weakened and does not wreak too much havoc. Our dragon nation is already in a precarious state. Should the new generation be? The second elder's words trailed off, yet all understood the implication. Should the new generation be slaughtered, the lords of the dragon nation would suffer a grievous fracture. The front lines in the outer battlefield would succumb to foreign invaders. The territories we painstakingly secured would be divided among rival nations. The very existence of the dragon nation would be at risk. As the urgency mounted outside to reopen the portal to the Lord's source realm, within it, the novice protection period had just concluded. A blue luminescent barrier dissipated into the air. Chen Luo sat leisurely upon a large stone, observing the insectoid creatures at work, utterly oblivious to the ominous black mist enveloping the remains of a large goblin tribe, just 100 meters from his domain. The black mist coalesced in the air, forming a phantasmal figure. 2 horns atop its head, fleshy wings sprouting from its back, sharp fangs and claws, and blood-red eyes, resembling a demon from myth. The mist spread rapidly, withering flora and reducing dilapidated structures to mere ash. The blood-soaked ground became vividly bright, as if animated, swirling upwards into the air. Gradually the blood congealed, transforming into flesh that merged with the black mist. Moments later, the mist dissipated, revealing a robust figure towering 2 meters high. I, Baron Snack the demon, have returned. Snack inhaled deeply, reveling in the stench and the metallic tang of blood that invigorated him. He relished this scent. It was intoxicating. This time, I shall reclaim all that I have lost. Alas, my strength is but a shadow of its former self, reduced to the 8th tier of gold. All thanks to that wretched elder and that accursed holy sword. His voice was laden with boundless hatred. A once mighty monarch, suppressed for 3 centuries, now merely a shadow of his former glory. This disparity fueled his rage to a palpable intensity. Terrifying mental energy radiated outward, seeking the whereabouts of the holy sword. Just as Chen Luo lay amidst the stillness, he felt a sudden chill sweep over him, as if a ferocious beast had set its sights upon him. What wretched luck is this, to be targeted by a monster right after the novice protection period ends? Chen Luo muttered in exasperation, lightly clapping his hands twice. The insectoid creatures scattered across the territory swiftly converged, forming an orderly array that shielded him within. At last, he had found it. Snek opened his eyes, a sinister grin spreading across his face. So many second-tier golden ants. Consuming them will significantly restore my strength. And then I shall hunt down other human lords. That old wretch suppressed me for 3 centuries. I shall exact my vengeance upon you doubly. Blame that ancient one. With a flick of his wings, his form blurred and vanished. When he reappeared, he stood before Chen Luo, towering over him, gazing down with a predatory demeanor. A prodigy of the human race? You look quite delectable. Snek licked his lips, grinning malevolently. Chen Luo frowned slightly. Laugh? I'll laugh at you. Did you just crawl out of a goblin's dung pit? The stench is making me nauseous. Snek? Is this human insulting his parents? To curse upon first meeting, is that polite? Human, do you know whom you are addressing? Snek's expression twisted with rage. Who knows who your wild parents are? Being ugly is not your fault, but you reek. If I were your father, I would have surely painted the walls with you. Chen Luo spat words as venomous as if he had smeared himself with laxatives. This provocation nearly drove Snek into a frenzy, his eyes bloodshot with fury. As he hurled insults at Snek, a shimmering screen reappeared before Chen Luo. Chapter 12. The Hell Baron Snake Yida, brought to his knees in plea for mercy. Demon Race, Snake Yida, Soul Form. Power, King Level 1, Severely Injured State. Skills, Blood Claw, Flesh Manipulation, Soul Separation, already used. Spatial Shuttling, cannot be used. Demon Domain, cannot be used. Power of Destruction, a trace. Status, sealed for 300 years after being severely wounded. Strength reduced to almost nothing. Constructed flesh from blood. Astonishingly exhibiting golden 8-level power. King Level 1? Demon Race? Chen Luo raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. This unattractive being is, surprisingly, one of the pinnacle races, the Demon Race? What the divine, mechanical, and ghost races, all at the zenith of the universe. Are they equally unsightly? I am a noble demon baron. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Snake roared, raising his hand as the skies darkened. The previously clear sky was enveloped in ominous black clouds, and crimson lightning danced like a dragon amidst the shadows. The aura, seemingly capable of annihilating everything, sent shivers down the spines of the monsters and lords within 100 kilometers radius. Yet, Chen Luo remained unfazed, showing no signs of being affected. I know you're foolish, but I didn't anticipate you to be this foolish. Am I conversing with you, or with a beast? All right, I am indeed speaking to a beast. He was initially at ease, but the sudden disturbance incited his ire. What does it matter if you are a demon baron or not? Do you truly believe that those basking in the sun are mere fish out of water? You think you can flip them at will? You seek your own demise. Snake bellowed. With claws enveloped in crimson lightning, his wings unfurled, and he transformed into a streak of light, diving towards Chen Luo. Having lived for over 1,000 years, he had never been so insulted. Even that ancient being had never dared to speak to him in such a manner. Chen Luo remained expressionless, not moving an inch. However, the insect race beside him sprang into action. The shadow mantises swung their blades, weaving a net of slashing waves. The stinging serpents reared up, launching black-glossed bone spikes. Upon closer inspection, one could see that these spikes deftly avoided the slashing waves. The synchronization of their attacks was truly breathtaking. Snake smirked disdainfully, a mere golden 2. His belittling words transformed into a mere plant as they met the onslaught of attacks. This strike sent him staggering back. His body bore countless wounds, with thick, viscous blood oozing from his hands. He paid no heed to his injuries, merely gazing in astonishment at the relentless assault of the insect race. He had fought against human lords before. In fact, He had clashed with countless human lords. Yet, never had he encountered a human lord-esque kin that exhibited such coordination. Despite their multitude, they moved as one. So, are they the pride of humanity? Then I cannot allow you to live. Bloodclaw, Snake roared, raising his bleeding claws high. Boom! The scarlet lightning struck his hands, forming two massive claws. In the next instant, his body vanished from sight. Once again, the Zerg drew near, their formidable claws, imbued with the essence of destruction, cleaving through the air, unleashing crimson arcs of menace. The horrifying onslaught effortlessly obliterated the two foremost shadow mantises. Insects, I can crush you with a mere flick. Snek, having delivered his taunt, erupted into wild laughter as he charged toward the next target. His gaze pierced through the Zerg's ranks, locking onto Chen Luo in the rear. Instead of the anticipated dread, he was met with disdain and loathing, a reaction that momentarily bewildered him. Instinctual battle experience, etched into his very being, warned him that something was amiss. Tear him apart, Chen Luo intoned, his voice deep and resolute. In the next heartbeat, the entire swarm of Zerg let out a deafening roar. The shadow mantises, undeterred by the specter of death, surged towards Snek. The venomous spine serpents writhed forward, unleashing toxic barbs, intent on engaging in brutal melee. Fear was a foreign concept to them. Their sole conviction was to rend their foe asunder. Though I am but a remnant of my former glory, at the 8th tier of gold, I can still crush this horde of insects. Snek, steeling himself, issued a defiant proclamation as he collided with the advancing shadow mantises. In a fleeting encounter, he dispatched two more, yet before he could catch his breath, the mantises continued their relentless assault. In mere moments, his body bore numerous wounds, each spine embedding itself into his flesh, the potent venom turning his spilled ichor a pitch-black hue. Shadow mantises fell from the sky, torn apart in their fray. Yet this only incited greater frenzy among their brethren. Anxiety gnawed at Snek. What manner of monstrosity were these creatures? Did they truly know no fear? His corporeal form, a mere coagulation of blood and water, was inherently frail. Coupled with the toxic spines and relentless injuries, he found his strength waning, his strikes growing feeble. Cease. Surely, there has been a misunderstanding. You may not believe me, but I come in peace, to forge a friendship. Trust me, please. Chen Luo observed him, arms crossed. With the bemusement of a jester, gigantic jaw ants scoured the ground, collecting the carcasses of the shadow mantises to cast into the transformation furnace. In no time, new golden tier shadow mantises emerged, ready to join the fray. The Zerg were formidable not solely due to their fearlessness, but also their unwavering loyalty to execute commands without question. Their ability to sustain themselves through conflict was equally terrifying. Any deceased entity, whether foe or ally, could be converted into energy points, nurturing new Zerg warriors. This ensured an incessant replenishment of their ranks. Often, by the conclusion of a battle, the Zerg warriors not only remained unscathed, but had even multiplied. Most fearsome of all was that the strength of each Zerg warrior hinged on the expenditure of energy points, negating the need for time-consuming enhancement. With sufficient energy points, they could swiftly hatch countless mythic-tier Zerg warriors. This was the essence of the Zerg. Do you truly believe you can slay me? I am but a spectral entity. I can conjure as many of these fleshly forms as I desire. Rather than mutual annihilation, why not negotiate a deal? I can grant you one wish. I solemnly swear, in the guise of the Demon Baron, that I have not deceived you. Snek's voice was filled with urgency as he desperately attempted to persuade Chen Luo. At that moment, his right arm had been severed, and only a fragment of his left leg remained. His wings were riddled with holes, rendering him incapable of flight. Snek was genuinely anxious. If this continued, he would be torn to shreds. His soul, now feeble and frail, would surely dissipate without the support of this corporeal form. Otherwise, he would have fled long ago, abandoning his body. You must compel them to cease their assault, rather than face mutual destruction. A transaction would be beneficial for both of us. Engage in this deal with me, and you shall incur no loss. In the brief intervals of his speech, the tattered remnants of his wings were severed by the shadow mantis. Without wings and drained of strength, his body plummeted helplessly to the ground. The shadow mantis and the venomous serpents continued their relentless advance, intent on tearing him apart. Snek was on the brink of tears. After enduring such a long confinement, why was he confronted by these monstrous creatures the moment he emerged? As the insectoid horde drew nearer, Snek gritted his teeth and extracted a fragment of stone from the flesh of his chest, gracefully kneeling upon the ground and raising the stone high. Halt! I possess a treasure, a token of my apologies. The stone, no larger than a palm, was blood red, resembling amber or jade, and was entwined with tendrils of scarlet lightning. Chapter 13. The Law of Destruction, the Agony of Poverty. Amass wealth, amass great wealth. Item: Stone of Destruction. Grade: Mythical Level 1. Skill: Law of Destruction, a thread. Description: a stone imbued with a thread of the Law of Destruction, exceedingly precious when worn closely. It holds the chance of comprehending the Law of Destruction. Chen Luo waved his hand, and the charging swarm of insects immediately ceased their assault. His gaze pierced through the mass of creatures, fixated intently on the Stone of Destruction. The very mention of the Law of Destruction evokes a sense of awe. This is the Stone of Destruction, containing the formidable power of the Destruction Demon Lord, bestowing its wielder the ability to harness destructive forces. The power of destruction is immensely devastating, a force to be reckoned with. Seeing Chen Luo halt, Snek, unable to relax, hastily began to explain. His heart bled as he spoke. This was the treasure bestowed upon him by the Destruction Demon Lord upon his ascension to kingship, a relic he had guarded with utmost caution. Fearing its theft, little did he expect that one day he would be compelled to relinquish it, and to a mere human lord no less. This felt more agonizing than being robbed by a stronger foe. Chen Luo remained silent, gesturing for Shadow Mantis to retrieve the Stone of Destruction. In a blur, it appeared by Chen Luo's side. Upon grasping the stone, Chen Luo felt the raw power contained within, insanity and brutality, seemingly intent on obliterating all. A grin spread across Chen Luo's face, a delightful surprise indeed. As he smiled, Snek mirrored the expression, believing all had come to a close. His thoughts were already concocting plans for vengeance once he regained his strength. He envisioned carving Chen Luo's flesh piece by piece, consuming him without a trace, relishing in his wretched cries and pleas for mercy. After his demise, Snek would enslave his soul, using it as a wick in the fires of torment for countless epochs. Just as Snek reveled in his vengeful fantasies, a flurry of blades suddenly surged forth. Caught entirely off guard, Snek was struck down mercilessly. The piercing light of the blades tore him asunder. Yet, the demon's formidable vitality prevented his immediate demise. With disbelief, Snek gaped at Chen Luo, fury igniting within him. You have broken your promise. Despicable human, you swore you would spare me upon obtaining the Stone of Destruction. At that moment, only his head remained intact. His dismembered body was swiftly carried away by diligent worker ants to the transformation pool of the nest. Weakened in spirit and bereft of flesh, he found himself devoid of any capacity for resistance. Chen Luo, perceiving this shift in circumstances, advanced through the swarm, brandishing a stick. Crack. The stick struck Snek's grotesque visage. Promise? When did I ever state that I would spare you upon acquiring the Stone of Destruction? Are you lost in a dream? Snek, bewildered by the blow, stared vacantly at Chen Luo. Upon reflection, despair washed over him as he realized Chen Luo had indeed never promised him freedom. It had all been a tragic delusion. Crack! Another strike landed, etching intersecting trails of blood across Snek's face. The already fearsome visage now became even more difficult to behold. Why the sudden silence? Slap! The Demon Baron? Quite noble? Quite formidable. Slap! Seeking trouble? Craving attention? Slap! Answer me. With each strike, Chen Luo posed a question. An act of humiliation so profound that it nearly sent Snake into a frenzy. To be precise, he would prefer to be utterly destroyed than endure such indignity. His face had been rendered unrecognizable, grotesque enough to evoke nausea. A pair of blood-red, bulging eyes glared fiercely at Chen Luo, as if wishing to rend him to pieces. Silent yet defiant. Send him to the transformation pool. Let us see the extent of our hellish baron's power. Chen Luo discarded the broken branch and turned away. not casting another glance at Snake, who was seething with rage. Amidst Snake's furious gaze, a colossal jawed worker ant approached, swaying its abdomen. Its massive mandibles clamped down on Snake's head and proceeded toward the queen's transformation pool. Observing the flesh that continuously vanished within the pool, desperation finally overtook Snake. "No, you cannot kill me. I am the Demon Baron, appointed by the Lord of Destruction. If you slay me, you will attract the wrath of all demonkind. They will pursue you relentlessly. Please, I beg you, I was wrong. Spare me." Threats failing, Snake, disregarding his dignity, began to plead for mercy. Yet, Chen Luo remained unresponsive throughout. With the sound of water splashing, Snake's desperate cries came to a complete halt. Energy points, 5,100. Initially left with only 3,000 energy points, after transforming the Demon Lord Snake, it rose to 5,100. This meant it granted a total of 2,050 points? Was this calculated based on its first-level royal power? I had assumed it would be based on physical strength. Having quelled his curiosity, Chen Luo was about to hatch 2 shadow mantises to replenish his losses. This battle had been costly, resulting in the demise of 21 shadow mantises and 5 spiked serpents. Having reclaimed their remains, combined with the energy points garnered from Snake's transformation, he was close to summoning 14 new insectoid warriors. Ultimately, the losses amounted to 12 second-tier golden insectoids. Though the losses were significant, the gains were even greater. 12 insectoid warriors exchanged for a mythic first-tier treasure. What a bargain. Was this a golden core? Just as he hatched 2 shadow mantises, Chen Luo's peripheral vision caught sight of something floating above the transformation pool. A palm-sized orb radiating golden light, intricately patterned. It resembled the monster cores he had encountered in textbooks. Item: Core. Gray, golden 8 tier. Description: a powerful core formed from goblin flesh by a formidable demon. The core remains intact even after the body perishes. Upon verification, Chen Luo joyfully retrieved the core. This was indeed an unexpected delight. If one were to ask what he desired most, without a doubt, it would be the core. Summoning a new insectoid queen requires the consumption of a core. To facilitate the evolution of the Zerg queen once more, the consumption of a primal core is essential. Previously, he had been troubled by the uncertainty of encountering golden-tier monsters within the realm of the Lord. However, he was pleasantly surprised by how effortlessly it came to pass. For the time being, having Eliza suffices. There is no need to summon another Zerg queen. The evolution requires 1 primal core and 3 tons of golden-tier flesh. The primal core is secured, yet he finds himself lacking the golden-tier flesh. Although it can be procured from the outside, his funds are woefully insufficient. 3 tons of silver-tier flesh had already cost him 30 million dragon coins. The price for 3 tons of golden-tier flesh would likely approach 300 million. Chen Luo clicked his tongue. He was indeed impoverished, terribly impoverished. Were he affluent, he would indiscriminately acquire monster flesh and subsequently unleash a veritable swarm of Zerg. In such a scenario, he could recline in invincibility. Alas, his financial constraints stifled his advancement. He must devise a means to amass wealth, whilst also seeking the chance to encounter golden-tier monsters. With a stroke of luck, a single large monster could yield several tons of flesh. Chapter 14. The beautiful and kind-hearted Sioux School Flower, grateful for the protection of the chrysanthemum. The soul fluctuations of the demon have vanished. The atmosphere in the elder's office grew increasingly grave upon this revelation. The demon race is notoriously cunning and cruel. This particular demon, sealed for many years, must harbor deep resentment. It is inconceivable that it would simply hide away without taking action. The pathways for souls to traverse the Lord Source realm are sealed, preventing its escape. The only plausible explanation is that the demon has eliminated all the trial lords, having indulged in its bloodlust, and is now lying low to recuperate. Perhaps a lord has managed to defeat this demon? This generation boasts several prodigies, and given the demon's weakened state, it is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. The third elder's words trailed off, unable to finish his thought. If this were the latter stages of the trial, approaching a month in duration, then such a claim might hold water. However, this is merely the second day of the trial. No matter how gifted one is, it is impossible to reach full mastery in just 2 days. Look at Chen Luo, currently ranked first. His points have surged by 4,800, hasn't it? Was it not an instantaneous increase of 4,800? The second elder spoke, his tone tinged with agitation. The other elders turned their gazes toward the leaderboard. First place, Chen Luo, Silver Tier 1 Lord, 339,900. The data refreshed in real time. The sudden spike in points could not possibly stem from a mere collection of several monsters. Even if one were to slay multiple creatures in an instant, there would still be minute time discrepancies. Points accrue in a sequential order. Indeed, it was an instantaneous increase of 4,800 points. Did this young man slay a golden tier 8 creature? Which demon did he vanquish? No wonder the demonic soul energy has suddenly become undetectable. It stands to reason that it would be imperceptible if dead. After reviewing the leaderboard replay, the elders found themselves at a loss for words. They felt as though they were living in a dream. On the second day of the trial, he had slain a golden tier 8 creature, and not just any mindless beast, but a treacherous demon that was once a formidable king tier 1. Is this even conceivable? In their youth, they would not have dared to entertain such fantasies. Opening the dimensional gate would reveal all truths. The great elder's assertion garnered nods of agreement from the other elders. Currently, they could not dismiss the possibility of the leaderboard being manipulated. Otherwise, it would be impossible to account for Chen Luo's extraordinary achievements. By opening the dimensional gate, all mysteries would be unveiled. Simultaneously, they braced themselves for the worst-case scenario, that the demon had slaughtered all trial participants. Chen Luo rubbed his nose, casting a puzzled glance around. Why does it feel as though someone is speaking ill of me behind my back? Having absorbed the essence of over 100 insectoid warriors, combined with his infinite evolution enhancements, his physical form has become remarkably formidable. The ailments of colds and fevers are utterly foreign to him. Sneezing is even less likely. When circumstances deviate from the norm, something is amiss. Someone must be disparaging him. It must be that fellow named Li. Once we reach the outer battlefield, I shall ensure he is unrecognizable. Identify the culprit, Chen Luo muttered irritably. He then turned his gaze towards the 2 newly hatched shadow mantises. The insectoid army was beginning to take shape. Observing the neatly arranged ranks of shadow mantises and stingers, Chen Luo felt immense satisfaction. In the span of half a day, he had devoted all his resources to hatching. At this moment, he had a total of 100 second-tier golden insect warriors, 50 stingers, and 50 shadow mantises. Relying solely on the energy points converted from wood, iron, and stone seemed somewhat wasteful and not cost-effective. It was imperative to depend on flesh and blood energy for the best value. Sustaining war through war was the essence of insectoid survival. With a wave of his hand, the giant mandible worker ants ceased their task of transporting resources to the conversion pool and instead began to pile up the resources. The conversion rate from wood and iron stone was roughly 10-1. Although wood and iron stone were not rare, they were necessary for upgrading the territory. After reaching the silver stage, the resource consumption would double with each level increase. Upgrading from Silver 1 to Silver 2 required 10,000 units of wood and iron stone, while advancing from Silver 2 to Silver 3 would necessitate 20,000, and from Silver 3 to Silver 4, 40,000. By the time one reached the 9th tier and sought to upgrade to the 10th, the requirement would soar to 265,000 for each. At present, he was fortunate that the surrounding resources were plentiful. Otherwise, given the insectoid extraction rate, it wouldn't be long before resources ran dry. The silver crystal cores were also insufficient, and it would be ideal to locate a large goblet tribe. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo waved his hand again, directing the remaining 1,000 energy points to hatch into giant mandible worker ants. You shall venture outside for reconnaissance. Report immediately upon encountering any creatures. The 5 newly born giant mandible worker ants nodded and stepped out of the territory. Chen Luo sat cross-legged, establishing a visual connection with them. Although employing giant mandible worker ants for scouting felt somewhat extravagant, one must embrace risk to reap rewards. The towering trees, lush with foliage, obscured much of the sunlight. Even at midday, when the sun was high in the sky, the forest remained dim. Utilizing the perspective of the giant mandible worker ants, Chen Luo swiftly surveyed the surroundings. After approximately 10 minutes, having ventured about 1,000 meters from the territory, he finally spotted living beings. No less than a dozen grotesque goblins were besieging a white unicorn. The unicorn, battered and bruised, was valiantly resisting, yet it was evident to all that her defeat was merely a matter of time. Chen Luo commanded the giant mandible worker ants to climb onto a nearby colossal tree. From this elevated vantage point, he could clearly observe the entire battlefield. Simultaneously, a familiar figure caught his eye. With waist-length hair and clad in a schoolgirl's dress, she was anxiously hiding behind a large tree, watching the unicorn with concern. Suyan? What a coincidence! Was this unicorn her kin? Given her character, it was not surprising that a unicorn would choose to follow her. Chen Luo felt a twinge of surprise. Su Yin, the class monitor, hailed from a prestigious background, yet possessed a kind-hearted nature, often referred to as a naive sweetheart. She was the type to feel guilty even when collecting assignments. Her beauty and grace placed her alongside Lin Luoxue as one of the school's most admired figures. With her illustrious lineage, the admirers vying for her affection could be lined up from the southern to the northern parts of the city. The realm of the Overlord is vast, seemingly boundless. He never anticipated encountering Su Yin in this place. The likelihood of reuniting with someone familiar here is slimmer than the chance of stumbling upon a winning lottery ticket worth a staggering 100 billion. Such a connection is truly extraordinary. Chen Luo sighed, mounting the shadow mantis. Mantis, let us embark. He left behind 5 shadow mantises and 5 thorn snakes to guard the premises. Without the protection of a novice shield, one must be vigilant against potential intrusions. Chen Luo, accompanied by the remaining 90 insectoid troops, marched forth toward Su Yin. As an orphan, he had endured considerable bullying during his school years. In his memories, the kind-hearted and beautiful Su Yin had come to his aid on several occasions. The most severe incident nearly saw him dragged into the woods by a powerful school bully. This tyrant wielded influence and came from a prominent family, leaving the teachers reluctant to confront him. Fortunately, Su Yin intervened on his behalf. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. Such profound kindness is something he must repay. Today, he is determined to rescue Su Yin at all costs. Following the trail, he intends to uncover the goblin's lair and eradicate those vile creatures once and for all. Chapter 15. The Abomination. Release that little girl. Allow me to intervene. In the heart of the forest, a group of goblins had mercilessly brought down a unicorn. Its pristine white mane was now stained crimson with blood and the sacred horn. A symbol of its divinity lay shattered by the brutal blows of stone axes. Surrounding the faltering unicorn, several goblins unleashed a torrent of kicks and punches, chattering amongst themselves in their guttural tongue. Seeing this, Su Yin could no longer restrain herself. She seized a small wooden stick and rushed forth, tears streaming down her face as she brandished it, managing to frighten off a few goblins momentarily. Her slender figure stood defiantly before the unicorn, her tear-filled eyes trembling with fear, yet resolute in her stance. She cast a remorseful glance back at the unicorn. "Little White, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for being so weak. If I had tried a bit harder, you and T have to suffer." As she spoke, her tears began to fall. Having witnessed the massacre of the goblin tribe by a golden tear creature, she had been too terrified to venture outside. She had remained cooped up until the protective period for newcomers had ended, and only when hunger became unbearable did she muster the courage to seek food alongside the unicorn. But barely had they set out when they encountered the goblin squad. The unicorn, in a bid to shield her, faced off against a dozen goblins alone. Despite being a golden tear creature, its timidity rendered it inexperienced in battle, and it remained only at the bronze first stage, wholly inadequate against such overwhelming odds. The unicorn struggled to rise, but its grievous injuries left it weak, and it collapsed again, eyes brimming with tears as it watched Su Yin's frail silhouette. The goblins, exchanging furtive glances, eyed Su Yin with predatory intent, akin to wolves spotting their prey. In a coordinated effort, they discarded their weapons, encircling her to prevent any escape. The foul stench emanating from them nearly made Su Yin retch. As the goblins drew nearer, she fought to suppress her fear, swinging the small wooden stick in a desperate attempt to ward them off. Unfortunately, her makeshift weapon was no more than a twig, lacking the potency to inflict any harm. Despite her best efforts, the stick merely splintered upon contact with the goblins. At this juncture, Su Yin felt utterly powerless. She collapsed to the ground in despair, but stubbornly stretched her arms wide, attempting to shield the unicorn behind her. "Little White, do not be afraid. I will protect you. I'm so sorry for having such a useless lord as your companion. Had I known when Li Hao invited me to become a vassal lord, I should have accepted. Though it would mean sacrificing my freedom, I would have gained protection, and you wouldn't have to face death alongside me. A vassal lord is bound by an ancient, irrevocable contract. Upon its signing, a master-servant relationship is established between the two lords. The territory of the vassal merges with that of the master, and the core of the vassal lord integrates into that of the master. More plainly, it entails relinquishing one's lordship and merging all into the master's domain, thereby becoming a subordinate in exchange for sanctuary. Once this covenant is signed, it signifies a binding of life and death, where triumph and loss are shared equally, and there exists no means to dissolve the agreement. The original intent of this covenant was not to enslave, but rather to assist the weaker lords, ensuring they do not become mere cannon fodder in the throes of war. It also serves to elevate the prowess of the gifted lords, enhancing the strength of their territories. Sensing the despair within Su Yin, the unicorn let out a sorrowful cry. Meanwhile, the surrounding goblins reveled in glee, relishing the sight of their prey's hopelessness. "Curse you, vile creatures! Release that maiden and let me take her place." A thunderous voice echoed from afar. Before Su Yin and the goblins could react, blinding beams of white light sliced through the air, and in an instant, half of the goblins were cleaved in twain. The stench of blood and entrails splattered the ground, causing Su Yin to retch violently. Yet, having not eaten for 2 days, she could only heave, producing nothing. The remaining goblins, sensing danger, instinctively abandoned their weapons and fled, chattering incessantly as if hurling profanities. "Ah, is our esteemed scholar Su expecting? Why is she vomiting?" A familiar voice caught Su Yin off guard, compelling her to turn in disbelief. She anticipated a familiar face, but instead, she was met with a pair of crimson eyes and a grotesque visage. "There's a cockroach!" Su Yin shrieked, rolling her eyes back as she fainted. The shadow mantis remarked, "You call me a cockroach? Your entire family is cockroaches. Have you no manners?" Chen Luo gently patted the shadow mantis on the head, soothing its emotions. "Follow those goblins and locate their lair. Leave not a single one alive." Upon receiving the command, the insects immediately pursued the fleeing goblins. Hearing the commotion behind them, the goblins hastened their flight, unwittingly leading the insect horde toward their tribe. Facing dozens of goblins, they had presumed themselves bold, unaware that they were but paper tigers, easily crushed. Chen Luo, in disbelief, extended his hand to prod Su Yan's cheek, hoping to rouse her from her faint. However, as soon as he reached out, the unicorn neighed sharply, opening its mouth to bite his hand. Yet, it was abruptly halted. As 2 shadow mantises positioned their blades at her throat, their crimson eyes fixed intently upon her, as if to inquire, "Do you dare to move?" The unicorn shed silent tears, paralyzed with fear. "Rest assured, I am acquainted with your master and harbor no ill intent towards her." Chen Luo mused. "Shouldn't unicorns possess the ability to discern good from evil? Do you perceive malice in me? Do I resemble a villain?" He patted his handsome face, recalling how he once believed himself to be as attractive as Panin, to the extent that even men desired him. Now, a flicker of doubt crept in. Had he unwittingly donned the guise of a nefarious character? Otherwise, why would the usually amiable unicorn regard him with such suspicion? After confirming that he truly bore no ill will, the unicorn let out a final neigh before rolling her eyes and succumbing to unconsciousness. Thus, both master and servant fell into a deep slumber. "Hey, whether it's early or late, I find it amusing that upon my inquiry, you seem to be utterly perplexed. Should you faint, rest assured, it is not my fault. Do not blame me for startling you into such a state, for I do not engage in deceitful antics." Chen Luo, with a hint of sarcasm, pinched Su Yin's delicate face, only to ascertain that she remained unresponsive. He then gently maneuvered through the curve of her slender legs, cradling her in a princess embrace. The combination of a lawful lowly adorned in white stockings is quite an enchanting sight. Typically, her allure goes unnoticed, yet this young lady possesses considerable substance. After retrieving that steed, he contemplated feeding her a few doses of nutrient solution, uncertain if it would revive her. Should she perish, one could only imagine how Su Yin's character would lead her to wallow in guilt to the point of tears. The serpent and the shadow mantis exchanged glances, unsure how to handle the unconscious unicorn. What means could they employ to transport it back? Chen Luo pondered this dilemma as well. Ultimately, he instructed the 5 giant mandibles ants that had come to scout to carefully lift the unicorn and carry it back to their territory. In the end, it was the giant mandibles ants that bore the entire burden. Chapter 16. The school beauty sells herself. Indeed, you dare to sign anything. In a state of confusion, Su Yin felt a liquid flowing into her mouth. It was viscous and tasteless, but certainly not water. Still asleep? Was it necessary to awaken like in the stories? With a kiss? This was rather inappropriate, considering it was my first kiss. Never mind. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. I shall make this sacrifice. Such pretentious thoughts caused Su Yan's forehead to throb with tension. Who hasn't had a first kiss? Fuming, she abruptly sat up and glared at the speaker. There stood Chen Luo, arms crossed, observing her with a bemused expression from distance, like a bucket of cold water. His demeanor extinguished her ire in an instant. With tear-filled eyes, Su Yin stared blankly at Chen Luo. Have I died? How come I see you, classmate Luo? Did you die too? I knew we were the 2 most unfortunate ones in class. Boo-hoo, the more she pondered, the sadder she became, and soon she was sobbing aloud, her cries reminiscent of a boiling kettle. Chen Luo approached her, speechless, and with a swift motion, flicked her forehead with his finger. The action was seamless, executed with remarkable skill. Why did you hit me? Su Yin complained, covering her forehead in dismay. Chen Luo, expressionless, inquired, does it hurt? You flicked me quite hard. Of course it hurts. Su Yin pouted, tears streaming down her cheeks, embodying a pitiful figure. Understanding her lack of wit, Chen Luo was nonetheless surprised by her sluggish reaction. Wasn't she among the top students ordinarily? Why did she seem so adorably foolish now? Did ghosts even feel pain? With a resigned sigh, Chen Luo noticed Su Yin frowning. Ready to argue. Preemptively, he waved his hand. You are not dead. I saved you, along with your unicorn. The goblins have all been eliminated. You're safe now. Yes, just as you imagined. We ended up together. Aren't you overjoyed? Isn't it a pleasant surprise? A barrage of words left Su Yin bewildered. Her ruby lips parted repeatedly, yet she found herself at a loss for words. It seemed Chen Luo had anticipated all her questions. With a dazed expression, she appeared almost entranced. At the opportune moment, Chen Luo extended his hand and flicked her again. The pain jolted Su Yin back to reality, and with tear-filled eyes, she protested, You hit me again. No more flicking. It hurts. Her pitiful demeanor made Chen Luo want to pinch her cheek, yet he feared that teasing her further might cause her to faint once more. Where is Xiaobai? She sustained severe injuries. Her horn is broken. The unicorn's horn is crucial for sensing good and evil. Without it, Xiaobai would be deeply saddened. Had I agreed to Li Hao's proposal to sign a master-servant contract, I would have had his protection and spared Xiaobai from harm. Suddenly, Su Yin snapped back to reality, anxiously searching for the unicorn, crying and blaming herself. Chen Luo nodded in understanding. So, that horse relies on its horn to sense good and evil. I thought I had an untrustworthy appearance. Do not worry. She is gravely injured, but I have saved her. What exactly is the master-servant contract that you just mentioned? It seems to be connected to that scoundrel Li Hao, who is quite eager to learn more about it. Perhaps it could serve as a means to deliver a crushing blow to him in the future. Regardless, I am grateful for your assistance in saving both me and Xiaobai. Su Yin sighed in relief, wiped away her tears, and bowed in gratitude to Chen Luo before addressing his inquiry. The master-servant contract is an ancient agreement, once referred to as the subordinate contract. It has nearly faded into obscurity over time, and to forge such a contract now, one must expend contract scrolls obtained from trials in various secret realms. Upon signing the contract, the servant's territory and kin will be merged into the master's domain, significantly enhancing the master's power. The contract scrolls are exceedingly precious, and the number of contracts one can establish is limited. A bronze-level lord can only sign one, with the quantity increasing alongside strength. I have heard from the elders in my family that subordinate lords may relate to ascending to the king level, though I am uncertain of the specifics. My grandfather once remarked that top-tier powerhouses invariably possess subordinate lords, while those lacking such lords cannot be considered top-tier. Su Yin earnestly explained this to Chen Luo, who stroked his chin in contemplation. He trusted that this young girl would not deceive him. It was not a matter of character, but rather that she simply could not lie. Top-tier powerhouses must possess subordinate lords, and those without them cannot be considered as such. Subordinate lords are related to the promotion to king-level lords. Chen Luo pondered over these two statements for quite some time, yet he derived nothing from them. They were absent from his memories and not covered in any textbooks, indicating that this matter lay beyond the knowledge of ordinary individuals. You saved both me and Xiaobai. I wish to repay you, Su Yin said cautiously. However, before she could inquire about what Chen Luo desired in return, he interrupted her with a wave of his hand. But what can you offer in return? Will you pledge your body to me? Or perhaps serve me as a beast of burden in your next life? Given my appearance, it seems you would favor the former, Wu Tiyu. So, which option do you prefer, the former or the latter? Chen Luo leaned forward, a playful glint in his eyes as he observed Su Yin, noticing her cheeks gradually reddening, her adorable visage almost radiating warmth. Chen Luo suddenly began to understand the allure of pet ownership. It was quite a delightful sensation. You rogue, Su Yin estute, managing to utter only this single phrase after much hesitation. With Chen Luo falling silent, she felt a twinge of guilt. He was their savior, and yet she had scolded him. Such a betrayal of kindness. An overwhelming sense of remorse washed over her. Hesitantly, she fidgeted with the hem of her clothing and lowered her head, confessing, actually, I possess a contract scroll. My family gave it to me, intending for me to contract with a talented individual who could protect me during trials, but I have yet to find a suitable candidate, so I have not utilized it. As she spoke, she retrieved a palm-sized parchment scroll from her sleeve, then fumbled about to produce a ballpoint pen from her other sleeve. Her delicate hand lifted the scroll. Her head bowed even lower in embarrassment, her ears flushed a vivid red. Chen Luo found himself amused by her demeanor. This young girl was even more intriguing than he had anticipated. How is it that I just saved you, and now you expect me to serve as your subordinate? That simply won't do. He took the scroll, glancing at it briefly, deliberately misconstruing Su Yan's intent. Flustered, Su Yan quickly raised her head, her hands gesturing in panic. No, that's not it. I am your master, and you are my servant. While Xiao Bai and her companions were not adept in combat, the unicorn, being a third-tier golden kin, possessed formidable healing abilities. Although it may seem rather presumptuous, I wish to forge a contract with you, merging my territory with yours, in hopes of securing your protection. Suyin bowed deeply, I implore you. Chen Luo responded. What a remarkable display of self-deprecating sacrifice, and even expressing gratitude afterward. Yet, he could somewhat deduce the rationale behind Su Yan's actions. Her family must have provided her with the contract scroll, likely understanding her character, intending for her to use it for personal protection. However, her reluctance to enslave others had prevented her from utilizing it until now. The recent peril had made her acutely aware of the dangers of the trials and the malevolence of goblins. Coupled with the presence of acquaintances and the debt of gratitude, she successfully bound herself and her territories kin to him. While others in the Qing dynasty hesitated to sign such a document, Su Yin had the courage to do so. Chapter 17. The contract is established, and the school bell faints again. This is no trivial matter. Have you truly contemplated it thoroughly? Even if the contract is not signed, I shall protect you until the trials conclude. After all, it is a matter of servitude, and Chen Luo must ascertain her decision, preventing any impulsive actions that might lead to regret. Even without a contract, out of sheer gratitude, he would safeguard Su Yin throughout the trials. The debt of gratitude is one that cannot be forgotten. But what happens after the trials? My sister has always said that my disposition is too gentle, entirely unfit to be a lord. Once on the battlefield beyond, I surely would not survive to return. My family pressures me to enslave others through this contract, yet I cannot bring myself to do so. However, I desire to live, and even more so, I cannot bear for Shao Bai to perish. They have chosen to follow me, and I must take responsibility for them. Su Yin let out a bitter smile, her expression gradually solidifying with determination. Without allowing Chen Luo to speak further, she seized the contract and swiftly inscribed her name. She bowed once more, extending her hands to cradle the parchment and pen. I implore you, I can wash and cook, and Shao Bai and the others are skilled in healing. We are quite capable. Her fervent self-promotion carried a hint of the proverbial merchant extolling their own wares. Chen Luo tilted his head, appraising her with silent nods. With her attributes fully realized, she indeed seemed quite competent. Now that she had made her decision, Chen Luo hesitated no longer. A young maid had presented herself. He was neither a eunuch nor a paragon of virtue, certainly not a homosexual. To refuse her would be utterly unreasonable. Chen Luo took the contract, swiftly signing his name. In the next moment, the parchment levitated, transforming into glimmering golden motes that merged into both their beings. Concurrently, a voice of immense authority resonated in their minds, akin to that of the heavens. Contract established. Those who betray the contract shall endure endless suffering. A torrent of information surged into Chen Luo and Su Yan's consciousness. Chen Luo received insights regarding the benefits of the contract, while Su Yan's revelations included both advantages and the dire consequences of betrayal. After a moment of absorbing the knowledge, Chen Luo began to comprehend. No wonder it was said that ascending to the rank of a kingly lord was related to the contract of a subordinate lord. The term king and kingly lord is not merely symbolic, but signifies a true monarch. A subordinate lord is akin to a subject. Only those who possess subjects can ascend to kingship. Following the information's guidance, Chen Luo focused his thoughts. A stream of azure light surged from the distance, swiftly entering the dilapidated wooden house, merging with the core of his lordship. That azure light was none other than Su Yan's lord core. At the moment the two cores fused, he distinctly felt the boundaries of his territory expanding dramatically. In the span of a single breath, it had doubled. Originally, the territory at the silver tier had a radius of merely 1,000 meters. With the incorporation of Su Yan's core, the radius had now reached 2,000 meters. It had indeed doubled. This resonated perfectly with Su Yan's assertion. Possessing a subordinate lord does not necessarily equate to strength, but lacking one certainly denotes weakness. As the lord core merged, Su Yan's aura began to strengthen, enveloped in a radiant white glow. Soon, the luminescence faded, revealing her bewildered and dazed expression. Have I become a silver lord? After a moment of confusion, Su Yin suddenly reacted, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Luo. Wait, the master and servant share a single lord core. I was previously a bronze tier 2, and now I've suddenly ascended to silver. That means you are a silver lord? The trial in the lord's realm has only just begun, hasn't it? How could you have become a silver lord so swiftly? Are you cheating? As a contract-bound entity, we rise and fall together. Whatever level the master's lord core is, the servant ascends to that same rank. This is one of the benefits of being a contracted companion. There's no cheating involved. It's merely the strength of my kin. Cheating is out of the question. Chen Luo despises those who resort to trickery. He can simply perceive the information of his kin. It hardly qualifies as cheating. It could be more aptly described as a discerning vision. Your kin is formidable. I heard they said you contracted the insectoids as your kin. Upon uttering this, Su Yin realized her mistake and hurriedly waved her hands. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring this up. I was just genuinely curious. The initial kin summoned had betrayed him, forcing him to contract with a lower-tier kin. Though Chen Luo remained silent, it surely pained him deeply. How could you mention this? Truly, she has a knack for touching upon sensitive topics. Su Yan's head drooped in guilt. You need not apologize. I indeed contracted the insectoids as my kin, and it is not a matter to be concealed. To be more precise, the kin I contracted is known as the insectoid queen. Chen Luo chuckled helplessly. This girl was undeniably sensitive, a sweet and naive soul. Contracting the insectoids was hardly something to be ashamed of. Come, let me show you. Prepare yourself mentally, and do not faint for shock again. Seeing Su Yin still filled with guilt, Chen Luo led her outside. It seemed the time had come to give her a glimpse of the insectoids. Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. No stereotype can withstand the might of the insectoid legion. If there are, then let there be more insectoid legions to accommodate Su Yin. Chen Luo did not lead her near the mother nest and dismissed all the insectoids. As they approached the vicinity of the mother nest, Su Yin was immediately taken aback. At that moment, 30 insectoid warriors formed a disciplined formation. Shadow mantises flew overhead, their wings buzzing ominously. Coil snakes slithered on the ground, occasionally flicking their tongues. The terrifying aura of the insectoid spread like a tidal wave around them. Su Yan's legs trembled in fear, her little face turning pale. Those are golden-level monsters. Master Chen, we are doomed. These creatures slaughtered a large goblin tribe. They are terrifyingly powerful. Your kin must have been wiped out by them. Woe is us, how tragic. Su Yan cried, gasping for breath. Monsters that had decimated a goblin tribe, and there were so many of them. It was over. It was all over. Having just embraced the little white creature, she unexpectedly encountered a monster of this magnitude. Truly, her luck was abysmal. The more she pondered, the more sorrowful Su Yin became, her sobs resonating like a boiling kettle. Chen Luo, his expression impassive, raised his hand, curling his fingers, snapping them closed in a fluid motion. Hadn't he already prepared her mentally? These beings were his kin, the insectoids deemed weak and feeble in their perception, easily crushed. In the skies above soared the shadow mantis, a master of assassination, wielding dual blades that could sever anything. On the ground coiled the spiked serpent. Each bone spike it expelled capable of claiming the life of an adversary. Additionally, there were over 70 insectoid warriors poised to avenge her, each possessing the formidable strength of a golden tier warrior. Chen Luo opened his palms. Warriors, come forth and greet our new companion. In the next moment, the shadow mantises and spiked serpents erupted into a chorus of roars. The invisible sound waves distorted the air surrounding them. Su Yan, her expression vacant, glanced between Chen Luo and the swarm of insects. What had she just heard? Was this truly her understanding of the insectoids? Each one at the golden tier? And there were still over 70 more outside seeking vengeance for her. Had she lost her sanity, or had the world finally turned on its head? Overwhelmed by the torrent of information, she rolled her eyes back and fainted directly into Chen Luo's embrace. Why had she fainted again? Wasn't her talent obtained upon ascending to the Silver Lord rank healing? Could she not have used it on herself before succumbing? Chen Luo, speechless, held Su Yin close. As the master of the domain, he could glean information about Su Yin, including the talent she acquired upon her elevation to silver. Healing, easily comprehensible, consumed energy to mend wounds and ailments. With this talent, Su Yin had become a veritable healer. Chen Luo was not at all surprised by her ability to awaken such a gift. Her personality and this vocation were a match made in heaven. Oh, had they already located the goblin stronghold? A smile crept upon Chen Luo's lips as he received information transmitted through the insectoid mind network. He wondered how many energy points he could amass this time. Chapter 18. The Mutant Goblin King? The Wicked Female Goblin. Chen Luo carefully laid the unconscious Su Yin in a dilapidated cabin, leaving 10 insectoid warriors to guard the territory. He took the remaining 20 to the battlefield. Utilizing the insectoid neural network and the swiftness of the shadow mantises, he arrived at the destination in less than a minute. Unlike the previous goblin tribe, this one was not predominantly established within the woods. The structures were tree houses or hollowed-out trunks. At this moment, the village was awash in blood, the stench of death and gore permeating the air. Goblins wailed in despair, some falling to their knees in supplication. Yet, what awaited them was still the razor-sharp blades of the shadow mantises and the bone spines of the stingers. You have desecrated nature, and your sins shall be compounded. I shall be the arbiter of nature's wrath. Leave none alive, eradicate them all. With a vigorous flourish, Chen Luo commanded, as the shadow mantises and stingers surged forth to partake in a massacre, leaving only one mantis and one stinger to guard him. Safety was paramount. He had no intention of faltering midway through his ambitions. This goblin tribe was evidently smaller and less formidable than the last. Within a mere 10 minutes, under the relentless assault of nearly 100 second-tier golden insectoids, not a single survivor remained. A thunderous roar erupted as a robust figure leapt from the highest treehouse. With green skin, a grotesque belly, tattered trousers, a silver crown atop its head, and a scepter in hand, it was the Goblin King. As soon as it appeared, the Goblin King became the target of the insectoids. Blades flashed, and bone spines flew towards it. Just as Chen Luo thought it was over, he beheld the Goblin King enveloped in a radiant spectrum of colors, which then transformed into a muted ochre, its body resembling stone. The blades and spines struck its form, producing a sound that sent chills through one's bones. Deep, penetrating wounds marred its body. Chen Luo furrowed his brow. Has it managed to ward off the attacks? What manner of ability is this? A mutant species? He studied the Goblin King, his gaze catching a faint blue glow. Goblin King. Strength, Silver Tier 8. Talent, Silver Tier 8. Skills, Cleave, Battle Roar, Elemental Shield. Evolution requirements. Cannot evolve. Elemental Shield? Indeed, it was unlike the previous one. Yet, regardless of its mutations, a goblin remains a goblin. I may doubt the mutations, but I have faith in the prowess of the insectoid warriors. Just as Chen Luo finished his assessment, the Goblin King could no longer withstand the onslaught and was swiftly reduced to fragments by several shadow mantises. Its elemental shield seemed to have an inexplicable origin, surely not without reason. Within this tribe, there must be some treasure that had influenced it. Curiosity piqued. Chen Luo rubbed his hands together and mounted the shadow mantis, beginning his search through the goblin tribe. In the previous tribe, he had discovered the King's 9th tier sacred sword. Although it proved useless, its rank was sufficiently high. Most importantly, it was acquired without cost, which was more than enough. After searching in the territory for an extended period, Chen Luo found little of substance, and certainly nothing that could explain the Goblin King's mutation. He merely collected 251 silver crystal cores. It was only upon reaching the treetop treehouse, the dwelling of the Goblin King, that he discovered a few small stones of varying colors. Item: Fragmented Starstone. Grade: Golden Grade 8. Function: each color encapsulates the power of different elements. Prolonged contact grants elemental affinity and the ability to manipulate elemental forces. Description: an exceedingly precious material, though it seems you have no use for it. What a pity. Chen Luo pocketed several fragmented starstones, counting them meticulously. There were as many as 18. Among them, 8 were green, 2 were red, 4 were blue, and 4 were white. Who says I have no use for them? Can't I use them to adorn my toilet? If that doesn't work, I could always play pebble toss with Su Yin, right? Chen Luo snorted lightly and tucked the stones into his pants pocket. Sometimes this so-called golden finger felt rather frustrating, always giving him the impression of a diminutive demoness. Not wishing to linger in such a foul-smelling place, Chen Luo mounted his shadow mantis and departed. He left 10 insectoid warriors to guard the area, preventing any other monsters from encroaching upon his spoils. Simultaneously, he summoned all the massive jawed worker ants through the insect network to begin transporting the corpses. He had roughly estimated that this goblin tribe was smaller than the last, yet it still boasted over 2,000 goblins, sufficient to provide him with a considerable amount of energy points. Now that he had merged with Su Yan's territory, the expanse of his domain had grown significantly. He no longer had to worry about an excess of troops overwhelming the space. Calculating the time, he pondered that the resources should enable him to upgrade his territory to Silver Grade 2. With the expansion of his domain and an increase in resource gathering locations, he could hatch more massive jawed worker ants to collect resources. As he made his way back, Chen Luo silently contemplated the future. It was only the afternoon of the second day of the trial, with 28 days remaining. If fortune smiled upon him, he might discover additional monster tribes. This would allow him to hatch numerous insectoid warriors. However, if luck were to evade him and no monster tribes were found, relying solely on the collection capabilities of the massive jawed worker ants could still elevate his territory to Silver Grade 10. Coupled with the core obtained from slaying Sneck, He had every opportunity to upgrade his territory to gold and become a gold-level lord. By then, emerging from the trial and facing Li Hao, he would no longer need to fear Principal Li, a gold-level lord. The existence of the insectoids rendered him utterly invincible among lords of the same rank. After all, not all gold-level lords had subordinates with gold-level prowess. Their vassals needed to engage in continuous battles, gradually accumulating experience to level up. For standard gold grade 1 lord, having even 2 vassals of gold-level strength was considered exceptional. Where am I? Who am I? What am I supposed to do? Su Yin clutched her head, still not fully awake. As memories flooded back, she gradually regained her senses. The goblin assault, Chen Luo rescuing her in Xiao Bai, the signing of the subordinate contract, and the sight of Chen Luo's vassals. The insectoids, as the terrifying insectoid creatures surged to the forefront of her mind, Su Yin was jolted into consciousness. Stepping hesitantly out of the dilapidated wooden cabin, she found herself locking eyes with a shadowy mantis. The two, one human and one mantis, held their gaze for what felt like an eternity, enveloped in a silence that was almost deafening. With a smile that was more pitiable than joyful, Su Yin timidly waved and greeted, "Hello, have you eaten?" The shadowy mantis tilted its head, seemingly perplexed by her inquiry. Recalling Chen Luo's admonitions before his departure, it silently turned away. Witnessing this, Su Yin felt a mix of embarrassment and relief. Just as she exhaled in relief, the shadowy mantis returned, cradling water in its 4 claws, delicately gathered in leaves, transparent yet viscous, resembling jelly. "Is this for me? May I partake?" Su Yin asked, her expression one of dazed curiosity as she hesitantly accepted the leaves, tilting her head back to drink the nutrient-rich liquid. It was not unpleasant, though it lacked flavor. As she smacked her lips, she was astonished to discover that her earlier hunger had dissipated. Her limbs brimmed with vigor, as if she had just indulged in a sumptuous feast. "Thank you," she said, bowing politely in gratitude. Now, as she observed the shadowy mantis, her previous trepidation had evaporated, replaced by a sense of warmth and camaraderie. Truly, as a favored creature of the Master Silver, it was indeed amiable. "Ah, the illustrious Su Yin has awakened. I trust you won't be fainting again." Chen Luo's teasing voice approached, filled with amusement. Su Yin looked up to see a dark swarm of shadowy mantises returning in an orderly formation across the sky, while below, serpentine creatures darted swiftly across the ground. Though a flicker of fear lingered, it was overshadowed by a deep sense of embarrassment. The thought of having fainted twice filled her cheeks with a rosy hue, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Chen Luo's eyes. At 18 years of age, how could she still be so easily frightened? If her sister were to find out, she could only imagine the relentless teasing that would ensue. Chapter 19. The Future of Humanity? A significant upgrade in territory. First place, Chen Luo, Silver Tier Lord, 510,000 points. Second place, Wang Chuxue, Bronze Tier Lord, 500 points. The elders exchanged glances, utterly at a loss for words. This leaderboard was undoubtedly flawed. It was not that they wished for the Dragon Kingdom to produce prodigies, but this was simply too implausible. By the afternoon of the second day of trials, 510,000 points. What does that even signify? 50,000 points already mark a genius, a scion of at least platinum tier potential. 100,000 points denote an exceptional talent, a scion of royal caliber. Achieving 300,000 points is a feat accomplished by only a handful throughout human history, all of whom possessed mythic tier lineage and could grow to become the bedrock of humanity. To reach 500,000 points is a milestone few have ever achieved in the annals of human history, each a progenitor of legendary stature. Not to mention, this was merely the second day of trials, and yet 500,000 points had been attained. This is absurdly fictitious. Surely, there must be an issue with the detection array. A quick fix will suffice. The third elder chuckled awkwardly, but his feeble explanation garnered no agreement. They had already examined the detection array multiple times. Not only was there no damage, but there were also no signs of tampering. Even the most formidable demon, once unshackled, would only be of royal caliber at its peak. Having been suppressed for so many years, its strength would be but a shadow of its former self. Even if there were secret methods capable of influencing detection, they would undoubtedly evade the scrutiny of the 6 royal tier lords present. Perhaps he truly possesses such abilities, or rather, we should hope he does. A talent of this caliber would not only be a boon for the Dragon Kingdom, but also for humanity as a whole. The Grand Elder spoke calmly, pausing momentarily before continuing. Let us wait 2 more days. I shall personally enter the Lord's Source realm to investigate everything thoroughly. The other elders nodded in silence, refraining from further comment. As the Grand Elder articulated, they ought to hope that Chen Luo's data was accurate. Although humanity stands among the 6 pinnacle races, including the divine beings of the divine realm, the demons of hell, the mechanized entities of the mechanical sea, the monstrous races of the endless star domain, and the specters of a shadow realm, it remains the weakest of them all, barely managing to protect itself. Only through the suppression of a few powerful beings has humanity avoided annihilation at the hands of the other races. Should Chen Luo's talent prove genuine, his future accomplishments could be boundless. Under his leadership, humanity might thrive and flourish. While the elders pondered various thoughts, they failed to notice a technician tasked with monitoring the data, who wore a stoic expression as he coldly scrutinized the names on the leaderboard. Silently, he rose and exited the office. Shortly thereafter, a message was transmitted into the cosmos, vanishing without a trace. 110,000 wood, 150,000 stone, 90,000 iron. The giant-jawed worker ants were dispatched to transport the goblin corpses, conveniently allowing time for an upgrade of the territory. Chen Luo tallied the wood, iron, and stone, disregarding the astonished Su Yin, and directly opted for the upgrade. To advance from silver rank 1 to silver rank 2, one must expend 10,000 units each of wood, iron, and stone, along with 2 silver crystals. Progressing from rank 2 to rank 3 requires 20,000 units of wood, iron, and stone, as well as 4 silver crystals. Moving from rank 3 to rank 4 demands 40,000 units of wood, iron, and stone, accompanied by 8 silver crystals. However, after ascending 3 ranks, the resources of wood and iron become insufficient for further upgrades. Yet, Chen Luo felt a sense of satisfaction. This was merely the fruit of an afternoon's labor. Once he hatches an additional 100 to 180 giant mandibles ants, the speed of resource collection will double. The insect race has never feared a lack of speed in gathering resources, but rather the absence of resources to collect. Lord, Chen Luo. Subordinate Lord, Su Yan. Level, Silver rank 4. Territorial structures, ramshackle wooden house, summoning platform, city walls, arrow towers constructible. Affiliated race. Insect Queen, Unicorn, Su Yin, S affiliation. Upgrade requirements. 80,000 units of wood, 80,000 units of stone, 80,000 units of iron, or 16 silver crystals. Description: with beauty in your embrace, fertile lands, and a robust army. Alas, the structures within your domain are as dilapidated as a ramshackle wooden house, utterly inadequate. Territorial structures? Chen Luo disregarded the condescending remarks of the system and surveyed his surroundings, which were dominated by a brownish fungal carpet devoid of any trees or stones, not even a blade of grass. Only the dilapidated wooden house stood forlornly. Previously, the limited scope of his territory did not evoke much concern, but now, having reached silver rank 4, the radius extended to a staggering 16,000 meters. It was so expansive that even several glances could not encompass its entirety. At first glance, it appeared rather desolate and barren. He contemplated upgrading both the wooden house and the city walls to bronze rank 10. Chen Luo calculated the resources and resolved to proceed with the upgrades. With Su Yin's presence, the ramshackle wooden house had become insufficient for their needs. The city walls, too, were in dire need of enhancement. For such a vast territory, it was absurd for the walls to resemble a mere garden fence. Furthermore, the walls proved defective at the bronze level. They could withstand 10 attacks from monsters of the same rank. After upgrading, they might yield delightful surprises. After all, the territory served as the stronghold, and fortifying defenses would never be a disadvantage. Upgrading the ramshackle wooden house and city walls was akin to the territory itself. Transitioning from bronze rank 1 to rank 2 requires 100 units of wood, iron, and stone. Subsequently, each upgrade incurs an escalating cost with each tier. Advancing from bronze rank 1 to rank 10 necessitates 4,500 units of wood, iron, and stone. Upgrading both buildings simultaneously would require 9,000 units of wood and iron. Upon issuing the command, the 9,000 units vanished in an instant. The next moment, the dilapidated wooden house was enveloped in a verdant glow, rapidly expanding. As the glow dissipated, the once precarious wooden structure transformed into a two-story wooden building. Two-story wooden building, level, bronze rank 10, durability, 100. Upgrade requirements, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 1,000 units of iron, ore, and 1 silver crystal. Description, a two-story wooden building featuring 1 hall and 9 rooms, with water but no electricity, harmoniously blending with nature. A splendid abode for nurturing beauty. Wow, will we be living here from now on? How wonderful. In the dilapidated wooden shack where I previously resided, there was nothing of worth. Even the arrival of mice could evoke tears. Tonight, however, I shall finally enjoy a peaceful slumber, free from the dread of the shack collapsing upon me. Su Yin was overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears, relieved that she no longer had to live in constant fear. Indeed, forging an affiliated contract with Chen Luo was the wisest decision. No, we shall not dwell here, Chen Luo asserted, shaking his head. Under Su Yan's puzzled gaze, he waved his hand. Once more 1,000 units of wood, iron, and stone, along with a silver crystal core, vanished. The small wooden structure was enveloped in light once again, but this time it shimmered with a silvery hue. As the silvery radiance spread, a modern-style villa materialized. Building, villa, level, silver tier 1. Durability, 1,000. Effect, resting within restores mental and physical health gradually. Upgrade requirements, 10,000 wood, 10,000 stone, 10,000 iron, or 1 silver crystal core. Description, you have chosen a modern-style villa, which is utterly incongruous with the swarm. What taste? It's completely mismatched. Disregarding the incessant barking of the female imp, Chen Luo turned to the starry-eyed Su Yin, stating, "This is the place we shall call home. Feel free to select a room and tidy up a bit." With a deft hand, he executed the affectionate head pat. The effect was remarkable. The lawful lowly blushed shyly. Abashingly, she nodded with the demeanor of a dutiful wife and scurried towards the small wooden building to arrange the room. Once she departed, Chen Luo mounted the shadow mantis and soared towards the outermost perimeter of the territory. From the sky, he beheld everything within the domain with clarity. Centered around the Lord's core, a barren expanse of approximately 2,000 meters surrounded him, devoid of any plant or stone. Chapter 20. The Resurgence of Armies, 2 Sacred Angels. Further afield, the forest thickened, yet he saw no creatures nor encountered any other lords. Only the diligent giant mandibles ants toiled away, transporting the corpses of goblins. Had the territorial upgrade expelled all surrounding beings? It was not unusual for a lord to find themselves isolated in a vast expanse of the realm, where millions of meters could separate them from another lord. However, the absence of any life forms within a radius of over 16,000 meters posed a significant concern. It could only indicate that the territorial upgrade had indeed banished all beings. Chen Luo did not dwell on this thought long, instead choosing to gaze down at the lush jungle below. Within the boundaries of his territory lay ample resources. He could hatch more giant mandibles ants to gather them, ensuring the collection of all resources within his domain before turning his attention to those outside. As he pondered, the shadow mantis had already guided him to the edge of his territory. Before he even landed, Chen Luo beheld a wall of yellow mud towering over a meter high. A yellow mud wall. Skeptically, he examined the wall's panel. Wall. Level, bronze tier 10. Durability, 1,000. Upgrade requirements, 1,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 1,000 iron, or 1 silver crystal core. Description, do not underestimate me as a mere yellow mud wall. My strength is beyond your imagination. Even if a bronze tier 10 creature were to assault me, I could withstand 100 blows. Upon reading the wall's panel, Chen Luo felt utterly despondent. The fence had ascended to bronze tier 10, transforming into an unsightly yellow mud wall, whose territory employed a yellow mud wall as a fortification. while its utility was considerable. Capable of withstanding 100 strikes from a bronze tier 10 creature, its aesthetic was atrocious. It was far less appealing than the previous fence. Determined to upgrade the wall to silver tier 1, Chen Luo discovered that resources were not to be spared. He issued commands, and the stockpiled wood, iron, and stone diminished significantly. The yellow mud wall was enveloped in a silvery glow, which soon dissipated, revealing a wall of stone. Uneven and irregular, it at least appeared sturdier than the yellow mud wall. Chen Luo consoled himself. Although it was unsightly, its practicality was commendable. After ascending to silver tier 1, the durability of the wall multiplied tenfold. Now boasting an impressive 10,000 durability points, it could endure 1,000 assaults from silver tier 1 creatures. Its functionality was maximized. Calculating the time, the corpses should have been nearly transported. Let me see how many energy points I can gather this time. Chen Luo rode the shadow mantis back at a brisk pace, surveying his territory from above. Suddenly, he was engulfed by a surge of ambition. One day, my territory shall surpass even that of the Lord's realm. I will ensure the name of the insect race reverberates throughout the universe. Let all the races within the cosmos tremble at the mere mention of the insect clan. Just as he finished his grand proclamation, he found himself back near the mother nest. His aspirations interrupted. Chen Luo rubbed his nose and dismounted from the mantis. At that moment, the giant mandibles ants continued their diligent work, transporting the goblin corpses. The distance was too great, and time was consumed on the journey. Chen Luo glanced at his energy points, estimating the situation. Within this goblin tribe, there were approximately over 2,000 goblins, each capable of providing at least 50 energy points. With less than 90,000 energy points accumulated, it indicated that around a quarter had yet to be transported. Elise, hatch 150 first-tier bronze giant mandibles worker ants. With an abundance of energy points, Chen Luo felt no hesitation in utilizing them. The insect race harbored no waste. Although the giant mandibles worker ants lacked combat prowess, their gathering abilities were unparalleled throughout the cosmos. Upon issuing the command, 150 larvae wriggled out of the queen's nest, densely packed and coated in slime, evoking a shiver. Yet Chen Luo found it delightful, even somewhat endearing. The swarm truly represented the insect race's most formidable combat strategy. The 150 larvae curled into cocoons, and within mere seconds, the cocoons split open, releasing the giant mandibles worker ants. Without needing further orders, they formed an orderly line to transport the goblin corpses. The insect race was indeed a source of relief. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the remaining energy points. The total expenditure for 150 first-tier bronze giant mandibles worker ants amounted to 3,000 energy points, leaving a surplus. It was evident that warfare nurtured further warfare. Elise hatched 15 stinging snakes and 15 shadow mantises, all requiring second-tier gold. Chen Luo commanded once more. With the order given, 30 larvae crawled out of the queen's nest. In about a minute, the larvae had already spun their cocoons and emerged. Transformed from weak and helpless to imposing second-tier gold insect warriors, the Insect Legion now boasted 130 second-tier gold insect warriors. Once the transformation of the goblin corpses was complete, the number was expected to reach around 160, having exceeded the initial objectives. Chen Luo felt a profound sense of joy. It was only the second evening, and the trial had a long way to go. Holy Judgment. The sacred sword cleaved through the yellow sand, severing the sandworms below. Elena flapped her wings, closing her eyes to feel the surging power within her. She had broken through to the 4th-tier bronze. Now, she could slay monsters of the 5th-tier bronze. The surge in power lifted Elena's spirits immensely. As the Lord, Li Hao wore a grin that seemed to distort his face. That foolish Chen Luo had no idea what he was missing. With Elena present, in 5 days, during the beast siege, she would undoubtedly excel. The trial in the Lord's source realm lasted for a month. Every 7 days, there would be a beast siege. These beasts were not monsters, but illusions conjured by a magical array, capable of manifesting beasts of varying strengths based on the Lord's prowess. Successfully repelling the beasts would yield a wealth of points and rewards. However, if the territory was destroyed by the beasts, one would be expelled from the Lord's source realm, never to become a lord again. This was a means to filter out the truly feeble lords. If one could not withstand the beasts, they would only be marching to their demise in the subsequent trials of the outer battlefields. The frail mortal had forged a pact with a horde of insects, and now he has likely been torn asunder by monsters. Returning to the embrace of light is his destined fate. Elena wiped the blood from the holy sword, her voice devoid of warmth or mercy. I sense the aura of the light stone. It is not far away. Liao's eyes sparkled with excitement. What are we waiting for? Let us seek it out. With even a single light stone, I can summon another celestial angel. With 2 celestial angels at my command, who could possibly stand against me? On the island, Wang, Chuxue, and the dragon Reina leaned forward, fixated on the dragon egg before them, towering over a meter in height. Both human and dragon were filled with eager anticipation. A crisp, cracking sound echoed as the egg instantly became marred with fissures. Under the watchful gaze of both, a fiery red claw emerged from the egg. With a gentle exertion, the egg shattered, revealing the hatchling within. It was a vibrant red, adorned with intricate patterns on its wings, and, as it breathed, tiny sparks flickered to life. A fragment of the eggshell remained nestled between its 2 horns. With its large, glistening eyes, it curiously regarded Wang Chuxue. Wow, a fire dragon. This is splendid. We can have barbecues in the future. Chapter 21. This is called a sense of ritual, Great Elder of the Dragon Kingdom. Your sister is named Lena, so you should burn. Indeed, naming is an art that requires my expertise. That little brat, Su Yin, often claims I'm inept at naming, showing no regard for her elder sister. Just as her boastful words left her lips, Wang Chushue's smile faltered. In an instant, her brows knitted together, and her once bright eyes were now clouded with concern. She wondered how Yin was faring. Surely she had utilized the contract scroll? Su Yin was her biological sister, and they were twins, sharing their father's surname, while Su Yin took her mother's. Though their time together had been limited, their bond was remarkably strong. Lena sensed her unease and gently nudged her with her massive dragon head as a gesture of comfort. Xiao Xiao, emulating her, picked up a chewed piece of eggshell and offered it to Wang Chuxue. The adorable sight brought a smile to her face, warming her heart. You must grow quickly. In just 5 days, the beast tide will commence. I shall rely on you for protection. Roar Xiao Xiao patted its chest and let out a fierce growl, spitting forth a few sparks. The fireworks danced dangerously close to igniting Wang Chushue's skirt. Her demeanor shifted from gentle to stern as she glared at Xiao Xiao. Little ones must not play with fire. Be careful not to wet the bed tonight. Xiao Xiao was a fire dragon to play with if not fire. Urine and mud? Great Elder, the dimensional gate has been opened. Within the Lord Source realm, there are restrictions imposed by formations that permit only lords of golden rank or below to enter. However, we possess a formation that can create a projection of you, devoid of physical form, yet possessing 1/10 of your strength. Controlling this projection will require you to impart a fragment of your soul into it. The technicians solemnly detailed the situation. The Great Elder stroked his beard, nodding with a calm demeanor. Upon receiving the command, the intricate formation within the room began to activate. Like a finely tuned machine, the smaller components set the larger ones in motion. Amidst the brilliant light, a shadowy figure detached from the Great Elder's body. Without pausing, it directly entered the center of the room, merging into the swirling dimensional gate. The other 5 elders stood nearby, occasionally glancing at the leaderboard behind them. Despite having lived for centuries, they considered themselves unflappable. Yet at this moment, a wave of tension washed over them. They were about to witness history. This could very well be the darkest hour for the Dragon Kingdom, or alternatively, the dawn of humanity's rise. Today, Chen Luo was in high spirits. After a day of stockpiling resources, he experienced the overwhelming sensation of resource overflow. 200 giant jaw ants swept through like a plague of locusts, leaving nothing in their wake. Did you all go out and rob? Where did all this wood, iron, and stone come from? Su Yan, still groggy, emerged from the door and was taken aback by the towering mounds before her. How did you accumulate so much wood and stone? I thought you would be in bed for another day. Now that you're awake, go prepare a meal. I'm famished. Chen Luo did not respond to her question. Su Yan, still dazed, nodded and turned towards the kitchen. As soon as she took her first step, she realized something was amiss. Cooking requires ingredients, does it not? One might prepare with nothing at hand. Chen Luo wore an enigmatic expression. Isn't there a goblet in the kitchen? I recall there are a few candles as well. Use the goblet to fetch some nutrient solution from a nest and light a candle. The act of dining is trivial. What truly matters is the sense of ritual, do you understand? Suyin nodded vacantly and turned towards the kitchen. It was only when she grasped the goblet that the absurdity struck her. What sort of ritual is needed to consume nutrient solution? Candles are not meant to be lit during the day, are they? Silent though she was, she obediently retrieved the candles and stepped outside with the two goblets in hand. As she walked, observing the patrols of shadow mantises and venomous serpents, a flicker of fear surged within her, yet it was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of unreality. It was hard to believe that these fearsome creatures were all Chen Luo's kin, each possessing the strength of a golden tier warrior. Why did it seem there were more than before? Wasn't it said there were only 100? Had she miscounted? Meanwhile, after sending Su Yan on her way, Chen Luo turned to matters of importance. 350,000 wood, 370,000 stone, and 300,000 iron ore. These resources could elevate the territory by 2 levels. Without hesitation, he commanded, consume all resources to upgrade the territory. The instant the order was given, the mountain of wood, iron, and stone diminished significantly. The territory upgraded from silver tier 4 to 5, consuming 80,000 wood, 80,000 iron, 80,000 stone, and 16 silver cores. From 5 to 6, the consumption increased to 160,000 each of wood, stone, and iron, alongside 32 silver cores. Lord, Chen Luo. Level, silver tier 6. Territory structures, small villa, summoning platform, city walls, arrow towers constructible. Kin, insect queen, unicorn, Su Yan's kin. Upgrade requirements, 320,000 wood, 320,000 stone, 320,000 iron, 64 silver cores. Description: with a formidable army and opulent treasures, you can be considered a lord, but do not become overly complacent. You still have much to achieve. At silver tier 6, the radius of the territory had expanded to 160,000 meters. A true powerhouse must possess vassal lords. Those without vassals cannot be considered top tier. Chen Luo suddenly grasped the significance of this statement. Upon the conclusion of a contract, the territory of a vassal lord would be absorbed. When a master's territory ascends, the absorbed vassal territories would also expand, resulting in a dual benefit from single elevation. What if one were to contract 10 or even 100 vassal lords? How vast would the territory then become? Is it possible that the conditions for advancing to the monarch tier are related to the size of the territory? Chen Luo squinted, contemplating this possibility. Based on his current conjectures, the likelihood seemed substantial. Indeed, he was a perceptive young lad, yet regrettably, he had only scratched the surface of understanding. Monarch-level lords are exceptionally unique beings. Monarch is far more than just a title. An ancient voice echoed from the void. At first glance, the words seemed to offer a resolution to the issue at hand. However, upon careful reflection, it became evident that they conveyed nothing of substance. The discourse I heard was nothing but empty rhetoric. Chen Luo furrowed his brow, casting a vigilant gaze around him. In an instant, 160 golden tier insectoid warriors converged from all directions, surrounding him in mere moments. After transforming all the goblin corpses yesterday, he had exhausted all his energy points to expand his insectoid legion. Such a formidable assembly of golden tier minions? No wonder your rank is so far ahead. The ancient voice carried a hint of astonishment, yet predominantly expressed delight. Do not be alarmed, young one. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Under Chen Luo's watchful eye, a spectral figure gradually materialized in the void. The apparition was nearly translucent, yet it was discernible that it was an elderly man with a long beard. Noticing Chen Luo's continued wariness, the figure solidified and introduced himself, saying, "Allow me to present myself. I am Wang Shiji, the Grand Elder of the Elder Council of the Dragon Kingdom." Chapter 22. The True Identity of the School Bell? Is the Elder a pyramid scheme leader? Chen Luo and the Elder locked eyes, each remaining silent. The atmosphere grew awkward. There was no sign of the anticipated shock or excitement. The Elder cleared his throat, then spoke with a serious demeanor. The era of the Lord has persisted for over 13 centuries, during which countless prodigious talents have emerged. Each one has been pivotal to the current standing of humanity. And you, my child, are the most gifted individuals since the dawn of the Lord's era. I believe you possess the potential to lead humanity toward a resplendent future. As the elder's enthusiasm escalated, Chen Luo found himself concerned that he might suddenly faint. Initially, he had entered with the worst expectations. After wandering around, he had failed to uncover the demon's hiding place, nor had he encountered a single lord tormented by demons. Everything appeared excessively normal. Upon meeting Chen Luo, the elder was nearly moved to tears. Truly, they were not dreaming. Humanity had genuinely given birth to a figure capable of guiding the future. In this day and age, has pyramid scheming infiltrated the realm of the lords? Your business seems rather expansive. Chen Luo's lips twitched, suddenly confronted by an individual proclaiming him to be the savior, the future leader of mankind. Who could possibly believe such a claim? He was utterly speechless. The realm of the lords was rife with eccentrics. First, there was the grotesque Snek, and now this pyramid scheme leader. It was only the fourth day of the trial. He dared not imagine what other bizarre entities might emerge. Pyramid scheme? I am not a pyramid scheme, the elder insisted. You may find it hard to believe, but I am indeed the elder. Noticing Chen Luo's skepticism, the elder hurriedly sought to validate his identity. However, he soon realized he had no means to prove it. The elder's complexion turned slightly pale. After living for several centuries, he found himself unable to substantiate his own identity. All right, you're the elder, Chen Luo replied dismissively, his expression growing colder. Moments earlier, he had attempted to assess this man's information, only to discover no pertinent details displayed. This could only indicate one thing. He was neither a member of the kin nor a monster, but rather a person of pure human lineage. Regardless of who you are, you have trespassed into my territory. What is your purpose? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, you may as well stay. With the passage of time, one must leave behind something of value. The world is unforgiving. The benevolent do not thrive here. Sensing Chen Luo's emotions, the insectoid beings began to roar in unison. The invisible sound waves rippled through the air. The fierce aura emanating from the insectoids startled the elder. Indeed, remarkable, hundreds of bodies, yet they moved as one. Your kin is quite impressive. The elder offered his praises. Though merely at the second tier of gold, Chen Luo had only recently become a lord. It was only the fourth day of the trial. To possess such a kinship, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. As Chen Luo furrowed his brow, intending to speak, a sudden scream pierced the air. Ah, indeed, it has increased. It appears I have not succumbed to slumber. Chen Luo turned to see Su Yin, holding a high-stem glass, standing a short distance away with a foolish grin. The familiar voice momentarily stunned the Grand Elder. Upon recognizing Su Yin, he was utterly bewildered. Yenu? Grandfather? What brings you here? Su Yin blinked her large eyes, her face displaying a look of confusion. Instinctively, she pinched her cheek, and upon feeling pain, she confirmed that this was not a dream. How did you end up here? What your territory? What the Lord's core? The Grand Elder's expression darkened as he sensed no trace of the Lord's core emanating from Su Yin. There are only two scenarios in which one might lose the Lord's core. Either it has shattered, or the Lord has perished, or through a master-servant contract. Given that his granddaughter was alive and well, the implication was clear. She had become a subordinate lord to another. I have signed a contract with Masterine. I am no longer considered a lord. Grandfather, why are you here? Is the Elder Council not busy? Su Yin appeared blissfully unaware of any wrongness, instead beaming with a silly smile. Her words deepened the Grand Elder's frown, and his heart ached with sorrow. And you call Masterine? Is your grandfather engaged in pyramid schemes? His business is quite extensive, reaching even here. Seeing that Su Yin recognized the newcomer, Chen Luo's wariness lessened considerably. He took the high-stem glass from Su Yin, swirling the nutrient liquid, his gaze tinged with melancholy. I long for a chilled cola, huh? What pyramid scheme? Grandfather, has the Elder Council recently ventured into new business? Su Yin blinked innocently, completely oblivious to the implications of her words. The Grand Elder's veins bulged with anger. This is a misunderstanding. With whom have you signed a contract? I wish to see who dares to make my granddaughter a subordinate lord. He fumed, his anger palpable. He knew Su Yan's character all too well. Unlike the fiery temperament of Wang Chuxue, Su Yin was gentle and introverted. It was evident that someone had taken advantage of her beauty and innocence, deliberately deceiving her. Once he located that individual, he would ensure they faced dire consequences. Su Yin, feeling guilty, averted her gaze, unsure of how to explain. Let us cease this charade for now. Surely, your purpose here is not merely for a leisurely stroll. It was apparent to any observer that Su Yin had entered into a contract on his territory. The old man was clearly probing for information. Noticing the Grand Elder frozen in place, Chen Luo hesitated, remembering that this was Su Yan's grandfather and feeling obliged to show some respect. He raised a high-stemmed glass and inquired, "Would you care for a drink? It lacks flavor, but is nutritious and healthy." After a few shifts in expression, the Grand Elder suddenly burst into laughter, startling the guilt-ridden Su Yin, causing her to lose her grip on the glass, which fell towards the ground. Before it could hit the floor, the Grand Elder summoned an invisible force to catch it in his hand. He tilted his head back, taking a sip. The gooey texture resembled jelly, but bore no flavor. Yet, the Grand Elder was not put off. Rather, he laughed even more heartily. "Ah, this contract is truly splendid. This matter possesses nutritional benefits, promotes health, and is commendable for my granddaughter's husband." The Elder's smile was as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum, his face beaming with delight. The more he observed Chen Luo, the more his satisfaction grew. Is this the future of the human race? This is his granddaughter's husband. Grandfather? What nonsense are you spouting? Su Yin exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, wishing desperately for a crevice to hide in. Yet, she couldn't resist stealing glances at Chen Luo's reaction. She found him gazing at a 45-degree angle, swirling his goblet with a pensive expression. Her secret hopes transformed into disappointment. Chen Luo paid little heed to the title. "Having had your drink, let us address the matter at hand. If I am not mistaken, you seek that demon. Snake Yida, you have arrived too late. It left no trace of its body." The urgency of this situation is underscored by the convening of the Elder Council and the personal attendance of the Grand Elder. Aside from the demon, I can conceive of no other reason for such gravity. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, increasingly pleased with Chen Luo. Truly, he was the choice of Su Yin, possessing both talent and intellect. His appearance was but a slight deviation from the Elder's youth. Quite commendable, indeed. However, the old man had another purpose. He had come here for you. Chen Luo of Jiangchen. Chapter 23. The Conspiracy of the Ghost Clan, Su Shak. In the universe's profound darkness, the shadow Enigma realm loomed. An endless expanse of interstellar void, devoid of even the faintest glimmer of light. The entire star domain lay encased in frost, saturated with malevolence. Here, light was a stranger. Only darkness reigned supreme. Shadows, darker than the void itself, flitted through the celestial expanse. They were the rulers of the shadow Enigma realm, the Ghost Clan. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the pitch-black star domain, drawing the Ghost Clan closer, eager to devour this flicker of brilliance. "Withdraw," rasped a voice, its harshness accompanied by an indescribable pressure that silenced the restless spirits. The light was drawn by an invisible force, landing in the skeletal grasp of a gaunt hand, subsequently absorbed into its being. Upon receiving the information carried by the light, the supreme Ghost King clenched his fist. "Human race, Chen Luo, a talent indeed. Just in time. Our preparations from millennium ago are finally coming to fruition." A sinister smile crept across the supreme Ghost King's visage. As the surrounding black mist surged chaotically, his kingly aura spread unchecked, affecting much of the shadow Enigma realm, even stirring other Ghost Kings from their slumber. Before long, a shadow surged forth from the shadow Enigma realm, heading straight for Earth. "For me? Is it because I eliminated that wretched Snek?" Chen Luo furrowed his brow, perplexed. He saw nothing exceptional about himself. He merely possessed the ability to perceive the information of his kin and aid in their evolution. With a subordinate from the infinite summoning insect race, he had amassed 100 golden second-tier insect warriors by the second day of the trial. By the fourth day, he had ascended to a silver sixth-tier lord, slaying 2 large goblin tribes and vanquishing a demon of the 8th tier. What made him so special? Were these not feats achievable by anyone with hands? Since the inception of the Lord era, the Lord Source realm had existed. Within it lay a sophisticated recording array, documenting the performance of the trial takers. Points were awarded based on the number of enemies slain and the level of territory acquired. Historically, there had been a few instances where trial takers had surpassed 100,000 points. We once believed that even the most gifted had their limits, but with your emergence, we realized how misguided that belief was. Do you have any inkling of the points you currently possess? The Grand Elder, with an air of mystery, refrained from revealing the answer directly. With the calamity averted and confirmation of Chen Luo's true brilliance, and his granddaughter finding a commendable match, his spirits were elevated, leaving him in the mood for riddles. About 500,000? That shouldn't be too much, right? Wasn't there 1,000,000? Chen Luo remarked, taking another sip of the nutrient solution. I'd much rather have a refreshing soda. He mused. Why does such a healthy, yet unpalatable concoction exist in this world? How much? 500,000? Grandfather, does he truly possess 500,000 points? But this is only the 4th day of the trial. He hasn't even faced the first beast siege. How could he possibly have amassed such a sum? Suyin exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. She gazed urgently at the Grand Elder, yearning for a definitive answer. What did 500,000 points signify? The most exceptional elites of the human race barely accumulated 1,000,000 points by the conclusion of their trials. How could Chen Luo, on merely the 4th morning of his trial, amass such an astonishing 500,000 points? His estimations were nearly accurate. With over 501,000 points, he was leading the rankings by a staggering margin. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, filled with a sense of wonder. Were it not for his first-hand observation, he would have deemed such occurrences impossible. However, upon witnessing Chen Luo's insectoid minions, everything began to make perfect sense. By the 4th day of the trial, he had nearly 200 golden second-tier minions. The notion of 500,000 points seemed trivial. He would not have been surprised by 1,000,000 or even 10,000,000 points. The points in the Lord's source realm were precious precisely because the number of participants and their minions was scarce and their strength feeble. Even minions with mythical level talents, at the bronze 1st tier, could not contend against 100 goblins of the same rank. After all, talent merely indicates potential, not actual ability. Many with talent falter along the way. 501,000? How could that be possible? Suyin gasped in astonishment. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she fell silent, glancing between Chen Luo and the fearsome insectoid warriors. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon her. Just because others might not achieve such feats did not mean Chen Luo was incapable. After all, who else could possess second-tier golden minions at the onset of their trials? With this realization, she found it easier to accept the situation. You have spoken at length, yet have not revealed your purpose. What do you seek from me? Gaining entry into the Lord's source realm must not be an easy feat, and I refuse to believe you came merely to observe my rank. Chen Luo remained unperturbed, his expression as calm as ever. What use is being the top-ranked? Is there to be a reward? His sole focus was on acquiring energy points to summon more insectoids. Strength was the essence. Everything else was but an illusion. Why are you so composed? To be first in the Lord's source realm trial is an unparalleled honor. The Grand Elder stared at Chen Luo, bewildered. Others hearing such news would surely leap with joy, perhaps even babbling with excitement. Yet Chen Luo's reaction was one of indifference. Boredom. With that single utterance, Chen Luo turned to leave. Engaging in lengthy discussions with the old man without arriving at the crux of the matter was futile. He might as well return and lie down, watching his energy points soar. Counting energy points was far more amusing than conversing with the elder. Wait, the Grand Elder called out hastily. I require you to accompany me out of the Lord's source realm to conclude this trial prematurely. The situation in the outer battlefield is precarious. There are numerous traitors within our ranks, and other nations are eyeing our dragon kingdom with envy. Your information may have already been leaked. Those from other races will not allow another extraordinary powerhouse to emerge from the human race and will go to great lengths to extinguish you in your infancy. Not even within the Lord's source realm is it safe, which is why we wish for you to terminate your trial early and retreat to a secure location. After a convoluted discussion, the Grand Elder finally revealed his true intentions. He initially aimed to intoxicate Chen Luo with glory, hoping to manipulate him into compliance. However, Chen Luo proved impervious to such tactics, displaying an unexpected level of maturity. The notions of glory held no allure for him. He turned away without a trace of hesitation. Was the current generation truly so difficult to handle? Was it not perilous for the Master Silver? Master Silver, let us follow Grandfather. He is powerful and can protect us, Su Yin urged with a worried expression, covering her mouth. Each utterance of Master Silver made Chen Luo's lips twitch in irritation. Could you please refrain from speaking with such a lisp? If it's too much trouble, you may simply refer to me as classmate Luo or by my name. That would be far more endearing. He found himself suspecting that Su Yin was deliberately acting cute, yet he lacked any evidence to support this theory, as she seemed far too innocent to engage in such antics. Nevertheless, the internet suggested that calling someone Master Silver would bring great joy. Chapter 24. The insectoid race fears no battle. Summoning materials for the unicorn, Su Yin, feeling aggrieved, lowered her head, her small hands nervously fiddling with the hem of her dress. Chen Luo remained silent. Indeed, the internet can be quite harmful. Just look at how it has affected innocent children. Henceforth, it shall not be spoken of. After imparting this admonition, Chen Luo turned his gaze to the Grand Elder, his expression imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. A true man, born of heaven and earth, must dare to dream and act. Evasion resolves nothing. Is the realm of the Lord any safer than yours? Every formidable warrior has endured hardships and setbacks before finally reaching the pinnacle of power. To flee in the face of danger is futile. What use is innate talent if one only escapes? If I hide today, shall I hide again tomorrow? I am a lord, not a mere mouse scurrying across the street. Whoever wishes to strike at me, let them come. I, Chen Luo, shall await them here. Upon finishing his declaration, Chen Luo turned and strode away. The insectoid warriors, sensing his fervor, erupted into a chorus of roars, their voices resonating through the heavens. The insectoid race does not fear battle. They yearn for it. They crave formidable foes. Forgive me, grandfather. Mastering Luo is simply this way. I hope you won't take offense. However, I believe he speaks the truth. Mere evasion will not resolve our issues. Su Yin's face bore an unprecedented seriousness. After bowing respectfully to the Grand Elder, she hurriedly pursued Chen Luo. Left alone, the Grand Elder gazed after their departing figures with a complex expression. After a moment, he shook his head in resignation. This child's future surpasses my expectations. Even Yin, so introverted and timid, has been galvanized by him. So be it. Such a path may be for the best. His form gradually faded until he vanished completely. At the gate to the realm, 5 elders paced anxiously. The Grand Elder had returned. As soon as the technician finished speaking, the seated Grand Elder opened his eyes. Upon seeing this, the 5 elders rushed forward. They did not inquire, yet their intentions were unmistakable. That demon has been vanquished by the child. Our concerns were needless. The Grand Elder smiled warmly. The 5 elders, relieved to receive the answer, were soon reminded of something, their expressions becoming animated and even invigorated. Are you saying that the child truly possesses such talent? The second elder's voice trembled. The other elders were similarly astonished. They were not to be blamed for their astonishment. It was utterly unfathomable. This pertains to the future of all humankind. The potential of that child is incalculable. In terms of talent, opportunity, and temperament, he is unparalleled in my lifetime. The Grand Elder nodded thoughtfully as he stroked his beard. The other elders gasped in astonishment. They understood the Grand Elder's character well. To receive such commendation implies Chen Luo's talent surpasses their wildest imaginations. The elders ceased their inquiries and discussions on the matter. With many eyes and ears around, safety was paramount. The elders departed in pairs, while the interface of the Lord's realm slowly began to close. No one noticed as an ordinary technician, while inspecting the gateway, cast a beam of black light into it. This black light, as if endowed with a sentience of its own, surged into the Lord's source realm, heading straight for a specific destination. It traversed countless mountains and rivers until it reached the frigid wasteland, where it finally vanished into the mirror-like ice surface. Beneath the ice, a myriad of frail creatures lay encased, either frozen or in slumber. The black light penetrated directly into the head of the foremost grotesque beast. In an instant, its eyes snapped open, revealing a blood-red gaze brimming with bloodlust and exhilaration. Its mouth slightly agape, it displayed a mouth full of jagged fangs, both menacing and terrifying. The countless monsters behind it also opened their eyes simultaneously. After a millennium, the target had finally arrived. The human race, Chen Luo, the hunter of delectable prey. Grandfather was meticulous in his endeavors, never acting on mere whims. If he deemed it perilous, it certainly was. We ought to prepare adequately for the impending confrontation. Su Yin furrowed her delicate brows, her youthful face etched with concern. Although her words had been resolute, the worries remained. When soldiers come, one must defend. When water rises, one must build dikes. Rather than dwelling on these fears, it would be more prudent to consider other matters. Offering a few words of comfort to preempt any philosophical discourse from Su Yin, Chen Luo decisively shifted the topic. Has your horse recovered? He scoffed at the warnings of the Grand Elder and Su Yan's apprehensions. What good was worry? It was akin to panicking or fuming in the face of adversity. One must find a solution. With his current capabilities, rapid advancement seemed unlikely unless he discovered a new goblin tribe. Otherwise, there was no hope. He had already dispatched 10 giant jaw ants as scouts to scour for any traces of monsters. Regrettably, after a day and a night of searching, not a single creature had been sighted. So far, it appeared he had only encountered goblins, with no other monsters in sight. It made him question whether there were indeed other creatures in the Lord Source realm. Little White is not a horse. She is a unicorn. Su Yin corrected him earnestly, her face lighting up with joy. She has recovered splendidly, and her horn has regrown. However, her happiness was short-lived as her expression fell, tinged with sorrow. Lo, I am sorry. Chen Luo frowned, puzzled by her sudden apology. What are you apologizing for? Suddenly, a chilling thought struck him. You Haven tea poison my nutrient solution. Have you? His gaze turned wary, as if seeing her for the first time. Su Yin, flustered, almost gestured in distress. And no, I meant to say, I'm sorry for being so useless. With a great enemy at hand, as your subordinate lord, I am unable to assist you. If only I had some star shards. Then I could summon the unicorn to bolster your strength. After her explanation, Su Yin lowered her head, a sense of disappointment washing over her. Feeling inadequate and remorseful for being unable to aid Chen Luo made her want to cry. Star shards? Are you suggesting that summoning a unicorn requires star shards? Chen Luo's expression was peculiar. Could it be that the star shards he envisioned were indeed the same? Su Yin, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, nodded in a daze. Unicorns possess various attributes. The white one represents healing, while there are also red unicorns that command flames, blue unicorns that wield ice, and green unicorns that harness the power of the wind. Is there something amiss? Chen Luo's demeanor was strange as he remained silent, quietly retrieving several multicolored stones from his pocket. These were none other than the star shards he had pried from the goblin throne. You mean these star shards? He inquired. He had nearly forgotten about them, considering them useless. After all, one could hardly adorn a toilet with them, for that would be somewhat extravagant. To his surprise, Su Yin mentioned that these shards were indeed materials for summoning unicorns. What a twist of fate. Red flames, azure gales, and white healing powers. And these green ones must be the rarest of all, representing the wood attribute. Where did you acquire these star shards? There are so many. Su Yin gazed at the shards, her mouth agape in astonishment, her eyes shimmering with desire. With these star shards, she could summon several unicorns to assist Chen Luo in battle. Chapter 25. The School Bell and Her 18 Treasures, the Corpse Eaters of the Ghost Clan. The exhilarated Su Yin could hardly contain her excitement as she cradled the shattered star stone, her cherry lips curling into a smile. Observing her enthusiasm, Chen Luo fell silent for a moment, ultimately deciding against revealing that the shattered star stone had previously been touched by goblins, despite having been washed several times. He feared that Su Yin's dread of goblins might trigger an adverse reaction. I found this by the roadside. You may use it, he said, eager to see the various attributes of the unicorn. With Chen Luo's affirmative words, Su Yin's joy intensified, and she eagerly tugged him towards the summoning platform. The unicorn is remarkably powerful. You shall not be disappointed. Before long, they arrived at the modest summoning platform. Su Yin released Chen Luo and began to arrange the shattered star stones with great focus. Chen Luo stood to the side, intrigued, as it was his first time using the platform since its construction. Holy Unicorn, heed my call and reveal yourself. Su Yin murmured the incantation. As she spoke, radiant light erupted from the summoning platform. 18 shattered star stones hovered into the air, emanating a spectrum of colors. Faintly, the sound of a unicorn's whinny echoed through the void. Sensing the commotion, the little white creature hurried over, her excitement palpable as she leaped about, her equine face contorting with joy, almost wagging her tail in delight. Under the watchful eyes of Chen Luo and Su Yin, the 18 shattered starstones vanished, replaced by 18 unicorns, 8 green, 2 red, 4 blue, and 4 white, perfectly corresponding to the colors and attributes of the stones. As soon as the unicorns appeared, they approached Su Yin and Chen Luo, extending their tongues in a friendly gesture. Are you certain these are unicorns and not dogs? Chen Luo dodged a few unicorn tongues, bemused. Lo, you mustn't speak of them that way. They're still young and will instinctively see the first life form they encounter as their parent, Su Yin replied, her face flushing slightly as she nervously fiddled with the hem of her garment. They lick us to show affection because they perceive us as their parents. Chen Luo could only shake his head in disbelief, realizing he had inadvertently become a father to these creatures, 18 at once. Who would believe such a tale? With the impending beast siege in a few days, he pondered whether he could seize the opportunity to have them participate in battle to gain some experience. Upon hearing Chen Luo's caution, Su Yin nodded earnestly. Do not worry. They will undoubtedly assist you. Unicorns are formidable kin. Chen Luo remained silent, his gaze glinting with intrigue as he looked at the unicorns. In the next moment, a pale blue light curtain materialized before him. Kin, unicorn. Contract lord. Su Yin, main lord. Chen Luo. Talent, golden second tier. Strength, bronze first tier. Skills, fire element control, red unicorn. Holy light healing, white unicorn. Wind element control, blue unicorn. Wood element control, green unicorn. Required for evolution, 1 element star stone. Chen Luo raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. A typical golden quality patron should possess 3 skills, yet the unicorn only had 1, elemental mastery derived from various elements. Indeed, it was an intriguing patron. After a moment of curiosity, Chen Luo chose not to dwell on it further. With the presence of a Zerg, he found little interest in other patrons, unless they possessed a delicate physique, alluring curves, and an extraordinary charm. Most importantly, they must be capable of performing a backflip. The succubus fit these criteria perfectly. Chen Luo smacked his lips, contemplating an opportunity to acquire a succubus patron token. Not only would it boast combat prowess, but merely having it perform a backflip in his territory would suffice for entertainment. Life was rather mundane, and being a lord was even more so. One must learn to seek amusement. He recalled that he could possibly transform the Blade Queen, though he wondered if a Zerg could manage it. If successful, a delightful adventure awaited. Chen Luo rubbed his hands together in anticipation. The Blade Queen could be altered through the mother nest, transforming into a Zerg warrior, an elite unit of the Zerg with formidable individual strength. In the frigid lands, where snow perpetually blanketed the ground, it now glimmered a striking crimson. The air was rife with screams and wails. Inside a somewhat dilapidated wooden cabin, a human lord gazed in terror at the creature before him. Under his horrified gaze, the gaunt and menacing beast grasped his lord core. With a firm squeeze, the core shattered instantly. No! Losing the lord core, the human lord screamed in terror. What followed was excruciating agony stemming from his very soul. The lord core was bound to the soul, intertwined within its essence. Thus, its destruction equated to a fragment of his soul being obliterated. This torment was beyond description. The human lord remained as fragile as he had been a millennium ago, relying solely on the enslavement of other races to scrape together any semblance of strength. You creatures dare to be counted among the peak races alongside us, the specters? It is utterly disgraceful. Remember this. It is the ghoul, Hawk, who will take your life. Before his words had fully escaped, Hawk's razor-sharp claws extended, swiftly excising the human lord's heart. Observing the still-beating organ, excitement gleamed in Hawk's elongated eyes. As his jagged teeth clashed, blood and flesh flew. After millennia without a meal, it was as delectable as he remembered. Hawk licked his fingers clean and turned to leave the shabby wooden cabin. The ghouls waiting outside rushed in, eager to indulge in their feast. Outside, a river of blood flowed, as 4 snow leopard patrons were ruthlessly dismembered and devoured. The sound of bones being crushed echoed all around. Hawk, eyes narrowed in enjoyment, relished the symphony of destruction. What a delightful sound. Little ones, be patient. We must first eliminate the target. Once we have slain the human brat named Chen Luo, we shall commence a free hunt. Yes, you shall feast to your heart's content. The ghouls roared in response, their heads thrown back in a chorus of excitement. The excitement and fervor contained within the voice sent a shiver down one's spine. Hawk waved his hand, and the fervent ghouls resumed their meal, heads bowed in reverence. He closed his eyes, utilizing the information gleaned from the previous dark light to ascertain Chen Luo's location. The ancient forest, perhaps? It is not far. A journey of merely 2 days will suffice. Hawk extended his slender tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, savoring a viscous stream of fresh blood. Conveniently, he could hunt for some blood delicacies along the way to whet his appetite. In the elder's office, upon hearing the Grand Elder's account, the other 5 elders were visibly invigorated. On the 4th day of the trial, possessing 162nd tier golden strength vassals, what does this signify? It transcends mere strength. This matter must remain strictly confidential. It must not be disclosed to the other races. No matter how talented one may be, time for growth is essential. Our aged selves can only endeavor to safeguard him, shielding him from certain threats. At least until he has matured, we must protect him from formidable foes. The rest will depend on his own capabilities. The Grand Elder's words prompted nods of agreement from the other elders. They understood the gravity of the situation. Chen Luo's prodigious talent would undoubtedly attract the attention of rival races, who would seek every means to eliminate him. We must remain vigilant regarding the movements of the Lord's Source Realm. The gateway should remain open for the time being. Within the Lord's Source Realm, absolute safety is assured. Should any anomaly arise, I shall make another journey. The Grand Elder issued his command, and the other elders nodded in agreement. Were conditions more favorable, they would desire to monitor Chen Luo around the clock to ensure his safety. Such a prodigy must not be allowed to falter. Chapter 26, Silver Tier 9. Beasts assaulting the city, terrifying beast tides. 3 swift days have elapsed. During this period, Chen Luo dispatched 20 colossal jawed worker ants to scour the vicinity of his territory, encompassing 3 to 4,000 meters. Ultimately, they uncovered a medium-sized goblin tribe. This time, he refrained from sending the shadow mantis and stinging serpent to slaughter them directly. Instead, he entrusted the goblins to Su Yan's unicorns. Unlike the insectoid race, which possesses extraordinary strength from birth due to energy points, the unicorns must earn their prowess through combat experience, enhancing their levels. After a fierce battle, all 19 unicorns ascended to the bronze tier 6. Although such rapid advancement seemed improbable, Chen Luo surmised that since they merely required experience, he would allow them to inflict significant damage on their foes, thereby ensuring ample experience was gained. After all, the shadow mantis and stinging serpent had reached their peak capabilities and could not progress further. Rather than squander potential, it was more prudent to maximize benefits. Even now, Su Yan remained in a state of disbelief. Is this what it feels like to have an advantage? Indeed, it is exhilarating. The admiration in Su Yan's gaze towards Chen Luo was thick enough to be almost tangible. Should she have attempted to level up alone, it might have taken her over a dozen days to reach bronze tier 6. Her character was ill-suited for combat. The medium-sized goblin tribe yielded 117 silver crystal cores, amounting to nearly 90,000 energy points. With these energy points, Chen Luo summoned an additional 40 insectoid units of golden tier 2, successfully expanding the insectoid legion to 200 strong. The resources amassed were staggering: 2,380,000 wood, 227,000 stone, and 215,000 iron. In just 3 days, he had harvested more than half of the available resources in his territory, surpassing his expectations. He estimated that within another 2 days, all resources would be completely gathered. Without hesitation, Chen Luo allocated the resources to upgrade his territory. The siege by the beasts was imminent, and the monsters generated during such an assault would depend on the comprehensive strength of the territory. He needed to enhance his combat capabilities as much as possible to confront the impending beast siege, along with the known and unknown perils. Advancing to the position of Golden Tier Lord would grant him and Su Yan another talent, significantly augmenting their strength. To advance from Silver Tier 6 to 7, the cost would be 320,000 wood, iron, and stone, alongside 64 silver crystal cores. For upgrading from Silver Tier 7 to 8, the requirements would double to 640,000 wood, iron, and stone, plus 128 silver crystal cores. Finally, to ascend from Tier 8 to 9, the consumption would rise to 1,280,000 wood, iron, and stone, along with 256 silver crystal cores. At this juncture, wood, iron, and stone were nearly depleted, and only a few silver crystal cores remained. Lord Chen Luo, Subordinate Lord. Su Yin. Level. Silver Tier 9. Territory buildings. Small villa. Summoning platform. City walls. Arrow towers constructible. Affiliated clan. Insectoid Queen. Requirements for upgrade. 2,560,000 wood. 2,560,000 iron. 2,560,000 stone. 512 silver crystals. Description. You're approaching the status of a golden lord. But do not become complacent. Being near does not equate to achieving it. Without ascendance to gold, you remain but an ant. Habitually disregarding the introduction of the female imp, Chen Luo lightly tapped the remaining resources. While wood, iron, and stone were manageable, the scarcity of silver crystal cores was rather concerning. The quantity required would necessitate the annihilation of 3 large goblin tribes. Yet, Chen Luo did not fret excessively. Indeed, the demand for silver crystal cores was high, but acquiring them was merely a matter of time. The imminent beast siege would undoubtedly present numerous silver-level monsters, potentially allowing for a substantial accumulation of silver crystal cores in one fell swoop. Though the beasts of the siege were summoned from the Lord's source realm through a magical array, they were not mere figments of imagination. They were tangible entities. The purpose of the Lord's source realm was to provide a period of growth for the Lords. The corpses left behind by the beasts would assist the Lords in addressing their urgent needs. After all, not every Lord had access to nutrient solutions, especially those whose kin were of colossal stature and had substantial appetites. I have already dispatched Xiao Bai and the others. Judging by the time, it should be commencing soon. Su Yin approached, her calm demeanor betraying a hint of concern. Her worry was not about their ability to defend, but rather whether she could be of assistance to Chen Luo. 19 6th-tier bronze unicorns sounded formidable, even ranking among the elite in this generation of lords. However, in Chen Luo's context, it seemed somewhat inadequate. "Thank you for your hard work," Chen Luo said, reaching out to ruffle her hair. The warmth of his hand instantly flushed Su Yan's cheeks, and her inner tension strangely dissipated. "Roar Owo." The resounding roars echoed from afar, a cacophony indicating a vast number of creatures approaching. "They have arrived." Chen Luo pulled Su Yin onto the shadow mantis, disregarding her shyness, and led the insect army toward the source of sounds. If there was anything he eagerly anticipated, it was undoubtedly the beast siege. Whether Elise could evolve once more, and whether he could ascend to the rank of a golden lord, hinged entirely on these beasts. Upon reaching the 9th tier of silver, the radius of his territory had expanded to a staggering 12.8 million meters. Even the shadow mantis, at full speed, would require several minutes to traverse this distance. Meanwhile, in the elder's office, 6 elders fixated on the leaderboard, their eyes brimming with uncontainable anticipation. The first beast siege had finally arrived. One could only speculate how high that child's score would soar after the siege. It might approach 1,000,000. 7 days of trials, 1,000,000 points. Truly, they were witnessing history. The elders engaged in fervent discussion, their words laced with palpable excitement. Only the Grand Elder smiled faintly, remaining silent. 1,000,000 points? Was this a slight against Chen Luo? He was well aware that Chen Luo's failure to surpass the 1,000,000-point mark was not due to a lack of strength, but rather the absence of monsters. Had there been enough creatures, it was likely that by the 3rd or 4th day of the trials, he would have already amassed 1,000,000 points. Now, with the beast siege generating a continuous influx of monsters, he was confident that Chen Luo would deliver a tremendous surprise to everyone, himself included. Outside the city walls, an overwhelming multitude of monstrous creatures roared towards the heavens. Waves of attacks pounded against the stone fortifications, causing them to tremble violently. By the time Chen Luo arrived, the wall's durability was nearly exhausted. Su Yin, gazing at the myriad of beasts, turned pale with fear. So many, far too many. The numbers must have exceeded 10,000. How could there be so many? Were there not only a handful of beasts attacking the city? In stark contrast to Su Yan's panic, Chen Luo felt a surge of exhilaration. With a mere glance, he spotted several golden tier beasts among them. The rest were all silver tier, not a single bronze tier in sight. A singular thought consumed his mind. This was a windfall. A tremendous fortune awaited. Was this not the opportunity to soar to new heights? The more, the better. He relished abundance. He instructed the unicorns to remain within their territory, serving as support. The strength of these creatures was at least silver tier, far beyond what the unicorns could contend with. With a wave of his hand, The insectoids, who had been waiting in anticipation behind him, erupted into a chorus of roars. One after another, they surged forward, undeterred by the overwhelming enemy numbers. What filled them was not fear, but an insatiable thirst for slaughter. Chapter 27. The silver beast tied over 1,000 golden aberrations, with the number of insectoids likely to be even greater. All of them are silver-tier beasts? This. Su Yin covered her mouth in astonishment, rendered nearly speechless. There are nearly 10,000 aberrations here. All silver-tier. It's utterly terrifying. Did you not mention that unicorns possess formidable healing abilities? Let them assist with the healing. Chen Luo suppressed his excitement and shifted the topic, seeking to assign her a task. As expected, upon hearing his command, Su Yin immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Rest assured, we shall exert our utmost effort. After uttering her words with the gravity of a military oath, she swiftly made her way towards the unicorns. Not long after, 19 unicorns began to fulfill their respective roles. The wind-type unicorns harnessed the breeze to enhance the speed of the shadow mantises. The fire-type unicorns unleashed fireballs, attempting to attack the foes. The wood-type unicorns manipulated the trees outside their territory to aid the insectoids in fending off enemies. Su Yin rode on her white steed, accompanied by several healing unicorns. The radiant white light flickered continuously, and any insectoid that sustained injuries was immediately restored. This girl has indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Chen Luo was somewhat surprised, but more so delighted. He anticipated that Su Yin possessed such capabilities. The unicorns, too, proved to be surprisingly adept at support. At this moment, the battlefield was awash with blood. 100 shadow mantises were surrounded by the power of the wind. Their dual blades danced, leaving behind trails of afterimages as they cleaved through the aberrations in their path. The spiked serpents formed an orderly line, raising their heads to unleash a barrage of bone spikes. Each spike, akin to a machine gun, struck true, targeting the lifeblood of their enemies, extinguishing their lives. The silver-tier aberrations were simply incapable of withstanding their assault. Despite the overwhelming numbers of aberrations, the disparity in strength rendered the battlefield decidedly one-sided. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted. The golden-tier aberrations standing in the rear began to stir. A dozen ferocious tigers leaped forward, pouncing upon the shadow mantises, radiating an aura indicative of being at the second tier of gold. Following closely were wolves, treants, and hill giants, a myriad of aberrations numbering around 1,000, each of them of golden caliber. The savage aura that surged towards Su Yin and the unicorns sent shivers down their spines. Chen Luo, too, rarely furrowed his brow, his mood growing heavy. Over 1,000 golden-tier aberrations, their numbers several times greater than that of the insectoids. This would be a formidable battle. As anticipated, the entry of the golden-tier aberrations into the fray halted the previously one-sided situation. The disparity in numbers meant that each shadow mantis had to contend with 4 or 5 aberrations. Fortunately, the spiked serpents provided assistance, and the two sides worked in close coordination, barely managing to withstand the onslaught. With 100 giant mandibles worker ants hatching, all of them were dispatched to scavenge the battlefield. Without hesitation, Chen Luo made his decision. If it were any other race facing such an exceedingly unfair battle, they would likely await defeat. But the insectoids were different. They thrived on warfare. Whether the insectoids fell in battle or their enemies did, it was all a part of their cycle of life. All can be transformed into energy points, allowing for the rapid creation of new Zerg warriors. The initial disparity of numbers at the onset of war is merely a fleeting scene. Once the conflict concludes, who will prevail and who will falter remains uncertain. Commanding with resolve, Chen Luo directed the gathering giant mandibles workers, who promptly assembled and marched in formation towards the territory's outskirts. Over 350 giant mandibles workers swayed their bodies, stepping in unison. In mere minutes, they reached the edge of the territory, under Su Yan's puzzled gaze. They surged forth from their domain, hefting the nearest carcass of a foreign beast before retreating back within their territory. This series of operations was executed with remarkable proficiency. After glancing at the scene, Su Yin chose not to dwell on it further. The excessive exertion rendered her countenance somewhat pale. Nevertheless, she persisted in employing her healing abilities, as this was the sole means through which she could assist Chen Luo, and she was reluctant to relinquish her efforts. Please, take a moment to rest. As the Lord, you must prioritize your own safety to effectively command the battle. Chen Luo observed her unusual state and called out to her in a clear voice. Su Yin and the unicorns had already provided him with significant surprises. The remaining tasks now rested upon the Zerg. Simultaneously, he gained new insights into why powerful beings often require subordinate lords. What is the connection between subordinate lords and the ascension to monarch level? If the title of monarch is not merely a superficial designation, then with a monarch in place and an army established, a commander must also be appointed, does it not? The subordinate lord, in this context, serves as the commander. There can also represent formidable combat strength. I am fine, Su Yin asserted stubbornly, her neck held high. Chen Luo chose not to engage in further discussion with her, merely gesturing for her to descend. Little White landed uncontrollably at his beckoning. Having signed the subordinate contract, Su Yin's kin were now his kin as well. The precedence of commands even surpassed that of Su Yin herself. Ignoring her dissatisfaction, Chen Luo wrapped his arm around her slender waist and effortlessly brought her down. Disobedience would incur consequences. Upon concluding his statement, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers thrice, almost bringing Su Yin to tears. You have all performed admirably. Now go rest. The remainder is entrusted to the Zerg warriors. After delivering his verdict, Chen Luo affectionately ruffled her hair in encouragement. A gentle reprimand followed by a sweet reward, an enduring strategy for maintaining authority. Naively innocent, Su Yin nodded obediently, the affectionate gesture banishing her grievances. Having reassured Su Yin, Chen Luo turned his attention back to the battlefield. The situation there was dire. Previously, strength could compensate for numerical disadvantages. However, the disparity in strength had now dissipated, while the numerical disadvantage persisted. In a brief span, several shadow manuses and stinging serpents had fallen in battle, while over 30 giant mandibles workers had perished in the process of transporting the dead. Their weakness rendered them vulnerable to demise from collateral damage. Yet the outcome bore fruit. In this short interval, over 200 silver-grade beast carcasses had been deposited into the conversion pool. In an instant, this yielded him more than 120,000 energy points, allowing for the hatching of 52 second-tier golden shadow manuses. Facing the battlefield, it was the shadow manuses that suffered the most casualties. Thus, he chose to prioritize the hatching of shadow manuses. Instantly, over 120,000 energy points were depleted, replaced by 52 newly emerged shadow manuses. Without hesitation, the hatched mantises took to the skies, flapping their wings towards the battlefield, while also bringing along the gigantic jawed-worker ants. A dense swarm of shadow mantises swept overhead, startling Su Yin. Upon realizing what they were, she was momentarily taken aback. Where did all these shadow mantises come from? Do we not only have 100? Chen Luo offered no explanation, merely chuckling softly. Little Yin, do you know what is most terrifying about the insect race? His seemingly irrelevant remark left Su Yin in a state of confusion. Yet, she obediently pondered it. Indeed, their appearance was somewhat fearsome. Chen Luo sighed in exasperation. It was evident that riddles were not suitable for Su Yin. The girl simply could not grasp the concept. Despite being quite intelligent, her mind often seemed to stumble. The true horror of the insect race does not lie in their fearsome appearance or their formidable strength, but rather in their ability to sustain war through war, and their sheer numbers. The enemy might be numerous, but the insect race will always outnumber them. The tide of insects is the eternal hallmark of the insect race. Su Yin nodded, her understanding still somewhat vague. Chapter 28, A One-Sided Massacre. Su Xiaohua was utterly stunned. Chen Luo refrained from further explanation. Leaping abruptly to the top of the 5-meter-high city wall, Su Yin was left in a state of disbelief, her mind racing. Had he truly flown? What kind of master had she followed? The power of the kin was boundless, their numbers overwhelming. Now, he had leapt 6 meters high. Was he still human? Elise, allocate all subsequent energy points to hatch second-tier golden insect warriors. Maintain a hatching ratio of 5-to-1 between the shadow manuses and the stingers. 5 shadow manuses for every stinger. Chen Luo commanded the mother nest, Elise. Within his mind, the automatic hatching of insect warriors commenced. Currently, the insect race lacked formidable physical warriors and relied on the shadow manuses, the assassins, to lead the charge. This resulted in their significant casualties. Thus, he opted to hatch more shadow manises and fewer stingers. As the orders were issued, larvae began to emerge from the nest. With each 300 energy points, a second-tier golden insect warrior would be born. The giant jawed worker ants, undaunted, rushed out to collect the fallen bodies. Thus, the insect warriors surged forth, seemingly endless. Every 10 minutes, a new wave of insect warriors joined the fray, each wave comprising no fewer than 20 warriors. Observing this, Su Yan was taken aback, questioning whether her mental exhaustion had induced hallucinations. In terms of numbers, do you dare to compare yourselves to us, the insect race? Bring forth more? This is hardly sufficient. We need another 20,000. Chen Luo gazed down upon the battlefield, a grin nearly distorting his features. With a ceaseless influx of insects, the tide of battle shifted once more. Although the insect numbers remained inferior to the exotic beasts, their overall strength was far beyond what the beasts could contend with. Coupled with the harmonious cooperation of the shadow manises and stingers, this conflict had devolved into an unequivocal slaughter. Meanwhile, the giant jawed worker ants tirelessly transported the corpses. Soon, additional second-tier golden insect warriors continued to flood the battlefield. In just half an hour, the number of insect warriors approached 500. It would not be long before the insect race outnumbered the golden-tier exotic beasts. The scales of victory had completely tipped. Incubate 300 giant jawed worker ants. Use the remaining energy points to continue the 5-to-1 hatching of second-tier golden insect warriors. Chen Luo, arms crossed, surveyed the situation below while issuing commands to the mother nest. Elise, the battle had persisted, and both sides had suffered grievous losses. Over 100 shadow manises had perished, while around 20 stingers had fallen. The weakest giant jawed worker ants had seen nearly 200 casualties. Yet, Chen Luo remained unperturbed. The greatest advantage of the insect race lay in their rapid maturation. With no prolonged growth period, they could take to the battlefield immediately upon hatching. Moreover, while many insects had fallen, the exotic beasts had suffered even greater losses. The silver-tier exotic beasts in this arena were akin to mere fodder, being indiscriminately harvested by waves of attacks. More than 1,000 golden-tier exotic beasts had already been halved and continued to dwindle. Blood has pooled into lakes, the acrid scent of iron and decay permeating the air. The roars of monstrous beasts and the hisses of the insectoid horde reverberate through the heavens. Life is incessantly torn asunder, the carnage reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. After a brief recovery, Su Yan mounts her steed, Xiao Bai, and ascends the city wall. As she reaches the top, she is met with a gruesome spectacle below, unable to suppress a wave of nausea. To her astonishment, she finds a strange relief in having consumed only nutrient solutions. There is nothing to expel. It is over. In stark contrast to her discomfort, Chen Luo beams with delight, particularly upon witnessing the carcasses of countless beasts strewn across the ground. His smile stretches nearly to his ears. Is this truly a siege by ferocious beasts? It appears more like an airdrop of resources. Knowing he lacked energy points, they have delivered over 10,000 beasts for him to transform. With this wave of the beast siege concluding, he could soar into the skies. His insectoid legion would swell by the thousands. The crystalline cores and primordial nuclei from these silver and gold-tier beasts would all be at his disposal. Especially the golden-tier flesh. He had previously fretted over where to acquire 10 tons of it. Now, it has been conveniently packaged and delivered to his doorstep. The evolution of the insectoid queen is within reach. No sooner had Chen Luo spoken than over 50 shadow manises flew overhead. Below at the city gates, a dozen stingers dashed into the fray. Is it truly over? Su Yan gazes upon the one-sided battlefield, her large, contrasting eyes filled with astonishment. Over 10,000 beasts, all at least silver tier, with even 1,000 being gold tier. And yet, in just over an hour, they are on the brink of annihilation. Despite her prior expectations, she remains utterly astounded. The battle may be nearing its end, but the cleanup will take some time. Elise, incubate 500 more giant mandibles workers. Chen Luo assesses the situation and notes the beasts are nearly vanquished before issuing further commands to Elise. Previously, he had refrained from mass hatching the giant mandibles workers, fearing they would suffer collateral damage in a potential rout, an unfortunate waste. Now, however, the scenario has shifted. Within 1,800 meters of their territory, Not a single beast remains alive. The giant mandible's workers can now safely transport the corpses for transformation. As soon as he issues the order, 100 larvae emerge from the mother nest. For the first time, Chen Luo feels the mother nest is insufficient. Each nest can hatch a maximum of 100 larvae at a time. Only by transforming these larvae into various insectoid types can he hatch another 100. The stronger the insectoid warriors, the longer the pupation period, a perilous situation on the large battlefield. It seems he must summon 2 additional insectoid mother nests. As they enter the outer battlefield, the conflict will only intensify. Relying solely on Elise is far from adequate. Contemplating this, Chen Luo makes a decision. Summoning the insectoid queen will require either a Lord Core or a gold-tier primordial nucleus. Previously, he lacked the means and deemed it unnecessary. But that was then. This is now. The over 1,000 primordial cores provided by the exotic beasts were more than sufficient for his needs. As he pondered, the war was drawing to a close. During the overwhelming onslaught, the exotic beasts proved no match for the warriors of the insect race. At this moment, the insect warriors held the upper hand, leaving the exotic beasts with little chance of resistance. The formidable golden grayed lion roared as it lunged forward, only to be deftly evaded by the shadow mantis, which, in a flash of bladed precision, beheaded the lion. After dispatching the lion, the shadow mantis continued its assault on other targets, each strike executed with both swiftness and accuracy, exuding an air of elegance. The bone spikes of the spitting serpent, though grotesque in appearance, were exceptionally powerful and precise. The insect race were born warriors, with every aspect of warfare inscribed in their very genes, etched into their souls. With the final golden-grayed exotic beast screaming as it was pierced and rendered into a pincushion, the fierce siege of the exotic beasts came to a definitive end. At last, it was over. I had feared we might not hold our ground. Su Yin, feeling a profound sense of relief after surviving the ordeal, sank to the ground, her face reflecting the gratitude of one who had narrowly escaped calamity. Only heaven could fathom the terror that gripped her heart upon glimpsing an endless horde of exotic beasts, especially knowing that their weakest among them were of silver grade. She had nearly lost consciousness in sheer fright. Chapter 29, Abundant Harvest, Unprecedented Points, and the Confession of the Little Green Plum. Over 700 formidable giant-jawed worker ants marched majestically to cleanse the battlefield. The battle-scarred shadow mantises, along with the exhausted venomous serpents, returned to their territory. Su Yin instinctively began to count. The more she counted, the wider her mouth gaped. By the time the last shadow mantis re-entered the domain, her mouth had opened wide enough to swallow an egg. 1,085, 735 shadow mantises, and 350 venomous serpents. Look, Luo, there are truly so many, Su Yin exclaimed, a mixture of astonishment and joy illuminating her face. One hand grasped Chen Luo's arm, while the other pointed excitedly at the insect swarm below. Others might be unaware, but she knew that these were all-powerful entities of the second golden tier. Over 1,000 of them, in the realm of golden tier lords. Such a sight was exceedingly rare. Moreover, Chen Luo was not even a golden lord, merely a silver tier level 9. 1,085? Well counted. But refrain from counting next time. Chen Luo ruffled her hair. The insect swarm will only grow larger. If Su Yin develops the habit of counting post-battle, it would be a calamity. She might end up counting for days and nights on end, driving herself to the brink of madness. Su Yin was perplexed, but the gentle ruffle caused her mind to momentarily short-circuit. She cared little for why Chen Luo discouraged her counting, simply nodding obediently and leaning against his palm. Your herd of horses worked hard. Let us prepare some nutrient solution for them as a reward. Chen Luo withdrew his hand, leaving Su Yin reluctantly yearning for more. Why could a person's palm be so warm? The moment she leaned against it, all her energy evaporated. Indeed, her master was extraordinary. It led her to ponder whether Chen Luo possessed some enchanting lineage, given his plethora of captivating charms. Reluctantly parting from his touch, her intellect reclaimed its dominance. After a few steps, she suddenly halted, turning back in a huff to roll her eyes at Chen Luo. I've told you time and again. Xiao Bai and the others are unicorns, not horses. If you mislabel them again, I want to prepare nutrient solution for you. After playfully threatening him, Su Yin mounted Xiao Bai and departed. Indeed, she should reward the unicorns properly. Although they had not contributed significantly, they had not caused any chaos either, which was commendable. Was it not? This girl is truly extraordinary, Chen Luo chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. He chose not to dwell on Su Yin any longer, instead directing his gaze upon the multitude of corpses scattered below. 700 giant-jawed worker ants were no small number. However, given the plethora of exotic beasts, often a single beast required the combined effort of 2 or 3 worker ants to be transported. Particularly with golden tier beasts standing there, they resembled towering mountains. Elise, hatch another 300 giant-jawed worker ants. Cease the hatching of shadow mantises and venomous serpents. Chen Luo commanded the mother nest from afar. After surveying the area, he selected 2 enormous golden tier beasts, 2 brown giant bears, each towering 5 to 6 meters high. Upon receiving the command, over a dozen colossal jawed worker ants swiftly approached to transport the 2 massive bear corpses into their territory. Fortunately, the city walls could be breached at any moment, unlike fixed gates. Otherwise, Chen Luo would have had to consider demolishing the wall. Let us return to the mother nest. Chen Luo mounted a shadow mantis, carrying the remains of the 2 giant bears towards the nest. These bears surely weighed around 10 tons. Furthermore, their bodies contained golden cores. He had now met the conditions to evolve into the queen of the insect tribe, evolving from golden tier 2 to golden tier 8. Although he had not reached platinum level, this advancement was monumental for the insect tribe. It signified a substantial enhancement in the overall strength of the insect warriors. Henceforth, any insect warriors he hatched would be at least golden tier 8. 660,000. Was my old vision deceiving me? This figure indeed read 660,000. Did it not? What had Chen Luo accomplished? The Elder's office reverberated with the incredulous exclamations of the third elder. Yet, no one dared to speak against him. They were all equally astonished. Even the eldest elder wore an expression of disbelief, gazing at the leaderboard ahead. First place, Chen Luo, Silver Tier 9 Lord. Score, 660,000. Second place, Wang Chuxue, Bronze Tier 7 Lord. Score, 27,000. Third place, Li Hao, Bronze Tier 6 Lord. Score, 18,000. A Silver Tier 9 Lord with a score of 666,000. The long string of zeros nearly blinded him. He was aware that Chen Luo would surpass 100,000 points, but he had not anticipated that Chen Luo would leap directly to 660,000. What had transpired during this beast siege? How many beasts had Chen Luo vanquished? Based on this score, he must have slain thousands of golden tier beasts or tens of thousands of silver tier ones. Truly, terrifying indeed. The second elder's remark elicited nods of agreement from the other elders. Even the eldest elder, rarely one to concur, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was fearsome. Who would dare believe that Chen Luo was merely a newly appointed lord for a week? We must secure Chen Luo's profile. It must not be leaked. Anyone who dares to disclose, it will be charged with treason. The eldest elder declared solemnly, with the other elders echoing his sentiments. Although the trials in the outer battlefield would inevitably reveal Chen Luo, for the time being, they would conceal the truth for as long as possible. Even the most gifted individuals require time to mature, and Chen Luo was no exception. For the first time, the elders felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that aside from sealing the information, they had little else to offer Chen Luo. In Tian Shui No. 1 High School, in class 27 of the second year, Lin Luoxue rested her chin on her hand, gazing dreamily out of the window at the azure sky. Today must be the day of the beast siege, she pondered. I wonder how Brother Luo is faring. Now she is fully aware of what transpired with Chen Luo. She summoned the sacred angelic lineage of Platinum Tier 2 talents. However, the angels dismissed Chen Luo and instead chose the grandson of Principal Li, forcing Chen Luo to contract with the insect race as his initial lineage. Reflecting on their last encounter, Chen Luo had been reluctant to show her his lineage, which she had perceived as stinginess. Now, in hindsight, she felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Luoxue, look quickly. Lu Xiao has come to seek you out again, and he brings a magnificent bouquet of roses. The envious exclamation from her deskmate startled Lin Luoxue. Turning around, she beheld a man surrounded by admirers, approaching with an extravagant bunch of vibrant red roses. The classroom erupted in excitement, and even the corridor was bustling with eager students drawn to the commotion. Luoxue, these 999 roses symbolize my heart for you. I hope you will accept them, along with my heart, Lu Chong declared, tossing his hair back with a self-assured grin. He presented the grand bouquet forward, his unabashed words inciting another wave of enthusiastic cheers from those around. Say yes to him. Say yes. Congratulations to Lu Xiao for winning the heart of a beauty. Give him a kiss. A kiss. Chapter 30. The Evolution of a Nest. A new swarm. The uproar surrounding the evolution of the nest sent a wave of exhilaration through Lu Chong, broadening his smile. He reached out to grasp Lin Luoxue's hand. Observing this, her desk mate hurriedly took Lin Luoxue's hand and offered it to Lu Chong. Lin Luoxue attempted to break free but found herself firmly restrained. Just as their fingers were about to make contact, she exerted effort to escape her desk mate's grip, casting a frosty glare at her astonished companion. Are you out of your mind? If you are so enamored with him, why don't you reach out to him yourself? Do you lack the capacity? She uttered coldly, disregarding the dismayed expressions on Lu Chong and her desk mate's faces. She then rose and surveyed the onlookers who were reveling in the spectacle. If you yearn for affection, do you not possess lips of your own? Go and express your feelings to him. What does it have to do with me? Have you completed your assignments? Aside from inciting ruckus, do you possess any other skills? Her words left everyone in a state of bewilderment, precisely due to her unexpected demeanor. Lin Luoxue was renowned for her beauty and amiability, and witnessing her anger was a rarity. This was the first time she had spoken with such unbridled candor. You, a mere sophomore, are preoccupied with declarations of love. Is there nothing else occupying your mind? If you cannot temper your rampant hormones, I suggest you consider a surgical procedure to eliminate the root of your troubles and cease this incessant fixation on trivial matters. After delivering her scathing remarks, Lin Luoxue strode towards the classroom exit. Pausing as she passed by the visibly perturbed Lu Chong, she added, and pay attention to personal hygiene. You have remnants of vegetables stuck in your teeth. With that, she bypassed Lu Chong, maneuvering through the crowd and exiting the classroom, leaving behind a collective sense of astonishment and confusion. Lu Chong clenched the rose tightly, seething with resentment. What a pretentious pauper. He recalled having confessed to Lin Luoxue previously, only to be met with a polite rejection. Her gentle smile had led him to believe she harbored affections for him, merely shy of accepting his advances. This time, he had orchestrated a grand spectacle, even procuring 99 roses, convinced victory was certain, only to be met with this unforeseen outcome. Don't be upset, young Master Lu. She is merely a subsidized poor girl. Since she has spurned your kindness, you need not hold back. Let her beg on her knees for your favor. His subordinate's words lifted Lu Chong's spirits considerably. Indeed, he believed there was nothing he could not obtain. How could a penniless student dare to reject him? He had merely been too generous. I recall she has a childhood friend who was once a promising student, now a discarded failure after being forsaken by an angel. And doesn't she have a gravely ill grandfather? Go, make arrangements. I want her to regret her decision today. Lu Chong whispered a few commands into his subordinate's ear. The subordinate nodded eagerly and dashed away to execute his orders. In the Lord's source realm, evolution requirements: 1 golden core, 10 tons of golden blood and flesh, can evolve into a golden rank 8 swarm queen. After reconfirming the evolutionary prerequisites, Chen Luo found himself ensnared in contemplation. Currently, Elise existed in her nest form, rendering her incapable of consuming sustenance. Moreover, once the Zerg queen assumes her brood chamber form, she cannot revert to her previous state. Iris, can you absorb this flesh? Chen Luo tentatively inquired. In response, a gaping maw of the brood chamber expanded unexpectedly, drawing in 2 massive bears with an unseen force. Observing this spectacle, Chen Luo hurriedly produced a primordial core excavated from one of the bears and cast it into Iris's cavernous opening. In the next instant, a dazzling brilliance flickered across the brood chamber. As the light dissipated, the chamber revealed itself, now towering over 5 meters, an increase from its previous height of 3. The grotesque protuberances had swelled considerably, exuding an eerie and fearsome aura. Affiliated race: Iris. Special form: Zerg brood chamber unfolded. Contracted lord: Chen Luo. Race: Zerg queen. Talent: golden 8th tier. Strength: no combat prowess in brood chamber form. Skills: giant jaw ant hatching, usable in brood chamber form. Blade mantis hatching, usable in brood chamber form. Stinging serpent hatching, usable in brood chamber form. Crying cicada hatching, usable in brood chamber form. Evolution requirements: 1 platinum core, 100 tons of platinum flesh, can evolve into a platinum tier Zerg queen. Upon reviewing the information, Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly. The prospect of new Zerg warriors to hatch did not elate him. Rather, a weighty concern settled upon him. A platinum core and 100 tons of flesh? The core was a unique treasure belonging to platinum tier monsters. The hierarchy of cores, silver, gold, and then platinum, indicated their rarity and immense value, often exceeding 1 billion in worth yet remaining nearly impossible to procure. After all, lords capable of slaying platinum tier monsters hardly lacked wealth, let alone the inclination to sell such cores. As for flesh, it was even more difficult to come by. While golden tier flesh could still be obtained, platinum tier was virtually non-existent in the market. This signified that he must rely solely on his own endeavors to acquire these items. However, a golden 8th tier brood chamber could only hatch golden 8th tier Zerg warriors. The challenge of defeating a platinum tier monster was no trivial task. Chen Luo sighed in resignation. Indeed, it was not as simple as he had hoped. He had entertained the notion of directly evolving into a platinum tier, but reality proved to be starkly different from his aspirations. Nevertheless, he did not dwell in disappointment. While platinum tier monsters were formidable, Zerg were no less potent. If one Zerg could not prevail, then surely hundreds, thousands, or even hundreds of thousands could, with sufficient numbers. Tearing apart a platinum tier 1 or 2 monster would be a mere trifle. Chen Luo then turned his attention to the new Zerg. The crying cicada possessed the ability to launch sonic attacks at remarkable speeds and could even self-destruct. Self-destruct? After absorbing the information on the crying cicada, Chen Luo found himself momentarily bewildered. The proficiency in sonic attacks was comprehensible, as cicadas were known for their calls. However, why would a cicada self-destruct? Swift and capable of self-detonation, was this not an ideal biological missile? Chen Luo smacked his lips, thoroughly impressed with the capabilities of the crying cicada. A golden 8th tier crying cicada's self-detonation would likely rival, if not surpass, the destructive power of a missile. What if, instead of just 1, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 were to self-destruct simultaneously? The devastation would be utterly horrifying. For other races, orchestrating such a mass detonation would be a formidable challenge. However, the Zerg are an entirely different matter. Their every action is dictated by command, and when ordered to self-destruct, they would not hesitate for a moment. Their timing would be impeccably precise. Imagine a scenario where 1 million cicadas detonated at once. There would not be a single millisecond of deviation. He could already envision that cataclysmic scene. Is there any adversary that could withstand such an explosion? If there is, it must surely be due to insufficient numbers. He pondered how much energy he could harvest from this endeavor. Perhaps it would enable him to establish a truly formidable Zerg army? Chen Luo rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Over 10,000 aberrant creatures, with more than 9,000 at the silver level and over 1,000 at the gold level. The silver level would yield a minimum of 500 energy points each, while the gold level would yield at least 1,000. Given their sheer numbers, the energy harvested by the mother nest could very well reach several million. With 2,900 of the 9th tier gold Zerg, how many energy points could 100,000 yield? Wouldn't that allow for a monumental surge in power? Chapter 31. The great explosion with a cacophony that reverberated through the heavens. 1,000 giant mandible worker ants moved in perfect synchrony, swiftly transporting the corpses. Within a mere 2 hours, the remains of myriad exotic beasts had been cast into the conversion pool. Silver crystal nuclei and golden primal nuclei had accumulated into small mountains. Suyan's eyes sparkled as she counted the nuclei, exclaiming to herself, "We VE struck gold, classmate Luo. We are about to amass a fortune." While silver crystal nuclei are not particularly rare, each can fetch around 100,000 dragon coins. The golden primal nuclei, being rarer, can command prices exceeding 1 million. Those of superior quality may sell for several million. With such an abundance of nuclei, the potential wealth in dragon coins is staggering. Leave the primal nuclei untouched. But let us tally the crystal nuclei to sell later. Chen Luo chuckled, while reminding her that upon reaching the golden tier, upgrading would necessitate the consumption of primal nuclei. 1,000 golden primal nuclei may not suffice, he added. Understanding his point, Suyan nodded earnestly and resumed her counting with fervor. This was far more exhilarating than simply counting coins. Chen Luo shifted his gaze toward the mother nest. Energy points, 6 million. Even though he had anticipated this, he still gasped in astonishment. This figure already accounted for some energy points derived from the conversion of exotic beast corpses during the previous battle. Otherwise, the number would have been even greater. What does 6 million energy points signify? To incubate a single golden 8th tier insect warrior requires merely 2,900 energy points, of which 100 are for hatching larvae. With 6 million energy points, one could hatch over 2,000 golden 8th tier insects. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo commanded, incubate 1,200 shadow mantises, 400 spiked serpents, and 400 cicadas. Upon issuing the command, 100 larvae emerged from the mother nest, a sight both densely clustered and eerily captivating. The larvae coiled into chrysalises. 2 minutes later, the chrysalises ruptured, and 100 shadow mantises burst forth. Compared to the golden second-tier shadow mantises, they were evidently more formidable, their twin blades gleaming with a chilling radiance, unmistakably sharp. Following the emergence of the 100 shadow mantises, another 100 larvae crawled forth from the mother nest, coiling into chrysalises in anticipation of hatching. Is this the process of insectoid incubation? Su Yan leaned closer to Chen Luo, her eyes wide with wonder and shock as she beheld the chrysalises. Especially when the shadow mantises emerged, her expression was one of sheer astonishment. How can they hatch so rapidly in just 2 minutes? Chen Luo regarded her with a peculiar expression, sensing a bizarre feeling akin to being run over by a tire. This girl must be driving, he mused. What is their strength? Are they all golden second tier? Unaware of his strange gaze, Su Yin continued to inquire with great enthusiasm, her curiosity piqued by witnessing insectoid incubation for the first time. Rather than fear, she felt excitement and intrigue. Having spent several days together, she understood that the insectoids harbored no malice toward her. They were allies, albeit somewhat unappealing in appearance. Knowing she was in no danger, she felt no fear. Golden 8th tier, Chen Luo replied, as his arm was embraced by her, and she was greeted warmly by his pet bear. He cast a peculiar glance at Su Yan, realizing her hidden depths. The two pet bears were indeed well-nurtured. Golden tier 8? Su Yan gasped in astonishment. She had anticipated encountering a golden-level insectoid, but never imagined it would be of such a high rank. Hadn't there only been golden tier 2 before? How could it suddenly escalate to tier 8? Although the difference between tier 2 and tier 8 seemed minimal in numerical terms, the chasm between them was as vast as the sky and the earth. A creature at tier 8 could effortlessly vanquish a dozen tier 2 foes. Why the fuss? Who among us hasn't endured hunger? After such a fierce battle, is it wrong for my kin to level up? It's hardly illegal, Chen Luo remarked nonchalantly. Yet Su Yin felt overwhelmed. She could comprehend a power increase following a fierce battle, but such a leap was staggering. From tier 2 to tier 8 in one fell swoop. And it was just one creature, but many. As her dazed mind processed the incessant hatching of insectoid warriors, her stupor deepened. If she counted correctly, there were already over 1,000 of them, all at golden tier 8. Was this a dream? Had she truly become so bold as to dream such a dream? In her past, she would never have dared entertain such fantasies. Chen Luo, noticing her bewilderment, couldn't help but raise his hand, flicking his fingers in a practice motion. The action brought tears to Su Yin's eyes. Could you refrain from hitting my head next time? It's painful and makes me feel foolish, she pouted, casting a pitiful glance at Chen Luo. No longer did she wish for him to stop flicking her. She merely hoped he would spare her head. After all, apart from her pretty face and privileged background, all she had left was her sharp intellect. If that were to be dulled, she would truly weep. Let us discuss that later. Come, I shall take you to the parade, Chen Luo declared, brimming with enthusiasm. With the previous 1,085 insectoids, combined with the newly hatched 2,000, his army had swelled to 3,085. Each one possessed formidable golden strength. Su Yin stuck out her tongue at his retreating figure, trotting to catch up. At that moment, 2,000 insectoids had finished hatching, forming neat ranks. On the ground coiled over 900 spiked serpents, while above them hovered around 2,000 shadow mantises. Higher still were some half-meter-long insectoids, equipped with compound eyes reminiscent of flies. What is this? Flies? Su Yin blurted out, her curiosity unrestrained. Her question promptly extinguished Chen Luo's exuberance. The cicadas momentarily froze, then resumed their incessant buzzing. What? These flies can chirp like cicadas. How delightful. Su Yan waved excitedly, greeting the cicadas. Her words seemed to invigorate their calls, and she mistakenly believed they were responding to her, further fueling her excitement as her hands waved in a blur. Luo, what are they saying? Could you translate for me? Chen Luo fell silent. Unable to withstand her eager gaze, he twitched his lips and replied, "Perhaps it's best if you don't ask. Their language is rather crude." Upon hearing this, Su Yan's hand froze mid-motion. She blinked in confusion, pondering why they were scolding her despite her greetings. With her eyes glistening, she felt a sense of injustice. After all, Su Yan had never endured such indignity before. Why should she be treated in such a manner? They were cicadas, known as Mingchans, not flies. After Chen Luo finished his explanation, he proceeded to inspect the insect tribe, leaving Su Yan in a state of shock. Cicadas? As she recalled her recent words, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had mistakenly referred to them as flies. It was no wonder Chen Luo remarked that their insults were rather crude. Indeed, they ought to be a bit more vulgar. Overcome with shame, Su Yan fell silent, obediently trailing behind Chen Luo as they traversed through the ranks of the insect warriors. As they walked, she gradually cast aside her earlier embarrassment, replaced instead by profound awe. Each insect warrior not only exhibited formidable strength and a fearless attitude in battle, but also stood in perfect formation, reminiscent of soldiers subjected to rigorous training. Their discipline was commendable. Suddenly, as the pair passed through the ranks, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Was the beast assault still ongoing? Were there more enemies approaching? Chen Luo, sensing the territory under siege, glanced at Su Yan in bewilderment. She, too, shook her head in utter confusion. Chapter 32. The Elite Ghouls? The insectoids strike with precision. The assault by the alien beast had long since concluded, a mere singular wave. Upon hearing Su Yan's explanation, Chen Luo's expression darkened. More foes were approaching, and they appeared formidable. He had just sensed that the walls, still yet to recover their durability, had been breached. This signified that the enemy had infiltrated their territory. It was an opportune moment, an ideal chance for the newly emerged insectoid warriors to taste the thrill of battle. As Chen Luo's words echoed, a cacophony of discordant shouts resonated from afar. It resembled a roar, yet also bore the characteristics of indistinct communication. The two turned to gaze into the distance, where an expansive mass of green shadows drew closer. Even from afar, they could detect a pungent stench wafting towards them. What manner of creature was this? Could it be that the assault by the alien beasts had a second wave? Such a notion seemed implausible. There had never been any records of such an occurrence. Su Yan regarded the verdant shadows with a grave countenance. She could sense a chilling aura of bloodlust approaching. Their intentions were decidedly malevolent. Regardless of their nature, once they arrived, they would be met with resolution. Chen Luo, expression inscrutable, waved his hand. The insectoid warriors, who had long awaited this moment, erupted into a cacophony of roars. They formed an orderly line as they charged towards the vast mass of green shadows. The shadow mantis led the charge, with the crying cicadas trailing closely behind. The stinging serpents were slightly delayed, yet they darted forth like arrows. No matter what entity the enemy represented, once the command was issued, they would charge forward without hesitation. Even if it meant sacrificing their lives, they would not falter. Such is the essence of the insectoids. The ghoul leader, Hawk, halted abruptly, raising his hand, prompting the thousands of ghouls behind him to come to a synchronized stop. An order was issued, and they obeyed without question. How could this be? Where did such a multitude of golden tier beings come from? Flee, retreat swiftly. Hawk bellowed in fury, turning on his heels to flee. As the leader of this horde of ghouls, his power was undoubtedly the most formidable. Yet he stood merely at the 7th tier of gold. The other ghouls were predominantly silver tier, with only a scant few reaching golden tier. Yet he had just sensed it. The vast expanse of golden tier warriors. There must be 2,000 to 3,000 of them. Some emanated an aura so terrifying that it was palpably superior to his own. Roar! As the leader fled, the ghouls were thrown into disarray. Initially, they had contemplated how to satiate their hunger, yet now they could scarcely think of anything beyond escape, wishing fervently for additional legs to facilitate their flight. Each one raced for their lives. What in the world were these creatures? Wasn't the target merely a newly appointed lord? How could there be so many golden tier warriors among them? How could they possibly contend with this? Hawk's legs seemed to leave after images as he sprinted, cursing within his mind. Truly, it was a stroke of bad luck. Where did this human lord procure such a plethora of golden tier warriors? Why had the higher-ups dispatched him to eliminate such formidable beings? Did they overestimate the capabilities of these ghouls or underestimate the target's strength? They are retreating? Chen Luo, mounted upon the shadow mantis, gazed in bewilderment at the retreating green shadows. He felt a mix of emotions, unable to articulate his thoughts. He had anticipated encountering something truly formidable. As a result, before they even crossed paths, the creature unexpectedly turned and fled. This was indeed the first time he encountered an opponent that retreated without a fight. Having come this far, how could one simply depart? This territory of mine is not so easily traversed. Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with mirth, yet his tone carried a chilling intent to kill. In the next moment, the cicadas suddenly accelerated, transforming into mere shadows. Within just a few breaths, they had caught up with the ghouls. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The piercing cacophony of cicadas reverberated through the skies. The ghouls were left dazed and disoriented by the sound, with the weaker ones succumbing to fatal hemorrhaging. Hawk's face twisted in a grimace of profound resentment. It yearned to resist, yet despair washed over it as it realized that these seemingly inconspicuous cicadas were far superior. Those sonic waves were utterly inescapable. With cicadas blocking their path, the ghouls could advance no further. Soon, the shadow mantises and thorn serpents closed in, encircling the ghouls in a tight formation. Chen Luo squinted, scrutinizing these grotesque beings. With green skin, standing about 1.5 meters tall, clad in tattered garments. Their flat heads and hideous visages resembled a diminutive version of goblins. Indeed, even more repulsive. Ghoul Clan Hawk. Strength, Golden 8th Stage. Potential, Platinum 5th Stage. Skills, Corpse Devouring, Twin Blade Slash, Grim Ghost Hand, Icy Ghost Aura. Ghouls of the Demonic Clan? Chen Luo furrowed his brow, his expression growing colder. Being one of the apex races, the Ghoul Clan is not particularly esteemed. In contrast to the cunning of demons, the ghouls are infamous for their ruthlessness and bloodlust. They forge no alliances with any faction. In the event of war, all but their kin are deemed enemies. Textbooks describe ghouls as frail, adept with dual blades, sharp-tongued, and exceedingly ugly. Upon encountering you today, you certainly conform to my preconceived notions, matching the descriptions to a T. Hiss. The insectoid creatures began to hiss, their gazes fixed on the ghouls as if they were mere sustenance. This familiar gaze nearly brought the ghouls to tears. Previously, they had directed such looks at their foes. When did it become their turn to be scrutinized in this manner? What transpired during the millennium of their entrapment? Humans, I bear no malice. My kin have been sealed for 1,000 years, and now that we have finally been released, we merely seek a haven to rest. We inadvertently traversed your territory. I hope for your leniency. Hawk withdrew its hands from the twin blades at its waist, feigning sincerity as it bowed. The ghouls behind it mimicked the gesture. As long as they could survive, they would gladly bow in apology, and even kneel if necessary. Textbooks claim that ghouls are treacherous and value their lives dearly. Indeed, the stereotype holds true once more. Chen Luo shook his head. Unfortunately, I am no fool. Your clumsy excuse pales in comparison to the previous demon named Snake. The opportunity presented itself, and how could he possibly let slip away, especially upon realizing that these entities were ghoulish fiends of the demonic clan. His resolve to seize the moment only strengthened, for the demon race was among humanity's most formidable adversaries. Whenever encountered, they must be vanquished at any cost. Moreover, this group of ghouls harbored ulterior motives, clearly targeting him. They had merely misjudged his prowess, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Human Lord, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe that our ghastly fiends are easy prey? Hawk, gritting his teeth, grasped his twin blades anew, attempting to intimidate Chen Luo. Confrontation was futile. He merely hoped to instill fear in Chen Luo. Otherwise, death awaited them without question. Yet, the response he received was merely a dismissive wave from Chen Luo. In an instant, the surrounding insect horde began to stir restlessly. The cacophony of cicadas filled the air, their piercing cries reverberating, causing the ghouls to clutch their heads in agony, rendered immobile. A barrage of bone spikes flew forth, deftly claiming the lives of the ghoulish fiends. Following this onslaught, flashes of blades emerged, severing numerous ghouls in twain with each gleaming arc. The tide of battle had unmistakably turned. Chapter 33. Annihilation of the Ghouls. The Grand Elder returns. Block them. All of you block them. Hawk bellowed fiercely as he unsheathed his twin blades, striving to fend off the onslaught of the Shadow Manuses. Yet, the once unified ghouls now scattered like chaff in the wind. In the face of overwhelming power, all resistance proved futile. No matter how loud he shouted, it bore no fruit. The ghouls could only retreat in panic, lacking even the courage to draw their weapons. In stark contrast, the insectoid forces operated with seamless coordination. The cicada suppressed their movements, the spear-wielding serpents provided sniper support, and the Shadow Manuses engaged in close combat. Their unity was so profound that it left Hawk breathless with despair. What manner of monsters are these? It dawned on him why the Ghost King had deployed such ambush troops. Should such prodigies mature, they would undoubtedly pose a grave threat to the Ghoul clan. Alas, understanding this was futile. The chasm of power left him unable to sustain any semblance of resistance for long. Within mere dozens of strikes, his blades were severed, and without them, his ability to fight back diminished drastically. In the blink of an eye, he was torn apart by the encroaching Shadow Manuses. Even in death, his blood-red eyes remained wide open, filled with shock. With Hawk's demise, the already meager resistance of the ghouls crumbled entirely. In less than 3 minutes, over 1,000 ghouls were obliterated. At this moment, Suyin arrived on her steed, Little White, only to gaze in bewilderment at the carnage before her. Is it truly over? Was it all too easy? She mused, perplexed. The ghouls were considered a mid-tier race among the Ghost Clan. Why did they perish so swiftly? Chen Luo utilized the insectoid network to summon the massive jawed worker ants to transport the corpses. He offered no answers to her inquiries, merely observing the remains of the ghouls with a resigned expression. It seemed this trial would never conclude. The Grand Elder held him in high regard and would certainly not permit him to linger here any longer. The current realm of the Lord was far from safe. He had previously been able to refuse, but that was no longer an option. Both the demon and ghost clans had emerged. Who knew what other entities might appear? The elders were undoubtedly keen to prevent him from remaining in the Lord's realm. Exiting was equally perilous, albeit with the assurance of protection from powerful allies. The Lord's realm, however, was a different matter entirely. Should an insurmountable foreign power truly manifest, the elders would be powerless to intervene. As Chen Luo had anticipated, the atmosphere in the elders' office was charged with tension. Bang! The accursed foreign races. How dare they? The demon clan was one thing, but even the ghost clan had arrived. Did they seek to reignite the conflict? The third elder, infuriated, slammed his hand on the table and stood up in a fury. They had been closely monitoring Chen Luo's situation. As he battled the ghouls, a disquieting sense of foreboding had gripped them. Upon confirming the presence of the ghouls, the elders were engulfed in a mix of astonishment and rage. Not only were the ghouls notorious for their cunning and cruelty, making them exceedingly difficult to combat, but this was the second time such an ordeal had unfolded. Just as the demon Baron Sneck had perished, a horde of ghouls emerged. The Lord's Source Realm, a bastion of humanity, now seems to have succumbed to the encroachment of alien races. Great Elder, we can no longer permit Chen Luo to remain within the Lord's Source Realm. Let us terminate his trial immediately. As soon as the second elder finished speaking, the other elders nodded in agreement. The rationale was simple. Incidents within the Lord's Source Realm were beyond their intervention. Outside, however, the dynamics would shift. Should those alien powers wish to target Chen Luo, they would first need to reckon with their own strengths. After a prolonged silence, the great elder finally spoke. I shall inquire about the boy's wishes. The path forward is his to choose. We, as old codgers, are not his guides. He will make the right decision. With these words, the elders fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, they had no authority to meddle in Chen Luo's choices. If he was resolute in completing his trial, they would have to acquiesce. They could not forcibly remove him. It was not merely a matter of rules, but a matter of faith in Chen Luo's potential to become a formidable force. The path of the mighty must be tread alone. Within the office, silence reigned once more. After a while, the great elder rose and proceeded to the chamber where the realm gate was housed. At this moment, the gate had yet to fully close. remaining in a state ready to be opened at any time. This was a precaution against unforeseen complications that might hinder timely support. I hope the boy is not too obstinate. The great elder sighed inwardly as his consciousness entered the Lord's source realm. Why 3 goblets? Are you planning to drink 2 by yourself? Su Yin inquired, puzzled, as she pointed at the 3 tall glasses on the table, each containing half a cup of nutrient solution. One for her, one for Chen Luo, but who was the 3rd for? For the person behind you. Chen Luo replied with an unwavering smile, glancing at Su Yan's back. Upon hearing this, she turned around in confusion, only to meet the gaze of the great elder. She exclaimed in delight, "Grandfather!" The great elder affectionately ruffled her hair before turning his attention to Chen Luo, noticing the 3 goblets on the table. A flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. Chen Luo was even more astute than he had anticipated. He must have foreseen his arrival and guessed his intentions. Reflecting on this, the great elder stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. He found himself increasingly pleased with Chen Luo, a true prodigy of humanity, unlike any seen before. Chen Luo, the purpose of my visit is to request that you conclude your trial in the Lord's source realm ahead of schedule. Fear not. Your ranking is already firmly secured in 1st place. Once the trial concludes entirely, you shall receive your ranking rewards. I trust you understand why I urge you to finish your trial early. Should you wish to persist in your trial, we will not press you. The great elder articulated his intentions plainly, without any ambiguity, while conveying their stance to Chen Luo. They, merely the advisors, must defer to Chen Luo's judgment. The authority to decide has always rested firmly in Chen Luo's hands. To conclude the trials of the Lord's source realm prematurely? Is it due to the emergence of the ghouls? A look of concern etched upon Su Yan's delicate features. The appearance of the ghouls has sounded an alarm deep within her heart. The Lord's source realm is not as secure as she had envisioned. Although they have repelled the assaults of demons and specters, luck has played a significant role in their victories thus far. One cannot rely on fortune indefinitely. If the next adversary were a platinum-level powerhouse or even a monarch-level being, the outcome would be all too predictable. Despite her underlying apprehension, she refrained from dissuading Chen Luo, trusting that he would make the most prudent decision. Very well. Come for me in 3 days, Chen Luo replied, taking a sip of the nutrient solution, his tone flat and devoid of inflection. Yet within, he felt a twinge of sorrow. Another day yearning for a refreshing soda. This nutrient solution, he was truly on the verge of retching. Chapter 34. Ascending to the Golden Lord, the great elder of national essence. Are you truly willing to take the examination again? The great elder had barely begun to speak when the realization struck him. He stared blankly at Chen Luo, who nodded in affirmation, causing the elder to regain his composure. With a plethora of thoughts swirling his mind, he found himself at a loss for words, which left him quite unsettled. Very well, I shall return for you in 3 days. The great elder muttered, his expression sour, before vanishing into thin air. The room was left with only Chen Luo and Su Yan. You agreed so readily? Su Yan inquired, her eyes blinking in confusion as she tilted her head in curiosity. Given her understanding of Chen Luo, such an easy acquiescence seemed out of character. The insect race thrives on warfare, needing strife to sustain itself. Chen Luo gently swirled his goblet, pondering aloud. The monsters in the Lord Source realm are far too few. This concern had crossed his mind long ago when the great elder first mentioned it. However, at that time, the impending siege by the otherworldly beasts loomed large. And with only a couple of hundred insect warriors at his command, he was simply too weak to defend himself. Venturing out would render him little more than a mascot. It was more prudent to remain in the trials and seek monsters to bolster his ranks. Now, however, the situation had dramatically shifted. The insect queen had evolved to the 8th tier of gold, and the energy points contributed by over 10,000 otherworldly beasts had elevated his insect population to over 3,000. Additionally, the more than 1,000 ghouls had also provided substantial energy, propelling his total insect count beyond 4,000. Aside from the initial golden 2nd-tier insects, all others were of the 8th tier. With such power, venturing to the outer battlefield posed little risk unless he encountered an extraordinary opponent. Even against strong platinum-tier foes, he felt confident in his ability to contend. Under these circumstances, remaining in the Lord's Source realm seemed a poor choice. The outer battlefield was rife with conflict, That realm was truly a paradise for the insect race. Oh, no wonder you agreed so decisively, Su Yin remarked, her understanding dawning. The responsibilities of a subordinate lord are to assist the primary lord, offering guidance and alternative choices rather than making decisions for them. Since Chen Luo had made his choice, she would follow suit, confident in his judgment. Suddenly, Su Yin queried again, but why wait 3 days? If you can leave immediately, why the delay? Without achieving gold, one remains but an ant. 3 days will allow us to gather sufficient materials to upgrade our territory. By then, we shall acquire another talent, significantly enhancing our strength. In the perilous outer battlefield, even the slightest improvement could be a matter of life or death. With that, Chen Luo drank the nutrient liquid in his goblet, rising to depart. Had it not been for Su Yin, he would not have felt the need to elaborate so much. He truly cherished her profound kindness towards him. Golden Lord? Su Yin gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Her delicate face was alight with disbelief. To think that in just 7 days, you are on the verge of becoming a Golden Lord. This is astonishingly swift. Should this news circulate, it would surely be met with skepticism, as if it were mere legend. However, after the initial astonishment, a profound sense of anticipation took hold. With Chen Luo's ascension to the rank of Golden Lord, she, as a subordinate lord, would also attain the status of a Golden Lord. At that moment, not only would she acquire an additional talent, but she would also be able to traverse the skies unaided. Su Yan's face was alight with expectation. If my sister knew that I would become a Golden Lord so swiftly, she would surely be left speechless in astonishment. 3 fleeting days passed. Over 1,000 giant jawed worker ants were gathering resources at an extraordinary pace. Chen Luo did not permit them to continue harvesting resources within the territory. Instead, she directed them to collect from the surrounding areas, simultaneously dispatching shadow mantises for protection. When it came time to depart, everything within the territory could be taken along. This implied that all resources within belonged to her, whether gathered early or late. It mattered not. In comparison, it was more prudent to first harvest the unclaimed resources outside. In just 3 short days, wood, iron, and stone had accumulated into several small mountains. After a thorough count, Chen Luo noted, wood, 780,000. Stone, 810,000. Iron ore, 170,000. Coupled with a previous haul of over 10,000 silver crystals, the resources were ample. Without hesitation, Chen Luo declared, upgrade the territory. The transition from Silver Tier 9 to Silver Tier 10 required 560,000 units of wood, iron, and stone, and 512 silver crystals. The small mountains of wood and stone vanished. Lord, Chen Luo. Subordinate Lord, Su Yin. Level, Silver Tier 10. Territory buildings, small villa, summoning platform, city walls, arrow towers constructible. Affiliated race, Insect Queen Golden Tier 8. Upgrade requirements, 5 120,000 wood, 5 120,000 iron, or 5 120,000 stone, 1 24 silver crystals, and 1 golden core. Description, approaching the status of a Golden Lord, yet alas, merely approaching, you currently remain but an oversized ant. At Silver Tier 10, the territory's radius extended to 12,800 meters. Chen Luo habitually disregarded the remarks of the female imp as she reviewed the upgrade requirements. He felt a sense of relief. Indeed, a golden core was necessary. Fortunately, he possessed several golden cores. Had he only one, he would have been stifled in this place. Upgrade to Golden Lord. The command was issued, and the seemingly endless mountains of wood and stone instantaneously vanished, leaving only scattered piles on the ground. The transition from Silver Tier 10 to Golden Tier 1 consumed 120,000 units of wood, 24 silver crystals, and 1 golden core. With the depletion of resources, the Lord's core ascended into the air, emanating a resplendent golden radiance. The promotion was indeed realized. Su Yin, filled with delight, pressed against the window, squinting at the dazzling golden light. She could distinctly sense the changes within her body. Bathed in golden illumination, countless cells greedily absorbed energy, her physical prowess rapidly strengthening. Simultaneously, A wealth of information flooded her mind, the majority concerning talents. Upon ascending to Golden Tier, another talent was awakened. Chen Luo's experience mirrored her own. Closing his eyes, he began to sift through the surplus of information in his mind. Goodness, has he truly ascended to the rank of Golden Lord? The last time he visited, he was merely a silver ninth stage. His exclamation, infused with a touch of national essence, roused Chen Luo from his reverie. He cast a discontented glance at the elder, whose face was a portrait of astonishment. Wasn't this old man a figure of high stature? Surely, he had encountered numerous formidable beings. How could he react with such unrestrained surprise? If the elder were privy to Chen Luo's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be incensed enough to leap to his feet. Was it truly an overreaction on his part? Anyone in his position would be equally astounded. He had exhibited remarkable restraint. The Golden Lord is distinct from other ranks. Silver serves merely as a threshold, while Golden embodies the true essence of lordship. Not only does one gain an additional talent and the ability to soar through the skies, but the core of the Lord also absorbs the energy present in the atmosphere, continuously replenishing the territory and its kin. This is precisely why it is said, without attaining gold, one remains but an ant. Once one becomes a Golden Lord, there is no need for combat or cultivation. Strength accumulates effortlessly, especially as this effect extends to the kin as well. However, the path to ascendancy to gold is fraught with challenges. It demands an abundance of resources and silver crystals, along with a golden core. Furthermore, this golden core must be procured through the hunt by either the Lord or their kin. Chapter 35. Rebirth. The Undying Body. The Elder's Frustration. The golden core acquired through other channels cannot be utilized for promotion. How easy is it for a Silver Lord to hunt golden monsters? Just this single golden core has deterred countless individuals. For those who have ascended to the rank of Golden Lord after a decade or more, it is indeed a testament to their talent and fortune. Yet, how long has Chen Luo been a lord? Merely 10 days. Achieving in 10 days what others have failed to accomplish over the span of years. How could this not astonish him? I perceive you are also a person of culture. Refrain from exclaiming in such a crude manner. Chen Luo furrowed his brow and offered a gentle admonition. His words jolted Su Yin from a reverie, rendering the elder awkwardly shifting his toes. Grandfather, you have arrived. Yin and classmate Luo have already ascended to the Golden Lord tier. Yan's new talent is Blessing, which enhances the combat abilities of the target, significantly boosting their speed, strength, and defense. With this talent, Yin will be of even greater assistance to classmate Luo. Upon seeing the elder, Su Yin could hardly contain her excitement to share this news, her gaze instinctively drifting toward Chen Luo, silently seeking praise. The elder nodded enthusiastically, preparing to utter words of commendation, only to witness Chen Luo extend his hand and execute a gentle pat on the head. Su Yin, resembling a contented kitten, beamed with satisfaction. A commendable ability indeed. Little Yin can both heal and amplify, making her a qualified, supporting healer. Chen Luo affectionately ruffled her hair, generously bestowing his praise. The amplification may seem negligible at present, but once they reach the king level, the significance of such enhancements will be profound. Often, even the slightest disparity in power can determine the outcome of a battle. Ahem, the talent Yin has awakened is impressive and will serve as a great asset to you in the future. The elder cleared his throat, feigning encouragement, while internally grieving. His dear little cabbage had been transformed into a little kitten, just a step away from performing backflips. Of course, I must assist classmate Luo. Su Yan's triumphant declaration pierced the elder's heart once more. The sensation of losing his little cushion was indeed painful. By the way, classmate Luo, what is your Golden Lord talent? Su Yin recalled this matter eagerly and inquired. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with anticipation. The elder also subdued his emotions, casting a curious glance at Chen Luo. Rebirth. No matter how grievous the injury, I can continuously regenerate. Chen Luo provided a brief introduction, withholding the full extent of his regeneration ability. As the name suggests, as long as there is sufficient energy, I can regenerate endlessly. The severity of the wounds determines the amount of energy consumed. Provided there is enough energy, even if reduced to mere pulp, I can be reborn. With the presence of the insect race, energy is never in short supply. In times of energy deficiency, I can directly hatch the insect species, and the 1% energy they provide in return is sufficient to sustain my regeneration. This talent, manifested within me, effectively renders me immortal. However, regeneration has a prerequisite. The core of the Lord must not be destroyed. Otherwise, regeneration will be impossible. Regeneration, indeed, is a most practical life-saving talent. Yet, you must remember that you are the Lord, not a mere warrior. Only by ensuring your own survival can a territory function, and your kin can fight with peace of mind. Should you encounter misfortune, your territory will crumble without a fight, and your kin will meet their demise alongside you. Unless absolutely necessary, you must never step onto the battlefield. The elder's expression was exceedingly grave. He truly feared that Chen Luo, upon achieving regeneration, might recklessly choose to enter the fray himself. A lord may possess formidable combat prowess, but a lord must not venture lightly into battle. I am not foolish, Chen Luo retorted, a wry smile twitching at his lips. Does he appear to be a fool? The lord is akin to an emperor of ancient times. Perhaps even more significant. Should an emperor perish, a new one can be chosen to ascend the throne. But if a lord dies, the core of the lord shatters, and the territory will vanish into oblivion. Everything will be lost. Ahem. Time is of the essence. Are you prepared? The elder cleared his throat, choosing not to dwell further on this matter. He trusted that Chen Luo would not act so unwisely. I am ready, but there is one thing, Chen Luo said earnestly. Upon leaving the Lord trial, I wish to proceed directly to the battlefield beyond the domain. The reason for prematurely concluding the trial in the Lord's source realm was the insufficient number of monsters to defeat. This significantly hindered the speed of the swarming insect race. Thus, he yearned to hasten his journey to the battlefield beyond, where countless foes awaited the insect race. Though perilous, the battlefield beyond has always coexisted with opportunity. Directly to the battlefield beyond? The elder furrowed his brow, wishing to offer counsel. However, upon meeting Chen Luo's gaze, he swallowed his words. One must endure trials and tribulations to emerge as a true force. He believed wholeheartedly that Chen Luo's decision was sound. Very well, after I escort you, you may make your way to the battlefield beyond at any time. Withdraw your territory and follow me. The territory can be absorbed into the core of the Lord. The core resides within the Lord, allowing them to carry their territory and kin with them. It is precisely for this reason that humanity has risen to be one of the pinnacle races. Territory, be withdrawn. As soon as Chen Luo's words fell, the earth began to tremble violently. The territory of the Golden First Tier had already expanded to a radius of 128,000 meters. Yet, this vast expanse was swiftly drawn into the core of the Lord. Within mere breaths, the territory was entirely consumed, leaving behind an endless expanse of desolate land. Do not worry. Everything within the Lord's source realm can continuously regenerate. Even if you take away numerous items, they will all be restored by the end of the trial. The gateway to the next realm lies not far from here. Follow me. The elder soared into the air, leading the way. Chen Luo and Su Yin, guided by instinct, began to levitate gently. Su Yin gasped in awe. This sensation. It is so wondrous. It feels as though I was born to fly. The Lord's talent is imprinted upon the very essence of the soul, and it would not be an exaggeration to say it is innate. The abilities of the Golden Lord are no exception. He can traverse the skies with ease, much like a fledgling bird that has yet to take flight. He possesses the innate capacity to soar. The remaining task is to master this skill. Let us proceed. This trial has come to a close. In the next instant, the two transformed into streaks of light, pursuing the Grand Elder at a breathtaking speed that left onlookers in astonishment. Is this truly your first experience of skyward travel? How can you be so swift? Those who have practiced for over a decade would struggle to match your pace. The Grand Elder exclaimed in wonder. It was not merely the novelty of the situation that astonished him. Chen Luo's prowess was simply extraordinary. This time, Su Yin also exhibited remarkable capabilities. Skyward travel is no trivial matter. While ascending is not particularly difficult, mastering control is a formidable challenge. The Grand Elder had refrained from guiding the two directly, intending instead to allow them to refine their aerial abilities. Who could have anticipated such a delightful surprise from them? Chen Luo and Su Yin exchanged glances, the latter sporting a somewhat proud smile. Indeed, skyward travel is challenging, and they had not yet perfected their control. However, Su Yan's golden tier talent enhancement directly influenced their aerial maneuvering, significantly amplifying both speed and control. This transformation allowed the two novices to evolve into seasoned experts, racing through the skies with astonishing velocity. "Grandfather, let us hurry. If we leave now, we may still make it in time for dinner." The Grand Elder sighed. What a statement about making it for dinner. His little cotton-padded jacket had been thrown askew. Without further explanation, he led the two towards the boundary gate, his heart heavy with frustration. Chapter 36. The little green plum falls into the mud. The attitude of seeking help. In the old district of the Linjiang Bay City, the dilapidated streets were bustling with vendors peddling their wares. Recently, Luo Shui had been in low spirits, her eyes red and swollen, a clear sign of tears shed. Dark circles under her eyes indicated sleepless nights. It was imperative to procure some nourishing food for her. Lin Yue, clad in tattered clothing and leaning on a cane, staggered along the street, his murky gaze sweeping over a plethora of delectable offerings: fried chicken, skewered meats, candied hawthorn. Upon catching a whiff of the fried chicken's enticing aroma, he fumbled in his pocket for a few coins. With a heavy heart, he averted his gaze and continued his journey. A piece of fried chicken could purchase several eggs. Perhaps 2 eggs would suffice, nutritious yet palatable. After a couple of hesitant steps, he paused, wrestling with his thoughts. He turned and approached the fried chicken stall, retrieving the money wrapped in red cloth. "How much for a serving? May I only have a chicken leg?" he inquired. Despite the fact that a serving of fried chicken could buy many eggs, eggs were merely eggs, while fried chicken was a delicacy. Luo Shui's parents had passed away early, leaving her to care for her grandfather with unwavering dedication over the years. As he was unable to work, the family's finances relied solely on Luo Shui's scholarship and her odd jobs. She deserved the finest things in life, not a mere compromise. 5 yuan, the vendor replied curtly, not even glancing up as he efficiently handed a chicken leg wrapped in paper. As Lin Yue reached for his money, his hands trembled with sorrow. 5 yuan could purchase half a kilogram of eggs. "Thank you," he expressed politely, accepting the warm bag, his spirits lifting considerably. He could already envision Luo Shui's reaction upon discovering the chicken leg at home. With that thought, Lin Yue quickened his pace. Among the crowd, 2 individuals with bleached hair and tattooed arms exchanged glances. Smoking, they ambled forward with a swagger. By the time Lin Yue noticed and attempted to evade them, it was too late. As expected, he was unceremoniously knocked to the ground, the bag slipping from his grasp as the chicken leg rolled into the dirt. Now soiled and unappetizing. "Old fool, can't you watch where you're going? Are you blind as well as lame?" The two taunted without a hint of decency. Before Lin Yue could utter a word, they seized him by the collar, hoisting him up. "Open your eyes and take a good look. This outfit is custom-made from Zixihua. Have you ever seen anything like it? At your age, still dressed in rags? Didn't you strive in your youth? Don't look so frightened, as if we're the ones bullying you. Reflect on your own shortcomings." With trembling hands, Lin Yue struggled to articulate a response, but the words eluded him. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, scattered in fear, hastily retreating. They were the lowest of the low, once having aspired to be leaders, yet failing even the most basic trials. They had been crushed and expelled from the realm of power, relegated to the ranks of ordinary folk. After enduring years of oppression, witnessing such incidents had conditioned them to flee instinctively, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. "I did not. It was not I who collided with you, but you." Slap. Lin Yue's explanation was abruptly cut short as he received a resounding slap from the young man with dyed hair. The force of the blow caused his head to tilt to the side, and 2 of his teeth were knocked out. What sort of scoundrel dares to retort? "Does it matter who caused the accident? Are you without fault? Who permitted you, a decrepit old man, to wander the streets? Your filthy presence has sullied my attire. It reeks of your poverty. Can it still be worn? 2 garments, totaling 1,300. You shall compensate." The 2 young men wore malicious grins, their words dripping with disdain. Lin Yue trembled in fear. "I have no money. Let this incident be my fault. May I offer my apologies?" "Apologies? If apologies were of any use, what need would there be for the authorities? I recall that your granddaughter is Lin Luo from the first high school. Is she not? Does she not possess many scholarships? Let her pay. If she cannot, then we shall accept flesh as compensation. My brother and I would not mind." The two young men exchanged glances, dragging the nearly unconscious Lin Yue toward the school. Along the way, Lin Yue cried out for help. Yet no one stepped forward to assist him. In this world, merely surviving is a burdensome endeavor. Interfering in others' affairs only serves to exacerbate one's own difficulties. After a journey of just over 10 minutes, Lin Yue arrived, feeling as though he had aged a decade. His haggard face was etched with despair. At that moment, the afternoon bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. Students poured out of the school in throngs, creating a bustling scene. Upon witnessing the two young men dragging an elderly man, many students halted, eager to witness the spectacle, deliberately colliding with us and then cursing at us. Do they think we are without temper? Even if you're Lin Luoshue's grandfather, this matter demands resolution. Justice resides within the hearts of the people. Though we may brawl, drink, and sport flamboyant hairstyles, we are good individuals, and the world must uphold justice. We refuse to believe that Lin Luoshue is as unreasonable as you. We demand an explanation. The two young men shouted, their voices imbued with fervor, nearly bringing them to tears. Had it not been for their grip on Lin Yue's swollen, dirt-streaked face, the crowd might have been swayed. Within the first high school, Lin Luoshue completed her duties in a daze, shouldering her tattered backpack as she exited. Her mind echoed with the sympathetic gaze of her homeroom teacher and those fateful words, Luoshue, you have crossed paths with the wrong person. I cannot assist you in this matter. Your scholarships will no longer be yours. The scholarships were the cornerstone of her family's financial support. For this reason, she labored diligently in her studies, striving to secure more scholarships to purchase medicine for her grandfather. Without these scholarships, she was at a loss as to what to do. Must I truly acquiesce to Lu Chong? Yet, Lin Luoshue's gaze fell, thoughts of Chen Luo clouding her mind. Her heart grew heavier, and her eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. As she stumbled toward the school entrance, she heard the raucous shouts of the two young men. Startled, she looked up in horror to see her grandfather, Lin Yue, being manhandled by the two young men, encircled by a throng of onlookers. The redness of his bruised cheek revealed he had been assaulted. In an instant, Lin Luoshue found herself in a state of utter confusion, swiftly followed by an overwhelming sense of terror and unease. Grandfather, who are you? What do you want? Let my grandfather go, or I will call the police. She pushed through the crowd, her tear-filled eyes desperately seeking to rescue Lin Yue. Upon the arrival of the main character, the onlookers became even more vocal in their discussions, none condemning the assailants, but rather directing their malicious comments towards Lin Luoshue and Lin Yue. After all, opportunities to trample upon the impoverished school beauty were few and far between. Luoshue, Lin Yue's pallid eyes filled with tears upon seeing Lin Luoshue. Two thugs pulled him back, evading the outstretched hand of Lin Luoshue. Your grandfather soiled our clothes and insulted us. If this matter isn't resolved, it won't end here. Hearing the thug's words, Lin Luoshue was both shocked and furious. She was not foolish. Rather, she was astute and quickly grasped the situation. Her tearful gaze swept across the crowd, keenly spotting Lu Chong among the spectators. In stark contrast to their disarray, Lu Chong was adorned in fine attire, flanked by two lackeys bearing tea and fruits, clearly relishing the spectacle. You bastard, Lu Chong, make them release my grandfather. He is old and cannot endure this torment. I beg you, let my grandfather go. Lin Luoshue cried out in despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. She felt as if her very soul had been stripped away, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Her pristine white stockings became soiled with dust, yet she paid it no heed. Before absolute power, her defiance and struggles appeared utterly laughable. You're begging me? Is this how one begs? Lu Chong tilted his head, wearing a cruel grin. The thrill of revenge, coupled with the sight of the pure and innocent moonlight sinking into the mire, struggling helplessly, brought him such exhilaration that he felt he might just soar. The surrounding crowd erupted into a cacophony of amusement. Lin Luoshue clenched her fists, her expression one of despair as she spoke. What attitude is required when one begs? I too wish to know. How about you demonstrate it for me, young Master Lu? Chapter 37. The Exile of the Useless Chen Luo? No. This lad possesses an unexplainable aura. The sudden voice left the crowd momentarily stunned. Turning around, they beheld Chen Luo and Su Yin emerging from the campus. The former, once a source of ridicule for having awakened a platinum-level sacred angel lineage that refused to follow him, and the latter, another campus belle known for her beauty and kindness. Thus, their identities were instantly recognized. Brother Luo? Lin Luoxue murmured, her expression one of confusion. Rubbing her eyes instinctively, she half expected to be mistaken. Chun, is that really you? Lin Youwei's uncertain call confirmed her suspicions. She had not misjudged. It was indeed Chen Luo. Simultaneously, Lu Chong and others regained their composure, casting scornful glances at Chen Luo. The trial of the Lord Source Realm had only commenced a week prior. At such a juncture, a Lord emerging was indicative of but one circumstance: the destruction of the Lord's core, resulting in the loss of eligibility to become a Lord. He had been forcibly expelled from the Lord Source Realm. How could this be? Lin Luoxue pondered, her sorrow rendering her expression vacant. She could not comprehend it. No matter how inferior Chen Luo's lineage might be, it was still a silver-level insect lineage. Why could he not even pass the trial of the Lord Source Realm? What did you just say to me? Lu Chong mocked, casually cracking sunflower seeds while deriding Chen Luo. His relaxed demeanor suggested that he held Chen Luo in utter contempt. What worth did a broken Lord core hold in his eyes? You scoundrel, Lu Chong. This matter concerns you and me alone. Do not involve others. Release my grandfather and brother Luo, or you shall never hear the end of it. Lin Luoxue cried out in a state of distress. The recent onslaught of calamities had pushed her emotions to the brink of collapse. After all, she was merely a 17-year-old girl, striving with all her might to uphold her family. Lu Chong paid her no heed, his gaze fixated on Chen Luo. More precisely, it was directed at Su Yin beside him. Su Yin's beauty was no less than that of Lin Luoxue. Her appearance alongside Chen Luo clearly indicated that she too was a discarded entity from the Lord Source Realm. Previously, rumors had circulated about Su Yin's distinguished background. But now, regardless of her lineage, she was just another waste, a mere plaything for his amusement. I had thought you held some significance. It appears I was mistaken. Ignoring the crowd's scrutiny, Chen Luo tilted his head and jested with Su Yin. This young lady was indeed the granddaughter of the Grand Elder. Yet she had managed to keep her circumstances so well concealed that not a whisper had escaped. Seeing her, the crowd exhibited not fear, but rather exhilaration, akin to the thrill of a rogue preparing for mischief. Lu Chong, regardless of what transpired between you and Lin, you would do well to cease immediately. If there are grievances, the school and authorities will address them. Should it be discovered that you instigated this matter, you too shall bear the consequences. Upon leaving the Lord Source Realm, Su Yin reverted to her icy, scholarly demeanor. The tone of his speech was devoid of any fluctuations, cold and mechanical, akin to that of a robot. The school authorities and the officials? Has Su Xiao been struck senseless? I am Lu Chong. My father is Lu Gang, the commander of our Linjiang base city's defense forces. I have come to realize that each of you is even more reckless than I, truly oblivious to the weight of your own ignorance. In this world, one must consider family background, connections, and strength to survive. Do you comprehend? Lu Chong chuckled lightly, exuding an air of confidence. The surrounding students, captivated by the spectacle, exchanged sympathetic glances towards Su Yin, Lin Luoxue, and Chen Luo. These three were truly unfortunate to have entangled themselves with such a troublesome entity. Engaging in a rational discourse with a brute is a futile endeavor. If you can manage it, you are indeed exceptional. Remember, in matters like these, one must rely on power or authority. As Chen Luo's words faded, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before two yellow-haired ruffians. With a flick of his fingers, he aimed and struck. The fluidity of his actions was mesmerizing, leaving Su Yin and Lin Luoxue in tears, instinctively clutching their foreheads, where a dull ache lingered. The seemingly innocuous slap lacked visible force. Yet, the two ruffians were sent sprawling several meters back, rendered unconscious. Had their chests not risen and fallen, onlookers might have assumed them lifeless. What on earth just transpired? Did you witness that? Lu Chong, in disbelief, scattered his sunflower seeds on the ground as he turned to his two lackeys, his tone rife with incredulity and existential doubt. What had he just witnessed? That so-called waste had vanished in the blink of an eye, only to reappear and incapacitate his capable subordinates with a mere flick? Was he hallucinating? How could a failure possess such abilities? Boss, Perhaps we should flee? This fellow seems rather uncanny. The two lackeys trembled, recognizing the peril. Even a blind man could discern that something was amiss. Wasn't Chen Luo merely a discarded waste from the Lord's realm? How could he wield such power? The crowd murmured, their gazes filled with astonishment as they looked at Chen Luo. Ignoring the curious stares, he helped Lin Yuwei to his feet. Grandpa Lin, why are you out here instead of resting at home? And why are two of your teeth missing? Have you been gnawing on bones? Lin Yuwei, can't you see my face is swollen like a pig's head? How can you even mention bones? Was it not merely a matter of having tricked this little rascal out of a piece of meat once? Must one hold a grudge for so long? Lin Luoxue was assisted to her feet by Su Yin, who meticulously brushed off the dust from her clothing. Lin Luoxue glanced at Su Yin and then at Chen Luo. Her mind a tangled ball of questions. What on earth was happening? Shouldn't Chen Luo and Su Yin be participating in the trials within the Lord's realm? How could they possibly be here? Depending on the circumstances, they have not yet been expelled. Aside from expulsion, are there alternative means to depart from the Lord's source realm prematurely? The Lord's source realm is exceedingly dull. Your brother Luo has been dreaming of sipping iced drinks, which prompted our departure. Su Yan's smile radiated brightness, laced with a hint of jest. She was not well acquainted with Lin Luoxue, but her familiarity with Chen Luo sufficed. As Chen Luo's subordinate lord, she shared an inseparable bond with him, akin to that of family. Lin Luoxue, being Chen Luo's childhood friend, naturally held a place in her heart. What? Iced drink? Lin Luoxue blinked in bewilderment, confirming twice that she had not misheard, only to find herself more perplexed. They left the Lord's source realm's trials simply for the desire for iced beverages? This was undoubtedly the most ridiculous thing she had ever heard in her life, without exception. Chen Luo, is it? Just you wait. I shall return. Lu Chong felt a surge of unease. Without hesitation, he contemplated retreat. Acknowledging the situation was amiss, yet choosing to confront it was sheer folly. Before making his escape, he could not resist uttering a few bravado-laden remarks to salvage his dignity. No sooner had he spoken than he turned and fled with his two companions. Where do you think you're going? Didn't you intend to demonstrate your humility to us? Young Master Lu? Here's the deal. You plead with me, satisfy my curiosity, and I shall let you go. What do you say? I am genuinely intrigued to see what begging looks like. Chen Luo's voice was cold as he spoke, his figure already appearing before Lu Chong and his two associates. Though slightly frail in stature, he effectively blocked their escape with resolute determination. Chapter 38. Is your father named Lu Gang? A slap shatters the dreams of the spoiled. They truly deserve it. As Chen Luo materialized before them like a specter, Lu Chong and his two companions felt a tightening in their stomachs. Utterly bewildered and at a loss for what to do. They were merely spoiled brats, accustomed to bullying ordinary people. Faced with such a formidable opponent, they were entirely outmatched. Do you know who my father is? My father is Lu Gang. Lu Gang, the commander of the defense forces in Linjiang Bay City. A powerful lord of the golden fifth tier, Lu Chong declared, desperately attempting to maintain his composure. As he spoke, a flicker of confidence returned. After all, his father was Lu Gang, a powerful figure of immense influence in Linjiang Bay City. Why should he fear a mere impoverished orphan like Chen Luo? The more he thought about it, the straighter Lu Chong stood, soon reverting to his haughty demeanor, nearly looking down his nose at Chen Luo. His two lackeys, witnessing this transformation, also felt their fears dissipate. They doubted Chen Luo would dare to act against them once he learned of Lu Chong's identity. Your father is named Lu Gang? I thought it was Li Gang. If it's not Li Gang, then why are you pretending? With that, Chen Luo struck Lu Chong across the face with a resounding slap. The force was terrifying, spinning Lu Chong around like a top, several teeth flying alongside a spray of blood. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his swollen face in disbelief. Lo Go, please don't stop him. Let your precious brother vent his emotions. He knows his limits. Lin Luoxue interjected anxiously, only to be calmly interrupted by Su Yan. Yet her expression remained fraught with concern. I mean, just don't get blood on your clothes. It's hard to wash out. Su Yan was taken aback. At times, she contemplated calling the authorities, believing Lin Luoxue was worried about Chen Luo facing retaliation after injuring Lu Chong. To her surprise, Lin Luoxue's sole concern was the potential for blood to stain their clothes. Truly, she was a peculiar match for Chen Luo. The onlookers were utterly horrified. They never expected Chen Luo to strike, let alone with such ferocity. Lu Chong had lost a tooth. Speaking in the future would likely leave him with a lisp. You dare to hit me? Go on, try it again. Lu Chong seethed with anger, his face aflame with pain and humiliation from the stares of those around him, feeling both physically and mentally tormented. The position of kneeling on the ground crushed his dignity underfoot. Slap! Before he could finish his protest, Chen Luo delivered another merciless blow, sending 2 more teeth flying. This time he moderated his strength, not wishing to send Lu Chong flying again. It was not out of pity. Rather, he relished Lu Chong's current posture. He was quite satisfied. You, slap. Chen Luo, don't. Slap, slap. Stop, it hurts too much. I was wrong. Slap, slap. Stop. Father, come save me. It hurts so much. Lu Chong uttered a single word, and Chen Luo responded with 2 resounding slaps. Initially, he sought to maintain his dignity, but with each strike he was driven to the brink of despair, as if all pride had been stripped away. His teeth were on the verge of being lost completely. At that moment, dignity and reputation seemed trivial. Lu Chong wept profusely, nearly prostrating himself before Chen Luo. His face had swollen to the size of a pig's head, rendering him unrecognizable even to his own mother. What had once been a complete set of teeth was now reduced to a few remnants. In a posture of submission, he sobbed like a boiling kettle. Onlookers felt a pang of sorrow, tears welling up at the sight of his pitiable state, prompting many to avert their gaze. The brutality of it all was staggering. I have never encountered such a despicable individual. Why not simply beg for mercy after receiving a slap? You had already assumed the position, yet you still invited further blows? Truly, an unprecedented demand. It seems now you are in need of assistance, young Master Lu. Chen Luo accepted the tissue offered by Su Yen, wiping the blood from his hands. His words were delivered with a nonchalance that bordered on casualness, but to Lu Chong, they struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly terrified. Enduring excruciating pain, he attempted to muster a conciliatory smile. Slap. Did I allow you to smile? Are you unaware of how hideous you are? Another laugh, and I shall break your legs. Chen Luo furrowed his brow and raised his hand again, delivering yet another resounding slap. Lu Chong spat out the few remaining teeth he had. Now, he was completely toothless, a state even more severe than that of a nonagenarian. Tears streamed down his face, filled with unexpressed rage. In a state of utter terror, he stammered out pleas for mercy. Please, spare me. I beg you. I truly regret it. Treat me like a mere trifle and let me go. I swear, I will never dare again. Observing Chen Luo's impassive demeanor, devoid of any sign of compassion, Lu Chong attempted to grit his teeth, only to tragically realize he had none left. This revelation became the final straw that broke the camel's back. What dignity, what pride, could possibly outweigh the value of life? As he wept and wailed, he bowed before Chen Luo in fervent supplication. His pleas were as loud as they were desperate. Young Master Lu had indeed mastered the art of begging, to the point where it softened my heart. Begone. Do not let me see you again, otherwise your father will be powerless to protect you. Chen Luo did not spare him a second glance. He turned and walked towards the astonished Lin Yue, supporting him as they departed alongside Su Yin and Lin Luoxue. The crowd parted amicably, allowing them passage, utterly stunned by the events that had unfolded. Initially, they had anticipated a spectacle of Lu Chong's attempts to woo Lin Luoxue, seeking to undermine her dignity and force her into submission. Instead, Chen Luo had emerged like a specter, shattering Lu Chong's pride with a few deft strikes, nearly grinding him into the ground. Even the influence of Lu Chong's father, the commander of the defense forces in Linjiang Bay City, proved futile. In that instant, Chen Luo, once the subject of ridicule, had transformed into an entity that none dared provoke. Even whispers behind his back were uttered softly, for fear that a raised voice might invoke the wrath of Chen Luo. How utterly disheartening. This grievance shall not go unavenged. I vow to take action. Lu Chong, consumed by fury and despair, pounded the ground with his fists. In the heat of the moment, he had been too preoccupied with pleading for mercy to notice. Now that the danger had passed, he became acutely aware of the mocking gazes directed at him from those around. The esteemed Lu Xiao of No. 1 High School, a notorious figure second only to Li Hao, was a person of considerable repute. Yet, here he was, reduced to this state, compelled to kneel and bow before the crowd. Fear not, young Master Lu. Your father will not turn a blind eye. Once he intervenes, Chen Luo will undoubtedly find himself groveling before you. Indeed, should Commander Lu take action, Chen Luo would amount to naught. Two loyal followers approached, eager to assist Lu Chong, their faces etched with animosity as they offered their suggestions. Hearing their words, a glimmer of delight flickered across Lu Chong's visage. Why wait any longer? I must seek out my father and have him exact vengeance for me. I shall force that wretched Chen Luo to kneel, compelled to witness my humiliation of those two deceitful women, Su Yin and Lin Luoxue. He shall certainly regret today's events. With urgency, the two companions supported Lu Chong as they made their way out. Although the onlookers held Lu Chong in contempt, they dared not provoke him, silently parting to allow the trio to pass. It was not until they had distanced themselves that the crowd began to murmur. The events of today would soon reverberate throughout No. 1 High School and beyond, permeating the entirety of Tianshui Bay City. With the aid of the vast network, it could even spread across the entire Dragon Nation. Chapter 39. The Monarch-level Beast King? The Beast Tide approaches. Do you want a wife or not? In the city of Linjiang, within the Lord's Manor, the atmosphere today was somewhat oppressive. All the high-ranking officials of the Bay City were present, including the principals of both the first and second high schools. Liu Gang, are you certain this is a beast tide? This is no trivial matter, Lord Song Wenbo inquired, his expression grave, tinged with a hidden hope. The others, upon hearing this, held their breaths, fearful that even the slightest sound might overshadow Liu Gang's response. Indeed, our personnel have inspected the Yinmen Gorge several times, Liu Gang replied, his physique robust and exuding a fierce aura as he rose to operate the remote control, bringing forth the large screen. On it was a projection of the Yinmen Gorge. Everyone turned their gazes toward it, their expressions steeped in seriousness. This is the first image, taken 7 days ago. At a rough estimation, it gathered no fewer than 3,000 beasts. The first photograph, captured from a high vantage point, displayed swathes of monsters sprawled across the gorge. Even from the large screen, one could sense the overwhelming, menacing energy emanating from the creatures. These monsters are formidable. They are likely of silver or even gold rank. The second image, taken 5 days ago, indicated an estimated base of 10,000 creatures. As he spoke, Liu Gang displayed the second image. While the first photo captured a large quantity of beasts, the second was a different story. It was impossible to encompass all the creatures in one shot, taken from a height of 100 meters. The gravity of the situation intensified, the atmosphere growing ever more oppressive. The third image, taken 3 days ago, reveals that the number of beasts in Yinmen Gorge has approached 20,000. The final image, captured this morning, indicated that the count had surged to 30,000 and continued to rise. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in serious trouble. Liu Gang's solemn declaration plunged the atmosphere into an icy silence. While the beast tide itself was terrifying, what was even more daunting was the entity capable of summoning such a tide. Low-tier beasts lack cognitive thought. They act purely on instinct to kill and hunt. Only upon reaching the monarch level can beasts possess a level of intelligence comparable to that of humans. Monarch-level creatures, known as beast kings, are evidently behind this impending tide. Only a beast king could amass such a vast number of monsters in such a short span, inciting a beast tide. This signifies that the city of Linjiang is not only confronted with a ferocious tide of beasts, but also a creature of at least the monarch level. Yet, the strongest individual in Linjiang, Lord Song Wenbo, is merely a platinum-tier lord of the third rank. Engaging in battle would render him no match for a monarch-level beast. Upon completing his report, the atmosphere in the room plummeted to a freezing point. If this beast tide could not be resolved, the 3 million citizens of Linjiang were in grave peril. Song Wenbo clenched his fists. I will report this matter and request the higher authorities to dispatch a monarch-level lord for assistance. We must keep this under wraps to prevent public panic. The entire defense force has vacated the city, establishing a perimeter 10 miles outside. As of today, entry into and exit from Linjiang Bay City is strictly prohibited, and no one shall defy this order. With resolute authority, the command was issued, instilling confidence among the attendees, who collectively exhaled in relief. Those present were all at least golden-level lords, representing the entirety of Linjiang Bay City's golden lords. Naturally, They held no objections to Song Wenjue's decision. It was indeed the most optimal solution. All that remained was to hope that the esteemed king-level lord would arrive swiftly. Ideally before the Beast King led the Beast Tide to besiege the city. Otherwise, the defenses within would be insufficient to withstand the onslaught for long. As the meeting concluded, everyone departed in haste, compelled to consider the worst-case scenario. Linjiang Bay City was perilous. They needed to discreetly evacuate their families. Chen, didn't you go to participate in the Lord's Source trial? How did you end up here? Were you expelled? Yet you hardly appear to have suffered a core rupture. Lin Yue inquired upon returning to his dilapidated rental. Lin Luo, equally curious, turned her gaze towards Chen Luo. Something felt amiss. The trial had only commenced 7 days prior. If Chen Luo wished to exit the Lord's Source realm, he could only have been expelled. Yet his demeanor did not suggest he had lost his lordship. Surely, he hadn't completed the trial ahead of time? Could one even finish the Lord's Source trial prematurely? I say, I am simply too powerful, to the extent that my prowess disrupted the fairness of the trial. Hence, I was invited to leave. Do you believe that? Chen Luo quipped, sipping his ice-cold soda, reveling in its refreshing taste. Truly, the allure of unhealthy indulgences lay solely in their unwholesomeness. Lin Luo rolled her eyes at him, then turned to Su Yin. Her expression tinged with anxiety as she asked, Senior Su, what on earth is happening? Why are you with Brother Luo? Her delicate ears perked up, and her anxious fingers fidgeted nervously. Her heart raced, fearing she might hear an unwelcome answer. This is a lengthy story, and if one were to elaborate, Chen Luo's assertion would not be entirely inaccurate. You need not address me as senior. I'm not much older than you. Furthermore, I am currently Chen Luo's subordinate lord, so we may as well be considered family. Su Yin replied warmly to Lin Luo. It was difficult for her to harbor ill feelings towards anything so delightful. Subordinate lord? What does that entail? What transpired between you in the Lord's Source realm? Lin Luo inquired. Her curiosity piqued, yet her anxiety remained. However, Su Yin's amiable demeanor alleviated much of her apprehension. She had nearly assumed that Su Yin and Chen Luo were romantically involved. Seeing her curiosity, Su Yin began to recount the events in detail. The small room was soon filled with Lin Luo's intermittent exclamations of astonishment. Chen, come with me, Lin Yue said, leaning on his cane as he unsteadily rose to leave the room. Chen Luo followed closely behind, clutching a large bucket of soda, taking sips as he walked, and sighing contentedly. Those who had never experienced the taste of nutritional fluids could never comprehend his plight. Why does the world have such a nutritious yet unpalatable substance? Two individuals exited the door, walking down the deserted corridor. Chen Xiaozai, Haven Tea, I treated you fairly? Lin Yue inquired directly as they halted their steps. This question left Chen Luo momentarily speechless. If we disregard the fact that you deceived me regarding candy, meat, and pocket money, forbidding me from playing with Luo, and not allowing me to. Chen Luo counted off on his fingers, and with each item he mentioned, Lin Yue's embarrassment grew. Previously, he had been so focused on protecting his precious little cabbage that he hadn't given it a second thought. Now, as Chen Luo enumerated his grievances, he felt quite wretched. Enough. Ahem, Chen Xiaozai. You and Luo have been childhood friends. You must understand her feelings, right? Lin Yue interjected hurriedly, coughing slightly from his urgency. Observing this, Chen Luo instinctively clutched his soda. He had been tricked by this old rascal far too many times. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a goblet from his dominion and poured half a glass of ice soda, offering it to Lin Yue. Care for a sip to ease your throat? Witnessing Lin Yue's reluctant expression nearly made him laugh in exasperation. This lad remained unchanged, which brought Lin Yue a sense of relief. Entrusting Lin Luo to someone familiar like Chen Luo reassured him greatly. You should keep it for yourself. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo unhesitatingly reclaimed the goblet and drank it all in one go. The swiftness of his action infuriated Lin Yue, who huffed in frustration. Chen Xiaozai, let me be straightforward. Do you desire a wife or not? My time is limited, and I hope you will take good care of Luo. That girl has endured too much hardship. I do not expect you to cherish her like a precious gem, but at the very least, do not let her suffer unduly. Consider this. An earnest plea from an old man. Chapter 40. inheriting my beautiful granddaughter, kicked against the wall by her own father. Unable to extract herself, Lin Yue swayed as he bowed to Chen Luo, his demeanor earnest and nearly pleading. I have grown up alongside Luo Xue, and naturally, I will take good care of her. Even if you do not speak of it, I will look after her. Chen Luo, casually sipping on his iced cola, spoke with a nonchalance that belied his true thoughts, which were resolute. For the sake of Lin Luo Xue, that cherished fragile egg, he was determined to ensure her a life free from worry. In this world, one must never betray those endowed with profound affection. Then I can rest easy. Lin Yue began, but was abruptly cut off by a violent fit of coughing. Blood spattered into his palm, a sight both jarring and alarming. If your health is poor, do not overexert yourself. Should you perish here, Luo Xue would be left in turmoil. Chen Luo's brow furrowed slightly as he produced half a cup of nutrient solution, offering it to Lin Yue. This nutrient solution was not only nourishing, but also capable of healing. Aside from its unpalatable taste, it boasted no real flaws. Lin Yue, against his expectations, accepted the cup and drank it down in one go. The viscous texture prompted a grimace. What on earth is this? Are you trying to harm the old man, so that you might inherit my stunning granddaughter? The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched as he turned to leave, unwilling to engage further with this old rascal. At times, he felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a couple of punches to the old man. Truly. Hey, you brat, am I feeling better? Lin Yue exclaimed in astonishment as he clenched his fist, sensing a long-lost vigor that nearly brought him to tears. In his excitement, he hastily discarded his cane, eager to test if he could walk. However, the moment the cane slipped from his grasp, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. That nutrient solution can only restore your stamina and alleviate some minor ailments. For your chronic afflictions, it is of little use. You might as well cling to your cane. Chen Luo remarked, turning back to observe Lin Yue sprawled on the floor, a satisfied smile on his face. Before the old man could express his anger or question him, Chen Luo swiftly made his exit. Although respecting one's elders is a traditional virtue, it did not apply to Lin Yue, who was quite the rascal. You little scoundrel. At least lend me a hand. Lin Yue fumed, his face flushed with indignation. In the corridor, Lin Luo Xue covered her mouth in astonishment, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes. These were not tears of sorrow, but rather tears of overwhelming joy. She had eavesdropped on the entire exchange and had learned of the nutrient solution's effects. It could not cure, but could provide temporary relief. This was among the best news she had heard in years. The other piece of good news was that Chen Luo was a prodigious talent. Su Yin silently stood beside her, offering a tissue to wipe her tears. Sister Yin, do you think Brother Luo will face retribution from Lu Chong for offending him today? After all, his father is the commander of the defense team, a man of great power and a formidable Golden Lord. Lin Luo Xue inquired anxiously, her thoughts primarily occupied by Chen Luo. Today, once again, Chen Luo came to the rescue, saving her in a heroic manner, and even presented a precious item to treat her grandfather. This act deepened her concern for him, especially since this incident was instigated by her. If Chen Luo were to be harmed due to this, or worse, she would never forgive herself. How could she possess such an exquisite beauty? How could she have such a flawless figure? How could she, at the tender age of 17, already be endowed with a D cup? If only she lacked these attributes, such calamities might have been averted. Rest assured, your brother Luo will find a solution. Su Yin offered no further explanation, primarily because she was at a loss for words. Surely, she could not declare, your brother Luo is an unparalleled prodigy who, just days into the trials, ascended to the rank of a Golden Lord. Would Lin Luo Xue believe such a claim without witnessing it firsthand? No one would accept it without tangible proof. In the commander's mansion, Lu Gang rushed back in haste. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of a pig-headed individual nestled in his wife's embrace. A man and a woman clung to one another, sobbing uncontrollably. Who the hell are you? Get away from my wife. Lu Chong, upon hearing his father's voice, looked up in surprise, eager to report his grievances. However, as he lifted his gaze, he was met with the sole of a size 42 shoe. In the next moment, a tremendous force sent him flying. His only unscathed feature, his nose, was broken. Lu Madam, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned. By the time she comprehended the situation, Lu Chong was already embedded in the wall. unable to extricate himself. Xiangzi, Lu Gang, are you out of your mind? What have you done to my son? He was attacked, and you retaliate? She cried, rushing forward in a desperate attempt to free Lu Chong from the wall. Fortunately, Lu Chong came from a well-to-do family, having feasted on monster meat since childhood. Although he had yet to become a lord, his physique was far superior to that of an average person. Moreover, Lu Gang had restrained his kick, preventing a fatal outcome. Lu Chong? My son Lu Chong. Who is this pig? Who harmed my son? Let them come forth. Do they not know that I, Lu Gang, am his father? I shall see who in this Jiangling Bay City dares to disrespect me. Lu Gang, braving the murderous glare of his wife, shifted the blame elsewhere. The couple worked together, carefully extracting Lu Chong from the wall and administering top-tier healing medicine. It wasn't long before Lu Chong regained consciousness. The moment he moved, he felt as though every bone in his body was shattered, as if a 100-ton behemoth had trampled over him. Am I so severely injured? Dad, you must seek vengeance for me. That Chen Luo is inhuman, utterly inhuman. He stole my girlfriend, assaulted me, and even compelled me to kneel and kowtow. When I invoked your name, he claimed you were no better than the maggots in a cesspit. Look at my teeth. Not a single one remains. He slapped me repeatedly, one after another. Lu Chong lamented, tears streaming down his face as he recounted the embellished tale. Naturally, Lu Gang and his wife discerned that he was not being entirely truthful. But the son has been beaten to such a state, they no longer care about the truth. The son is ruined, and they are indifferent to right or wrong. That despicable scoundrel dared to lay a hand on my son. Rest assured, Chong, I shall avenge you, capturing that scoundrel and that wretched woman for you to deal with as you wish. There has been some trouble outside the city. I have arranged a private plane. For now, you should gather your belongings and leave Linjiang City to seek refuge at your grandfather's house, where you can recuperate. When I come to visit you, I will definitely bring that rascal and that vile woman. Lu Gang made his promise with utmost resolve. He refrained from informing the mother and son about the beast tide. The fewer who know about this matter, the better, especially since his wife is quite the chatterbox. No sooner had he spoken than he feared she might confide in her close friend. Before long, the entire Linjiang Bay City would be in the know. Father, I will not leave. I want to witness Chen Luo kneeling before me, begging for mercy, and to see Lin Luoxue filled with regret. Let mother go. I will stay with you. Lu Chong's heart churned with hatred. He cared for nothing but revenge. Despite Lu Gang's attempts to persuade him, he remained resolute in his decision to stay. Reluctantly, Lu Gang could only send his bewildered wife away first. Chapter 41. The Beast Tide approaches, the Monarch-class Beast King, the Flying Feather White Tiger. The time has come to depart for Kyoto and prepare for the extraterritorial battlefield. Su Yan, clad in a sleek black dress and adorned with rimless glasses, cradled a tablet in her arms, exuding an air of maturity and competence that belied her 18 years. She appeared both composed and poised. No rush. Once I secure the tickets, we should arrive in Kyoto in about 2 days, she stated. Must you dress like that? Chen Luo remarked, reclining on the sofa in a mock state of repose, casting a peculiar glance at Su Yan. Her attire evoked a certain term in his mind, a secretary on duty. One might think he harbored peculiar inclinations, if unaware of the context. Su Yan adjusted her rimless glasses and replied, My sister insists that this attire conveys a sense of professionalism. Chen Luo was left speechless. His curiosity piqued about Su Yan's sister. That young woman must surely be a seasoned strategist. With little to prepare, he decided to purchase the tickets and set off the next day. Chen Luo chose to wait another day, anticipating Lu Chong's retaliation. If this matter remained unresolved, what fate awaited Lin Luoxue and her grandfather upon their departure? All right, Su Yan acquiesced, deftly maneuvering on her tablet. To venture to the extraterritorial battlefield, one must first travel to Kyoto. Strictly speaking, following the trials, all individuals who successfully passed and officially became lords were required to report to Kyoto. This was to facilitate the organization and distribution of teams. The extraterritorial battlefield was no place for leisure. Its dangers surpassed those found in 1,000 source realms. Solo endeavors could lead to swift demise, hence operations were generally conducted in teams. Wait, I cannot purchase tickets to Kyoto, she exclaimed, her brow furrowed in confusion. Not only were tickets to Kyoto unavailable, but those to other destinations were also ceased. Flights had been similarly suspended. Su Yin gazed at the tablet in disbelief, prompting Chen Luo to furrow his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. What could have caused such an abrupt cessation of services? The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the seriousness of the moment. Unless a significant event had transpired, such a widespread suspension was inconceivable. This felt akin to a city lockdown. Contact your grandfather. We seem to be in considerable trouble. Chen Luo sat upright, an unusual seriousness enveloping him. The closure of a base city indicated dire circumstances. The world was far from safe, and preparations were essential. Su Yin retrieved her phone and exited the room. Shortly thereafter, she returned, her demeanor more somber than before, even somewhat foreboding. My grandfather informed me that the Lord of Linjiang Bay City reported an assembly of beast tides outside the city, with a suspected Monarch-class Beast King in the vicinity. They have dispatched Monarch-class lords for support, and he urged us to exercise utmost caution. Beast Tide? Chen Luo sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If there was one thing he relished, it was the prospect of facing overwhelming adversaries. The more enemies, the greater the swarm of insectoids. Beast tides are splendid. They are my favorite. Let us seek out the city lord, Chen Luo exclaimed, filled with excitement as he grasped Su Yan's hand and dashed outside. As a member of the Linjiang Bay City, it was essential to contribute during such critical times. The perilous battlefields beyond were fraught with danger. Even with the Great Elder and others providing covert protection, absolute safety was not guaranteed. One must forge their own strength. He had previously contemplated venturing elsewhere to acquire energy points, but now, fortune had presented them at his doorstep. Grandfather instructed us not to interfere. The Beast Tide may be summoned by a king-class Beast King, far beyond our capability to confront, Su Yin implored, her expression a blend of resignation and concern. Yet, Chen Luo's response was merely to quicken his pace. Eventually, he hoisted her onto his shoulder and sprinted toward the city lord's residence. Passers-by halted, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and intrigue as they beheld the unusual duo. Su Yin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She wished for a chasm to swallow her whole. How could one feel such profound shame? In the Yinmen Gorge, flanked by towering mountains resembling wings, this was the sole terrestrial passage to and from Linjiang City. Once a vast expanse, the gorge was now overrun by throngs of monsters. The painstakingly constructed railway had been utterly obliterated. A glance revealed that both inside and outside the gorge were teeming with creatures. The mountains were populated by avian monstrosities, their sheer numbers enough to induce unease. Roar! The sound tore through the heavens, imbued with an authority that compelled the surrounding monsters to bow their heads in submission. My brethren, it is time for retribution against the two-legged beasts. They have preyed upon my kin, feasting upon our kind and reveling in our slaughter. Today, we shall declare that we, the beast kin, shall never be enslaved. Annihilate those two-legged beasts and reclaim our land. With that majestic winged white tiger soared through the air, its height and length of approximately 3 meters rendering it unremarkable among the monsters. Yet, the aura of a ruler enveloped it, ensuring the submission of all creatures nearby. The king-class beast king, the Feiyu white tiger. Upon hearing its proclamation, the surrounding monsters erupted into a cacophony of roars that resonated through the sky, even reaching Linjiang City. In an instant, tens of thousands of monsters surged toward the Linjiang Bay City, their blood-red eyes gleaming with a fervent thirst for flesh and carnage. Lacking any semblance of intelligence, they acted solely on primal instincts, following the commands of their beast king without fear of death, driven solely by the desire to rend their foes asunder. This relentless determination marked one of the most terrifying aspects of the Beast Tide. Within Linjiang Bay City, the thunderous roar startled the populace. Astute individuals hastened home, while the less prudent lingered on the streets, engaging in idle chatter. Some had already taken out their phones, eager to share their excitement online, oblivious to the impending calamity. Shadows ascended from the city, and without exception, they were all Golden Tier lords. This scene further convinced the astute of their suspicions, while even the less discerning sensed something amiss. Additionally, some individuals, having posted on their social media, had already commenced live broadcasts. It seemed we need not proceed to the Lord's mansion. Let us venture outside the city to ascertain the matter. Chen Luo and Su Yin exchanged glances, and in the next instant, both soared into the air. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, they transformed into streaks of light, darting toward the outskirts of the city. Those two youngsters, are they gold-tier lords? Goodness, friends, look quickly. Zhubo just brushed past 2 gold-tier lords. Let us give Zhubo a thumbs up. With gold-tier lords in motion, what could possibly be happening outside the city? Why fret over such concerns? If the sky were to fall, there are those tall enough to bear the brunt, and it shan't fall upon us. Those two appear rather familiar. They seem to be students from the first high school. I saw them at the school gate the day before yesterday. Their names appear to be Su Yan and Chen Luo. The female is definitely the school belle, quite beautiful. Impossible. Students from the first high school being gold-tier lords? 2 of them, no less. This is utterly absurd. If that were true, Wang Zijing, would wash my hair while standing on my head. Chapter 42. The domain unfolds. The beasts have been hooked. The tide of beasts surged with ferocity. Even with prior preparations and defenses in place, resisting them remained an arduous task. It was only upon engaging in battle that they realized the multitude of golden-tier monsters within this beast tide, with the remainder being silver-tier. Golden beasts roamed freely. Silver ones were as common as dogs, and bronze had not even the qualification to mingle. In stark contrast, the defending forces boasted but a few silver-tier leaders, many of whom were merely ordinary individuals expelled from the realm of lords. They relied solely on firearms to maintain any semblance of combat effectiveness. The sounds of gunfire echoed incessantly, with smoke and the stench of blood permeating the air. The thunderous roars of beasts never ceased. Despite their preparations and exerting their full capabilities, the battlefield remained overwhelmingly one-sided. Lord, this cannot continue. Should we retreat? Evacuate the populace to safety and abandon the Jiangjiang Bay City? Principal Li's words elicited nods of agreement from several golden-tier leaders. They had yet to engage, and the state of affairs was all too clear to them. They could not prevail, nor could they effectively hold the line. To act recklessly would lead to their exhaustion, followed by the gruesome fate of being torn apart by monsters. They possessed but a scant few golden-tier kin, each exceedingly precious, and there was no need to sacrifice them without cause. Song Wenjua's expression darkened. He could decipher their intentions with clarity. A cold glance swept across the room, and none dared to meet his gaze. Each base city was forged from the blood and bones of their ancestors, an invaluable treasure. We still possess the strength to fight, and reinforcements are on the way. How can we speak of retreat? If we cannot hold, we must still strive to defend. I shall forge a line of defense with my territory, and your duty is to hold the line. Defend with all your might. Whoever dares to hide their strength shall be deemed a traitor to humanity. As his words faded, Song Wenjua stepped forward. In an instant, he vanished, only to reappear high above the battlefield. Amidst the excited cries of the defense team, a platinum-colored orb materialized in his grasp. The core of the Lord. Domain unfold. With the command given, the suspended core ascended rapidly. The next moment, an expansive phantom of territory emerged, settling upon the ground and blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Towering walls sprang forth, rising dozens of meters into the air, effectively keeping the monsters at bay. Soaring arrow towers unleashed volleys of arrows, each strike capable of slaying a beast. The fortress loomed like a slumbering giant, radiating an aura of terrifying authority. Before the fortress stood neatly arranged formations of kin, each formation comprising 100 kin. There were as many as 12. At the forefront stood the royal griffin of platinum tier. As the territory unfolded, the arrow towers and walls sprang into action, resolutely repelling the onslaught of the beast tide. The powers of the platinum tier Lord manifested in the domain. He has truly lost his mind. To unfold his domain here, is he not afraid of the Beast King's intervention? If the core of the Lord shatters, it will be his end. Principal Li and the others cursed under their breath. They had initially hoped to make a hasty escape amidst the chaos, but now they were left with no choice but to confront the battle head-on. The Platinum Lord could indeed manifest his domain. The advantage lies in the ability to utilize the structures within the territory for combat, such as arrow towers and city walls. However, the cost is equally apparent. When a domain manifests, the core of the Lord becomes exposed. This is not the source realm of the Lord. Should the Lord's core shatter, they will be expelled. Here, if the Lord's core breaks, They not only lose the qualification to be a lord, but also face total annihilation. Nothing but dust remains. Knowing that a king-level beast resides within the beast tide, Song Wenjue dares to unleash the domain and expose the Lord's core. Is this not madness? Fellow comrades, do not hesitate. Charge forth. Lu Gang, hailing from a military background, takes the lead. With a mere gesture, a massive vortex materializes beside him. From this swirling abyss emerges a colossal spiked mace, followed by towering mountain giants, each over 5 meters tall. In just a brief moment, over a dozen mountain giants appear. Is this the golden 8th-tier aptitude of the mountain giants? Indeed, all of Lu's summoned giants have attained golden rank, truly formidable. Now, let me demonstrate. Principal Li taps his cane, and a similar vortex manifests at his side. Gigantic 8-eyed spiders crawl forth. Observing this, several other golden-ranked lords also summon their kin. Although golden lords cannot manifest their domains externally, they can indeed call forth their kin to join the fray. With a dozen golden lords summoning over 200 kin of golden strength, the tide of battle is decisively turned, even showing signs of a counteroffensive. The mountain giants wield their spiked maces, reducing nearby monsters to mere pulp, while the 8-eyed spiders spew webs, ensnaring any creature that comes into contact, transforming them into blood in mere moments. The royal griffins march in orderly ranks, their wings stirring up whirlwinds that ensnare and shred surrounding monsters. The situation has turned remarkably favorable. The defenders have even begun to cheer, sensing the prospect of victory. When Chen Luo and Su Yan arrive, they witness this unfolding scene. The external manifestation of the domain. What audacity from Lord Song! He has forged a towering wall with his very life. Su Yan, well versed in the ways of the world, quickly comprehends the situation with a single glance and cannot help but exclaim in admiration. Although she has encountered many powerful individuals, the fearless resolve exhibited by Song Wenjue still commands her respect. Do you think they can withstand it? Chen Luo refrains from immediate action, opting instead to observe the battlefield's dynamics. The insect race is combative and can sustain themselves through battle, yet they must not engage recklessly. To advance knowing that the Beast King is at the king level is not valor, it is folly. In the presence of a king-level foe, even a multitude of golden ranks would be insufficient to withstand a single blow, except for that waste, Snake Yida. Su Yan adjusts her glasses and shakes her head without hesitation. Difficult. Though Lord Song's external domain, along with Principal Li and their kin, has temporarily held back the beast tide, the king-level Beast King has yet to make its move. Once it does, the defenses will crumble in an instant. Chen Luo nods noncommittally. As the conflict intensifies, the disparities in strength become increasingly pronounced. In the realm of silver and gold levels, one can achieve the effect of surpassing ranks through quantity and qualifications. However, upon reaching the monarch level, even an abundance of numbers or exceptional qualifications proves to be of little significance. 100,000 platinum-tier entities cannot triumph over a single monarch-tier being. Why then? Do you suppose the Beast King refrains from intervening directly? Clearly, a mere strike from it could obliterate the defenses entirely, could it not? Chen Luo's words momentarily stunned Su Yan, prompting her to furrow her brow in contemplation. Indeed, it was evident that a minimal exertion of force could shatter the defenses. With the Beast King's intellect comparable to that of an adult, it must surely comprehend this fact. So why does it refrain from action? Does the cat not enjoy toying with a mouse? Observing its prey's desperate struggles can sometimes prove to be more entertaining than a swift consumption. This Beast King certainly exhibits a flair for the game. Chen Luo's exclamation struck Su Yan like a thunderbolt, awakening her to the realization. The Beast King, capable of easily overpowering the defenses, yet choosing not to, can only imply one possibility. As Chen Luo suggested, the Beast King delights in the sport of cat and mouse, relishing the sight of its prey in agonizing struggle. If my deductions are correct, the Beast King is likely to unleash a throng of golden-tier monsters to rectify the one-sided battle. No sooner had Chen Luo finished speaking than a resounding roar echoed from the distance. In the next moment, thousands of golden-tier monsters sprang forth from the beast horde, joining the fray. The tide of battle was once more altered. You see, I told you this creature knows how to play. Chapter 43. The Emergence of the Beast Tide? The insect tide stuns everyone. It gathered only golden tier monsters, deliberately omitting platinum tier ones. The absence of the latter was not due to an inability to summon them, but rather a calculated decision. Golden tier monsters do not inspire despair. They merely prompt the evacuation of civilians. However, the presence of platinum tier creatures would compel the lord of the city to hastily disperse the populace. It had adeptly manipulated the psyche of the city lord, instilling a false sense of security that they could withstand until reinforcements arrived, unaware that this was merely a game of cat and mouse. Clearly, our city lord had already been ensnared. Chen Luo's words illuminated Su Yan's understanding. Her expression turned gravely serious. If Chen Luo's assessment was accurate, then the Beast King was undoubtedly well prepared. Their reinforcements might never arrive. What should we do now? Should we engage? At that moment, the battlefield had become overwhelmingly one-sided. Thousands of golden tier monsters were in combat, forcing the defensive forces into a relentless retreat. Conventional weaponry proved ineffective against golden tier beasts, relying solely on a few golden tier lords and their kin. Particularly, Song Wenjua's royal griffins of platinum strength were barely holding the line. Yet, no matter how formidable the royal griffins, they could not unleash their full power while remaining vigilant against the Beast King's assaults. Thus, the line suffered heavy casualties. It was only a matter of time before it was breached. We must take action, otherwise, why have we come here? That creature intends to play its game of cat and mouse and will not engage lightly. This is our opportunity. With a faint smile, Chen Luo transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the city walls. Observing this, Su Yan hurriedly followed suit. The pair plunged into the chaos of battle. Though the battlefield was in disarray, those who soared above were few. Their appearance immediately drew the attention of all. Such young golden tier lords. Who are they? With 2 additional golden tier lords assisting, we shall surely hold our ground. Futile. There are simply too many of those beasts. Unless we possess overwhelming strength, 1 or 2 golden lords cannot alter the outcome. Fools, why speak such defeatist words? We must win this battle. Behind us lies the flickering light of countless homes. The defenders murmured among themselves, the air of despair slightly dissipating. Meanwhile, several golden tier lords exchanged glances, particularly Principal Li, who recognized Chen Luo and Su Yan. His expression was one of bewilderment, staring at the duo with uncertainty. Could this be an illusion conjured by the monsters? How could Su Yan and that gullible young man be present? Who are they? Lu Gang boisterously inquired. However, before he could finish, Chen Luo raised his hand. In the next instant, a towering portal of light materialized. Swarming forth from the portal were legions of shadow mantises, fearlessly charging into the beast tide. Following closely were the humming cicadas, their wings vibrating, creating nearly solid sound waves that swiftly cleared the surrounding silver tier monsters. The onlookers were left utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Before they could fully comprehend the number of the summoned creatures, piercing sounds sliced through the air, heralding the arrival of the serpentine beasts scaling the city walls. With spines erupting like a relentless barrage from a machine gun, these merciless biological weapons transformed every visible monster into a mere sieve. The members of the defense team glanced at their conventional firearms, then at the serpents, suddenly feeling their weapons were utterly inadequate. What on earth are these creatures? Over 3,000 golden tier summoned beings? How is this even possible? Young man, who exactly are you? You seem vaguely familiar. Ah, you resemble my future son-in-law. Let us not be too rigid about romantic inclinations. I believe you and my son are fated to be together. Would you be interested in meeting him? Lu Gang, you truly are a beast to utter such words. Several golden tier lords cast scornful glances at Lu Gang, stepping back as if to distance themselves from his shamelessness. They had never encountered such audacity before. The familiar name caught the attention of Chen Luo and Su Yan, who turned to observe Lu Gang scratching his head innocently, devoid of the unreasonable demeanor of Lu Chong. The two exchanged silent glances, each discerning the other's thoughts. Either Lu Gang was an exceptional actor, or Lu Chong was not his biological son. Let us refocus on the battlefield. The conflict has only just begun. Chen Luo spoke softly, dismissing the antics of those around them. They were merely cunning old foxes, unworthy of deep acquaintance. As he withdrew his gaze, it met Principal Li's. Though brief, the connection was laden with gravity. he realized that this individual was indeed the impoverished youth who had summoned the divine angel. Yet, he could not fathom why Chen Luo and Su Yin were not undergoing the Lord's trial in the Source Realm. Even if they had emerged prematurely, it should have been due to the shattering of the Lord's core, not an ascension to golden tier status. What, then, was the nature of the summoned creatures at his command? Wasn't this young man supposed to be allied with the subpar insectoid beings? Principal Li was engulfed in contemplation. Meanwhile, Chen Luo did not dwell on the matter. Initially, it was a transaction, not particularly pleasant, yet mutually agreed upon. As long as Principal Li did not provoke him, he had no intention of engaging with him. Rather than waste time on such distractions, he preferred to slay a few more monsters to convert them into energy points. At this moment, the battlefield was overrun by more than 3,000 golden tier insectoid creatures, tipping the scales overwhelmingly in their favor. The shadow mantises, wielding effortlessly, severed swathes of monsters in half. The resonating hum of the cicadas filled the air, drowning out the roars of the beasts. The serpentine creatures, stationed atop the city walls, had completely assumed the duties of the defense team. Spines rained down like a deluge, obliterating entire hordes of monsters. Giant mandibles scuttled stealthily to pilfer the remains of fallen foes, hastily retreating back through the light portal with their spoils. Protected by the shadow mantises and serpents. Even in such an intense battlefield, the giant mandibles suffered minimal casualties. Upon witnessing the scene, Song Wenjue in the heavens felt a considerable weight lift from his heart. He cast several appreciative glances at Chen Luo and Su Yin, his eyes brimming with admiration, even astonishment. It is a rare occurrence for a golden-level lord to possess 1,000 familiars of golden strength. Yet, Chen Luo, though seemingly youthful, commanded over 3,000 familiars of such caliber. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. A thunderous roar filled with overwhelming pressure erupted. The beast horde instantly descended into chaos. Tens of thousands of golden-level monsters surged forth from the rear, recklessly charging towards the city walls, scattering everything in their path. How could this be? Song Wenjue and several other golden lords paled in shock. The intelligence they had received indicated that there should only be a few thousand golden-level monsters. Why had more than 10,000 suddenly appeared? This beast is toying with us. Royal Griffins, unleash your full assault. Song Wenjue, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately issued the command. Nearly 100 platinum-level Royal Griffins let out their cries. As their wings beat, a colossal whirlwind materialized, attempting to impede the sudden onslaught of the over 10,000 golden-level monsters. Should they fail to halt them, the defense would undoubtedly collapse. Normally, when monsters acted alone, lords could direct their familiars to encircle and eliminate them. However, during a beast tide, it became the lords who found themselves surrounded and besieged. This is one of the many terrifying aspects of a beast tide. Chapter 44. The Self-Destruction Feast of the Cicada, a solemn effort to conclude the beast tide. The enraged beast king. The royal griffins emitted resounding cries. As their wings fluttered, a tempest was unleashed. Invisible blades of wind instantly shredded hundreds of golden tier monsters. Is this the might of the platinum tier? It truly resembles a natural disaster. Su Yin exclaimed softly. Chen Luo scrutinized these royal griffins, a faint blue luminescence flickering in his gaze. Affiliation, Royal Griffin. Lord, Song Wenjue. Strength, Platinum Tier 3. Qualities, Platinum Tier 8. Skills, Storm Tornado, Hurricane, Windblade, Clawblade. Evolution requirement, a whiff of wind's essence. Can be upgraded to Platinum Tier 1 Royal Griffin. Roar. Just as Chen Luo finished examining the Royal Griffin's attributes, an ear-splitting roar echoed. An intangible pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. In an instant, everyone found it difficult to breathe, gasping for air. The affiliated families appeared tormented, their movements stiffening. The monsters seized the opportunity to slay numerous affiliates. The ordinary members of the defense team fared no better, succumbing to bleeding from all orifices under this oppressive force. Life was extinguished. Damn it, this beast is indeed toying with us. Song Wenjue's face turned ashen with fury. Why did this beast king choose this moment to strike? just as the royal griffins were unleashing their full power. Moreover, it was merely a warning through pressure. This was clearly an attempt to compel him a halt, to watch as the golden tier monsters tore apart those below. Lord Song, focus solely on defending against the Beast King. We shall handle the matters below. Chen Luo's words left Song Wenjua and the other golden tier lords momentarily taken aback. Once they regained their composure, the former gritted his teeth and could only command the royal griffins to cease their assault. The only viable path forward was to await the support of the monarch tier lords. Until then, the primary objective was to maintain the defense line's integrity. However, facing tens of thousands of golden tier monsters, with a staggering numerical disparity, how could they possibly withstand such onslaught? The Beast King sought to claim lives and shatter spirits. The Golden Lords comprehended this truth all too well. Was it truly feasible to withstand such an assault? Principal Li exchanged glances with several familiar faces, nodding in tacit agreement. The situation was dire. The best course was to seize an opportunity to flee. As the Golden Griffins halted their assault, the overwhelming pressure receded like a receding tide. The earlier force had resulted in the demise of several Golden Tier affiliates, with 5 of the Shadow Mantis warriors falling in battle. Yet, Chen Luo felt no sorrow. Instead, he was exhilarated. How much energy could be amassed from such a multitude of monsters? Surely, it would start from millions, right? The stark numerical disparity rendered the battlefield overwhelmingly one-sided. The monsters relentlessly pressed forward, already reaching the base of the city walls. Chen Luo called out without turning. Xiaoyan, amplify the cicada. Su Yin, mounted upon her unicorn, hesitated not for a moment. A radiant glow emanated from her palm. Countless specks of light merged into the cicada hovering above. The next instant, the sound of cicadas erupted with tremendous force. The sound waves took shape, pushing back the encroaching golden tier monsters several steps. Cicada, self-destruct, Chen Luo commanded. The cicadas ceased their chirping and dove towards the ground. Surrounding individuals, upon hearing his words, widened their eyes in disbelief. Even Principal Li and others, who were preparing to retreat with their kin, stood frozen in place. What did they just hear? Self-detonation? The self-preservation of golden tier kin? Or was it hundreds? When did golden tier kin become so devalued? Classmate Luo, you cannot be serious, can you? You intend to have them self-destruct? The situation is not dire enough to warrant such drastic measures. Su Yan earnestly implored Chen Luo, fearing he might act impulsively and make a regrettable decision. After all, these were hundreds of golden tier 8-level kin. To sacrifice them so callously would surely bring anyone heartache. Their sacrifice must hold significance. Chen Luo offered little explanation, his gaze steadfastly fixed on the unfolding battle below. At that moment, the cicadas had plunged like shooting stars into the wave of beasts. Before the onlookers, the cicadas emitted a dazzling white light. Boom! The deafening explosion, accompanied by a shockwave, swept across the battlefield. The self-detonation of the cicadas cleared a substantial area. In just one instance, dozens of golden-level monsters were obliterated. And this was merely the explosion of a single cicada. The subsequent 100 cicadas fell like a meteor shower among the beast horde. The explosions erupted in succession. After nearly a minute, the cacophony of blasts subsided. The battlefield had been cleared of a vast expanse. This wave had decimated over 2/3 of the beast tide. The primary targets, the golden-level monsters, dwindled to merely over 2,000. The remainder had perished in the cicada's self-detonation. The power of the self-detonation from golden tier 8-level kin was extraordinary. What on earth are these things? Missiles? Principal Li gazed in astonishment at this scene. His words prompted the other golden lords to nod in agreement. The power indeed rivaled that of missiles, perhaps even surpassing them. After all, missiles can be intercepted if they miss their target. Hundreds sacrificed for a victory. The cicada's sacrifice would not be in vain. Shadow mantises, stinging serpents, continue the assault, leaving none behind. Chen Luo commanded with a stern expression. Even if several hundred golden tier cicadas could recover half of their energy points, it still equated to a significant loss. This wave, while exhilarating, also brought genuine sorrow. Were it not for the pressing situation, he would never have allowed so many cicadas to self-destruct. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. The beast tide, lay in shambles. Those who survived were also injured by the explosive shockwaves. The remaining golden-level monsters were now outnumbered by the insectoid swarm. What followed was nothing short of a massacre. The tide of battle had decisively shifted once more, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. Or perhaps it could be said they had been stunned into silence. Who exactly is Chen Luo? Not only does he command such a formidable number of golden-tier kin, but he can also sacrifice hundreds without a flicker of hesitation, single-handedly leveling the terrifying beast tide. If this were to spread, surely no one would believe it. Roar! The roar of the Beast King. In this instance, the roar was imbued with palpable anger. Clearly, it had not anticipated such an outcome. What was meant to be a playful game of cat and mouse had taken an unexpected turn, with the cat falling prey to the cunning of the mouse. This left the feline in a state of furious indignation. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" exclaimed Song Wenjua, his expression drastically altered as he shouted in urgency. Without needing further instruction, Principal Li and others, already prepared, swiftly gathered their kin and turned to flee, their resolute demeanor suggesting a firm resolve. Chen Luo, with a grave expression, gestured for the insectoid beings to fall back. The monarch-level threat was far beyond his current capabilities to withstand. Roar! The oppressive force emanating from the monarch-level adversary surged rapidly closer. Su Yan's face turned ghostly pale in fear, her body trembling as if caught in a tempest. A reaction rooted in primal instinct. Calculating the time, the reinforcements from the monarch should arrive soon, right? Chen Luo steadied her and sought to divert her attention. Su Yan nodded with difficulty. The monarch level can traverse the void. If we consider the time, they should be nearly here. Traversing the void, the Monarch Lord. Chapter 45. The arrival of the Monarch Lord and the enchanting beauty? A strike to kill. As Chen Luo and Su Yan finished their conversation, a spectral figure manifested above the battlefield. Standing over 3 meters tall, adorned with a pair of magnificent wings, its physique may not have been imposing, yet it exuded an ineffable aura of authority. The monsters below raised their heads and roared, their voices steeped in reverence. It was the Monarch-class Beast King, the feathered white tiger. How could the feathered white tiger possibly appear here? Su Yan's eyes widened, her delicate face a canvas of astonishment and uncertainty. Clearly aware of the origins of the feathered white tiger, Chen Luo had no time to inquire further. Instead, he focused his gaze on the creature. Creature, feathered white tiger. Strength, Monarch level 1. Qualities, Monarch level 5. Skills, rending claw, source of gold, robust physique. Upon reaching the Monarch level, one can comprehend the power of the source. The feathered white tiger, a harbinger of destruction, could grasp the essence of gold. It had once again summoned a tide of beasts, engaging in a perilous game of cat and mouse. Clearly, it was not a foe to be trifled with. As Chen Luo scrutinized the feathered white tiger, it too regarded him with a mixture of surprise, anger, and, predominantly, curiosity. How could a mere bipedal creature of gold rank hope to withstand the onslaught of beasts? This biped was anything but ordinary. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the space as the two locked eyes from afar. "You vile creature! D!" roared Song Wenjua, his voice echoing with fury. His kinfolk echoed his sentiment, charging towards the feathered white tiger. The royal griffin summoned a tempest, akin to a natural disaster sweeping through. The terrifying force obliterated everything in its path, be it silver or gold-rank monsters, which were effortlessly torn apart by the whirlwind. Yet the feathered white tiger, with its jaws agape, astonishingly spoke in human tongue. Before the crowd could fully absorb this revelation, it raised its forepaw. A seemingly ordinary gesture was all it took to quell the cataclysmic winds. 5 glistening claws shot forth, decimating half of the approaching kinfolk. The residual might of its attack cascaded onto the city walls, reducing them to rubble. The sheer power of the monarch was unequivocally on display. Is this the might of a monarch-level entity? So formidable, so invincible. Lu Gang's complexion turned ashen, a sentiment echoed by the other Golden Lords. Initially, they believed that with their strength, even if they could not prevail, they could at least escape, potentially suffering a mere loss of 2 kinfolk. However, upon witnessing the feathered white tiger's prowess, they realized how ludicrous this notion was. A mere lift of its paw had resulted in the slaughter of 40 to 50 platinum kinfolk. Neither gold nor silver ranks could withstand even the aftershocks. The once impregnable city walls crumbled effortlessly. If the feathered white tiger sought their demise, it would require no more than a casual motion, an act akin to crushing an ant. How could they possibly evade such a fate? The feathered white tiger's strike not only shattered the city walls and annihilated most of Song Wenchua's kinfolk, but also obliterated their resolve. What now? There was no way to fight back. Su Yin edged closer to Chen Luo, anxiously tugging at his sleeve, fully aware that even he could not withstand the feathered white tiger. Yet inexplicably, being beside Chen Luo brought her a sense of calm. After Chen Luo had wrought countless miracles, he ascended to the status of a golden-level lord in merely 7 days, amassed 1,000,000 points in the Lord Source Realm trial, and single-handedly annihilated a terrifying beast tide. Any of these feats, if divulged, would leave others in disbelief. What to do? Just a simple dish. Remember to add chili oil. Chen Luo chuckled, gently ruffling her hair, his eyes crinkling in amusement. Su Yin rolled her eyes in exasperation. Is this really the time for jokes? Yet, witnessing Chen Luo's nonchalance, her anxious heart inexplicably began to ease. Chen Luo's composure suggested that there remained a glimmer of hope. It was perfectly normal to be unable to confront the threat. After all, they were not the intended adversaries. Those who were meant to handle it were already on their way, weren't they? As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, ripples began to undulate in the air, akin to waves breaking upon a tranquil lake. In the next moment, a swirling vortex emerged, dark and foreboding within. Despite their haste, they had still arrived a moment too late. A melancholic sigh echoed as a tall woman stepped forth from the abyss, adorned in a blood-red gown and lettered stockings, her alluring figure captivating Chen Luo's gaze. He had not anticipated that the reinforcements would arrive in the form of such a youthful woman. The fact that she had attained the rank of a king lord at such a tender age spoke volumes about her talents. Roar! The flying feather, white tiger retreated, emitting a growl that bore a distinctly human-like fear. Sister Wan? It's actually Sister Wan. Su Yin exclaimed in excitement, tugging at Chen Luo's arm. Hearing the commotion, Wan Xiong glanced down and spotted the pair. Observing their intimate demeanor sparked her curiosity, prompting her to scrutinize Chen Luo a tad longer before shifting her attention to the flying feather white tiger. The presence of such a creature in this locale indicated that the beast tide was no mere coincidence, but rather the machinations of certain individuals. Alas, now that I have arrived, everything shall come to an end, Wan Xiong declared, as a towering vortex of light materialized behind her, revealing a verdant grove beyond. In the next instant, an immense arm, resembling entwined vines, extended from the portal, followed by a colossal form stepping forth. A faint blue luminescence flickered in Chen Luo's eyes. Affiliated entity, withered wood giant. Lord, Wan Xiong. Strength, King level 3. Potential, King level 7. Skills, Essence of Wood, Vine Binding Vitality. Evolution requirement, a strand of Essence of Wood. Can evolve into a King level 8 Withered Tree Guardian. King level 7 Potential. Chen Luo couldn't help but gaze at the withered wood giant with renewed interest. It was, to date, the highest potential affiliated entity he had encountered. Its strength was equally astounding, with a formidable prowess at King level 3. Without further ado, Wan Xiong issued the command to attack. The giant's vine-like hand lifted, transforming into the shape of a massive hammer, crashing down upon the flying feather white tiger with tremendous force. The wooden mallet, imbued with immense pressure, sliced through the air. The enraged roar of the flying feather white tiger echoed continuously as it raised its claws in a futile attempt to defend itself. Yet, in a mere exchange, the flying feather white tiger plummeted to the ground like a meteor. The disparity between a first-tier monarch and a third-tier monarch was as vast as a chasm. Vines entwined, capturing it alive. On Wan Xiong's face, there was no expression. She appeared as indifferent as a glacier. A dozen vines extended from the towering wooden giant, resembling a colossal python, firmly ensnaring the flying feather white tiger. It was then dragged back towards the luminous gate, struggling all the while. The battle erupted swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. Even a formidable creature like the flying feather-white tiger could not withstand a single strike. By the time the skirmish ended, the onlookers were still in disbelief. Sister Yuan is truly remarkable. At merely 30 years of age, she had already ascended to the rank of a third-tier monarch. It is no wonder that our grandfather spoke of her so often. Su Yin felt a twinge of emotion. It was indeed enough to evoke envy. Chen Luo couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Yuan Xiong. Truly, to become a third-tier monarch at the age of 30 is an extraordinary achievement in the annals of lordship. Chapter 46. The youngster's playfulness astonishes the sovereign lord. Xiao Yeno, it is said that you did not attend school in the capital. I thought it was merely a rumor, yet here you are, exclaimed Yuan Xiong as she stepped forward to greet Su Yin with warmth. However, as soon as she spoke, realization struck her. Wait, according to the timeline, you should be undergoing trials in the Lord's Source Realm. Why are you here? Has your Lord's core shattered? Yet I can still sense the essence of the core emanating from you. What's going on? Yuan Xiong looked at Su Yin with a mixture of suspicion and confusion. By all accounts, this young lady should be in the Lord's Source Realm. Why had she appeared here? Furthermore, how was she able to traverse the skies? Wasn't that a power exclusive to the Golden Lords? The more she pondered, the more astonished she became, her mind swirling with questions. I have signed an auxiliary contract with classmate Luo and am now his auxiliary lord. His situation is rather unique, having left the trials early, and I followed him out. Su Yin stammered, providing a vague explanation before shifting the topic. Sister Yuan, why is there Fei Yu Bai Hu here? She truly struggled to articulate the events surrounding Chen Luo. They were too astonishing. Even if she were to share with Yuan Xiong, the latter might not believe her. The explanation could become a lengthy affair. Yuan Xiong examined Chen Luo with keen interest, mentally nodding in approval. To be a golden lord at such a young age, commanding so many golden tier subordinates, was indeed impressive. No wonder Su Yin chose to follow him. Is the Fei Yu Bai Hu particularly special? Chen Luo inquired, directing the insectoid creatures to clear the battlefield, leaving no monsters behind. He then turned to address a lingering curiosity. Previously, Su Yin had mentioned the Fei Yu Bai Hu with evident astonishment. Now, Yuan Xiong's demeanor echoed that sentiment, indicating the creature's extraordinary origins. Exchanging glances, Su Yin nodded, prompting Yuan Xiong to elaborate. The Fei Yu Bai Hu is not an ordinary monster. It hails from the extraterrestrial demon clan. Without delving into further details, Chen Luo grasped the implications. It was one of the pinnacle races, indicating that the Fei Yu Bai Hu was evidently an enemy sent to invade. Becoming a golden lord at such a tender age and earning Su Yan's loyalty, well done, young man. Treat her well. She is a sweet girl who deserves care. However, your tastes. Yuan Xiong observed Su Yan's form-fitting skirt and frameless glasses, her expression complex. After a moment's deliberation, she finally managed to utter, quite nice, indeed tasteful. Had Chen Luo been an oily middle-aged man, she would have certainly labeled him a pervert. Secretary play. The youth certainly knows how to have fun. Su Yan, feeling a wave of embarrassment, lowered her head, her toes digging into the ground. Had she known better, she would not have impulsively donned such an outfit. It was all Wang Chushue's fault for insisting that men adored this style. She regretted falling for Wang Chushue's misguidance. I also find it quite appealing. This attire exudes a sense of competence and capability. It is remarkably polished, and I find it very much to my liking. Chen Luo spoke these words without the slightest hint of embarrassment. As long as he feels no shame, it is not he who ought to feel it. Upon hearing this, Su Yin and Yuan Xiong fell into silence. The latter's lips twitched slightly, at a loss for words. The generational gap was simply too vast. Yuan Xiong cleared her throat a couple of times and turned her gaze towards the visibly relieved Song Wenjua. Mayor Song has performed excellently, and the Alliance will bestow commendations. After speaking, she glanced at the other Golden Lords. I will report to the Alliance and advocate on your behalf. To withstand the beast tide, vowing not to retreat, and safeguarding the safety of a base city is indeed a significant achievement. Song Wenjua and Principal Li, along with others, were invigorated, expressing their gratitude profusely. As for you, Chen Luo, your contributions are substantial. I shall personally commend you to the Lord Alliance. Do you have any desires or requests? Feel free to tell me, and I shall see about facilitating them for you. Ruan Xiong regarded Chen Luo with an appreciative tone. Su Yan leaned closer and whispered, Ruan Jie is one of the 12 stewards of the Lord Alliance, a position of great authority. With her assistance in your application, as long as your request is not excessive, it should be achievable. The Lord Alliance? Chen Luo furrowed his brows, sifting through his memories. He recalled information regarding the Lord Alliance. It is an official organization not affiliated with any nation, belonging solely to the human race. Each country has its own branch. Its primary function is to supervise and coordinate the lords, while also controlling numerous otherworldly secret realms. Having clarified what the Lord Alliance is, Chen Luo began to ponder what reward he should request. He had suffered considerable losses in this battle. Not a single cicada remained, and 4 to 5 of his shadow mantises and stingers had perished, although he had collected the remains of tens of thousands of monsters. One should never refuse benefits that come so readily. This is the reward he rightfully deserves. Yet, knowing what to ask for posed a significant dilemma. Ruan Xiong gently reminded him, you may take your time to consider. There is no need to rush. No need to deliberate further. I require elemental star stones, and the more shattered star stones, the better. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Luo made his decision. At present, he had no particular needs. The only thing he sought was monster flesh to convert into energy points. However, the matter of the insect race was best kept known to as few as possible. Compared to foreign races, human hearts are far more perilous. With the impending journey to the outer battlefield, he could not afford to overlook any opportunity for enhancement. If the insect race could not be improved, then he would have to elevate Su Yan's unicorn. The unicorn would serve as a splendid auxiliary. Chen Luo, you need not feel this way. Such a rare opportunity ought not to be squandered on me. Su Yan felt a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with tears. Covering her mouth, she nearly broke into sobs. Such an extraordinary opportunity. Chen Luo could potentially request a platinum-grade favored creature. Yet he chose to ask for the shattered star stones needed to summon a unicorn. Elemental star stones and the more shattered star stones. Are you certain? Ruan Xiong's lips curved into a smile, her gaze towards Chen Luo growing increasingly approving. From Su Yan's reaction, she could discern much. These 2 items are intended for Su Yan. It would be a pity to forego such a splendid opportunity merely to request a reward for Su Yan. She has chosen an admirable lord. It is not a waste. Whether sooner or later, elevation is inevitable. By advancing now, one can gain a greater advantage in the battles beyond the realms. Chen Luo cast a peculiar glance at Su Yan. Why is she crying at such a moment? The hour grows late. I must first attend to my report. The remaining battlefield shall be entrusted to your resolution. I will submit your requests and strive to procure as many shattered star stones as possible for you. To venture into the outer battlefields, one must travel to Kyoto. Feel free to seek me out before I depart, as I too must return to Kyoto for my duties, and I can accompany you. After imparting her instructions, Ruan Xiong's figure was enveloped by a black hole, which subsequently vanished as if it had never existed. Such is the power possessed by a lord of the realm. Navigating the void, the ability to tear through space for traversal. No wonder it requires a royal level to wield. Chen Luo pondered thoughtfully at the spot where Ruan Xiong had vanished. Brother Chen Luo. A cordial call jolted him from his reverie. Chapter 47. Severing the 7 Wolves. A grand harvest? Chen Luo. Dear brother, do you have a moment to share a drink with your elder brother? I shall treat you to some exquisite wine. Lu Gang grinned with an insincere charm. Standing at 6 feet 2 inches, this muscular giant's expression made Chen Luo feel quite uneasy. Particularly, Lu Gang's words imparted a sense of ulterior motives. What was the difference between this and an uncle taking you to observe goldfish? Chen Luo felt a tightening in his chest and instinctively took a few steps back. No need for wine. Just keep a close watch on your son. Otherwise, next time, it won't just be a beating, but I shall deal with him more severely. Having issued his warning, Chen Luo turned to leave with Su Yan. Cherish life. Steer clear of muscle-bound brutes. My son? The very Chen Luo who left my son a battered mess? Lu Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. Shock mingled with relief washed over him. He felt an urge to return and give Lu Chong another thrashing. Why provoke such an extraordinary individual? Those who could be treated in such a manner by the steward were not to be trifled with. No, he must return to deliver another lesson. If he dare defend the Golden Lord today, he might very well defile the king's domain tomorrow. This troublesome fool would not learn until he faced the consequences. The more he pondered, the more dread filled Liu Gang. He unfastened his seven wolves belt and hurried home. If he did not punish this insolent wretch today, he might as well share the same surname as Liu Chong. Below, the battlefield was nearing its conclusion. The remaining monsters had not escaped the relentless pursuit of the insect swarm. Over 1,000 massive jawed worker ants worked in unison, transporting the corpses. To expedite the process, Chen Luo opened a spatial portal adjacent to the battlefield, significantly enhancing the efficiency of collection. Do you require my assistance, young friend Chen Luo? Song Wenjua alighted beside him, inquiring with genuine warmth. He held high hopes for this emerging talent. The swift resolution of the beast tide was largely attributable to Chen Luo, who single-handedly brought it to an end. Thus, he bore no ill will toward Chen Luo's actions in gathering the monster corpses. This was rightfully his bounty. No need to trouble Lord Song. My kin are sufficient for now, Chen Luo replied courteously, appreciating the amiable disposition of this individual who dared to fortify their territory. Song Wenjua was undoubtedly a person worth befriending. Very well, then I shall take my leave. There are matters to attend to within the city, and I must report the events. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me at the Lord's residence. If it lies within my power, I shall assist you wholeheartedly. After exchanging pleasantries, Song Wenjua summoned the Lord's corps, and in the next moment, the city walls and fortifications were retracted, even retrieving the fallen kin within his domain. With that, he took to the skies. Seeing this, the other Golden Lords approached to offer their greetings. An individual of such remarkable talent was one they could not afford to antagonize. The repercussions would be too grave to endure. Chen Luo reciprocated each greeting with grace. Dear Chen Luo and Su Yin, your performances have been remarkable, and your teacher is genuinely pleased for you. There may have been some misunderstandings between us, but I trust that Chen Luo does not harbor them in his heart, right? Once most had departed, Principal Li approached with a casual demeanor, unbothered by any awkwardness, and tentatively inquired further. At this moment, he felt both bewildered and regretful. His confusion stemmed from the fact that when Chen Luo relinquished the sacred status of the platinum qualification, the report he received indicated that Chen Luo had contracted a silver qualification from the insect race. How is it possible that this silver-qualified insect race now possesses golden-level prowess? Could it be that the hidden scroll pavilion misjudged the qualifications of the insect race? His regret arose from the realization that had he known Chen Luo possessed such extraordinary talent and opportunity, he would never have acted antagonistically. While platinum-level families are indeed rare, it is hardly wise to provoke a prodigy over a mere family. Principal Li attempted to feign humor, remarking on his youthfulness and the absurdity of forgetting matters. Chen Luo's response, a smile devoid of warmth, caused the principal's forced grin to falter. Nevertheless, Principal Li could take solace in the fact that as long as Li Hao did not provoke me, I would have no time to engage with him. However, one must remember that the heavens are always watching. It is difficult to counsel the damned, and if one does not court disaster, they shall not encounter it. Should he dare to provoke me, he must not blame me for disregarding Principal Li's authority. Upon uttering these words, Principal Li's expression darkened completely. It was a blatant threat, devoid of any semblance of mercy. I will manage how well. He spat through gritted teeth before turning away. Initially, he had hoped that Chen Luo would consider his position and grant him some respect, allowing the situation to flow smoothly. To his astonishment, Chen Luo displayed such unwavering resolve. This infuriated him to the brink of fury. Yet, despite his rage, he could only suppress it within. His strongest family, the eight-eyed giant spider, was merely at the golden third tier and numbered only a handful. What chance would he have against Chen Luo's insect army? Additionally, with Chen Luo's close association with Su Yan, he was even more reluctant to provoke them, although unaware of Su Yan's precise identity. Her close ties with Steward Ruan hinted at her formidable status, certainly not someone the Li family could afford to antagonize. Once my Hao concludes his trials in the Lord Source realm and secures an outstanding ranking, earning the attention of significant figures above, the tables may turn. Principal Li cast a venomous glare at the two before soaring away, vowing to exact revenge for today as slight. Did you truly let him walk away? This is unlike your usual demeanor, Su Yin remarked in astonishment, as if she were encountering Chen Luo for the first time. Based on her understanding of Chen Luo, he was not one to forgive easily. He was known to hold grudges. Principal Li and Li Hao had publicly seized his summoned family, establishing enmity. Now that an opportunity for retribution had arisen, why was Chen Luo so composed? In this era governed by the rule of law, as long as they do not provoke me, I have no time to engage with them, Chen Luo replied with a knowing smile. Given Li Hao's character of arrogance and disdain, he would not simply swallow his pride. Despite Principal Li's warnings, Li Hao was not one to restrain himself. When the time came for him to act, it would be entirely reasonable and lawful. No one would dare to comment. Do you truly believe that? Su Yan's large, expressive eyes were filled with confusion. Could it be that she was misinterpreting the situation? Chen Luo, with an impassive expression, extended his hand, curled his fingers, and flicked. The motion was executed fluidly, so skillfully that it nearly brought Su Yin to tears. All of this had been practiced on her. You promised not to flick my head. It really will make me foolish. Su Yin pouted, feeling aggrieved as she accused Chen Luo of his misdeeds. Chen Luo merely raised an eyebrow, non-committal. Did I? It seems I never made such a promise, did I? Su Yin was momentarily taken aback by his words. She wished to present evidence, but tragically realized that Chen Luo had indeed never made such a promise. It was entirely her own wishful thinking. Chen Luo, you have deceived me again. As the two playfully quarreled, the corpses of the monsters from the battlefield had been nearly cleared away. They were all cast into the transformation pool of the Mother Nest, disassembled into energy points. Silver crystal cores and golden original cores had piled up into small mountains. Countless in number, Chen Luo eagerly began to examine the energy points. Chapter 48. The Swarm's Massive Mobilization, the Sovereign Overlord Sister, and the Rules of the Extraterrestrial Battlefield. Even with prior anticipation, Chen Luo could not help but gasp in astonishment upon witnessing the energy points, 28 million. This was in the wake of a portion of the creatures being obliterated by the cicadas' explosive attacks. The energy points had still reached an astounding 28 million, nearing 30 million. The concept of nurturing war through war, a racial talent of the swarm, left Chen Luo in awe. The sacrifice of several hundred swarm units had yielded such a bounty of energy points. Should he fully hatch them into golden 8th-tier swarm units, he could produce over 9,000. With the remaining 3,000 warriors, his swarm army had already surged to a tremendous total of over 12,000. Not only was he unmatched within his realm, but even 100 golden lords combined would scarcely pose a challenge to him. Without hesitation, he commanded the hatching of 5,000 shadow mantises, 3,000 stinging serpents, and 1,000 cicadas. Regardless of how abundant the energy points were, if not converted into combat strength, they would be of no use. Upon receiving the order, the nest began to swiftly produce larvae and hatch swarm warriors. With 100 units hatching every 2 minutes, it would take some time to fully hatch the 9,000 units. Chen Luo felt the relentless influx of energy coursing through his body, a result of the energy feedback from hatching the swarm units. With the enhancement of his boundless evolution talent, he could distinctly sense his body growing stronger at an accelerated pace, even feeling as though he could effortlessly crush 10 bulls with a single slap. He was certain this was not merely an illusion stemming from a sudden surge in power. At this rate, I fear I may transform into a monstrous being, Chen Luo mused. While the talent of infinite evolution might seem commonplace in his hands, it became a divine gift. With just over 10,000 swarm units now, what would happen when he commanded 100,000, a million, or even tens of millions? The sheer volume of energy would undoubtedly augment his physical form to unimaginable heights. One day, he could traverse the void with his flesh and obliterate stars with a single punch. Such feats would no longer be mere fantasies. What is you so distracted? What are you pondering? Su Yin inquired, her curious gaze fixating on Chen Luo, her large, expressive eyes blinking at him. I was contemplating whether I should procure some toiletries and bedding. The extraterrestrial battlefield likely does not provide these necessities, Chen Luo replied, skillfully diverting the conversation. He refrained from disclosing the matter of the swarm's massive mobilization to Su Yan. One must exercise discretion, amass wealth in silence, then astonish all. No need. The extraterrestrial battlefield is a unique realm, a special space constructed by the mighty of various races through grand powers, somewhat akin to the Lord's Source realm. There, you can deploy your territory at will and retract it whenever necessary. Typically, we will be assigned to a designated encampment, where we will deploy our territory and likely remain until our return. Su Yan explained candidly, sharing all that she knew, primarily to elucidate the fundamental information regarding the extraterrestrial battlefield. Chen Luo nodded silently, committing every detail to memory. Such knowledge could prove invaluable in times of peril. The extraterrestrial battlefield was fraught with danger, and even sovereign lords could meet their demise within its bounds. He certainly did not believe that these 18,000 golden insect warriors could traverse the battlefield beyond the domains. By the way, let us purchase some storable food to take along, and a large barrel of ice-cold soda. Let us get 1,000 bottles. This statement received vehement approval from Su Yan. Only those who have consumed the nutrient solution truly understand the significance of such a quantity. Once the last few monster corpses were dragged into the territory, Chen Luo and Su Yan did not linger. They soared away from that place. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly pungent, with the stench of decay and blood intermingling, making even a single breath feel intoxicating. Shortly after their departure, several ethereal shadows emerged from the depths below, gazing towards the direction of the Linjiang Bay City. Their pitch-black pupils were filled with wrath and disbelief. After nurturing it for decades, it had been captured so easily, truly a failure. It could have effortlessly breached the defenses, invaded Linjiang City, and achieved our objective, yet it wasted time and ended up ensnared. What now? Must we wait another decade? However, we no longer possess the cubs of the flying feather-white tiger. We must wait and wait some more. Currently, there exists a human monarch lord in Linjiang Bay City, whose power is far too formidable for us to contend with. We shall devise a plan once she departs. We will annihilate this place and resurrect the avatar of our king. After their discussion, the shadows sank back into the earth, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed at all. Tomorrow we depart? Perfect, for I too am returning to Kyoto. The star shards you desired have been successfully procured, 100 pieces in total, with attributes of your choosing. Elemental star stones are exceedingly rare, and there are not many within the Lore Alliance. Initially, your merits would not have sufficed to obtain elemental star stones, but my sister advocated on your behalf, and they have graciously agreed to provide one for you. Once the items arrive in Kyoto, you may collect them from the Lord Alliance. Do remember to express your gratitude to my sister, as I have put my reputation on the line to secure them for you. Ruan Xiong playfully blinked, unabashedly seeking recognition for her efforts. In that moment, she bore no semblance of a monarch lord, but rather resembled a spirited young girl. Chen Luo politely expressed his thanks. Thank you, Lord Ruan. Monarch-level lords are referred to as lords, a term imbued with respect. Sister Ruan is the best. Su Yan nestled against Ruan Xiong, affectionately rubbing against her two plump pet rabbits, which responded with lively hops. Witnessing this scene, Chen Luo felt a twitch in his eyelids. Truly, what a magnanimous monarch lord, embracing all with great tolerance. Little girl, don't fidget so much. It tickles. Ruan Xiong, feeling Chen Luo's gaze, blushed and hurriedly pushed Su Yan away from her playful antics. Her physique had always been a source of concern for her. Being too ample would only hinder her combat capabilities. Su Yan stuck out her tongue, teasing, Sister Ruan, you remain so outwardly strong yet inwardly gentle, easily embarrassed, hardly the demeanor of a monarch lord. If Song Wenjua and the others were to witness Ruan Xiong's current blushing visage, they would undoubtedly be left speechless. After all, she was a monarch lord, an existence so rare, it numbered scarcely over 100 throughout the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, and indeed the human race. In the eyes of the world, monarchs and lords are no different from deities. How could divine beings possibly experience shyness? How could they ever blush? Stop your antics, or I shall resort to tickling you. Ren Xiong playfully threatened, causing Su Yin to retreat behind Chen Luo in fright. She could only daringly poke her little head out to stick out her tongue in provocation. Ren Xiong rolled her eyes at her expression shifting to one of seriousness. Though I am unaware of why you did not partake in the Lord-S trials in the Source Realm, I must still impart this caution. Once you enter the battlefield beyond the realm, military orders are paramount. Remember to heed the commands. Wherever the orders direct you to encamp, that is where you must remain. Do not stray. Military commands are never issued without reason. When they are given, there is always a purpose. To obey the orders is to avoid misfortune, and to heed them is to remain unscathed. Chapter 49. Are the insectoids increasing? Is this reasonable? Su Xiaohua has already transformed into Chen Luo's form. While the outer battlefield is perilous, there is no need for excessive concern. The locations where lords are stationed are categorized by strength. Golden Grade lords have corresponding Golden Grade stations, and they face enemies of the same caliber. Only in rare instances might one encounter Platinum Grade foes. Rest assured, King Grade adversaries will not appear here. The outer battlefield is no child's play. One must remember not to act impulsively. Survival is essential for a future, a truth that remains immutable. Chen Luo and Su Yin nodded in understanding, obediently absorbing her counsel and quietly jotting down the key points. Ruan Xiong elaborated on several crucial aspects of the outer battlefield, many of which were unknown to Su Yin. For instance, the delineation of defense lines, the specific enemies they would confront, the characteristics and danger levels of various factions, and most importantly, military merits. In the outer battlefield, slaying enemies accrues military merits, which could be exchanged for various rewards with no upper limit. The following day, shortly after 10 in the morning, Chen Luo bid a reluctant farewell to Lin Luoxue and set off with Su Yin, who had returned to her normal appearance, to find Ruan Xiong. Upon seeing Su Yan's attire, Ruan Xiong chuckled and shook her head. It's perfectly normal for you young ones to have a bit of flair. You needn't hide it. That outfit from yesterday was quite nice as well. When you return from the outer battlefield, I shall gift you several sets of JK uniforms, sailor suits, and nurse outfits to surely satisfy your youthful tastes. Su Yin, feeling embarrassed by her words, lowered her head and nervously fiddled with the hem of her clothes, while Chen Luo gazed at Ruan Xiong in astonishment, realizing she was quite the seasoned veteran of such matters. Ahem, are you ready? If so, grasp my clothing firmly and do not let go. Otherwise, should you fall into the void, I cannot guarantee I will be able to retrieve you. Aware of her misstep, Ruan Xiong cleared her throat and shifted the topic. Upon hearing the serious matter at hand, Chen Luo and Su Yin adopted a more solemn demeanor, eager to experience the sensation of traversing the void. The two took hold of Ruan Xiong's collar, preparing to embark on their journey. Ready? Then let us proceed. As Ruan Xiong spoke, a pitch-black vortex materialized before them. In the next instant, the three were engulfed by the swirling darkness. Upon entering the vortex, they were greeted not by the anticipated blackness, but by a resplendent realm filled with vibrant, interconnected entities resembling cells, both beautiful and perilous. Ruan Xiong, hold on tightly to me. Otherwise, you will be swept away by the chaotic currents of space. Do not attempt to touch anything. All that surrounds you connects to the unknown, and once you venture beyond, none shall be able to locate you. Chen Luo and Su Yin comprehended the gravity of the situation, maintaining their grip on Ruan Xiong's attire as they navigated the experience of crossing the void. Within the void, there is no concept of time. After an indeterminate duration, they found themselves emerging through a black hole back into reality. Upon their arrival, Su Yin immediately leaned against the wall, retching, while Chen Luo fared slightly better, his complexion pale. Your physical resilience is commendable. You managed to withstand the tumult of the void's currents. Su Yin patted Chen Luo's shoulder with appreciation, saying, "Not bad. Little Yinner is quite fortunate." Chen Luo responded with confusion. What the heck does she mean by being fortunate? Is this woman always so suggestive? It felt as if her words were metaphorically crushing him under the weight of a vehicle. What a brazen woman! Ahead lay the headquarters of the Lord-S Alliance, where he had already made arrangements, they could simply retrieve their items. This is your identity token, which you will need when collecting your belongings. I'll take my leave now, little brother. Remember to look after Yenner. She playfully winked at Chen Luo before vanishing into the void. Holding the identity token, Chen Luo entered the Lord S Alliance building with a visibly pale Su Yin. There were no cliches of doubt or disdain. As soon as he presented the token, a servant respectfully guided them to collect their items, 100 shards of starstone and 1 elemental starstone. Even after exiting the Lord S Alliance, Su Yin felt as if she were in a dream. However, the weight of the bag in her arms confirmed that this was indeed reality. 100 shards of starstone equated to 100 unicorns. She had never imagined she could possess such a multitude of kin. After her initial joy, she became curious and asked, what is the purpose of the elemental starstone? Shards of starstone can summon unicorns, but what can the elemental starstone do? Chen Luo must have had a specific reason for acquiring it. We'll return to the territory first. You'll understand when we arrive, he replied, choosing not to elaborate. The fact that it could aid in the evolution of kin was simply too extraordinary. If it fell into the wrong hands, he could face dire consequences. Su Yan's expression turned serious. Is it something that can only be discussed upon returning to the territory? The Lord could always return to their core territory, but only in spirit, while the physical body remained behind. The need to enter the territory for such discussions clearly indicated the matter's significance. The two found a place to stay, secured the door, and entered the realm of the Lord S core with their spirit forms. Upon opening their eyes, they were met with a vast army of insectoid beings, densely packed and seemingly endless. How can there be so many insects? Su Yin gasped in disbelief, blinking and rubbing her eyes, but the sight remained unchanged. An overwhelming multitude of insect warriors. The numbers appeared to have multiplied several times since the last encounter. She recalled the defense of Linjiang, where Chen Luo had lost nearly 1,000 insect warriors. How could it be that, after that battle, the insect forces not only remained intact, but had actually increased? It's merely the hatching of some insects to replenish our fighting strength in preparation for the outer battlefield. There is no need for alarm, Chen Luo reassured her, shifting the topic. He was eager to reach the outer battlefield, the true crucible for the rise of the insects. His decision to aid the unicorns in their evolution and summon more of them stemmed from their exceptional support capabilities, which could significantly enhance the combat effectiveness of the insect warriors. The battlefield is ever-changing, and even the slightest enhancement can sway the tide of combat. It is only by harnessing every available force that one can maximize their strength. Thus, he initially sought the Shattered Starstone and Elemental Starstone as rewards. Little White is a unicorn, not a horse. Su Yin, infuriated, rolled her eyes and summoned the unicorn, Little White. Responding swiftly to her call, Little White dashed towards them in less than a minute, affectionately nudging Su Yin with her horn. Chen Luo produced the Elemental Starstone and tossed it to Little White. The unicorn's expression was one of bewilderment. She glanced at the radiant, multicolored stone and then at Chen Luo, questioning whether she had misunderstood. When had it ever been customary for unicorns to consume stones? What a peculiar stereotype. Little White was filled with indignation and was about to seek her master's assistance when Su Yin spoke first. Little White, be good. Chen Luo means no harm. She continued, if Chen Luo wants you to eat this, it must be beneficial. Please consume it. Su Yin gently stroked her horn, soothing her with kind words. Little White's fury morphed into numbness. Her master had completely taken on Chen Luo's persona. Not only did she refuse to defend her, but she was also aiding Chen Luo in what felt like a betrayal. With tears in her eyes, Little White swallowed the palm-sized elemental starstone. Ultimately, it was she who bore the weight of it all. Chapter 50. The Evolution of the Affiliated Clan. The Stirring of the Demon Tribe. As the elemental star stone was consumed, a luminous aura enveloped Xiao Bai under the watchful eyes of the two. What is happening? Su Yin gazed at Xiao Bai with a blend of curiosity and concern, while she had faith that Chen Luo would not harm her. The uncertainty of the situation still gnawed at her. Chen Luo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Evolution, he stated. No sooner had he uttered the word than Xiao Bai, bathed in white light, let out a piercing cry towards the heavens. In the next moment, wings over a meter in length sprouted from her body. As the radiance dissipated, her evolved form was revealed. Affiliated clan, Sacred Unicorn. Contract Lord, Su Yen, Primary Lord, Chen Luo. Talent, Golden Tier 7. Strength, Bronze Tier 8. Skills, Fire Element Control, Red Unicorn. Holy Light Healing, White Unicorn. Wind Element Control, Blue Unicorn. Wood Element Control, Green Unicorn. Evolution Requirements, 10 Elemental Spirits. 1 Holy Moonstone, a wisp of sacred essence, can evolve into a Platinum Tier Sacred Unicorn. After examining the unicorn's panel, Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction. The unicorn could now serve as a more devoted ally. How did she grow wings? Does that mean she has become a Pegasus? Su Yen exclaimed, astonished and bewildered. A flicker of numbness crossed her beautiful eyes, though joy predominated. With the recent mention of evolution by Chen Luo, she began to comprehend the situation. Having consumed the elemental star stone, the unicorn had attained evolution and sprouted wings. She was always a horse, Chen Luo quipped, bemused. Isn't a unicorn just a horse? Su Yen, annoyed, shot him a glare and inquired, how did you know that the elemental star stone could help Xiao Bai evolve? She had never heard of such a phenomenon regarding the evolution of affiliated clans. It was not due to her lack of knowledge, but rather because, since the inception of the Lord era, no affiliated clan had ever undergone evolution. From the moment they were summoned, the talent tiers of affiliated clans had been fixed. This was precisely why so many lords yearned for high-talent affiliated clans. If word spread that Chen Luo could facilitate the evolution of affiliated clans, he would undoubtedly become the target of envy from all quarters. No lord could resist such an allure. It's just a guess, Chen Luo replied nonchalantly, steering the conversation away. Let us hurry and summon the unicorn to see if the summoning conditions still require the shattered starstone. He was well aware of the adage. An innocent man suffers for having a jewel. Although Su Yen was his subordinate lord, with her life and death in his hands, he would refrain from divulging the details of his golden opportunity. Su Yen was trustworthy, yet the world was rife with soul-searching abilities. Under such scrutiny, no secret could remain concealed. Fine, I don't even care to know, Su Yen retorted playfully, sticking out her tongue. She mounted the winged Xiao Bai and soared towards the summoning platform, exclaiming joyfully as if she were a long-lost monkey returned to her roots. Chen Luo found it difficult to watch. If Su Yen's admirers were to witness her in such a state, they might very well retreat into despair. Who would dare to believe that the esteemed campus belle, the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Dragon Kingdom, possesses such a facet? Chen Luo shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and turned his gaze towards the insectoid warriors. With a mere thought, he issued orders through the insectoid mind network. Over 10,000 insectoids responded to the command, swiftly assembling into a precise formation in the blink of an eye. The overwhelming scent of bloodlust momentarily instilled fear in Chen Luo, but soon exhilaration took its place. This was indeed an insectoid legion. More than 12,000 golden-tier insectoid warriors would serve as his greatest assurance. Wow, classmate Luo, come quickly. I have summoned nothing but winged unicorns. They are so adorable, and their wings are so soft. If only I could pluck them to make bedding, it would surely be incredibly comfortable. The holy unicorns, plucking their feathers for bedding? How could such a chilling statement emerge from such a sweet mouth? Chen Luo couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is this a liberation of her true nature, or have I led her astray? Whatever happened to the gentle and intellectual Su Yen of yore? Looking at the current Su Yen, even a dog would shake its head. In the elder's office, the atmosphere was oppressive and grave. It was truly laughable that we could have an undercover agent right beneath our noses. The Grand Elder spoke with a calm demeanor, yet everyone understood the depth of his ire. The other elders wore grim expressions as well. Upon detecting the presence of ghouls, they had commenced a thorough investigation, ultimately uncovering the traitor. However, the fact that ghouls had set their sights on Chen Luo indicated that the Ghost Clan had received intelligence. The very news they sought to conceal had been leaked. It was evident that the Ghost Clan would stop at nothing to eliminate Chen Luo. The events had transpired. Further discussion was futile. What we must deliberate now is how to address the situation. Chen Luo was on the verge of entering the outer battlefield, and if he were to be exposed, he would face relentless assaults from various factions. if possible. I hope you can speak with that lad and persuade him to refrain from entering the outer battlefield for the time being, suggested the second elder, eliciting agreement from the other elders. Previously, Chen Luo's information had remained undisclosed. Although the outer battlefield posed dangers, there was a high probability that he would return unscathed. But now that his information had been compromised, should the Ghost Clan share it with other factions, Chen Luo would become the target of all foreign hunters. Recent intelligence indicated that the Demon Clan was particularly active in the outer battlefield, suspected of plotting some maneuvers. The reappearance of the feathered white tiger in Linjiang City seems far from coincidental. The Demon Clan is undoubtedly scheming something. Sending Chen Luo to the outer battlefield at this juncture is not a prudent choice. The report from the sixth elder intensified the already tense atmosphere. The Ghost Clan was not finished. Now the Demon Clan was stirring trouble. The Grand Elder sighed deeply. The choice does not rest with me, nor with any of you. The path must be walked by oneself, and the direction must also be determined by oneself. That lad is more stubborn than you can imagine. The words silenced the elders, leaving them in contemplation. Upon discerning the meaning behind the words of the Grand Elder, they ceased their discussions. The Grand Elder's nonchalance undoubtedly stemmed from sound reasoning. He instructed that the news regarding the movements of the Demon Clan be relayed to the Lord Alliance, urging them to intensify their surveillance of the extraterritorial battlefield. Should the need arise, we too may lend our assistance. After speaking, the Grand Elder turned his gaze towards the sixth elder, Old Six. I would trouble you to make a trip to the Linjiang base city. The emergence of the beast tide instigated by the Feiyu white tiger there cannot merely be a coincidence. The sixth elder nodded in understanding. Among the various alien races, the Demon Clan and the Devil Clan are particularly cunning and treacherous. Linjiang is merely a small base city. The Feiyu white tiger's choice to launch an attack there must be underpinned by a significant motive. Why else would it not target other base cities? The world harbors few coincidences. Rather, it is rife with calculated schemes. Esteemed colleagues, I have a foreboding that a grave trouble approaches. Let us prepare in advance. The Grand Elder's words deepened the gravity of the atmosphere. Each elder wore a solemn expression, fully aware that the Grand Elder's kin possessed a remarkable aptitude for divination. This premonition was not without substance. Chapter 51, Journey to the Extraterrestrial Battlefield. Two young Golden Lords stun the crowd. The following day, at the military building, access to the extraterrestrial battlefield requires passage through a specialized teleportation device, which is under strict military surveillance. Once all lords enter the battlefield, they must adhere to military commands. The presence of this device is also intended to facilitate the collection of information regarding the lords. Is this truly the military building? The security is astonishingly tight. Su Yin gazed at the guard stationed every few steps, marveling, surely not even a mosquito could infiltrate here. Bang! Just as her words left her lips, a gunshot echoed through the air. Chen Luo and Su Yin halted, witnessing a patrolling soldier coldly retracting his weapon. With their enhanced vision as Golden Lords, they could clearly discern a fly on the ground. Indeed, not even a fly could enter. Please forgive us. The patrol leader scratched his head, apologetically addressing the two. This is a critical military zone. We must maintain strict vigilance to prevent any other races from infiltrating in various forms. Are you both heading to the extraterrestrial battlefield? Chen Luo and Su Yin nodded in unison, simultaneously grasping the reason behind the shot fired at the fly. With a multitude of alien species, it was entirely plausible that some could disguise themselves as flies or insects. Please proceed ahead for identity verification. If this is your first visit, your identity information will need to be recorded. The patrol leader gestured toward the hall ahead. After warmly directing them, he and his squad departed. Upon verifying their identities, Chen Luo and Su Yin entered the building, one following the other. Observing their retreating figures, the patrolling soldiers exchanged puzzled glances. The trials of the Lord Source Realm were still more than half a month away. From where had these two emerged? The leader advanced with a stern expression. During the mission, maintain focus. Should even a single fly manage to enter, everyone will undergo an additional 3 hours of training. The once curious team members immediately returned to their diligent patrols, daring only to steal glances at the two newcomers. These individuals appeared quite youthful, and, given their recent reactions, it was evident they were first-time visitors. Nevertheless, all lords must register here after completing the trials in the Lord Source realm before proceeding to the extraterrestrial battlefield for training. Subsequently, every 3 years, they are required to engage in a month-long campaign in the extraterrestrial battlefield. During their leisure, they may also voluntarily participate to earn military merit in exchange for resources. The trials for this year's Lord Source realm had yet to conclude. Where had these two newcomers come from? In the spacious hall, a diverse crowd of several hundred individuals had gathered. Amidst the throng, an unusual silence prevailed. Were they the military merit hunters? Su Yin leaned closer to Chen Luo, whispering, "I have heard my grandfather speak of them. A group that continuously enters and exits the extraterrestrial battlefield, slaying foes to earn military merit and gather resources." Upon hearing her explanation, Chen Luo nodded in understanding. Being a lord is an endeavor that demands substantial financial resources. To ascend in territory alone requires both silver crystal cores and golden primordial cores. If one lacks the strength to hunt these resources, purchasing them becomes the only option. The price of a single silver crystal core is a sum that ordinary families dare not even contemplate. The golden core requires no further elaboration. It is not merely a single piece, but rather hundreds. The materials for summoning the kin are an insatiable abyss, forever unfilled. In this world, those born with a golden spoon in their mouths are ultimately a rarity. For those lacking wealth and power, seeking resources for cultivation and striving for military merit on the battlefield beyond is the wisest choice. The military merit hunters are seasoned warriors, bound by loyalty and exceedingly dependable. Are you two newcomers? Would you care to form a team with us? Our captain is a silver tier 3 lord, capable of ensuring your safety. The sudden voice interrupted Chen Luo's thoughts. The two turned to see a burly man standing not far away, his expression filled with eager anticipation. A silver tier 3 lord? Aren't the battle zones in the outer battlefield divided strictly by strength? Can lords of different tiers even team up? Su Yin furrowed her brows, directly voicing her doubts. According to the information provided by Ruan Xiong, the grading in the outer battlefield is stringent. Those of varying tiers are assigned to distinct battlefields. If they cannot be grouped together, how could they team up? The burly man's gaze flickered, and he stammered, struggling to articulate his reasoning. This prompted not only Chen Luo, but even Su Yin to sense something amiss. Her eyes turned sharp, watching the man with heightened vigilance. This individual likely harbored ill intentions. At that moment, a woman in a work dress approached. "You two are newcomers, correct? This man is a notorious scammer, specifically targeting newcomers. There's no need to engage with him. I am Lady, responsible for identity verification. It appears you two have yet to have your information recorded. Please follow me." Upon seeing Lady, the burly man scurried away like a mouse fleeing a cat. Chen Luo chose not to pursue him further. The two followed Lady to the front desk and swiftly completed their information. Mr. Chen Luo and Ms. Su Yin from the Jiangbei Bay City. Strength, Golden Lord? Lady abruptly halted while inputting the data. Rubbing her eyes and confirming the information, she looked at them with a hint of exasperation. "The system will allocate teammates and tasks based on your strength. Please provide accurate information." She assumed they were merely embellishing their capabilities, as many individuals do each year. There are always those who inflate their bronze 5-tier rank to bronze 10 tier, only to be assigned to exceedingly perilous locations, leading to their demise. Such is the reality. Would you like me to demonstrate? Chen Luo exchanged a glance with Su Yin. In the next moment, Su Yin floated gracefully into the air. A golden lord, soaring through the skies. This spectacle left the onlookers in the hall wide-eyed with astonishment. Goodness, am I hallucinating? I see a young girl flying. Good grief. She is a golden lord at such a young age, while I am still a bronze lord. The disparity is infuriating. Su Ergu, were you just attempting to deceive a golden lord? From this day forth, you shall be regarded as the most audacious man among us. The man named Su Ergu wore an expression that was more lamentable than a cry. He now felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Who can enlighten him on why these two young individuals are deemed golden lords? Are they merely playing the part of the innocent while harboring hidden strength? In an instant, the once tranquil hall erupted into a cacophony of whispers. All eyes turned towards Chen Luo and Su Yin, reflecting a mix of astonishment and reverence. These two youths are, astonishingly, Golden Lords. Esteemed Golden Lords, this bracelet serves as your identification. It also records your number of adversaries vanquished, thereby calculating your military merits. Should it be lost, it cannot be replaced, so please safeguard it diligently. Lady handed over the two bracelets with utmost respect. The bracelets were entirely snow white, resembling jade, yet possessing an almost plastic-like quality. They emanated a gentle warmth when placed upon the wrist. Before the two could examine their new possessions, a commanding voice resonated through the hall. The portal to the battlefield beyond is about to open. Please prepare yourselves. The system will activate the portal according to your abilities, transporting you to the designated locations. Military orders have been transmitted to your bracelets. Kindly check them promptly. May fortune favor you all in your martial endeavors. Chapter 52. The demonic legion approaches. The great battle commences. A voice, seemingly emerging from nowhere, resonated through the air. Following this, brilliant beams of light ignited around them. Among the hundreds of luminous manifestations, the majority glimmered in a bronze hue, while a portion shone in silver. Two golden pillars of light loomed over their targets, namely Chen Luo and Su Yan. As the brilliance faded, so too did the individuals it enveloped. In an instant, the once bustling hall was left desolate. Save for Lady, it was at this moment that she experienced a sudden jolt of reality. 18 years of age, a Golden Lord, and the first entry of information. My heavens, could it be that they have only recently ascended to lordship? But hasn't the trial in the Source Realm yet concluded? As Lady E scrutinized the information of the two, her astonishment was such that her mouth could have swallowed an egg whole. Were it not for her direct involvement, she would have never believed in such prodigious talent. An 18-year-old Golden Lord. Such tales belong in the realm of myth. The battlefield beyond the realm exists as an isolated expanse. Upon opening their eyes, Chen Luo and Su Yan discover themselves amidst an expansive grassland, accompanied by a dozen others. The fragrant aroma of fresh grass in the air confirmed to them that this was no mere illusion. It was indeed a vast prairie. Mission: guard the Bermuda grassland and prevent the enemy from breaching the defense. Completion will yield a reward of 10,000 military merits. Upon discerning the military command displayed upon the luminous screen, Chen Luo wasted no time in summoning the core of his domain. As golden radiance flickered, the ethereal outline of his territory materialized in the air, condensing into a tangible form upon touching the ground. The domain unfurled. The primary principle of the battlefield beyond the realm dictates that the sooner one establishes their territory, the greater their safety. Peril lurks in every corner. Even places that seem entirely secure harbor unknown threats. Numerous lords have met their demise at the hands of foreign entities, having failed to establish their territories in time. As the domain expanded, a symphony of sounds resonated continuously. Accompanying this were the ethereal images of various territories manifesting in the air, each solidifying upon their descent. One territory seamlessly connected to another, separated only by a luminous barrier. The walls of each territory interlinked, forming an impenetrable line of defense. Is this the defense line? Chen Luo observed the unfolding scene with keen contemplation, recognizing its similarity to the endeavors of Song Wenjua in the Yemen Gorge. Through territories and walls, a formidable barrier was forged. The Bermuda grassland represented the third line of defense. Should the enemies reach this point, it would signify the collapse of the preceding two defenses. Their task was crystal clear: to hold the line, sacrificing their lives if necessary, to ensure not a single enemy crossed into their realm. A commanding male voice emanated from the bracelet, instilling a sense of authority. The tone of the command caused Chen Luo to furrow his brows slightly. He had come to confront foes, to nurture the insectoid army through combat, not to serve as a mere pawn. While the military command itself was unproblematic, the demeanor of the speaker left much to be desired. What on earth had transpired? Why was there direct communication concerning the third line of defense? Su Yan's expression grew grave, an ominous feeling settling within her. Prior to their arrival, she had taken the time to familiarize herself with the situation. The defense was divided into 5 layers, with the first layer being the most robust and the 6th the weakest. Under normal circumstances, commands from above would not directly reach the lords of the subsequent defensive layers. However, this time, they made direct contact with the third layer, clearly sensing that the fortifications of the first two layers were insufficient and that the enemy might breach into the third. Otherwise, they would not have taken the trouble to reach out. What kind of enemy could advance to the third line of defense? In contrast to her concerns, Chen Luo remained remarkably composed. When soldiers arrive, they shall be met with arms. When water comes, it shall be contained by earth, regardless of the enemy's nature. If they come, they shall be slain. Roar as if resonating with his sentiments. The insectoid warriors began to screech in unison, their sounds echoing through the heavens. The other golden lords were startled, fearing that the enemy had already infiltrated. All were on high alert, nerves taut in preparation. Yet, after waiting for an extended period, not a shadow of the enemy appeared. Time slipped away swiftly. Standing atop the city wall, Chen Luo felt somewhat numb. Was it not said that the battlefield beyond was rife with conflict? Why had they not encountered a single foreign entity? With that thought, he tilted his head back and took several deep gulps of liquor. The drink burned painfully as it descended his throat. Oh, the agony. He felt as though he had been deceived. Surely, the absence of war ought to be a blessing. If the enemy truly had the strength to reach this point, it would indicate formidable power. And if the preceding defenses could not hold, how could the third? Suyin rolled her eyes in exasperation, while others recoiled from war. Chen Luo stood in stark contrast, not only unafraid, but yearning for conflict. One can only ascertain the strength of their defenses through experience. They're coming. Chen Luo suddenly straightened, his voice tinged with excitement. His words caused Su Yan's heart to tighten. Turning her head, she beheld clouds of dust rising to the heavens, as if some colossal beast were rapidly approaching the defenses. Had the third line of defense truly been breached? Su Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Had it really been only half a day? Had the first two lines not even held for that long? What manner of creature had overcome the defenses? With the first and second lines breached by the demon race, the subsequent defenses had yet to be fully established. The third line was the final bastion. Everyone needed to listen closely. They must hold the line. They must not falter. Even if it meant death, they must drag the enemy down with them. From the bracelet, a man's frantic voice resonated. Unlike the previous occasion where he spoke from a position of superiority, this time, panic was evident in his tone. Chen Luo astutely detected the crucial information, the demon race. He recalled that the flying feathered white tiger belonged to the demon race, did it not? Yes, they were of the demon race, and from the upper echelons no less. So many had come. Su Yan's exclamation brought Chen Luo back to reality. He looked up to see a dark mass of demons charging forth. The demons bore resemblance to monsters, or rather, the monsters were indeed a part of the demon race. Wolves, lions, elephants, earth dragons, and birds filled the landscape in overwhelming numbers, so dense that one could hardly count them. Indeed, there were countless, and all were of golden caliber. It was no wonder the first two lines had fallen. Faced with such a formidable foe, a smile crept uncontrollably across Chen Luo's lips, one that he could not suppress. So many formidable golden-tier monsters. If transformed into energy points, how many insectoid warriors could be unleashed? Arise and confront the enemy. As Chen Luo's words echoed, a legion of insectoids manifested behind him, over 12,000 golden-level insect warriors. Though their numbers paled in comparison to the monsters, their might was undeniably greater. Cicadas self-destruct. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo issued the command for self-detonation. The impending battle was no time for sentiment. Hesitation would lead to defeat. Buzzing filled the air as over 1,000 cicadas soared without faltering, hurtling towards the encroaching horde of monsters. As they approached, their bodies radiated a brilliant white light. Bang! Bang! The sounds of explosions erupted in succession. In a mere instant, more than 1,000 cicadas met their demise. Yet the spoils of war were equally bountiful. The bodies of the monsters had begun to accumulate into a mountain outside the city. The shadow mantises engaged the enemy in close combat, while the spiked serpents provided fire support. Chen Luo commanded with unwavering decisiveness. The shadow mantises, long poised for action, surged forth from their territory, eagerly clashing with a monstrous army. The spiked serpents ascended the city walls, coiling their bodies and relentlessly unleashing their bone spikes. Thousands of spiked serpents attacked in unison, their projectiles raining down like droplets, transforming the monsters into a porcupine-like spectacle. Chapter 53. Impulsiveness? The best defense is to annihilate the enemy. Do not act rashly. Our directive from above is to hold the line. We can utilize the fortifications for defense. There is no need to engage head-on. Su Yin implored Chen Luo, her voice laced with urgency. Is this how battles are fought? We are supposed to defend, yet instead of holding our ground, we are launching an offensive. In a reckless display, they sacrificed 1,000 golden 8th-tier Mantis warriors, although the outcome was significant, resulting in the death of 3,000 to 4,000 of the monster horde. Her heart ached at the loss. Each of their kin was precious, especially those of golden 8th-tier strength. She feared that Chen Luo would unflinchingly sacrifice them all. Defense? Have you not heard that the best defense is a good offense? If I eliminate them all, we need not worry about defending the city, Chen Luo said, ruffling Su Yan's soft hair with a radiant smile, momentarily leaving her in a daze. Yet, upon hearing his words, she felt a wave of despair wash over her. How could it be that annihilating the enemy meant they no longer needed to defend the city? Could such logic truly hold? Ignoring her turmoil, Chen Luo had already instructed the giant mandible worker ants to commence transporting the fallen monsters. This is untenable. The disparity in numbers is too great. Su Yin exclaimed. Even if the shadow mantises are all golden 8th tier, at this rate, they will be depleted in no time. You must call them back. We can hold our ground behind the walls. Watching the shadow mantises being relentlessly torn apart by the enemy, Su Yan's eyes brimmed with tears. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds had perished. If this continued, their annihilation was merely a matter of time. She could not fathom why the usually astute Chen Luo was being so impetuous. With their numbers so skewed, defense was undoubtedly the wisest strategy. Yes, the disparity is indeed vast, Chen Luo chuckled lightly. But once the battle concludes, we shall see how much that disparity has diminished. At that moment, the giant mandible worker ants had already delivered the monster carcasses to the transformation pool. Instantly, an influx of energy points surged into their reserves. All would be transformed into golden 8th tier shadow mantises. The newly acquired energy points were swiftly depleted. Several larvae emerged from the mother nest, and within 2 minutes, they broke free from their cocoons, transforming into formidable shadow mantises. Without needing further orders, they spread their wings and approached the fray. Moments later, they soared over Chen Luo and Su Yin, joining the battle. The addition of these mantises did not create significant ripples, yet it startled Su Yin. She glanced at the shadow mantises, then turned her gaze back towards their territory, only to witness wave after wave of shadow mantises arriving. The giant mandible worker ants scurried across the ground with the monster corpses, while the shadow mantises soared above, lifting the ants into the air. This bizarre yet harmonious scene confirmed Su Yan's suspicions. Trembling, she clutched Chen Luo's sleeve. Did you not send all the shadow mantises out earlier? Or could it be that these shadow mantises are newly hatched? If her conjecture was correct, everything would fall into place. No wonder Chen Luo was so belligerent. No wonder, after the battle at Yanmen, the number of insect warriors had increased rather than diminished. At that time, she sensed an increasing number of the insect race. Now, the reality lay before her. It was not merely an illusion. The insect race indeed multiplied with each battle. They thrived on warfare. It was time for her to assist the unicorns. Chen Luo did not respond to her words, but reminded her of the pressing matter. Helping the unicorns to evolve and summoning over 100 of them was not intended for idleness. This moment was precisely when they needed to showcase their abilities. Su Yin took a deep breath, refraining from further inquiries. With a mere thought, 119 winged unicorns approached from afar. Mounting the white steed, Su Yin directed her palm towards the battlefield below. Amplify. A luminous glow coalesced in her palm. In the next moment, it transformed into glimmers of light, descending upon the shadow mantises engaged in combat. The luminescence was absorbed, and the combat prowess of the shadow mantises surged instantaneously. Their dual blades resembled the scythes of death. With each swing, they claimed one or several enemy lives. The number of the demon race was vast. Yet their strength was generally at the 5th or 6th level of gold tier. Against the 8th level shadow mantises, even overwhelming numbers proved futile. It would take over 100 demons to exhaust just one shadow mantis. As Su Yin commenced the amplification, the unicorns began their tasks. Those capable of healing tended to wounds, while others amplified abilities and controlled the battlefield. Notably, the fire unicorns ignited the bone spines with flames. The already toxic bone spines were now enveloped in fire, exponentially increasing their potency. The ratio of death to hatching had reached equilibrium. What remained was a gradual attrition. It was uncertain how many demons had arrived this time. She hoped not to be disappointed, in stark contrast to Chen Luo's situation. The other dozen or so lords fared miserably. Even though Chen Luo attracted the majority of the demon race's attention, the remaining demons were still beyond their capacity to handle. How could there be so many demons? Trolls, block the city gates, block the city gates. Who can come to my aid? I've just become a golden lord. I have ample time ahead, and I do not wish to perish. Despairing wails and furious curses continuously erupted from the lords. Yet, the only response was the increasingly frenzied assault of the demons. Blood seemed to invigorate the demons, driving them into a wild frenzy as they lunged at their foes, tearing them apart until they set their sights on the next target. In the face of such a vast disparity in numbers and strength, within less than half an hour, Chen Luo heard a tremendous crash, followed by a scream. He then witnessed the disappearance of the light wall on his right. This signified that the adjacent lord had perished. The crazed demons, having lost their target, swiftly turned their aggression towards Chen Luo's territory. Had a lord fallen so swiftly? Was this a jest? Chen Luo couldn't help but scoff. Though he mocked, he understood that it was not the fault of that lord. Faced with an enemy of such overwhelming numbers and strength, with most lords being at the 1st or 2nd tier of gold level and possessing only 3 or 4 gold tier subordinates, managing to hold out for half an hour was already a testament to the fortitude of the city walls. After all, not everyone possesses the audacity to confront a formidable army head-on as he does. He can sustain warfare through continual engagement, allowing the swarm to multiply with each battle. Hatching 20 golden tier, 8th level cicadas, he observed the advancing demon clan with unwavering resolve. Chen Luo promptly issued commands to the mother nest. At such a juncture, the battlefield had only recently tilted in their favor. The number of demon clan warriors felled was still insufficient to surpass the rate and volume at which the swarm was hatching. With new adversaries entering the fray, even this slight advantage could be obliterated. Thus, he resolved to obliterate the encroaching demon clan with explosive force. 20 cicadas soared above him, their cries reverberating once more. Chen Luo pointed towards the gathering of demons and commanded, self-destruct. The newly emerged cicadas, unhesitating, locked onto their targets and dove downward. Their swift descent sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh. Enveloped in radiant white light, they plunged into the enemy ranks. The brilliance intensified. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield. Chapter 54. A profusion of military achievements, summoning a new Zerg queen. Hundreds of rushing demons were obliterated into mere fragments. Blood splattered, leaving a gruesome scene of carnage. This macabre sight did not overly distress Chen Luo. Rather, he felt a twinge of regret. The extensive destruction made it quite troublesome to gather the remnants. Many have been reduced to powder. Indeed, the biological missile known as the cicada should not be deployed lightly unless in dire circumstances. Chen Luo gazed sorrowfully at the scattered remains. This explosion had cost him at least 100,000 energy points. Roar! The earth trembled with the growl. The previously advancing demons seemed to have received some command, retreating like a receding tide. This unexpected turn left Chen Luo momentarily stunned, and once he regained his senses, he began to stomp his feet in frustration. Why are you running? Come back. How can I survive without you? He never anticipated that these demons would so readily abandon the fray. While Chen Luo fumed, Su Yin appeared relieved. Upon hearing his exclamation, her delicate face twitched slightly. Perhaps only Chen Luo among the defenders felt anger at the demon's retreat. It seemed the higher-ups had realized the situation and dispatched reinforcements to re-establish the two front lines. The demons, fearing encirclement, had withdrawn. Su Yan landed beside Chen Luo, gently explaining the situation. However, Chen Luo was indifferent to the rationale. The reasons held no significance. The demons had retreated, and he had suffered a tremendous loss of energy points. Observing his despondent demeanor, Su Yan bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. If you're eager for battle, you could request a transfer to the front lines. We are currently stationed at the third line of defense, which does not entail direct engagement in the fiercest of battles. Our human experts had previously delineated several independent spaces, linking our star domain to the extraterrestrial battlefield. We are presently situated at the third line of defense within the golden space. Strictly speaking, this does not qualify as the extraterrestrial battlefield. Rather, these spaces serve as protective layers, designed for buffering and training purposes. Upon hearing this explanation, Chen Luo's eyes brightened, and his earlier confusion was clarified. No wonder there had been no enemy presence for half a day. They had yet to truly enter the extraterrestrial battlefield. Chen Luo could hardly contain his anticipation. What must I do to be transferred to the extraterrestrial battlefield? Are there any requirements? While inquiring, he gestured for the giant-jawed worker ants to venture out of the city to collect the demon corpses. Although the demons had retreated, they had left a plethora of bodies behind. This bounty would undoubtedly yield a significant amount of energy points for him. In fact, this haul could very well be his greatest yet. Regrettably, the demons had fled too swiftly, had they all remained. He could scarcely fathom the energy points he might have amassed. Su Yan's expression turned serious. Through military achievements. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, military achievements reign supreme. Here, aside from strength, one's standing is determined by the quantity of military merit. Upon accumulating 100,000 military points, one may apply for a transfer to the front line of the extraterrestrial battlefield. The front line is fraught with peril, yet the pace at which one can garner military achievements and spoils far surpasses that of the rear. The foreign battlefield has always been a realm where danger and opportunity coexist, embodying its greatest allure. I should possess around 35 million military merits, which ought to suffice. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Luo glanced at his wristband, and upon discerning the number of military merits, he was taken aback. The calculation of military merits is quite straightforward. The stronger the enemy vanquished, the greater the merits earned. 100 merits are awarded for defeating a bronze-level foe, while 1,000 are granted for a 10th-tier adversary. Silver-level foes yield 1,001 merits, and 2,000 for the 10th tier. Gold-level opponents provide 2,001 merits, with 3,000 for the 10th tier. 35 million military merits indicate that he has slain at least 10,000 foes of gold strength. An impressive record. How much? 35 million? Su Yan seized his wristband, her eyes widening as she scrutinized the data. Confirming her observation, she couldn't help but gasp, utterly stunned. Indeed, 35 million military merits. How brief had their time been on the foreign battlefield? Just how many creatures had the insect race eliminated in that previous skirmish? One could simply submit an application, correct? Before she could collect her thoughts, Chen Luo had already deftly operated his device and sent the application forth. He had not come to the foreign battlefield to retire. His aim was to acquire more energy points and grow stronger. Waiting passively for opportunities could never rival taking the initiative. Were it not for his current limitations, he would have desired to directly parachute into the enemy's stronghold, executing a bold strike. With the insect race as capacity to sustain itself through combat, annihilating the enemy would exponentially increase his own forces. Alas, aspirations are often grand, while reality remains stark. You've applied directly? Have you not given a moment's thought? That place is fraught with peril, far exceeding the dangers here. Su Yan, regaining her composure, looked at Chen Luo in astonishment. Did he truly possess no hesitation at all? The foreign battlefield is a sight many dread. Yet it seems only Chen Luo can approach it with such proactive resolve. The greater the danger, the more substantial the reward. Do take care here. Call for me if anything arises. Chen Luo casually uttered these words before soaring towards the mother nest. Thousands of giant mandibles worker ants moved swiftly, collectively transporting the corpses of the slain foes to the transformation pool, hatching 4,000 giant mandibles worker ants. As soon as Chen Luo touched down, He issued commands to the mother nest. With no constraints on resources, the more giant mandibles worker ants, the better. The greater their numbers, the quicker they could transport the bodies, thus accelerating the accumulation of energy points. Upon receiving the command, the mother nest rapidly birthed hundreds of larvae, curling their bodies. In mere seconds later, the giant mandibles worker ants emerged from their cocoons. Like a well-oiled assembly line, they quickly hatched more worker ants. However, after observing for a few moments, Chen Luo sensed something amiss. One mother nest was insufficient. Today's battle had illustrated this reality. Had there been an additional mother nest, both sides could simultaneously transform energy points and hatch insect warriors, effectively doubling the support he could receive. Correspondingly, the number of enemies slain and energy points gained would also increase, especially now that the giant mandibles worker ants had reached 5,000 in number. A transformation pool for a mother nest has become insufficient for their needs. The true battle is about to commence, and they are apprehensively lining up before the transformation pool. It is imperative to summon a new mother nest, perhaps two, in case they are needed in the future. Chen Luo made his decision and approached the summoning platform. To summon a Zerg queen, one must expend a Lord core or a monster origin core, along with 10 tons of flesh. These requirements, once disregarded, now hold significant value. The past is the past, and the present is a different matter entirely. What he lacks the least now are origin cores and flesh. Summon 4 Zerg queens, Chen Luo declared, placing 4 still-warm golden origin cores upon the platform. In the next moment, a dazzling white light erupted from the summoning platform. Within the radiance, 4 robust insect-like silhouettes materialized. Concurrently, several gigantic mandible worker ants carried the remains of the demon race, transforming them into streams of light that directly fell into the luminous shadows upon the platform. Once the flesh was absorbed, the 4 robust insect forms gradually solidified, and the brilliance swiftly waned. Chapter 55. Qualification for the extraterritorial battlefield. The onslaught of the demon clan's powerful beings. As the radiance gradually faded, 4 plump insectoid queens emerged. Their soft, pinkish-white forms, rather than being menacing, appeared somewhat endearing, reminiscent of jelly, evoking an irresistible urge to squeeze. Unable to restrain himself, Chen Luo playfully pinched the tender flesh of the insectoid queen, instructing, "Lift them and follow me." In this state, the insectoid queens were akin to being incapacitated. This time, he intended for the 4 queens to remain closer to the city wall, thereby conserving the travel time of the giant mandibles worker ants. As the territory expanded, the journey for the giant mandibles worker ants would lengthen significantly. Likewise, they could not be positioned too near the city wall, lest they become vulnerable should the wall be breached. Over 100 freshly hatched giant mandibles worker ants collaborated to hoist the 4 insectoid queens, trailing behind Chen Luo as they sought an appropriate location. The territory had transformed into a barren expanse, the ground blanketed with fungal mats. Movement across these mats significantly accelerated the insect's speed, nearly doubling it. Before long, Chen Luo identified a spot that was neither too distant nor too close to the city wall, effectively having the distance. Once the giant mandibles worker ants had dispersed the insectoid queens, Chen Luo commanded, "Unfold the mother nest form." Once the mother nest form was activated, it could not be retracted, signifying that they would remain in this state at this location indefinitely, hence his cautious approach. Upon receiving the command, the 4 insectoid queens were enveloped in a brilliant white light. In the blink of an eye, the light dissipated, revealing 4 plump, white worms transformed into grotesque mother nests, adorned with grotesque growths and fearsome mandibles. The initial charm was replaced by a menacing aura, the ferocity of the insectoid species palpable. The 4 mother nests operated at full capacity, sufficiently supporting the front line's attrition. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction, simultaneously utilizing the insectoid network. He redirected the giant mandibles worker ants transporting the demon corpses to this location for conversion. Before long, a procession of orderly giant mandibles worker ants arrived, skillfully depositing the bodies into the conversion pools. The energy points of the 4 mother nests began to rise rapidly. The quantitative increase led to a qualitative transformation. with 5 mother nests converting simultaneously, each equipped with 1,000 giant mandibles worker ants. The rate of energy point conversion was indeed exhilarating. Observing the swiftly ascending energy points, Chen Luo's spirits soared, dissipating any lingering displeasure from the demon clan's earlier retreat. Just as he reveled in the flourishing energy points, his bracelet vibrated unexpectedly. Before he could respond, a luminous screen projected from the bracelet, displaying a reply to his previous application. Esteemed Golden Lord Chen Luo, your military achievements have surpassed 100,000, qualifying you for the extraterritorial battlefield. You may forego your current military assignment and proceed through the portal to the extraterritorial battlefield. The extraterritorial battlefield is perilous. Exercise caution. The Lord S. Alliance, respectfully. Beneath the inscription, there exist pathways to the portals and essential considerations for the extraterrestrial battlegrounds. Upon reviewing this, Chen Luo could not help but exclaim with admiration. Indeed, the Lord's Alliance is meticulous in every detail. Even the locations of public restrooms in the outer battlefield are clearly marked. Such professionalism is commendable. In the extraterrestrial battleground, within the domain of the demon race, an endless expanse of starry sky witnesses the relentless influx of the demon army through 4 portals. The azure gateway, representing bronze, the white portal for silver, the yellow entrance for gold, and the golden passage for platinum. These 4 conduits link to 4 defensive spaces within the human star domain. Your Highness Galatia, the demon forces in the Golden Realm have retreated. They breached the 3rd layer of defense, but were met with a formidable lord, suffering substantial losses. In the starry sky, a colossal serpent, coiled like a celestial body, opened its serpent-like eyes. In the depths of its green vertical pupils flickered a bloodthirsty light. As its forked tongue flicked out, it released a cloud of dark green poison mist. Anything that came into contact with this mist was annihilated and dissolved. A powerful human lord? How many demons have perished? The shrill sound, akin to claws scraping glass, emanated from the serpent's maw. An invisible pressure compelled the reporting leopard-shaped demon to kneel, trembling in fear, dreading the imminent descent of the poison mist upon itself. The celestial snake tribe is renowned among the demons for their might and insatiable bloodlust. Once engaged in battle, they disregard kinship. This conflict resulted in the loss of 30,000, with approximately 15,000 demon warriors perishing at the 3rd layer of defense. The leopard demon swallowed nervously, its voice quivering as it relayed the situation. Upon hearing this report, Galish's forked tongue flickered with increased agitation. The immense form rose, exuding a palpable sense of oppression. 15,000 of my golden demons slain? How intriguing! Just when I was feeling rather bored, it would be delightful to feast upon a human prodigy to satiate my appetite. Galish's words instilled fear in the surrounding demons, prompting them to draw near in a fervent attempt to dissuade him. Your Highness, the Elder's plans are imminent. Your presence here is of utmost importance. You must not leave so easily. The Elder's plans are paramount. If they discover you have abandoned your post, they will surely be enraged. This undertaking is too significant to allow for any misstep. We implore you to reconsider. Hundreds of platinum-level demons knelt in desperation, pleading fervently, unconcerned that Galatia was weaker than themselves. Silence. Such a cacophony. May you all perish. Galatia roared, expelling a plume of dark green poison mist. The mist spread swiftly, and before the platinum demons could react, they inhaled it. In that instant, their massive forms dissolved into a viscous liquid. A golden 10th tier Galatia required merely wisps of poison mist to vanquish them. Even without resistance, the overwhelming strength of the celestial serpent rendered the surrounding demons quaking in fear. No demon dared to emerge and voice objections thereafter. I shall soon attain platinum strength. Yet, I have yet to set foot in the human golden realm. It is a rare occasion to encounter a prodigious figure from the human race, particularly one of noble lineage. Such a coincidence compels me to seize the opportunity. It would indeed be a regret to forego this chance to vanquish a human prodigy, inflicting a pang of anguish upon their kin. I shall return post-haste. You are to remain vigilant here and refrain from idle chatter, lest you bear the consequences. Jalisa's warning swept over the demon kin, her icy serpent eyes instilling such fear that they nodded fervently, not daring to utter a word of dissent. The overwhelming might of the celestial serpent left them gasping in despair. The human lord, marked by Jalisa, was destined for a most gruesome demise. Renowned for her cruelty among the celestial serpents, Jalisa reveled in the torment of her prey, relishing the exquisite flavor enhanced by their suffering and despair. Satisfied, she withdrew her gaze, her formidable form darting forth like a sharpened arrow, vanishing into the golden passageway beneath the watchful eyes of the demonkin. Chapter 56. The swarm of insects approaching 20,000. Equality among all beings beneath the sea of insects. Energy points, 33,801,000. After examining the energy points of the mother nest, Chen Luo took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of excitement within. Over 30 million energy points. This was in spite of the fact that a significant number of the demon race's corpses had been reduced to mere fragments, rendering them impossible to collect. This was merely the first battle on the outer battlefield, and he had yet to truly step foot into it. How exhilarating would it be once he truly entered the outer battlefield? Perhaps it would be so exhilarating that even bitter tea could take flight. He commanded the hatching of 7,000 shadow mantises of golden 8th rank, 3,000 piercing snakes, and 1,000 singing cicadas without retaining many energy points. The next moment, 5 insectoid mother nests sprang into action. Swarms of larvae emerged from the nests, forming cocoons to hatch. In less than 2 minutes, the cocoons cracked open. Majestic shadow mantises emerged from within. Groups of shadow mantises were produced rapidly, each possessing the strength of golden 8th rank. If others were to witness this scene, their eyes would surely bulge in disbelief. Which favored race could so effortlessly acquire beings born with golden 8th rank strength? Only the insect race could achieve such a feat. With 5 mother nests hatching simultaneously, the speed multiplied several times over. In less than an hour, 11,000 insect warriors had hatched. Coupled with the 8,000 or so insect warriors remaining from previous battles, the number of his insect army had now approached 20,000. Gazing upon the densely packed swarm, stretching endlessly before him, Chen Luo felt an overwhelming sense of pride. This was the foundation of his dominance. Warning! Warning! A golden 10th rank starry snake has breached the golden space. Lords are urged to defend with all their might. The starry snake possesses formidable strength. All lords are advised to exercise caution. A golden 10th rank starry snake? The alarm from the wristband made Chen Luo furrow his brow. Before he could contemplate further, he heard Su Yan's panicked voice from a distance. Classmate Luo, did you hear the alarm? It's the starry snake. A golden 10th rank starry snake. One of the most terrifying demon races. They possess a top-tier lineage and are extremely bloodthirsty, reveling in the slaughter of living beings. Their bodies are laced with poison. A golden 10th rank starry snake can easily poison a platinum-level powerhouse. Panicked, Su Yan rode her small white steed, and from afar, she beheld a dark mass in the distance. As she drew closer, she comprehended the scene fully. That dark mass was an endless sea of insect warriors. Her anxious emotions were swiftly replaced by bewilderment. Upon landing, she continued to gaze at the insect warriors, unable to regain her composure. Heavens, what has she just witnessed? Where did Chen Luo acquire such a multitude of insect warriors? And each one emanated such a terrifying aura. Even if she understood that the insect race thrived through battle, she had never anticipated it could reach such a terrifying magnitude. This was not merely thriving through combat. It was as if they were treating their enemies as nourishment. Hatching frantically, the starry snake of the demon race? She felt she had encountered its information in textbooks. They should belong to the nobility among the demon races, correct? Why does a noble among demons appear in the golden space? Chen Luo stroked his chin, acutely sensing that something was amiss. Considering the previous encounter with the feathered white tiger, why is it always the demon race causing turmoil? With so many other races, why is it predominantly demons stirring trouble? Such repeated coincidences cease to be mere happenstance. His grandfather once remarked that the celestial serpent is a top-tier demon, holding a significant position among the demon clan, akin to royalty among humans. They should be at the forefront. Why then are they here? Su Yan was drawn in by this question and began to ponder as well. Previously, she had not sensed anything wrong until Chen Luo pointed it out. Warning. The first line of defense has been breached. Warning. The Celestial Serpent is advancing toward the second line of defense. Please prepare immediately. The bracelet emitted another alarm, its urgency palpable. Chen Luo and Su Yin exchanged serious glances. Their expressions turned grave. From the detection of the Celestial Serpent to the breach of the first line of defense, it took merely a few minutes. The first line had been fortified by over 100 golden lords, yet could not withstand even a few minutes, clearly illustrating the might of the Celestial Serpent. Warning. The second line of defense has been breached. The lords of the third line must prepare to defend immediately and resist with all their might. Reinforcements are en route. Please hold your ground. Another urgent alarm rang out, accompanied by frantic instructions. The sudden incursion of the Celestial Serpent had evidently caught everyone off guard. No one could fathom why the esteemed Celestial Serpent, a royal among demons, would appear in the golden space. It was akin to the world's richest individual loitering on the street, slurping snail noodles, utterly perplexing. How intriguing! It seems to be targeting us. Chen Luo chuckled softly, having already deduced the Celestial Serpent's objective. In the recent battle, he had vanquished numerous demon kin, and now the Celestial Serpent had set its sights on him. What then? The venom of the Celestial Serpent has an extensive range and is without cure. Our numerical advantage pales in comparison to its lethal poison. Su Yin wore a worried expression. It wasn't that she doubted Chen Luo or the strength of the insect race, but the toxic mist of the Celestial Serpent was exceedingly restraining for groups. A single breath of that venom could annihilate numerous foes. The insect race might struggle to leverage their numerical superiority. Chen Luo found it hard to believe what he was hearing. Struggling? Regardless of how potent its toxic mist may be, it must have a limit and an eventual depletion. While it may inflict widespread harm upon enemies, whether it can prevail in battle remains to be seen. No one understands the might of the insect race better than he does. If widespread destruction could counter the insect race, it would not be the apex species. Before the swarm of insects, all beings are equal. Hiss! A terrifying shriek resonated from afar, even at a distance. The two could see a green mist swirling in the distance. Within it, a massive figure, several dozen meters long, slithered. Neither dragon nor snake. This must be the Celestial Serpent. Wasn't it said that their size rivals that of planets? Chen Luo, filled with curiosity, inquired while utilizing the eye of investigation. Within his gaze, a faint blue fluorescence flickered. A luminous screen materialized before him. Demon race, Galatia, small form. Strength, golden, tier 10. Abilities, toxic body. Poison fog eruption. Threat of toxic power, robust physique. Status, about to ascend to platinum level, a starry sky serpent possessing a thread of toxic power, exceedingly formidable. Upon perusing the details, Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. His gaze fixated intensely on the thread of toxic power. Instinctively, he reached for a destruction stone nestled in his pocket, sensing the annihilative force it contained. Toxic power, destructive force. The names themselves bore a striking resemblance, both being merely a thread. The loathsome demon baron snake had derived his destructive power from the destruction stone. Did this imply that the starry sky serpent harbored something akin to the destruction stone within? Was it this entity that bestowed the serpent with its toxic power? It must have minimized its form. For demon races, controlling body size is not particularly challenging, especially for a creature of such a prestigious lineage as the starry sky serpent, which could likely manage its size from the moment of its inception. After Su Yin concluded her explanation, her tone shifted to one of alarm. It seems to be heading straight for us. Is it targeting us? What makes us so special as to attract the attention of the starry sky serpent? Chapter 57. Is 1,000 not enough? Is 20,000 sufficient? The starry sky serpent seethes. Before Su Yin could fully comprehend the situation, the starry sky serpent arrived at the boundary of its territory. The serpent's dark green vertical pupils locked onto Chen Luo from several tens of thousands of meters away. It truly has come for us. How intriguing, Chen Luo mused, a playful smile gracing his lips. Before he could finish his thought, he soared into the air like a shooting star, charging towards the city wall. By the time Su Yin realized what was happening, he had already reached the top of the wall. She could only stamp her foot in frustration. So impulsive. This is the starry sky serpent. Though a sense of dread lingered in her heart, she decided to follow him. As Chen Luo's subordinate lord, wherever he went, she would follow. I sensed the presence of a demon on you. Bipedal creature of humanity. The serpent hissed, its expression contorted in disdain. How amusing. It seems you have not only slain numerous members of the demonic race, but have also attracted a demon, one that reeks foully. Jalasha flicked its tongue, its serpentine visage radiating stark revulsion. The scent of the demon reminded it of a goblin's latrine, equally repugnant. Chen Luo raised his sleeve to his nose, took a whiff, and then relaxedly lowered it. The stench of a demon? What concern is that of mine? As long as I smell pleasant, what does it matter? For a moment, he almost believed he had been tainted by the foulness of Snek, that hideous creature. Indeed, dealing with demons could lead to misfortune. You, the bipedal creature of humanity. Do you not fear me? Are you unaware of who I am? Jalasha was momentarily taken aback by his demeanor. It had expected Chen Luo to tremble in fear, to beg for mercy, yet he exhibited none of these reactions. Instead, he dared to confront the young master of the Starry Sky Serpent clan, a prodigy who had not shown himself for centuries. Why must I answer your inquiries? How should I know who you are? Perhaps you ought to inquire with your mother. Chen Luo retorted, exasperated. In any case, I am not responsible for your unattractive lineage. He was quite bewildered. Were these creatures truly oblivious to their origins? Snek was like this, and now this serpent as well. Was this the customary way for foreign beings to greet one another with veiled threats? When Su Yin arrived, she overheard Chen Luo's words and was immediately struck with fear, her face turning pale. Such foul language. What if you provoked the Starry Sky Serpent? How amusing. Bipedal creature of humanity. You have successfully captured my attention, Jalasha declared, its anger replaced by intrigue. This two-legged creature was far more entertaining than those who simply shouted for blood or groveled in submission upon seeing it. Mind your tongue, Chen Luo retorted, his forehead throbbing with veins. How had he not noticed such audacious and oily rhetoric in the novels of his past life? My sister? Is she here? Jalasha instinctively scanned the surroundings in search of her. The response to its query was a canopy of bone spikes. You lack martial virtue, bipedal creature. You strike from the shadows. But if you believe these things can defeat me, you are gravely mistaken. Jalasha scoffed, releasing a haughty snort that exhaled toxic mist. The dark green mist thickened to a near-solid form, swiftly dissolving the poisonous spikes. As the noxious fog lingered, it consumed everything it enveloped. The city walls, the grassy fields, and the stones, even the shimmering barrier between the territories, were all dissolved by the noxious fog. Without the barrier's concealment, several territories were laid bare. Chen Luo and Su Yin discerned. Nothing at all. The Golden Lords, upon hearing of the imminent arrival of the Celestial Serpent, had already fled into their abodes. Trembling in fear, not a trace of resistance flickered in their hearts. The overwhelming might of the Celestial Serpent instilled a profound sense of despair within them. Interesting bipedal beings. With 100 golden 8th tier kin, I concede your strength. Yet, you pale in comparison to my prowess. Should you kneel and beg for mercy now, I may consider taking you as my pet. I am a benevolent master. With me, you shall encounter no misfortune or deceit. Jalasha hung its head, its menacing serpentine visage brimming with disdain. A mere two-legged human race. While the 100 golden 8th tier kin bring forth a few hundred more, I shall not be intimidated. The terrifying pressure was palpable, even to the lords cowering within their homes. They trembled uncontrollably, clutching their kin on the verge of tears. Wasn't the Golden Realm supposed to be safe? Why, upon entering, were they beset by the demon army? They had barely survived, only to face the Celestial Serpent once more. Despair enveloped their hearts. They were utterly incapable of resistance. Even the barrier was no match for it. The Celestial Serpent was far mightier than the textbooks had suggested. Oh, Chen Luo replied, unflinching as he locked eyes with Jalasha. I extend the same offer to you. Bow to me as your master, and from henceforth, you shall serve as my steed. Your life may be spared. Otherwise, this will be your final resting place. No, not even your bones shall remain. Drawing strength from the insectoid legion, Chen Luo felt emboldened to confront Jalasha. Foolish biped, you shall perish. Jalasha's patience waned, particularly enraged by Chen Luo's suggestion of servitude. Its maw, gaping wide, unleashed a torrent of dark green toxic mist, accompanied by streams of viscous venom that shot forth like a machine gun towards Chen Luo. The repugnant liquid emitted a foul stench that wafted through the air, rivaling even the most grotesque of creatures. We must retreat. This toxin is corrosive and should not be approached, Suyin cautioned, covering her mouth and nose, attempting to pull Chen Luo away. This was not the moment for bravado. Yet, despite her tugging, Chen Luo remained resolute. Before she could urge him further, a cacophony of cicadas erupted from behind. Over 1,000 cicadas chorused in unison, their sound waves coalescing into a tangible force that repelled the toxic fog and scattered the venomous streams. Sound waves can be wielded in such a manner? Suyin was left astounded. Galisha, too, was taken aback, its slit pupils widening in disbelief. Yet the evidence was irrefutable. The venom and mist it so proudly wielded were effortlessly dispelled. 1,000 golden 8th-tier beings. Who exactly are you? Such a formidable golden lord. Why is he not on the foreign battlefield, but instead remains in this place, still at the third line of defense? Do you truly believe that these golden 8th-tier vassals can triumph over me? You are exceedingly naive, bipedal creature. Jyalisha nearly let an expletive slip. It had anticipated that Chen Luo would be strong, yet it never fathomed he would possess such immense power. Over 1,000 golden 8th-tier vassals at his command. Even it would find it somewhat challenging to contend against such a multitude of golden 8th-tier beings. Is this insufficient? Why didn't you mention it sooner? If 1,000 is inadequate, would 5,000 suffice? If 5,000 is lacking, would 10,000 be enough? If 10,000 falls short, would 20,000 satisfy? With each utterance from Chen Luo, swathes of shadow mantises took to the air behind him. The stab serpents also ascended the city walls, assuming a posture of attack. In merely a few moments, nearly 20,000 insectoid warriors had revealed themselves, their sheer numbers rendering Jyalisha speechless. Gazing at the densely packed, golden 8th-tier vassals, it fell into silence. If I were to agree to be your mount now, would this matter still be negotiable? It is not out of fear, rather. I delight in being a mount, particularly relishing the thought of being ridden by bipedal human beings. A grimace, more grotesque than a cry, spread across Jyalisha's serpentine visage. What manner of monster is this? Chapter 58. Patricide and matricide? Even beasts would shake their heads. Have you finally come to your senses? Where were you when the time was ripe? You turned down my offer, and now you regret it? It is too late. This is what one might call self-deprecation. Chen Luo cast a disdainful glance at it, and waved his hand, summoning the shadow mantises that surged forth. The venomous serpents unleashed their stingers, enveloping the sky. The cacophony of cicadas crescendoed, coalescing into tangible sound waves. The circular waves expanded from small to large, each ring following the last. The sky was darkened by bone spikes and swarms of shadow mantises, capable of dispersing the toxic mist and venom with their sound waves. Galisha was on the verge of tears. How was it possible to fight? Its most prized venom was rendered utterly ineffective, and the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. To charge headlong would only result in a shattered skull. Do not be so arrogant, you bipedal creature. I am the esteemed young lord of the Starry Serpent clan, having risen to the golden 10th tier in just 30 years. Even if your kin outnumber mine, I may not be able to defeat you, but I can certainly flee. Galisha spat defiantly before turning and running without a moment's hesitation. If it lingered any longer, it would surely be torn to shreds. Fleeing, has it really fled? Suyin pointed at the retreating figure of the Starry Serpent, stammering as she looked at Chen Luo. Her mind felt as if it were about to short-circuit. Was it not said that the Starry Serpent was terrifyingly powerful? Why was it fleeing so readily? This was not in accordance with the teachings. The lords who had been hiding inside, awaiting their demise, also heard the commotion outside. They poked their heads out to ascertain the situation, only to be greeted by the sight of an endless swarm of insects pursuing the desperately fleeing Starry Serpent. In that moment, silence fell upon them all. A few rubbed their eyes, questioning whether they were seeing things. Was that truly the demon race's Starry Serpent? And how could it be in such a dire state? And what of the dark mass of creatures? Whose kin could possibly be so numerous? Or was it a conflict within the demon race? The Golden Lords craned their necks, staring blankly at the scene before them, feeling as though their worldviews had been shattered and then reconstructed anew. For the first time, they began to doubt the accuracy of their textbooks. Could it escape? The cicadas were not only capable of self-detonation and sound waves, but their speed was equally unparalleled. No sooner had Chen Luo spoken than over 1,000 cicadas accelerated in unison, transforming into fleeting shadows, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. In the blink of an eye, the swarm had reached the front of the starry serpent. Their compound eyes fixed upon the terrified creature, the cicadas unleashed their song, manifesting as a tangible sound wave once more. The combined sound waves from the 1,000 cicadas were terrifyingly potent. Even the golden 10th tier starry serpent could not withstand such an assault. In a mere moment, it was grievously wounded by the sound waves, its massive form crashing helplessly to the ground. Blood poured forth like torrential rain, cascading down in sheets. A mournful howl echoed across the heavens. How much better it would have been had it agreed to be a mount. Yet it chose to spurn the offer. Chen Luo shook his head, gazing regretfully at the pitiful starry serpent. Although he could fly and ride the shadow mantises, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. However, a man must make an entrance with style, especially a formidable one. Presence is of utmost significance. Arriving astride a celestial serpent is far more impressive than simply soaring in. Alas, this celestial serpent is far too unruly, shamelessly disregarding its dignity. It is not one to be forced. If this steed is unworthy, there are many willing to take its place. To tear it apart would be a laborious task, given its massive size. Collecting its remains to convert into energy points would be quite the endeavor. For over 1,000 energy points, expending such time seems a bit impractical. As Chen Luo lamented, the shadow mantises had already surged forward, their blades intertwining to form a colossal net that ensnared the celestial serpent entirely. Blood erupted like a fountain, swiftly staining its enormous body crimson. Its anguished roars reverberated through the skies. Galatia writhed in desperation, striving to shake off the encroaching shadow mantises. Yet, no matter how it twisted, the mantises evaded with ease. Attempts to disperse them with toxic mist and venom were thwarted by the ever-watchful cicada. Feeling the multitude of agonizing sensations coursing through its body, despair washed over it like a tidal wave. After all, it was merely a serpent born just over 30 years ago. Galatia could not help but cry out, "I was wrong. Spare me, please. I promise I won't dare again. If you let me go, I will serve as your steed and offer you my treasures. My mother is the most beautiful serpent of our clan. I could even sacrifice my father and give her to you. Please, spare me." Chen Luo and Su Yan exchanged bewildered glances, both astounded by what they had just heard. What a devoted offspring indeed. Chen Luo couldn't help but applaud. "I once thought you were merely foolish, but it seems you would go so far as to harm your own parents for survival. I have truly underestimated you. The audacity to sacrifice one's father and mother. Such a feat is rarely depicted even in the novels of my past life." Even with his extensive experience across 2 lifetimes, he felt compelled to exclaim in admiration. Before such a creature, even the most savage would bow in submission. It was a lamentable tragedy that such a wretched being had been born. Su Yin cast a disdainful glance at the celestial serpent before turning away, as if merely gazing upon it would sully her vision. How revolting, to resort to such depths for survival. If it dared to betray its parents today, who could say it wouldn't annihilate its kin tomorrow, or even a universe the day after? Such a blight upon existence could not be allowed to persist. You know nothing. We are celestial serpents, birthing thousands in a single brood. I am but one among them, hardly acquainted with my kin. I merely wish to live. What crime is that? If you 2-legged beasts dare to slay me and disrupt the plans of the ancients, you shall surely meet a fate devoid of burial." Galatia continued to roar in fury, venting its rage. Yet, the only response it received was the increasingly sharp blades of the shadow mantises. Regardless of its formidable physique, the relentless onslaught left it battered and bruised. In mere moments, neatly severed chunks of flesh fell to the ground. Its struggles and howls gradually faded away until finally, it lay motionless on the ground. The dark green vertical pupils had transformed into pale gray orbs. The young master of the Starry Sky Serpent Clan, at the pinnacle of the 10th golden tier, had perished. It was not until the massive mandible ants began to carry away the remnants of the body and clear the battlefield that the hidden golden lords dared to emerge. Gazing in disbelief at the scene before them, the countless insectoids filled them with both awe and fear. Surely there must be nearly 20,000 of them. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a lord could command such a multitude of followers, each possessing golden tier strength. May I have the honor of your acquaintance? I am Xiao Biluo, just past 28, and I can even perform a backflip. Would you care to visit my room tonight? My good fellow, what kind of entourage is this? Such formidable strength. That was a golden 10th tier starry sky serpent, a royal among monsters, and you casually dispatched it. Truly impressive. We are fortunate you stepped in. Otherwise, we might have faced dire consequences. Could you leave a green bubble for us? Once we exit, I'll treat you to some drinks, sing a few songs, and indulge in some camaraderie. A throng of golden lords encircled them, offering their utmost flattery. Once, they held disdain for sycophants, but now they yearned to discover the art of flattery, eager to master it, especially the nuances of praise, which they deemed essential to study. If they could align themselves with such a formidable ally, their lives would be forever transformed. Chapter 59. The Attention of the Lord Alliance and the mythical unexpected harvest the golden lords gathered around exhibited an extraordinary enthusiasm. However, Chen Luo was disinclined to engage with them, offering only perfunctory remarks before departing. Instead of indulging in idle chatter with this group, he preferred to seek out the source of the venomous power bestowed upon the starry serpent. He had an inkling that whether it was the destruction stone or the object harboring toxic might, both would provide him with significant aid in the future. Apologies, esteemed lords. My master has pressing matters to attend to. We appreciate your good intentions, Su Yin said with a cheerful smile, turning to follow Chen Luo's figure. This left the golden lords exchanging glances, their expressions sour, yet none dared to voice their grievances. After all, the formidable insectoid presence encircling them was undeniably intimidating. They were certain that any complaints or disparaging remarks would invite the merciless blades of these creatures upon themselves. In the outer battlefield, amidst the boundless expanse of the starry river, a fortress stood resolute. Surrounding the fortress were numerous territories, patrolled by swarms of loyal kin with unwavering vigilance. Inside the fortress, figures darted about, amidst a plethora of sci-fi-inspired virtual screens, each one depicting the status of various external battlefields. Before the screen, representing the golden space, a young man in a tailored suit crouched despairingly on the ground. Well, fate has befallen me. Just as I assumed the role of Golden Commander, I am besieged by the demon army, with the first and second defenses breached in succession. Just when the demons retreated, a starry serpent appeared, annihilating all the lords of the first and second lines. What transgressions have I, Li Tsong, committed? What sins? Li Tsong wept like a boiling kettle, drawing sympathetic gazes from his colleagues. It must be said that misfortune had indeed befallen this man. The unprecedented demon army had confronted Li Tsong right at the onset of his tenure as Golden Commander. Just as he managed to stabilize the situation, the starry serpent attacked, leading to catastrophic losses for the golden space and the potential for a direct breach, allowing the serpent to invade human territory. A grievous sin. As a Golden Commander, Li Tsong's career seemed destined for an abrupt end. Suddenly, a voice broke through the gloom. Look, the life signs of the starry serpent have vanished. Indeed, they had disappeared, seemingly from the third line of defense. How could this be? Over 100 golden lords had failed to hold it back for long at the first line, and the second line barely withstood it for minutes. With only a handful of lords of the third line, how had they managed to thwart the serpent? It was not merely a matter of defense, but rather its demise. Had the starry serpent merely fled, they would still detect its life signs. Yet its complete disappearance indicated it had perished. Was there a lord among the third line capable of slaying a golden tier 10 starry serpent? The murmurs of astonishment snapped Li Tsong from his despair. He hastily rose, eyes wide with urgency as he scrutinized the screen. Upon confirming that the life signs of the celestial serpent had completely vanished, tears immediately welled up in his eyes. These were tears of relief after a harrowing ordeal. Just moments ago, he had almost rushed downstairs, opting to descend without using the stairs or the elevator. Commander Li Tsong, Did your subordinates slay a celestial serpent? Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment echoed through the loudspeaker. Hearing this, everyone straightened in their seats, their gazes fixated on their luminous screens, not daring to display even a hint of distraction. Indeed, Commander, under my astute leadership, we have eliminated a celestial serpent of the 10th golden tier that intruded into the Golden Realm. Li Tsong promptly stood to greet, pride evident as he showcased the data on the screen. The word celestial serpent, no life signs detected, blazed forth, almost blinding in their brilliance. His proclamation elicited discreet scoffs from those nearby. What audacity to claim credit! Did this matter have even the slightest connection to Li Tsong? From the moment the celestial serpent breached the first line of defense, he had been on his knees, lamenting his ill fate, weeping like a boiling kettle. How could he dare utter such words? Oh, your astute leadership? Commander Lu Wanru regarded Li Tsong with a cold gaze, her tone laced with skepticism that sent a shiver down his spine. His previously puffed-up chest deflated considerably. Yet he stubbornly retorted, "Indeed, it is my illustrious leadership. Without it, they could not have slain the celestial serpent. Of course, this also includes your guidance, Commander Lu, and the assistance of all present here. This is not solely my achievement, but a collective effort." Li Tsong astutely distributed the credit, seeking the support of those around him. However, the only response he received was indifference. No one was foolish enough to accept such credit. Perhaps only Li Tsong was naive enough to believe so, while the monitoring room scrutinized the entire battlefield beyond. Such a crucial location could not possibly lack surveillance. Likely, Li Tsong's every reaction during the incident was captured in vivid detail. To still seek recognition at this moment was sheer folly. Very well, I shall report to the Lord Alliance, and commend you. Lu Wanru scoffed coldly, casting a lingering glance at the real-time monitoring of the Golden Realm. Among the dozens of Golden Lords, she spotted a familiar name. Her eyes flickered briefly before she turned to leave, leaving Li Tsong, brimming with excitement, convinced that promotion and fortune awaited him, along with dreams of marrying a wealthy beauty and ascending to the pinnacle of success. The other monitoring personnel regarded him with expressions akin to that of a fool. Sometimes, a lack of intellect truly is a terminal affliction. Exiting the monitoring room, Lu Wanru adjusted her wrist bracelet. A virtual screen materialized before her. Retrieve information on Su Yin and access all surveillance from the third line of defense within the Golden Realm. Connect me to the Executive Director of the Lord Alliance. I have matters to report to the Chairman. Is this the item? Chen Luo examined an oval, palm-sized stone of dark green hue, its texture reminiscent of a pebble. Before him, a holographic display appeared. Item: Venomous Stone. Grade: Mythical First Rank. Skill: Toxic Principle, a thread. Description: a stone imbued with a thread of toxic principle. Exceedingly precious. Wearing it close to the body may provide insight into the toxic principle. After reviewing the information, Chen Luo confirmed his findings. This was precisely what he had been searching for. The very object that endowed the celestial serpent with its venomous powers. The toxic stone containing a thread of law. Is this what you have been searching for all along? What exactly is it? A jade stone? Su Yin inquired, leaning closer with curiosity. The dark green toxic stone appeared both perilous and enchanting, evoking an irresistible desire to reach out and touch it. Had he not perused the information, Chen Luo would never have imagined that such a beautifully jade-like stone could harbor a thread of toxic principle within. With a firm grip on the toxic stone, he remarked, "This is indeed a remarkable find." Meanwhile, his other hand clenched the destruction stone within his pocket. A multitude of thoughts flooded his mind, and suddenly, a realization struck him. He scrutinized the description once more, his excitement mounting. I believe I may have discovered how to utilize this. Chapter 60. The Mutated Stinging Serpent and the Mutated Shadow Mantis. How could you, with your striking features, possibly deceive me? Before Su Yin could inquire further, Chen Luo dashed towards the mother nest. Observing this, she hurriedly followed suit. Their pace was swift, and within mere minutes, they arrived beside the mother nest, a lith. Gasping for breath, Su Yin curiously asked, "What is happening? How does this work? Is this stone particularly special?" In response, Chen Luo cast the venomous stone into the mother nest, leaving her bewildered. What purpose does throwing a stone into the nest serve? Does the nest have an affinity for beauty, for exquisite objects? Before her mind could conjure an answer, a dark green shadow enveloped the mother nest. The fleshy nodules on the nest expanded and contracted, as if breathing. Under their gaze, a plume of dark green mist wafted from the nest. Is this the venomous mist of the starry sky serpent? How could this be possible? What exactly is this stone? Su Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Having recently witnessed the potency of the starry sky serpent's venom, she could easily identify this mist. Yet, she could not comprehend why the unique and irreplicable venom of the starry sky serpent could emanate from a mere stone. How did Chen Luo ascertain that this stone was extraordinary? Her mind was a whirlwind of questions, nearly overwhelmed. The stone appeared ordinary, yet it contained a fragment of the law of poison. Chen Luo explained casually, seemingly unperturbed by Su Yan's astonished gaze. He turned his attention to the state of the mother nest. Afflicted clan, Elith. Special form, mutated insectoid mother nest, powerless. Contracted lord, Chen Luo. Qualification. Status, absorbing a fragment of the law of poison. The hatched stinging serpent's toxicity increased by 30-fold. Chen Luo bypassed the preceding information, focusing on the final line. The absorption of a fragment of the law of poison had augmented the stinging serpent's toxicity 30-fold. It worked. I have succeeded. Chen Luo's grin nearly stretched to the back of his ears. No one comprehended the might of the insectoid race better than he did. The stinging serpent, already venomous, now bore toxicity amplified 30 times. The efficacy was likely on par with that of the starry sky serpent's venom. Most critically, the stinging serpent could number in the many and fight in unison. A barrage of poisonous bone spikes. How many could withstand such an assault? Now the stinging serpent, upon striking an enemy, would assuredly deliver a deadly blow with its potent venom. Indisputably unrivaled at its tier. What do you mean? You have succeeded. Su Yan, still in shock, was startled by Chen Luo's exclamation. Before she could pose further questions, he pivoted and sprinted toward another mother nest, simultaneously commanding Elith. Hatch a golden 8th tier stinging serpent. He was eager to utilize the Annihilation Stone. His previous conjecture had proven true. Both the Annihilation Stone and the Venomous Stone were mere vessels of the laws, their effects serving to aid the user in comprehending those laws. Demons, humans, and even the queen of the insect race can all wield power. As long as they are sentient beings, they possess the capability to utilize it. The transformation of Elith has validated this hypothesis. Furthermore, the effectiveness of a law appears to be contingent upon its alignment with the abilities of its kin. Take, for instance, the shadow mantis, the cicada, and the giant mandible worker ant. None of them possess venomous capabilities. Thus, the mother nest's absorption of the venomous law did not affect them. However, the law of destruction is a different matter altogether. Its applicability is remarkably extensive. Accompanied by Su Yan, Chen Luo swiftly arrived at another mother nest. He replicated the previous action, casting the stone of destruction into the nest. A crimson radiance enveloped the entire structure, amplifying its already fearsome visage into something even more terrifying. An aura capable of annihilating all emanated from the nest, causing Su Yan to instinctively retreat behind Chen Luo. Ignoring her slight movements, Chen Luo began to inspect the information regarding the mother nest. Introduction. Absorbing a strand of the law of destruction, the shadow mantis gains the power of annihilation, with its attack multiplying tenfold, accompanied by an irreparable destructive effect. The notion of a tetanus blade flashed through Chen Luo's mind, swiftly replaced by seriousness. The outcome aligned perfectly with his expectations. This enhancement was tremendously advantageous for the insect race. A tenfold increase in attack power, coupled with an irreparable effect, was immensely formidable. He commanded the emergence of a golden 8th tier shadow mantis, and a larva crawled out from the mother nest to cocoon itself. Simultaneously, he summoned the reinforced thorn snake using the insect kin network. A streak of dark green lightning approached rapidly, arriving before the two within moments. This thorn snake, Su Yan peered out, scrutinizing it, and remarked, "What a natural color." Chen Luo nodded in agreement. Indeed, the vibrant green was striking. The former thorn snake bore a brown hue, reminiscent of a rattlesnake, Now, it was entirely emerald, with its flicking tongue also tinted green. Its form remained unchanged, yet the color was astonishingly vivid. Venomous spines. Chen Luo pointed toward the stone that had been transported by the giant mandible worker ant and issued a command. In an instant, the thorn snake coiled its body. Its mouth opened, releasing tendrils of toxic mist, followed by 3 emerald spikes that shot forth. The spines sliced through the air with a buzzing sound, precisely striking the stone. Under their watchful gaze, the stone melted away in an instant. Indeed, it melted. Was this the potency of venom multiplied 30-fold? Its toxicity could even corrode stone. Chen Luo marveled aloud. It is noteworthy that this was merely the venom of a single thorn snake. If hundreds, thousands, or even millions were to unleash their venomous spines simultaneously, the impact would not be a simple addition. For other races, achieving such numbers would be challenging. Yet for the insect race, it was effortlessly attainable. With sufficient energy points, 5 pinnacle races could be rendered powerless. Wow, the shadow mantis has changed color. It has turned red. It seems significantly stronger. Is that blood on its blade? Su Yan's exclamation drew Chen Luo's attention. Then, they encountered the mutated shadow mantis, its physique considerably more robust, enveloped in a fiery red hue adorned with intricate patterns. The blade appeared as if stained with blood, exuding a crimson aura. However, Chen Luo understood that this was merely the manifestation of destructive power. Strike! Chen Luo commanded, pointing at another large stone that had been moved. Upon receiving the order, the shadow mantis transformed into an afterimage. By the time it reappeared, it had already positioned itself behind the massive stone, which remained utterly unmoved. Just as Su Yan was about to inquire, a resounding thud echoed through the air. The stone shattered into fragments, dust swirling in the aftermath. The speed and strength had markedly improved. Impressive. Just as Chen Luo finished his praise, he heard Su Yan's astonished exclamation. As the dust settled, a magnificent statue emerged, expertly carved, depicting a lifelike figure standing with arms crossed, exuding an air of commanding authority. Indeed, it was Chen Luo. In that moment, the atmosphere turned serene. Su Yan and the surrounding insectoids regarded the mutated shadow mantis with astonished gazes, unable to fathom that this seemingly unassuming creature harbored such artistic intent. The precision in its control was commendable. Chen Luo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The ability to carve a statue in an instant revealed that the shadow mantis had achieved an extraordinary level of mastery over its blade. Upon hearing this praise, the mutated viper was left in bewilderment. After all, they were both mutated beings. Why was it that this one stood out so remarkably? It merely showcased its strength. It could wield such artistry. Chapter 61. The Grand Elder's unrestrained display of power at the headquarters of the Lord Alliance. Situated within a star domain comprised of 5 vast territories, each corresponding to the 5 prominent leaders of the Alliance. Within the territory of the Dragon Nation's leader, bustling streets thrived with activity, resembling a vibrant metropolis rather than a mere dominion. At the pinnacle of the tallest building, Luo Haodong, the leader of the Dragon Nation's Alliance Division, occupied the seat of honor. Opposite him sat the Grand Elder of the Council. With a humble demeanor, Luo Haodong inquired, "What brings you here in person? I wonder what has transpired." He served tea with the respect befitting a junior, though the quality of the tea was overshadowed by his mounting anxiety. After taking a sip, the Grand Elder, with a hint of implication in his words, continued without waiting for Luo Haodong's response. "Some time ago, the trial of the Lord Source Realm was initiated. You are aware of this, I presume?" Luo Haodong appeared bewildered by the inquiry, questioning whether the trial was shrouded in secrecy. He nodded, prompting the Grand Elder to elaborate. "This year, in the Amelia territory, a lord of a mythic tier contract family achieved a score of 500,000 points during the trial." Upon hearing this, Luo Haodong furrowed his brow, sipping from his cup. The discord between Amelia and the Dragon Nation rendered this news far from favorable. However, the Grand Elder proceeded. "But I must inform you that we have a young talent from the Dragon Nation who entered the Lord Source Realm for merely 7 days, accumulating an astounding 660,000 points. He has since been elevated to the rank of Golden Lord and is currently engaged on the outer battlefield. As the Grand Elder concluded, Luo Haodong was taken aback, spewing the tea he had just sipped. 7 days, 660,000 points, ascension to Golden Lord. And already on the battlefield? Had anyone else uttered such claims, he would have dismissed them outright. Yet, given the Grand Elder's stature, the authenticity of matter was beyond question. Are you seeking my assurance to safeguard this young man? Luo Haodong affirmed, his tone grave and resolute, as if pledging a military oath. However, the Grand Elder merely shook his head, leaving Luo Haodong in a state of confusion. Did you not come here to request protection for that child? What purpose does this discussion serve? He thought to himself, though he dared not voice it aloud. The Grand Elder continued to shake his head. He has his own path to traverse. Our intervention is unwarranted. We merely need to assist him in fending off formidable adversaries. I mention this solely to inform you that Chen Luo, that young man, is my granddaughter's husband. They have formed a subordinate contract, and my granddaughter has also attained the rank of Golden Lord. Luo Haodong was left speechless. So, you traveled such a great distance merely to boast? If he could, he would have relished the opportunity to land a punch on this old rascal. You came here just to convey this? How utterly commendable. The last 2 words, spoken by Luo Haodong, were filled with gritted teeth. I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Of course not. I am not so shallow. I have come here primarily because some time ago, we captured a monarch-level flying feather white tiger outside Linjiang City. That creature incited a beast tide with tens of thousands of silver and gold-level monsters. Fortunately, my granddaughter's husband turned the tide, single-handedly staving off the onslaught until reinforcements arrived. The more the elder spoke, the darker Luo Haodong's expression became. This old man is undoubtedly here to boast. He pretended not to hear the latter part of the conversation and simply inquired, Flying feather white tiger? Why did that creature suddenly appear? I thought the previous thorough sweep had cleared everything out, yet there are still remnants. Not receiving a response, the elder remained unfazed and instead chuckled. No matter how much garbage is cleared, new refuse will inevitably emerge. The demon clan has been quite active lately. They may be plotting something significant, so you must be prepared. If necessary, we elders will lend our assistance. The tea is delightful. Next time, I shall bring my granddaughter's husband to savor it. By then, he should be a platinum lord, right? TSK, the youth of today, having just become a lord for a few days, they certainly level up too swiftly. One cannot resist the passage of time. As the elder lamented, his figure had already vanished from the seat, leaving behind his words echoing in the room. Luo Haodong clenched his fist. Bah, this old rascal, what a show-off. Just as he finished cursing, the door was suddenly flung open, startling him. He thought the elder had returned, having overheard his remarks. However, the person who entered was not the elder, but the solemn Lu Wanru. Upon seeing her, Luo Haodong let out a long sigh of relief and relaxed, lifting his cup to feign a casual sip. What brings you here, Commander Lu? Has something occurred on the extraterritorial battlefield? It shouldn't warrant your personal report. Lu Wanru's expression remained stoic. A gold-tier starry sky serpent has invaded the golden space. Poof! The tea he just sipped was forcefully sprayed out. A starry sky serpent? Luo Haodong sprang to his feet, his expression more serious than ever. Have we managed to block it? Immediately deploy personnel to fortify the entrance to the golden space. We absolutely cannot allow that creature to breach our defenses. He held no hope of stopping the starry sky serpent, so he directly prepared for the eventuality of the golden space being compromised. After all, the starry sky serpent is one of the most formidable species among the demon clan, with potent toxins and immense strength, boasting a gold-tier prowess. It would take hundreds of gold lords to stand a chance against the starry sky serpent. The starry sky serpent was slain at the third defensive line. Among the gold lords present at that time, one had a particularly unique identity. I believe you should take a look. Additionally, the individual planted by the Li family attempted to claim this merit for themselves. Lu Wanru was pleased with his reaction, calmly presenting a dossier. Upon receiving the dossier, Luo Haodong immediately tore it open to examine its contents. Upon encountering a familiar name, he momentarily paused, recalling the boastful words of the Grand Elder. Su Yin and that prodigy had already ascended to the rank of Golden Lord. The name of that prodigy was Chen Luo. Instantly, he spotted Chen Luo's name on the list. Remarkable, he could even vanquish a golden tier 10 starry serpent. No wonder that old rogue was boasting everywhere. The praise was indeed too conservative. This young man, Chen Luo, possessed extraordinary strength. Luo Haodong could not help but smile broadly. The emergence of such a prodigy among humankind was a blessing, and to have such a talent arise in the Dragon Kingdom was a tremendous fortune. As for that individual from the Leaf family, let them come and claim their own. Our Lord Alliance is not a place one can simply enter at will. Furthermore, grant Chen Luo and Su Yin an additional 200,000 military merits, a reward they rightfully deserve for holding the third defense line. As for the other lords, each shall receive a reward of 20,000 military merits. Lu Wanru's eyes flickered thoughtfully as she silently nodded and departed, committing Chen Luo's name to memory. To be favored so highly by Luo Haodong and to be associated with the Grand Elder's granddaughter, Chen Luo's background was undoubtedly extraordinary. Chapter 62, Journey to the Outer Battlefield. Where did this transmission come from? The main camp of the Demon Clan? The Golden Space, a portal situated behind the 5th defense line, connects to the outer battlefield as well as the territory of humanity. The 5 defense lines are established to protect this very portal. It is stated that by verifying information with a bracelet and consuming 100,000 military merits, one can venture into the outer battlefield. No wonder the entry requirement for the outer battlefield is set at 100,000 military merits. It is, in fact, a fee to activate the portal. How outrageous that this is not a complimentary service. After reviewing the requirements to activate the portal, Su Yin couldn't help but express her discontent. The outer battlefield is fraught with peril, and while one may be safeguarding the territory of humanity, the portal is still not free of charge. To put it bluntly, what difference is there between this and paying to walk into one's demise? This stipulation seems to have been created to deter those who, in a moment of reckless fervor, wish to gamble their lives as if transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Just how dangerous is the outer battlefield? While it is true that there are fortunate individuals who may seize opportunities and survive, such cases are exceedingly rare. The requirement of 100,000 military merits effectively curbs the impulsive decisions of such individuals. As Chen Luo spoke, he presented his bracelet for scanning. The portal consists of 2 enormous columns, the material of which is unknown, resembling silver, yet also akin to a certain type of iron. Once his bracelet was placed for scanning, 2 beams of light immediately descended from the columns, sweeping over the bracelet to confirm the identity. Despite this assurance, 100,000 military merits per passage feels rather exorbitant. Su Yin pouted and extended her hand to scan her bracelet. A few seconds later, the light dissipated. In the next moment, the 2 columns illuminated with unique patterns and a swirling light appeared in between. Chen Luo and Su Yin exchanged glances. "Are you afraid?" Su Yin resolutely shook her head. "Not afraid." "Then release your grip. You're hurting me." Chen Luo's words made Su Yin's face flush. Flustered, she hurriedly clutched his arm, rolling her eyes in annoyance as she stepped into the portal. "Hey, it was clearly you who was hurting me. Yet you dare to scold me? How unfair." Chen Luo followed, his expression one of bemusement. Upon entering the portal, there were no fantastical sights, nor did it evoke the ethereal beauty of traversing the void. The 2 merely felt a brief flash as they stepped forward. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves amidst a starry expanse. The sensation of weightlessness caught them off guard. Domain, activate. The golden core of the Lord floated in the air, and a domain spanning thousands of meters descended from thin air. Standing upon this territory, Chen Luo and Su Yin gradually acclimated to their surroundings. Above the starry river, in the outer battlefield, is this truly the outer battlefield? Why is there no one around? Where have we been transported to? Su Yin furrowed her brow and began to examine the map on her bracelet. The outer battlefield is perilous. Confirming our location and reuniting with the main forces is essential for safety. I may not know where we have been sent, but I am certain that we are in trouble. Chen Luo gazed into the distance at the shimmering starry river, observing the swarm of shadows approaching. Within him, There was no sense of anxiety or fear, only excitement and exhilaration. Indeed, this is an alien battlefield. Upon our arrival, we have already drawn the enemy's attention. How have we found ourselves at the border of the demon realm? Surely, this portal must be cursed. Run! Chen Luo, hurry! Even the composed Su Yin could not suppress her exclamations of distress. At her words, Chen Luo felt a surge of exhilaration. The border is splendid. The demon realm is even more enticing. The greater the numbers, the more thrilling it becomes. You contact the command center and inquire about the situation. I shall hold them off for now. With that declaration, Chen Luo soared into the air. Behind him swarmed countless insect warriors, while above, the starry sky became a hunting ground for the insect race. How could this happen? The portal should have transported us directly to the human front lines, not to the border of the demon realm. Su Yin hastily activated her bracelet to reach out for assistance, simultaneously devising an escape plan. Chen Luo was formidable, capable of effortlessly tearing apart golden-tier star snakes. Yet, here at the demon border, it was improbable that only golden-tier demons resided. Surely, there are also platinum and even monarch-level beings. Even with Chen Luo and the insect race's might, they could not overturn the battle's outcome against an absolute disparity in power. There was no time to ponder why they had been sent here. Resolving the issue was of utmost importance. In the cosmic river above, the insect and demon races clashed fiercely. Silver and golden tiers were present, but fortunately, no platinum-tier demons were to be found. Chen Luo surveyed the battlefield and breathed a sigh of relief. The presence of enemies signified energy. Energy meant the potential to summon more insect warriors. Naturally, this delighted him. However, he remained level-headed. Should he encounter an adversary he could not defeat, he would retreat without a second thought. Whether he could escape was a different matter altogether. It was not cowardice, but rather a profound respect for the powerful. 30 years in the Western Galaxy, 30 years in the Eastern Galaxy. If he could endure for a time, he would return and unleash his might. Reputation can be of great importance, yet at times it holds no weight whatsoever. Roar! The leading demon let out a thunderous cry, filled with rage and despair. It could not comprehend why a human lord would appear in this place. Had the humans unraveled the schemes of their ancestors? Several demons, upon hearing the roar, turned to flee and report the news. The enemy was overwhelmingly strong. They were no match. Over 1,000 demons were slaughtered in mere minutes by the insect race. Blood rained down from the heavens, adding a haunting beauty to the magnificent cosmic river. The giant-jawed worker ants flapped their wings as they transported the fallen bodies across the battlefield. Observing the fleeing demons, Chen Luo waved his hand, sending forth streaks of light that swiftly caught up with them. In their terrified gaze, the cicadas emitted a sound wave that left them bloodied and lifeless. Alas, their strength was still insufficient. Had they possessed greater power, they could have allowed the demons to return and report, waiting patiently for their prey to arrive. Waiting by the tree for a hare is easy, but one fears that the arrival may not be a hare, but rather a charging rhinoceros, and a rhinoceros that charges headlong, though it is regrettable. Chen Luo understands that in such times, survival is of paramount importance. Provoking a formidable being from the demon clan is hardly a prudent choice. With 3,000 insect warriors left on guard to protect the giant mandible ants as they transport the fallen, Chen Luo leads the remaining insect warriors back to their territory. Upon his return, Su Yin approaches him with a grave expression. Without waiting for him to inquire, she states the command center has sealed off that teleportation portal, as it is suspected that an alien race has used a unique divine ability to interfere with the portal's coordinates. They are currently unable to assist us and have instructed us to move towards the station defense line at the outer battlefield. As she speaks, Su Yin opens the map on her bracelet and points to the coordinates, saying, "We are presently located at the very edge of the demon clan's border. There are no powerful guardians here, but undoubtedly there are platinum-level beings. At our current pace, reaching the nearest human defense line will take at least half a month. Along this route, we must pass through several demon encampments, fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could result in us being torn to shreds by the demon clan." Chapter 63. The Pursuit of the Demon Army. stirring the ancestors of the demon clan. In this locale, there exists a forsaken human defensive line, presumably devoid of a significant demon presence. We can circumvent it, thereby evading the majority of the demon forces. Su Yin pointed at the star map, delineating the most prudent course of action. Her decisive demeanor compelled Chen Luo to regard her with increased admiration. Indeed, a woman immersed in her work radiates an unparalleled beauty. Previously, Su Yin had displayed a whimsical nature, often abstract and akin to a walking compendium of questions. Yet, this was merely a response to her unfamiliarity with certain matters. At her core, Su Yin remained an exceptional academic, and when she applied herself, her capabilities were formidable. Then let us proceed as you suggest, Chen Luo affirmed. The target area is vast. I shall summon 100 shadow mantises for stealth protection. When we encounter demons, these mantises can stealthily eliminate threats, minimizing any disturbances. Without hesitation, he embraced her strategy while adding his own insights. The shadow mantises are unparalleled assassins, particularly in dimly lit environments. They are the reapers of the night, capable of extinguishing lives with the swift stroke of their blades. Your foresight is commendable. As long as we do not draw excessive attention, we are less likely to attract formidable adversaries, thereby enhancing our chances of returning alive to the human encampment. Su Yin nodded in agreement, her trust in Chen Luo unwavering and devoid of fear of death. Having arrived at this juncture, anxious complaints or fearful trepidation would not resolve their predicament. She had faith in Chen Luo's ability to lead her back to the human stronghold, despite the seemingly insurmountable nature of their task. After all, had he not accomplished the extraordinary? He had breached the Lord's source realm in just 7 days, amassing an astounding 660,000 points, thus etching his name in history. In 10 days, he ascended to the rank of Golden Lord, commanding thousands of 8th-tier golden vassals. He had been personally invited by the Grand Elder to conclude the trials prematurely and single-handedly thwarted a terrifying beast tide, slaying tens of thousands of monsters while holding out until reinforcements arrived. Each of these feats was beyond the imagination of others. Yet, Chen Luo had achieved them all. This area had recently witnessed a battle. It was prudent to avoid lingering, lest they attract attention. Chen Luo and Su Yin exchanged glances as the giant-jawed worker ants completed their task of transporting the fallen. They could not afford to tally their spoils or hatch new insect warriors. With the territory secured and 100 shadow mantises set to follow invisibly, they departed in haste. After all, they were in the heart of demon territory, where enemies could appear at any moment, especially given the recent skirmish. Barely had they left when a throng of demons surged forth. Leading the charge was a white tiger, adorned in battle armor and wielding dual swords, standing upright on its hind legs. Damn those bipedal beasts! They dared to encroach upon our demon borders. What audacity! It roared. They cannot have gone far. Continue the pursuit. Messages were dispatched to all nearby station locations, instructing them to remain on high alert and ensure the capture of the 2 bipedal beings. The White Tiger commander gripped his dual blades tightly, emanating a platinum-level 2nd-tier aura that intimidated the surrounding demon clans into lowering their heads. Upon receiving the order, they promptly sprang into action, spreading out like a dense tide in search of their quarry. Why had the bipedal human race ventured here? Had the plans of the ancients been exposed? The White Tiger commander's gaze flickered, and he tightened his grip on the blades even further. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to report the matter. Should the higher-ups learn of this incident, they would undoubtedly blame him for negligence, resulting in severe repercussions. Moreover, he was confident in his ability to easily slay the 2 human leaders. There was no need to report this and invite trouble upon himself. In the Demon Star Domain, within the Grand Hall of the Myriad Demons, a lavish sanctuary stood adorned with statues of numerous powerful demon figures, each having made significant contributions to their kin. Only those of exceptional merit were deemed worthy of entering the Grand Hall, to be revered and venerated by their people. At this moment, the atmosphere within the hall was oppressive and heavy. A dozen elder demons bore somber expressions. They had just received news that the young lord of the Celestial Serpent Clan, Jalisser, stationed at the entrance of the Golden Space, had entered and had not emerged since, presumably having perished. The venom of the celestial serpent was a crucial component of their plan. I had repeatedly instructed Jalasur to remain vigilant, to not wander off, and to perish only within that realm. Yet unexpectedly, the celestial serpent ancestor, Merce, flicked his tongue, his voice hoarse and unpleasant. His explanation failed to garner agreement and instead deepened the tension in the room. The process is irrelevant. The outcome is what truly matters. Regardless of whether Jalasur is alive or dead, a new celestial serpent must assume that position outside the golden space. This plan hinges critically on the celestial serpent. The elder of the feathered white tiger clan spoke solemnly. His words were met with nods of agreement from the other elders. Whether Jalasur lived or died was inconsequential. What mattered was the successful execution of the plan. I will reassign a celestial serpent from our ranks, and if necessary, I shall personally undertake the task. The plan will remain unaffected, rest assured. Merce's declaration alleviated some of the heavy atmosphere. With the issue resolved, their attention turned to Jalasur, or more precisely, to the human leader who had slain him. As the young lord of the Celestial Serpent clan, Jalasur had attained the formidable golden 10th tier at a young age. Coupled with his potent venom, he should have been an invincible force among his peers. Although the human realm housed numerous golden tier leaders, they were predominantly of lower tier, with the truly powerful beings engaged in the outer battlefield, far from such locales, who then had brought about Jalasur's demise. The human realms possessed several unique spaces, bound by their own spatial rules. To enter the golden space, one must possess golden level strength. Even a slight deviation in power would be insufficient. As a golden 10th tier celestial serpent, what could possibly impede him within the golden space? Could it be that they breached 5 lines of defense and traversed through a portal into the realm of humanity? If that were the case, it would be implausible for there to be no sign of disturbance whatsoever. Furthermore, Jalasur would not be foolish enough to directly venture into human territory. The human realm is inhabited by numerous sovereign lords. Even without the presence of sovereign lords, the mere existence of platinum lords suffices to subdue Jalasur. As long as Jalasur exercises prudence, a direct assault on the heart of humanity would be tantamount to seeking death. Thus, the only conceivable conclusion is that Jalasur has perished. Moreover, it is highly probable that her demise occurred within the golden space. I have received intelligence from the Ghost Clan indicating that a prodigy has emerged among the humans. During the trials in the Lord Source realm, an individual named Chen Luo amassed an astonishing 660,000 points in merely 7 days. The Ghost Clan attempted to utilize carefully laid ambushes for assassination, yet they met with failure. Ironically, this Chen Luo happens to be a Golden Lord, and it is highly likely that Jalasur met her end at his hands. Mules hissed, his serpentine tongue flickering, his slit pupils brimming with murderous intent. The other elders, upon hearing this, likewise exhibited their own murderous fervor. Humanity must not be allowed to unleash dragons. They shall not be permitted. This so-called Chen Luo, a bipedal beast of humanity, must be eradicated in his infancy. Chapter 64. The Tide Turns. The Guerrilla Plan is the Dragon Nation to mobilize its entire strength against the Demon Tribe. Energy points, 1,230,000. As Chen Luo traversed the starry expanse, he seized a moment to assess his gains. After a brief calculation, he commanded the Mother Nest to hatch 300 golden 8th Order Shadow Mantises and 124 stinging serpents. Both the serpents and the mantises had been enhanced, yet the latter had mastered the art of assassination, making them far more valuable in the current circumstances. The more discreetly they could eliminate their foes, the greater their advantage. Conversely, greater noise would inevitably attract the attention of the enemy. If 2 platinum-tier powerhouses arrived, he might be forced to retreat. Upon receiving the command, the Mother Nest initiated the rapid hatching of the shadow mantises and stinging serpents. One by one, the golden 8th Order insectoid warriors emerged from their cocoons, alleviating some of the tension in his heart. The insect race was, after all, his greatest source of confidence. According to the timeline, they would reach the abandoned human outpost in 2 days. That location would undoubtedly be guarded by the Demon Tribe. While their numbers might not be substantial, Utmost caution was imperative. Su Yin scrutinized the star chart, her delicate features etched with seriousness. I actually hope there are more of them. As long as there are no demons of golden strength or above, their numbers are merely nourishment. Chen Luo's expression abruptly darkened as he realized. The cicadas I left behind have self-destructed. Before their departure, he had positioned several cicadas along the route. The insect network allowed him to share the visual perspective of his kin. The cicadas, capable of self-detonation, served as both surveillance and explosive devices, essentially self-destructing biological cameras. However, their recent self-destruction indicated that the enemy had already arrived. Utilizing the shared vision, he glimpsed the throngs of demon kin, particularly the leading white tiger. Even through mere shared sight, he could sense the oppressive aura emanating from the creature. That white tiger was undoubtedly a platinum-tier beast, possibly even stronger. Su Yin furrowed her brow. They discovered us so swiftly? It makes sense, given it's the demon tribe's defense line. Are there many enemies? Chen Luo did not conceal the truth. Yes, an overwhelming number, possibly over 100,000, with a white tiger of at least platinum strength leading them. Upon hearing this, Su Yin felt a heavy weight settle in her heart. 100,000 demons, led by a platinum-tier beast. Anyone else might have succumbed to despair. Despite her experience with numerous trials, a sense of hopelessness began to creep in. Suddenly, Chen Luo halted, an enigmatic expression crossing his face, a slight smile gracing his lips. The demon tribe had certainly communicated with the surrounding defenses. Sneaking past them was now impossible. Yet, he observed that the demons were searching separately rather than congregating. Su Yin looked at him in confusion, struggling to discern the relevance of his observations amidst their dire situation. Even if they were not united, their sheer numbers posed an overwhelming threat. The defensive lines ahead were fully alert, making their breakthrough increasingly unlikely. With both their front and rear routes blocked, they were left with only a path leading to certain doom. How could Chen Luo still manage to smile? Have you devised a plan? Su Yan's eyes sparkled with both anxiety and anticipation as she inquired. Apart from this possibility, she could conceive of no other, especially since Chen Luo was not someone with a fragile psychological endurance, prone to collapse under pressure. They separated to search, each team comprising several thousand demon creatures, with the larger ones potentially exceeding 10,000. These entities, possessing silver and gold strength, relied on the assassination prowess of the shadow mantis. The lethal venom of the stabbing serpent and the self-destructive capabilities of the cicada to swiftly eliminate thousands of demon teams within a short span. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Su Yan's eyes widened, as if awakening from a dream, soon followed by a surge of excitement and exhilaration. You mean, to divide and conquer? They are unaware that the insect race can sustain itself through warfare. We merely need to gradually consume them, slowly expanding our victories. With the opportunity to annihilate these hundreds of thousands of demon creatures entirely, Chen Luo had previously contemplated how to resolve this predicament. Fleeing was merely a last resort, especially since they were at the very border of the demon realm, with a vast multitude of demons stationed there. Attempting to escape beyond them was akin to scaling a mountain. The moment he witnessed those demons dispersing to search, a solution dawned upon him. Hundreds of thousands of demons paired with platinum leaders might be formidable and terrifying, but a few thousand silver and gold demons were merely a feast. With the full force of the insect race unleashed, annihilation would be achieved in mere minutes. At that juncture, their corpses could be utilized to convert energy points and hatch new insect warriors. Once the numbers were sufficient, those platinum demons would not be insurmountable. If 10,000 or 20,000 were inadequate, then 100,000 or 200,000 would suffice. An army of ants can bring down an elephant, with enough numbers. Even platinum demons could be challenged. If this plan were to be executed, selecting prime targets would be essential. Should several teams be too close together, we would lack the time to conclude our battles. My suggestion is to leave behind some clues, leading them to the abandoned human encampment. The first to arrive would undoubtedly be a small team. After eliminating them, we would retreat immediately and leave more clues to guide the other teams. Su Yin pointed at the star map and began analyzing, thoroughly refining Chen Luo's strategy. Their eyes met, and a shared smile illuminated their faces. This time, the tides had turned, and their roles had reversed. Who was the hunter, and who was the prey, remained uncertain. In the Dragon Kingdom, the Council of Elders convened. Crash. What did you say? The teleportation portal malfunctioned, sending Chen Luo and Su Yin to the demon border. Repeat that for me. The Grand Elder slammed his hand on the table, his face unusually suffused with fury. The other elders mirrored his anger. They were still deliberating on how to assist Chen Luo in fending off those alien powerhouses when Luo Haodong rushed in, announcing that Chen Luo and Su Yin had been teleported to the demon border. After all this effort, had their protections resulted in nothing? Now at the demon border, did Chen Luo and Su Yin even stand a chance of survival? They would likely be torn to shreds by the demon horde. Luo Haodong's expression was equally grim. The teleportation portal in the golden space had its coordinates altered by an alien entity's special powers. We have only just become aware of this. We have now ascertained the whereabouts of Chen Luo and Su Yin, positioned at the very edge of the demon tribe's boundary. There, the presence of formidable demons is scarce, as they have been devising methods to evade detection. However, due to the nature of that location being on the periphery, we find ourselves at a loss. His words were abruptly interrupted by the Grand Elder's commanding gesture. Solutions are conceived by those who dare to think. While you fret over the burden of responsibility, have you even contemplated a course of action? Henceforth, our Council of Elders hereby issues the highest decree. Within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, all Platinum and Sovereign Lords shall unite. Even if it requires storming the very heart of the demon tribe, we will retrieve our people. The air was thick with tension as Luo Haodong gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers. He had anticipated the significance of Chen Luo and Su Yin, yet he had never fathomed it would warrant such a response, compelling the Grand Elder to mobilize the entire nation for a confrontation with the demons. Moreover, it was evident that this sentiment was not solely held by the Grand Elder. As the other elders concurred, the weight of Chen Luo and Su Yin's importance surpassed his wildest expectations. Chapter 65. The Resurgence of Forces and the Bountiful Harvest of Guerrilla Warfare. Is the demon race cornered? Across the resplendent starry river, thousands of demon creatures fanned out cautiously in search of their enemies. They maintained a prudent distance from one another, acutely aware of the threat posed by a foe capable of annihilating an entire squad of 1,000 demons. Should they disperse, they risked falling prey to a surprise attack. From a distance, Chen Luo observed these wary demons with a faint smile. Caution is commendable. However, alas, they remain insufficiently vigilant. Before his words could fully dissipate into the air, an ominous shadow of a praying mantis emerged behind the legion of demons. Before they could register the danger, a blinding flash of a blade struck. They had no time to scream or call for help, nor did they even glimpse their assailant, as their fates were sealed in an instant. The colossal mandible worker ants, having awaited this moment, surged forward to collect the fallen bodies, transporting them back to the lair. Having completed this grim task, Chen Luo and Su Yin turned to flee without a moment's hesitation. No matter how many times he witnessed it, the assassination prowess of the Shadow Mantis was nothing short of astonishing. It was truly an art form. As Su Yin marveled, she opened the star chart. This marks the third squad we've encountered in 5 days. According to your previous reconnaissance, there is another squad of over 10,000 nearby. Should we evade them? Or, since the inception of their guerrilla strategy 5 days prior, they had leveraged the Shadow Mantis's lethal skills to decimate 3 demon squads. Each squad comprised at least 3,000 demons, predominantly of silver strength, with a minority possessing golden might, mostly at the 2nd or 3rd tier. When faced with an 8th tier golden demon, enhanced by destruction stones, the Shadow Mantis exhibited no resistance whatsoever. Coupled with its stealthy approach, a single encounter often sufficed to conclude the battle. A squad exceeding 10,000? Chen Luo stroked his chin thoughtfully, delving into the core of his lair to assess the energy points. To conserve time, he had refrained from utilizing any energy points since the onset of the initial wave of haunts. On the other hand, He sought to gauge the situation before determining the most suitable type of insectoid warriors. Energy points, 15, 710, 000. A smile crept across Chen Luo's face that he could not suppress. Indeed, the insectoid race thrived on warfare. After merely 3 waves of hunting, their energy points had soared to over 15 million. If they continued hunting for a few more waves, how much could they amass? Conceivably, even over 100 million. He resolved to hatch 4,000 8th-tier shadow mantises, 417 stinging serpents, and 1,000 cicadas. After a brief calculation, he reached a decision. Given the current circumstances, the shadow mantis offered the greatest utility. It could silently approach foes and deliver a fatal strike. The cicadas needed no further explanation. They served as biological missiles and surveillance devices. Conversely, the stinging serpents had little room for effective deployment. Thus, he allocated the majority of his energy points to the hatching of shadow mantises, while scarcely producing any stinging serpents. Upon receiving the command, the lair commenced its operations, diligently hatching one insectoid warrior after another. Chen Luo silently calculated and discovered that the number of insectoids had exceeded 25,000. Each one was at the formidable golden 8th tier, with many having undergone enhancements. A squad of over 10,000 could indeed be devoured. The next target was clear. They were to be consumed. After careful estimation, Chen Luo resolved that with the current capabilities of the insectoids, they could easily overpower the squad of over 10,000. To devour them did not merely imply a victory in battle, but rather an expedited conclusion to the conflict, one that would not raise excessive alarm and would leave sufficient time for the giant mandible ants to transport the corpses. Consuming this squad would undoubtedly alert the demon race. They would instinctively band together, making our subsequent maneuvers considerably more challenging. Su Yin rationally analyzed the pros and cons. Although successfully consuming 3 squads would be a notable achievement, it paled in comparison to the vast numbers of the demon race, which numbered in the hundreds of thousands. It was precisely for this reason that the demons had remained oblivious to the growing threat. However, a squad exceeding 10,000 was an entirely different matter. If they were to be consumed, even the most oblivious demon would sense something amiss. At that point, they would undoubtedly form a coalition, thwarting any further actions on our part. With them united, how could they conduct searches for us? We would then find it far easier to evade their manhunts and proceed to the next demon encampment for our hunt. Let us not forget that from the very beginning, our goal was not to engage in a bloody struggle with the demon race, but to escape this place and return to the borders of humanity. Ultimately, this is the territory of the demons. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Su Yin experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, if the demon race were to band together, they would be unable to search for us effectively. If they did not unite, they would be picked off one by one. Regardless of the outcome, it would be favorable for them. Hence, let us lure them to the Shattered Star Belt, an area abundant with floating debris that can obscure visibility, facilitating the stealthy assassination by the Shadow Mantis. Given the size of the enemy force, it would be impossible to eliminate them all in a single ambush. We must ensure they cannot escape directly, allowing for second and even third opportunities to engage. Su Yin pointed towards the Shattered Star Belt, presenting her suggestion. The two exchanged a glance, unspoken agreement passing between them as they deftly made their way towards the Shattered Star Belt, leaving behind 2 mourning cicadas. They smeared the demon's blood upon them, crafting a guise of grievous wounds. Not long after their departure, a large contingent of demons arrived, drawn by the scent of blood. Here it is, such a pungent aroma of carnage. Those wretched bipedal beasts have ruthlessly slaughtered our kin, leaving no corpses behind. There are 2 injured foes. They appear to be the abandoned wretches of a human race. Their blood is still warm. Those 2 humans cannot have fled far. We must pursue. The demons cursed vehemently, and the leading figures brandished their weapons, charging towards the mourning cicadas. Yet before their strikes could land, the 2 mourning cicadas erupted in radiant white light. In the next moment, accompanied by a resounding explosion, the nearby hundreds of demons were obliterated, reduced to mere dust. The self-detonation of the golden 8th tier mourning cicadas wielded extraordinary power. Cursed be the 2-legged beasts of the human race. Pursue them. We must rend them asunder. The demon kin, filled with both astonishment and fury, roared as they surged towards the direction rich with the scent of blood. The recent explosion left them trembling with trepidation. Had they been closer, it would surely have been their demise. A multitude of over 10,000 demons charged forward, a dark tide relentless in their pursuit. Before long, they arrived at the belt of shattered stars, a realm littered with debris of varying sizes, some as small as a palm, others towering beyond sight. Surely, those two-legged human beasts are concealed among the rubble. If we delve into this chaos, we shall slay them and earn favor from our esteemed leader. Driven by a potent mix of vengeance and the allure of glory, they plunged into the belt of shattered stars without hesitation. Though they had recently fallen victim to a cunning ambush, they remained unconvinced that Chen Luo possessed sufficient kin capable of self-detonation. With their sheer numbers, how could those human beasts possibly contend against them? Before the might of the demon army, any foe shall be crushed. The advantage lies with us. Chapter 66. By numbers? Are you certain? Can 1,000 cicadas vanquish the Platinum Demon Clan? Deep within the shattered star belt, Chen Luo and Su Yin sat side by side upon a stone, quietly observing as the demon clan approached. Each stone concealed one or two shadow mantises, lying in ambush. The venomous serpents coiled in the rear, their bodies low to the ground, tongues flickering as they detected the scent of the demons. At Chen Luo's command, they would rise and launch an assault. On the outermost layer, rows of cicadas lay in wait, their purpose to sever the demons' escape route and obliterate their chances of survival. There was no room for mercy in the face of adversaries. That should suffice. If we let them draw closer, they might discover our presence, Su Yin whispered, aware that they faced over 10,000 demons. Despite their meticulous preparations, unforeseen circumstances were always a possibility. Engaging them directly was the wisest choice. Let us wait a moment longer. Let them see us. Our goal is their complete annihilation. Allowing even one to escape would mean we have failed, Chen Luo declared as the demons caught sight of them. Instantly, they surged forth like famished wolves spotting a delectable lamb, heedless of everything as they charged at the two. The air was filled with their roars and howls, a terrifying bloodthirst enveloping Su Yin, leaving her breathless. Many of the demons, fluent in the human tongue, taunted Chen Luo and Su Yin as they ran. You two-legged beasts dare to trespass upon our demon territory? If you fall into our grasp today, your fate is sealed. Do not waste words on these two-legged creatures. With over 13,000 of us, a mere spit from each demon could drown them. Exercise caution. Let's not forget our fallen brethren. 3,000 is merely a fraction. We boast a force of over 13,000. Those 3,000 are but a trivial number. We have nothing to fear from these incomplete two-legged beings. With such an overwhelming advantage, why fear? Should we even continue calling ourselves demons? When I return, I shall demand your expulsion from our ranks. You are too cowardly to be a demon. Hearing their banter, Chen Luo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Were they comparing numbers? Excellent. He relished this game. 13,000 demons, is it? Very well. I shall not be unfair. I will summon 20,000 of my kin to play with you. No sooner had Chen Luo spoken than the concealed shadow mantises launched their assault. As their dual blades danced, demons fell, either decapitated or cleaved in two. Blood stained the surrounding stones crimson. The serpents in the rear rose in unison, unleashing their dark green venomous spines with remarkable speed and precision, striking true against the demons. In an instant, those struck by the venom lost all vitality. Even the silver-hued demons disintegrated into pools of blood. Chen Luo felt a pang of regret. These were precious energy points. Yet this battle demanded swift resolution. He did not hinder the serpents, allowing them to unleash their standard bone spines. The 30-fold enhanced toxin was far too formidable. These demons could not withstand it. Monsters. They are monsters. All of them are of golden rank, at least 6 tiers of gold. Terrifying. Run. Are you foolish? We're the demons. What are you shouting about? I see you as foolish, hesitating over such trivial matters instead of fleeing. The sudden turn of events sent the demon clan scattering in terror. The cacophony of disputes and wails rose and fell like a haunting symphony. Chen Luo squinted, somewhat reveling in the chaos. Indeed, war is the quintessential melody of the insectoid race. I can sense their exhilaration and their thirst for bloodshed. The belligerence of the insectoids is inscribed in their very genes, an indelible mark that cannot be erased. Connected through the insectoid mind network, I experience each hunt as though I were there, not in a perverse enjoyment, but to immerse myself in the state of battle, to learn the combat techniques of the insectoids. This is a crucial function of the insectoid mind network. With each conflict, my combat experience escalates at a terrifying pace. Coupled with the regenerative energy from nurturing the insectoids during their hatching and the potential for endless evolution, I am now confident that I can deliver a fatal blow to a silver 6-stage demon with a single punch, relying solely on my physical prowess without needing a second strike. Time is dragging too slowly. If we do not resolve this battle swiftly, we will have insufficient time to clear the battlefield. Su Yin glanced at the timer displayed on her bracelet and softly reminded Chen Luo. Based on estimates, the enemy would notice within half an hour and arrive here. If it is that platinum demon, its speed would undoubtedly be even greater, necessitating at least a 5-minute head start. In the remaining 25 minutes, we must allocate at least 15 minutes to gather the corpses. This leaves us with less than 10 minutes for combat, which means we must conclude the battle, cleanse the battlefield, and depart within that time frame. Otherwise, we risk being apprehended by that platinum demon. Chen Luo nodded. Leave none alive. Upon receiving the command, the insectoids raised their heads and roared, attacking with even greater fervor, even beginning to trade injuries for kills. The insectoids possess nutrient fluid. As long as they do not perish, even the gravest wounds can be mended in a short time. This is yet another terrifying aspect of the insectoids. The already retreating demon clan was utterly paralyzed by fear. Realizing escape was futile, many demons even knelt in surrender. Yet what awaited them was still the blade of the insectoids. The battle raged on for over 5 minutes until the last demon fell to the shadow mantis, marking the end of the conflict. In this skirmish, the insectoids suffered 137 fatalities and 750 injuries, while not a single one of the 13,000 demons survived. Remarkably, we did not even employ the cicada silence. The shadow mantis and the stinging serpent sufficed. In less than 10 minutes, we annihilated all the demons, leaving not a single one behind. Chen Luo wasted no time, immediately opening a passage for the giant mandible ants to transport the corpses. With over 10,000 demons, their strengths varied, but their sheer number was significant. Converting them all into energy points would yield a considerable bounty. Chen Luo stroked his chin, deep in thought. Do you think it will be those demons who pursue us first? The platinum-ranked demon leader is the most likely candidate. The stronger the demon's physical prowess, the swifter their speed. Su Yin answered without hesitation. The answer to this question is painfully obvious. It must be that leader of the demon clan. The physical prowess of the demon race serves as their greatest weapon. An enhancement in their strength would exponentially increase their physical attributes. The one who arrived first must undoubtedly be the platinum tier leader of the demons. Do you think that 1,000 cicadas detonating simultaneously could kill a platinum-level opponent? This inquiry from Chen Luo left Su Yin in a state of silence, or rather, in a daze. What? Could 1,000 cicadas detonating at once truly eliminate a platinum-tier being? The more Chen Luo contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. I believe it is worth a try. Even if it fails, we would gain valuable insights. Subsequently, we can devise a response based on the extent of the damage inflicted. As long as the numbers are sufficient, it is certain that we could vanquish it. If we could achieve an outright kill, the remaining demons would no longer pose a threat. This statement startled Su Yin once more, followed by a sense of helplessness and numbness. After all, these are all 8th-tier golden familiars in the entire world. Perhaps only Chen Luo could unflinchingly choose sacrifice for such a purpose, merely to gauge the enemy's resilience to explosions. Who among us would contemplate self-detonation daily, seeking mutual destruction with their adversaries? Chapter 67. ambush of the Platinum Demon Clan, 5,000 cicadas self-destruct, an unfaltering gamble. Enough is enough. The cost is simply too great. Su Yan's attempts at persuasion fell on deaf ears, failing to sway Chen Luo in the slightest. Instead, his resolve only intensified. Sacrificing 1,000 cicadas to gauge the strength of the platinum level was indeed a steep price. Yet, should he succeed, the rewards would be monumental. If he could consume the entirety of this demon clan, his insect army would surge to an alarming magnitude. Each soldier of the insect race would possess the formidable strength of a golden 8th-stage warrior, brave, battle-hardened, and unafraid of death. With such a force, he would have a greater chance of breaching the multi-layered defenses of the demon clan and returning to the human encampment. Moreover, there was one crucial element he sought, a platinum core. Chen Luo offered little explanation, but his stance was clear. For the insect queen to ascend to platinum level, a platinum core was essential. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a solitary platinum demon. If he could slay this creature and obtain its core, the insect queen would ascend to platinum quality. Consequently, all newly hatched insects would possess platinum strength. Once the quality was enhanced, not only could they return to the human encampment, but they could also launch an offensive against it. He hoped the sacrifices would yield commensurate returns. I will document the enemy's injuries and estimate the number of cicadas required, but I need you to relay the enemy's condition to me. Realizing she could not dissuade him, Su Yan ceased her objections and shifted to analysis. Although she believed this course of action was unnecessary, she chose to trust Chen Luo, the man who had consistently defied the odds, a miracle in his own right. Chen Luo affectionately ruffled her hair, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, yet she found herself unable to resist the delight of the gesture. "You've worked hard." He held great faith in Su Yan's abilities. Not only was she an academic prodigy, but she was also a perfectionist, meticulous in her planning and analyses, down to the second. Recent experiences had only reinforced this impression. The giant mandible ants moved swiftly, completing the transportation of the bodies in less than 15 minutes, with no time to inspect their spoils. Chen Luo and Su Yan hastily departed. They could sense a formidable presence rapidly closing in from the distance. The platinum-level demon leader. Barely 3 minutes after their departure, White Tiger, brandishing dual blades, charged into the debris-strewn star belt. Wherever it passed, even the largest fragments of rock were cleaved asunder by its curved blades. Upon entering the star belt, the scene before was drenched in crimson. The thick, almost tangible scent of blood weighed heavily on its heart, and the veins in its tiger-like paws bulged as it gripped the dual blades tightly. "Damn those human bipedals. How dare you? How dare you?" Its furious roar echoed far and wide. The demons that heard the commotion recoiled, trembling in terror. Chen Luo and Su Yan exchanged a glance, the former's lips curling into a smile. This smile, gracing Chen Luo's handsome visage, was striking. Yet, it sent a chill down Su Yan's spine. And then boom! A deafening explosion resonated from behind, swiftly followed by a wave akin to a tempest. The force was so tremendous that Su Yan struggled to maintain her balance. Surviving the blast was an unexpected fortune. Her arms were twisted, confirming fractures. Her left leg was severely damaged, nearly severed. Her armor lay in ruins, and her body was littered with fragments of debris, suggesting grave injuries. Chen Luo methodically relayed the observed situation. 1,000 cicadas failed to obliterate the platinum demon race. Yet he had achieved the desired outcome. The prospect of gold overcoming platinum was not entirely implausible. As long as the latter sustained injuries, the hope of victory remained. The remaining variable lay in the number of cicadas available. With fractured arms, a compromised left leg, and extensive damage to her armor, Su Yan murmured while rapidly calculating. Suddenly, her expression brightened. The extent of her injuries reached 31%. Under these circumstances, factoring in various variables, it would take precisely 4,715 cicadas to ensure its demise. This estimation was predicated on its current state of injury and needed to be executed within 8 hours. Exceeding this time frame would necessitate recalibration. Having suffered once, it would undoubtedly exercise greater caution and this figure represented the threshold required to breach its defenses for self-detonation. Su Yin spoke with unwavering confidence, her calculations precise to the last digit. The recent assessment had accounted for all possible scenarios. The successful detonation of 1,000 cicadas, inflicting 31% damage on the White Tiger, was largely due to its lack of preparedness. Had it anticipated the attack and protected its vital points, the damage sustained would undoubtedly have been less severe. Considering the White Tiger's recovery speed, she arrived at this conclusion. 4,715 cicadas? Energy points, 17,331,000. After reviewing the energy point balance, Chen Luo hesitated not. Hatch 4,715 golden 8th tier cicadas. Trust those capable. Distrust breeds failure. Since he had entrusted Su Yin with the estimation, he resolved to place his faith in the outcome. The 5 nests, receiving the command, commenced the hatching of cicadas. This endeavor was a gamble. Victory would usher the insect race into the realm of platinum, while defeat would result in the loss of over 5,000 cicadas, provoking the Platinum Demon's White Tiger to retaliate at any cost. It could even lead to an entire demon race lockdown, drawing the wrath of king-tier demon forces to hunt them down. Should that occur, they would find themselves facing certain doom. Su Yin understood this reality as well. Thus, she meticulously recalibrated her calculations to ensure accuracy. The hatching of cicadas required time, so they decided to return to the previously abandoned outpost. This location was neither too distant nor too close, perfectly positioned for the platinum-tier White Tiger to catch up while other demon races lagged behind. With a decision made, Su Yin expressed no dissent. The two turned back towards the forsaken human encampment. A victorious gamble would yield abundant rewards. A loss could incur devastating consequences, possibly even the cost of their lives. Yet, there was no need for concern. Let us not forget that aside from the cicadas, we still possess shadow mantises and stinging serpent to deliver the final blow. The arrival of the White Tiger signifies certain demise. Chen Luo offered a few words of solace. This statement was not merely comforting. It was an undeniable truth. Enduring the self-detonation of over 4,000 cicadas, even a platinum-grade White Tiger, if it survives, would undoubtedly be grievously wounded. At that juncture, it would still possess a considerable amount of energy points, allowing it to continue hatching cicadas for further bombardment. Additionally, the more than 20,000 golden tier insectoids at its disposal could assist in delivering the final blow. In its prime, a platinum-grade White Tiger may possess formidable strength, sufficient to withstand an onslaught from over 20,000 insectoids. However, a severely injured one would be utterly incapable of doing so. Thus, this grand gamble was destined to conclude in a particular manner from the very outset. Should the platinum-grade White Tiger dare to approach, it would be met with a relentless barrage of attacks until its vitality is extinguished. There would be no need for follow-up strikes. The self-detonation of 4,715 cicadas would suffice. Data may not be infallible, but it does not deceive. Trust in my calculations. Su Yan's countenance was solemn and earnest, prompting Chen Luo to affectionately ruffle her hair. This simple act caused her cheeks to flush, erasing her earlier seriousness. If I did not trust you, I would not have devised this plan. Yet, nothing is absolute. No one can foresee the occurrence of unforeseen events. It is never a folly to prepare for every possible contingency. Chapter 68. Displeasure towards the demon race, a national campaign against them. The Platinum White Tiger commander is annihilated. On the battlefield beyond the realm, where the human race borders the demon race, it took merely 10 hours from the Elder Council's directive to the Lord's mobilization. Within such a brief period, over 30,000 Platinum Lords congregated here, alongside more than 20 Monarch Lords. The number of Golden Lords reached a staggering 100,000, with additional Lords continuously en route. The profound foundation of the Dragon Kingdom was undeniably revealed at this moment. Such a commotion inevitably startled the demon race and drew the attention of the other 4 great nations. In no time, emissaries were dispatched to inquire about the unfolding events. Why did it appear as though they were intent on mutually assured destruction with the demon race? In response to the inquiries from the 4 great nations, The Grand Elder calmly stated, "I find the demon race intolerable and intend to confront them. Do you have any objections?" His blunt words left the four nations speechless. They wished to express their anger, yet faced with the Grand Elder's proclamation, they found no avenue for their ire. All they could do was mutter a few curses, too intimidated to voice any dissent. Meanwhile, the demon race was utterly astonished. Had these bipeds lost their sanity? What was the meaning of summoning such a multitude? Were they not advocates of harmony? As the news was relayed through multiple layers, it swiftly reached the ears of the ancestors of the myriad demons in the myriad demons' hall. The countenances of the dozens of demon ancestors turned ominously dark upon receiving the news. Damn it, our plans must have been leaked. Otherwise, why would a human race react so vehemently? What should we do now? We are but one step away from executing our plan. What now? Ah, we shall fight. If they dare to strike, why should we cower? The humans have a saying, an arrow on the string must be released. We find ourselves in such a predicament. Regardless of how the human race discovered their intentions, they had the audacity to approach, thus they would retaliate. Whoever shows cowardice is a turtle. The ancestral tortoise stretched its neck, quietly observing the ancestral flying feather white tiger, causing the latter considerable embarrassment. It slipped the mind of the latter that there was indeed a tortoise present, one of considerable strength, the kind they could not contend with. Given the unanimous consensus, they resolved to mobilize their forces and prepare for a robust defense. The rare unity among the ancestors led to swift orders being dispatched to the various demon tribes. Wave after wave of demons were directed to the human battlefield beyond the realm. Although the human lords were not numerous, their retinues were extensive, and each possessed formidable strength. Should the demons wish to engage with the humans, they would require a tenfold advantage in numbers. Otherwise, the situation on the battlefield would be far from optimistic. If necessary, they might even have to seek assistance from other peak races. This necessity underlined the fundamental reason why the human race, though physically frail, ranked among the apex races. Unbeknownst to Chen Luo and Su Yin, the events on the battlefield beyond the realm were unfolding. At this moment, they were arranging the cicadas in the abandoned human encampment. The demon that had previously suffered a setback would surely exercise caution. However, it could never anticipate that they possessed such a multitude of cicadas. By strategically positioning them, the explosive potency could be significantly amplified, capable of obliterating it entirely. Su Yin deactivated the distribution diagram on the bracelet screen, her tone imbued with unwavering confidence. She had meticulously verified the calculations countless times. There was no room for error. Should that demon venture here, its demise would be inevitable. Preconceived notions can be deadly. Demons. Chen Luo shook his head. Just as Su Yin had stated, the white tiger might exercise caution. However, it would never be intimidated to the point of refraining from entering. In the eyes of the demon race, a human lord would possess at most a mere 1,000 to 1,800 followers. This stereotype had become entrenched. The white tiger would not anticipate that nearly 5,000 cicadas awaited its arrival. Calculating the time, it should be arriving soon. Chen Luo and Su Yin exchanged glances before soaring outward. They did not stop until they had flown over 2,000 kilometers. Their concern was not about the white tiger detecting them, but rather about the aftermath of the impending explosion. The combined self-detonation of so many 8th-tier golden cicadas would yield a force that even data could scarcely quantify. Before long, through the vision connected to the cicadas, Chen Luo beheld the white tiger. It stood upright, its left leg maimed, and its arms grotesquely twisted. Its armor was tattered, yet it towered over 4 meters in height. The curved blade in its claw glinted menacingly. The white tiger paused before the abandoned encampment, seemingly in hesitation, but in the next moment, it limped forward into the structure. No sooner had it entered than a streak of light shot from a distance, piercing directly into its forehead. The humans are launching a large-scale invasion, and I am ordered to take the demon soldiers to the front lines for support? Those damn bipeds. Once I rend those 2 human lords apart, I shall advance to the front and annihilate their forces without mercy. A feeble race like them holds no right to stand alongside my demon kind at the pinnacle of existence. The white tiger muttered angrily as it moved forward, completely neglecting to survey its surroundings. Meanwhile, Chen Luo, through the bracelet, translated the creature's words. After reading, both he and Su Yin fell into silence. What did it mean by a large-scale human assault? What had transpired? Su Yin inquired in astonishment. In response, Chen Luo shrugged. Everything had seemed normal upon their arrival. Who could have anticipated that a full-scale war had erupted? Yet, this could be seen as good news. The fact that the white tiger stationed at the edge of the defense line had received orders indicated that other regions were likely experiencing the same situation. Consequently, the obstacles to their return would be significantly reduced. Chen Luo offered a few comforting words, which somewhat eased Su Yan's apprehension. Indeed, this logic held true. However, she remained perplexed as to how a seemingly normal situation had escalated into outright warfare. They had reached the designated location. Just as Chen Luo finished speaking, an ear-splitting roar echoed from a distance. Following closely was a visible shockwave, shattering everything along its path. The might of the shockwave allowed one to imagine the devastation at the explosion's epicenter. Do not worry. We are undoubtedly safe here, Su Yin reassured, as the shockwave gradually dissipated not far in front of them, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. If her calculations were correct, then the explosion's epicenter should pose no threat. My military achievements have increased by 870,000, likely affecting a troop of the demon race. However, I have just observed a sudden surge of 30,000 military merits, presumably as a reward for slaying that white tiger. After examining the data on the bracelet, Chen Luo speculated about the explosive outcome. Reaching a conclusion, the two did not hesitate and rose to head towards the ambush site. Upon their arrival, they were met with a scene of utter devastation. The once vast abandoned encampment had been utterly reduced to dust, leaving no trace behind. For hundreds of kilometers in every direction, not even a fragment of stone could be found. Look at the remains over there. Su Yin pointed towards the distant, floating pieces of unidentified flesh. The physical robustness of the demon race, especially that of the platinum demons, is well known. Even after such a powerful explosion, their bodies had not been obliterated to mere powder. Rather, they had been scattered, chunks here and there, dark and unrecognizable. I need to find its platinum core. That is essential, Chen Luo declared. He released 10,000 shadow mantises to remain hidden and vigilant in the vicinity while instructing the giant-jawed worker ants to scour the area. Soon, they discovered the platinum core, nestled within the head of the white tiger. In its dulled pupils, one could still discern a haunting expression of horror and fear. Chapter 69. Are the demon clans surrounding us? No, it is the demon clans that find themselves encircled by us. With this platinum core in hand, the only remaining task is to acquire 100 tons of platinum flesh. Procuring the flesh is manageable. We can simply exchange it for military merit. Chen Luo tucked away the platinum crystal core, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Now, it is time for the hunt. Hundreds of thousands of demon clans cannot be squandered. With the platinum white tiger no longer a hindrance, the remaining demons pose no threat. They can all be transformed into nourishment for the insect race. Once these demons are dealt with, the numbers of the insect legion will witness an epic surge. Then, we shall push back to the borders of the human race. Along the way, we might even slay a couple more platinum demons, potentially amassing 100 tons of flesh in one fell swoop. Su Yin narrowed her eyes. Are you suggesting, with the right timing, location, and circumstances, to let such an opportunity slip would be to defy fate itself? Chen Luo crossed his arms, gazing into the distance at the encroaching black line. The recent explosion had drawn all the demons toward them, saving him the trouble of searching. Su Yin also observed the thronging demons approaching them, dense and unending, effectively surrounding their position. Listen well, human bipedal beasts ahead. You are surrounded. Surrender at once. That commotion was certainly caused by you, was it not? Why has the white tiger leader gone? You would do well to surrender and reveal the whereabouts of the white tiger leader, or we shall tear you apart. We boast 11,000 demons. Do humans not often say that those who recognize the situation are wise? Speak of what has transpired. and we may grant you a complete corpse. What nonsense is this? The White Tiger leader is of Platinum Tier 3. Can these two humans truly harm it? They must have employed some cunning scheme to ensnare the leader. Capture them, and we shall interrogate them slowly. I perceive that this female bipedal beast possesses tender flesh. Its quality must be exquisite, perfect for sashimi. When it comes to consumption, I yield to no one, except you, Taste True clan. The demons drew ever closer, conversing in their clumsy imitation of human language. The accents nearly jarred Chen Luo into awakening something profound within him. 11,000 demons? Excellent. The more, the merrier. Chen Luo clapped his hands, and a 3-meter 3 space portal materialized beside him, linking to his territory. In the next moment, a swarm of shadow mantises poured forth from the portal. Following closely were the stinger serpents. Simultaneously, Chen Luo commanded the mother nest. Hatch all remaining energy points into cicadas. The previously acquired energy points, after hatching those cicadas combined with the remnants, could still yield over 1,200 cicadas. The purpose of hatching these cicadas was not for them to self-destruct. The cicadas themselves wield a formidable strength of Golden Tier 8 and are adept in sonic attacks with astonishing speed. Even without any enhancements, they represent a powerful unit. With the command issued, 5 mother nests commenced their operations at full capacity. One by one, cicadas broke free from their shells, hastening toward the space portal to enter the battlefield. At this moment, the demon army stood in bewilderment, gazing at the swarms of insectoid creatures. At first glance, the sheer number of these creatures seemed to surpass their own. The terrifying aura emanating from the insectoids sent a chill down the spines of the demons. The confidence they once felt while encircling Chen Luo and Su Yin had all but evaporated. With a clap of his hands, over 1,000 cicadas transformed into fleeting shadows, soaring over the heads of the demons and surrounding them completely. Allow me to introduce these cicadas of the illustrious Golden 8th Tier, Masters of Self-Detonation. I hereby declare that you are now encircled. After their initial shock, chaos ensued among the demons. Did they just hear correctly? Golden 8th Tier, Masters of Self-Detonation? Self-detonation? What kind of concept was that? Wouldn't such an explosion scatter them into pieces? A turtle-like demon stepped forward, mustering the courage to speak, but before it could finish, a flash of white light sliced through the air. Its head fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. The hunt had commenced. Chen Luo wore a benevolent smile. The moment he finished speaking, the hidden shadow mantises revealed themselves, their dual blades dancing through the air, each strike claiming several demon lives. The stingers also reared up, unleashing a barrage of bone spikes. In the air, they converged into a dark curtain of death, accurately striking down the demons. Each bone spike claimed a demon's life, and the relentless onslaught continued. New curtains of death formed even before the previous ones had fallen. The sudden turn of events shattered the demons' morale. In an instant, they forgot their numerical superiority over the insectoids, even neglecting to mount a defense. The demons in the rear instinctively sought to flee, but they were met with the cicada's piercing calls. The nearly tangible sound waves reverberated through them, causing blood to seep from their orifices. Despair engulfed the battlefield as cries of anguish and roars echoed around them. Many demons fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Yet the grim reaper of the insectoids showed no mercy. I never claimed I would take captives, Chen Luo stated, raising a finger in a dismissive gesture, sealing their fate. This was a massacre, a one-sided slaughter. Whether the demons resisted or not, the outcome remained unchanged. Though the insectoids may have been fewer in number, each one was a formidable Golden 8th Tier elite. The insectoids excelled in overcoming numerical disadvantages, and while they were not accustomed to such situations, they proved their prowess. The acrid scent of blood filled the air, mingling with the cries of despair. The brutal scene compelled Su Yin to shut her eyes. She would not foolishly voice sentiments about sparing them. If not for Chen Luo's overwhelming strength, would these demons have shown them mercy? Clearly not. They would have torn them apart, turning them into mere morsels. She was compassionate, yet she understood that showing mercy to one's enemies is a form of cruelty to oneself. Kindness is not synonymous with naivety, a truth she comprehends fully. A massacre unfolded for over an hour, culminating in the slaughter of hundreds of demon creatures, rendered utterly defenseless. This marked the definitive conclusion of the battle. 26,000 faced 1,100,000, sustaining only 1,000 losses, with 3,000 wounded. And the enemy completely annihilated. No survivors left behind. The colossal mandible worker ants were summoned to action. Chen Luo reopened the spatial gateway, and the worker ants, with wings unfurled, lined up to emerge. Upon their exit, they hastened towards the nearest demon carcass. Each ant seized a body and returned through the portal. The procession of the mandible worker ants was remarkably orderly, gradually forming a closed loop. On the left, they flew out, while on the right, they returned bearing the demon remains. The scene was unexpectedly harmonious and in sync. With so many demon bodies, how much energy could be harvested? Observing this spectacle, Chen Luo could not suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. This high-stakes gamble was yielding far greater rewards than he had anticipated. The sacrifice of over 6,000 insectoid brethren had resulted in such substantial gains. It was an extraordinary profit. Chapter 70, The Massacre of the Demon Clan, slaughtering over 100,000, and the purpose of the demons. Over 10,000 giant mandible worker ants tirelessly transported the corpses for 3 consecutive hours, finally depositing them into the transformation pool. Chen Luo could hardly contain his excitement as he anticipated the opening of the maternal energy point. Energy points, 145 million. Despite his prior expectations, Chen Luo gasped in astonishment. This harvest surpassed the sum of all energy points he had acquired thus far. These energy points were sufficient to hatch 50,000 golden 8th-tier insectoids. He planned to hatch 30,000 shadow mantises, 15,000 spiked serpents, and 5,000 cicadas, all requiring the golden 8th tier. Without hesitation, Chen Luo issued the hatching command. The 5 maternal nests commenced their rapid operations. Larvae emerged, spun cocoons, and then broke free from their silken confines. The energy points dwindled at a visible pace. How was the harvest? Su Yin inquired eagerly, stepping closer. She understood that the insectoids could sustain their war through battle, yet she was uncertain to what extent. With so many demon corpses, it should be possible to cultivate around 20,000 insectoids, right? Just the thought of it filled her with elation. That would be a formidable lineage of 20,000 golden 8th-tier warriors. And this was merely the reward from a single battle. If they engaged in more of such skirmishes, how terrifying would the insectoid numbers become? Not too many, just enough to hatch 50,000 golden 8th-tier insectoids. Chen Luo replied with a gentle smile and a soft tone. However, his words struck Su Yin like thunder. How many? 50,000? Su Yin leaped up as if stepping on a cat's tail, her entire being electrified. This was an astonishing lineage of 50,000 golden 8th-tier warriors. It was more than double her expectations. Don't be overly astonished. This is merely a small affair. You'll grow accustomed to it with time. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. Yet, Su Yin remained in a daze, struggling to comprehend. If this was a small affair, then what constituted a major one? Uncertain of what transpired at the border, it was undeniable that this was their opportunity, a chance to stir the tide from the rear and inflict profound suffering on the demon clan. Rubbing his chin, Chen Luo redirected the conversation to the matter at hand, which brought Su Yin back to reality. She gazed at Chen Luo with uncertainty. You don't truly intend to push through recklessly, do you? What if we encounter a powerful demon? Although many strong demons had rushed to the front lines, it was certain that powerful beings remained stationed in the rear. After all, the peak races that the demon clan needed to guard against were not limited to the human race. Besides the demon clan allied with them, the divine race and the mechanical race were also watching the demons closely. In such circumstances, encountering a powerful demon was entirely plausible. From what I gather from that white tiger, the elders must have dispatched numerous strong individuals. The defenses along this border are primarily against us, the human race. The demon kings stationed here have certainly gone to the front line. Even if some remain to guard, they are likely at most platinum tier. If we can slay one platinum tier demon, we can certainly slay another. Chen Luo spoke with unwavering confidence. With the addition of these 50,000 troops, the number of his insectoid legion has approached 80,000. Each one is a valiant warrior of the esteemed Golden 8th tier. In such numbers, when encountering a platinum powerhouse, he is confident that, provided the opponent's tier is not exceptionally high, he can engage them. Most importantly, he aims to seize this opportunity to amass energy points as much as possible. If another platinum demon could be captured, there might be a chance for the Insect Queen to evolve once more. At that point, the insectoid hive could directly hatch platinum-level insect warriors. Achieving platinum status would grant him and the insectoid army a significant foothold in the outer battlefield. Having made this decision, they would advance without hesitation. The nearest demon encampment lies just half a day's journey ahead at full speed. This is a medium-sized stronghold, likely guarded by several thousand demons. Su Yin pointed at the coordinates of the demon encampment on the star map. The two exchanged glances. Su Yin unleashed a boost, increasing their flight speed. In the next moment, they became streaks of light, heading straight for the demon stronghold. Within the territory of the Lord's Core, 5 hives were tirelessly hatching insect warriors. The number of insect warriors was visibly increasing at an astounding rate. Once a formation of 10,000 troops, it now neared 8 fully assembled formations of 10,000. At the Linjiang Bay City, outside the Yinming Gorge, the remnants of the recent battle still lingered in the air over a week later. The acrid scent of congealed blood was overwhelmingly pungent. The gorge had been entirely sealed off. No humans or beasts were permitted to approach. Elder Lu stepped out from the void, stroking his beard as he scrutinized his surroundings. It felt peculiar that after so many days, there were no discoveries. Could it be that his senses had deceived him? Perhaps he was mistaken. Regardless, with the Dragon Kingdom now embroiled in a full-scale war against the demons, he had to rush to provide support, having no time to waste here. Shaking his head, Elder Lu turned and stepped into the dark entrance, his figure and presence vanishing entirely. This allowed the several groups of black mist below, concealed by a magical array, to relax. Tong Tian and his companions had performed admirably, devising a plan to use the war to restrain the pinnacle forces of humanity. Such an opportunity was rare, and, if missed, might never come again. That said, they had accumulated power over a millennium to break through the binding array. If they failed this time, there would be no second chance. The words of the larger black mist rendered the other silent. Sealed for over 1,000 years, the anguish and solitude perpetually eroded their resolve. This fostered an indescribable yearning for liberation and a deep appreciation for this hard-won opportunity. We have already waited a millennium. We cannot afford to wait another. The king's avatar teeters on the brink of collapse. We must awaken it, urging it to absorb the blood essence and refine the demonic form. Once my avatar shatters, my true form shall inevitably suffer backlash. At that moment, those hypocritical deities and the profit-driven mechanical race will not hesitate to strike against our demon clan. Esteemed ones, we are left with no other choice. The atmosphere had become unbearably tense, yet no one from the dark mist dared to voice dissent. Several shadows of mist delved deep underground. There, coiled within a narrow space, lay a colossal black dragon, over 100 meters in length, its body marred by countless wounds, resembling both death and slumber. Supreme Demon King Sorensar, we are your devoted followers, and here, we implore you, with all our strength, to awaken your avatar. Our clan is in peril. We beseech you to rise swiftly. As these prayer-like words resonated, several tendrils of mist merged with the body of the black dragon. Soon after, the dragon abruptly opened its eyes. Its crimson pupils contrasted starkly with its obsidian scales, yet this disparity only augmented its formidable majesty. Sorensar's immense tail lashed out, causing the earth to tremble. The sealing array was shattered under its might. With a powerful flap of its wings, the ground quaked incessantly, causing even the distant city of Linjiang to feel the vibrations. Boom! Sorensar burst forth from the earth, its wings casting shadows that blotted out the sun. Human race, this demon king has returned. Roar! The long-awaited freedom and the crisp air ignited an exhilarating roar from it. Just as the echo of its roar faded, A dark passageway appeared before it. Elder 6, hands behind his back, emerged from the corridor with a cheerful smile. After all these years, you demons have only grown muscles, not brains. You believe whatever I say. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Elder 6 of the Dragon Nation Council, Zhuang Tu. Sorensar stared, bewildered, its dragon eyes widening in disbelief. After a moment, it finally grasped the jest that had been played upon it. It let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. You, old 6, dare to toy with this king. You shall pay dearly for this affront. Chapter 71. The Demon Tribe and the Mechanical Tribe's plea for aid? 200 million energy points. Times have changed. On the battlefield beyond the realm, at the border between the human and demon tribes, numerous territories interlinked to form a formidable defense line. Above these lands, numerous vast dominions materialized, each representing a monarch lord. The magnitude of the dragon kingdoms might left the 4 observing nations astounded. The divine, mechanical, and demon races were equally shaken by the dragon kingdom's profound strength. How swiftly had they managed to summon such formidable beings? As adversaries, the demon tribe found themselves utterly numbed. The oppressive aura emanating from those territories left them gasping for breath. The stifling atmosphere ignited the demon tribe's bloodlust, with howls echoing like an endless symphony. In the frontline fortress of the demon tribe, the faces of dozens of ancestral elders were grave. By the heavens, are these bipedal beasts truly insane? Even if they are aware of our plans, must they react this way? Have we annihilated the cosmos? Why must they torment us so? I recently counted nearly 30 monarch lords, all seasoned rulers, and the aura from many territories was enough to instill dread within me. What shall we do now? The elders felt a surge of frustration. They could not fathom why the human dragon kingdom was creating such a grand spectacle. All they desired was the return of the demon king, Silence's avatar. While it was expected that the dragon kingdom would be unwilling, such hostility was beyond comprehension. It was as if they harbored a deep-seated grudge against the dragon kingdom. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension and uncertainty among the demon elders, a streak of light shot from afar, embedding itself in the forehead of the starry sky serpent ancestor. It was a message from the former ancestors. The avatar of our king has been awakened. There is no retreat now, though the message was delivered calmly. The gathered demon elders were anything but tranquil. On the surface, their number of monarchs seemed comparable to that of the humans. However, the humans were lords, possessing their own kin. One could not merely calculate based on the number of lords. 30-plus lords could easily muster over 100 monarch kin. In stark contrast, they had only 40 or so. How could they hope to fight? Seeking aid from the demons was imperative. They must retrieve the king's avatar at all costs. If necessary, they would forge a bargain with the mechanical tribe. Given sufficient incentive, the mechanical tribe would surely agree to assist. The proposal from the starry sky serpent ancestor garnered unanimous approval from the other demon elders. This was the only course of action left to them. Meanwhile, in the human encampment, within the domain of the Grand Elder, nearly 30 monarch lords had gathered. Each of these lords, if sent forth, could instill trepidation in any foreign race. Yet at this moment, all the monarch lords, including the Grand Elder, gazed with immense anticipation, even desperation, at the aged elf manipulating the star map. The ones you seek are still alive. Transforming misfortune into fortune, this incident may very well be his opportunity. However, the astrological chart also reveals that he must face a significant calamity. Should he fail to overcome it, his very life would be in peril. The likelihood of their failure is alarmingly high, exceeding 80%. The aged elven archmage set aside the astrological chart and solemnly conveyed the outcome. Upon hearing the initial sentences, the lords and kings exhaled deeply, relieved that their substantial investments would not be in vain. Yet, upon absorbing the latter part of the message, their previously eased hearts were once again gripped by trepidation. An 80% chance that Chen Luo and Su Yin might not survive this deathly trial. The Grand Elder, his fingers trembling as they gripped his beard, paused in shock, his fingers turning pale before he finally released his hold. A few strands of his beard fell, unnoticed, as he nodded, "As long as they live." The old man had faith in those 2 children, particularly in Chen Luo, who had consistently achieved what others dared not even dream of. He believed they would surely turn peril into safety once more. However, the Grand Elder's demeanor suddenly turned grave. Our immediate concern is the impending war with the demon clan. I have discovered that the spatial gate to the Golden Realm has been tampered with by the demons. Just now, the Sixth Elder sent word that outside Linjiang City, there lies a gravely injured demon, suspected to be the avatar of Demon King Serenza. Its strength has dwindled to almost nothing, and after considerable effort, the Sixth Elder has captured it and is currently escorting it back. Regardless of whether the demon's intentions revolve around this avatar, they have provoked us, and they have indeed bitten off more than they can chew. Let this be a lesson to those alien races and treacherous nations. Our Dragon Kingdom still retains its formidable might and is capable of battle. The Grand Elder emphasized, leaning heavily on his staff, his tone resolute and unyielding. The assembled kings and lords exchanged glances, their expressions hardened. It was true that the Dragon Kingdom had been in decline, experiencing a period of weakness. Yet, its foundational strength still endured. A slumbering tiger remains a tiger. Only 30,000? Surely, that is insufficient. Chen Luo lamented, observing the demons below with a sense of disappointment. What do you mean only 30,000? Su Yin nearly grimaced at his words. Only Chen Luo could utter such a statement. At that moment, the demons also became aware of Chen Luo and Su Yin. After a brief moment of shock, they charged forward, roaring like mindless beasts. Their bloodshot eyes brimmed with a fervent thirst for slaughter. Though their numbers were indeed few and their strength lacking, even the tiniest mosquito leg counts as meat. Chen Luo clapped his hands, and a spatial tunnel unfolded behind him. Shadows of mantis shrimp streamed forth, exuding a formidable aura of 8th-tier golden energy, pressing down upon the demons like a mountain. The frenzied demons halted in their tracks. Some, unable to stop in time, collided with their comrades, tumbling head over heels. Without a moment's hesitation, the demons turned and fled. Their speed more than doubled compared to when they charged at Chen Luo and Su Yin. Previously, they had been hunters. Now, they were merely seeking to escape. No demon had informed them that the human bipedal creatures could possess such a multitude of formidable kin. Chen Luo raised an eyebrow, remarking on their swift reactions. However, if you allow them to escape, it would be quite embarrassing for me, wouldn't it? Without the need for further commands, the shadow mantises surged forth, swiftly closing in on the fleeing demon tribe. With their dual blades brandished, they commenced their grim harvest of the lives among the demon kin. Observing this scene, Su Yin furrowed her brow slightly, but chose to remain silent. Over the past 5 days, a similar spectacle had unfolded 4 times. This marked the 5th occurrence. The most considerable group of demon kin numbered over 60,000, while the smaller contingents were around 30,000. Most were of the silver variety, with few golden demons remaining, evidently redirected to the front line. Throughout their journey, they deliberately traversed the demon encampments, mercilessly annihilating each they encountered, like ravenous wolves infiltrating a sheepfold. In no time, they had exterminated the entire demon presence. The giant mandible worker ants lined up to commence the task of transportation. Judging by their pace, if they maintained full speed, they would reach the frontline battlefield in less than 5 days. However, the closer they approached the battlefield, the greater the likelihood of encountering formidable foes. As Su Yin finished speaking, she received no response from Chen Luo. Turning her gaze, she found him staring intently into the distance. Following his line of sight, she discerned a shadow hurtling towards them, propelled by a gust of air. Even from afar, she could hear an angry roar echoing through the air. It seemed they would not need to reach the front line. They had encountered a powerful adversary already, a demon of at least Platinum Tier 3. Yet, rather than displaying any sign of alarm, Chen Luo appeared almost amused. Indeed, Platinum demons were formidable, and this one surpassed the previous white tiger they had faced. However, that was 5 days ago. Although they had hunted primarily silver demons during this time, the sheer volume approached 200,000. Such an immense quantity had granted the mother nest nearly 200 million energy points. Chapter 72, Commanding the Zerg in Battle. Surrounding the Platinum Black Bear Butu Jasha, preparing to evolve the Zerg Queen to hatch 20,000 cicadas, 40,000 shadow mantises, and 7,000 stinging serpents. Chen Luo issued commands to the 5 mother nests, simultaneously gesturing to summon all Zerg warriors. This time, he refrained from utilizing the cicadas for bombardment, as the evolution of the nest required flesh and blood, and the cicadas' assaults left scarcely any remains. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not deploy the cicadas again. He was also eager to witness whether the Platinum Demon race could withstand the onslaught of 80,000 fearless and valiant Zerg warriors. If they could, it would pose no significant concern, as he still had nearly 60,000 Zerg awaiting hatching, ready to be thrust into battle. It was time to deliver a shockwave from the Zerg. A roar reverberated throughout the universe, causing even the stars to tremble. The shadow charged toward the 2 individuals, revealing a massive black bear towering at least 40 meters high, adorned with an old scar on its face resembling a centipede resting upon it, exuding a menacing and fearsome aura. Demon race, Butu Jasha. Strength, Platinum level 4, lightly injured. Skills, Roar, robust physique, incredible strength, basic control of lightning. Status, recently recovered from severe injuries, awakened to the slaughter of its kin, now in a state of extreme rage, having lost rationality. Upon seeing the name of the black bear, Chen Luo could not help but twitch his mouth. Truly, it was a law-abiding bear. However, his attention was soon drawn to the final statement. It had lost its rationality. The bear was now acting purely on instinct, devoid of any cognitive thought. This was unfortunate news for him, as its madness signified that the adversary would attack recklessly. Yet, it was also a stroke of fortune. Being injured and irrational would simplify his response. He commanded his forces to disperse and surround the creature. The shadow mantises would engage in waves to draw its attention, while the stinging serpents would launch ranged attacks, targeting its eyes, ears, and limbs. This marked Chen Luo's first genuine experience in directing the Zerg in combat against a Platinum level 4 demon. Though there was tension, excitement prevailed. Upon receiving their orders, the Zerg sprang into action. The shadow mantises formed small squads of 1,000, charging towards the advancing black bear in succession, adhering closely to Chen Luo's directive to attract the bear's focus. The stinging serpents coiled and encircled the creature, waiting for the bear to breach their perimeter before closing in completely. Their venomous stingers aimed precisely at the bear's limbs, ears, and eyes. As the black bear barreled into the encirclement, it became fixated on the squads of shadow mantises, halting momentarily to swing its massive paws in an attempt to swat away the flies. The Platinum level 4 demon, led in circles by the shadow mantises, endured wave after wave of venomous assaults. With each strike, the bear emitted a furious roar, yearning to retaliate against the stinging serpents, only to be diverted once more by the shadow mantises. The black bear exhibited an unusual demeanor, as if it were devoid of reason or perhaps simply foolish. Suyin also sensed something amiss, her expression somewhat peculiar. Could this truly be a Platinum Tier 4 beast? Why did it evoke a feeling of limited intelligence? It was currently in a frenzied state, devoid of rational thought. Upon hearing Chen Luo's explanation, Suyin nodded in understanding. Are you suggesting we incapacitate its eyes and ears, as well as its limbs, before slowly killing it? That seems rather cruel, does it not? Could we not allow the swarm of insects to rush in and tear it to shreds instead? Her tone bore a hint of reluctance. Yet her words left Chen Luo bewildered. What was she suggesting? To let the insects swarm and rend it to pieces? Was this not even more brutal? Granting a swift end, what was wrong with that? Sensing Chen Luo's incredulous gaze, Suyin blinked, curiously countering his thoughts. Chen Luo remarked, what a notion of a swift end. I find myself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, there was indeed a semblance of logic in her reasoning. He ceased his speech and turned his attention to the battlefield. He had prepared himself for a fierce struggle, yet the reality unfolded with far greater ease than he had anticipated. At that moment, one of the bear's eyes had been shot out, and its ears were bubbling with a toxic green substance. Clearly, it had succumbed to a potent poison, losing its hearing. Its limbs were riddled with poisonous darts, resembling a porcupine. The once resounding, furious roars had diminished to feeble whimpers, resembling pitiful cries. With another roar, filled with agony, the bear's left front leg buckled, causing it to lose its balance and topple to the left. A swift and decisive end. Chen Luo clapped his hands and issued another command. The shadow mantises surged forward, their dual blades relentlessly striking at its neck and heart. The venomous serpents did not cease their assault, each dart expertly evading the shadow mantises and finding its mark on the bear's vital points. In a mere blink, the black bear was enveloped by the shadow mantises, resembling a lifeless creature swarmed by flies. However, the shadow mantises were not mere flies, nor was the black bear an ordinary animal. The bear struggled incessantly, its paws rising and falling, crushing several of the unsuspecting shadow mantises. Yet, as Chen Luo's words fell silent, the bear's paw could lift no more. It was not a lack of strength, but rather its tendons had been severed by the mantis's blades. The excruciating pain compelled it to roll about, and gradually, its breath began to wane. 10 minutes later, it ceased its struggles, life extinguished. A bounty of 40,000 military merits had been accrued. It lay dead. Observing the increase in military achievements, Chen Luo felt a weight lift from his heart. Indeed, he had stumbled upon a significant fortune. Had the black bear retained its sanity, this would have been a formidable battle. With such a multitude of golden tier 8 insect warriors, he doubted his ability to emerge victorious. In a direct confrontation, the bear could have proven to be a formidable adversary, perhaps even insurmountable. However, if the black bear possessed intelligence, it could flee. Once a powerful creature of the platinum 4th tier, if it escaped, no matter how many golden 8th tier insect warriors were present, they would be of no use. It would result in the futile sacrifice of numerous insect warriors without any gain. Is this how it concludes? Has it truly been slain? That was a platinum 4th tier creature. To lose over 2,000 shadow mantises merely to vanquish a single platinum 4th tier beast? What then do we make of the countless cicadas we sacrificed earlier? Su Yin blinked in confusion, beginning to question her existence. Even though she had anticipated victory, the reality presented before her was still hard to believe. After all, it was a platinum 4th tier creature. How could it perish so easily? What did her previous calculations signify? Having sacrificed 5 or 6,000 cicadas to kill a mere platinum 3rd tier white tiger. Perhaps she was lacking in sense. Chen Luo raised his hand, snapped his fingers, and then decisively withdrew. Su Yin was left covering her forehead, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. Do not overthink it. This black bear, in its frenzy, acted without reason, entirely unlike the white tiger. Offering a word of comfort, Chen Luo commanded the mother nest to cease all hatchings. After evolution, any further hatching would yield platinum 1st tier insects, who would still hatch golden 8th tier ones. However, during this time, the mother nest had already produced over 20,000 insects, consuming considerable energy points. Energy points, 143 million. Fortunately, more than half of the 30,000 beast corpses had yet to be cleared. Transforming them should yield a substantial amount of energy points. This would perfectly serve to enhance the strength of the platinum 1st tier warriors. Domain, activate. Chen Luo unleashed his domain, directing the giant mandible ants to transport the black bear's carcass next to the mother nest, Elith. Chapter 73. The new troop, the Octopus King Bug. Has the mycelium evolved to platinum level? Chen Luo directly brought the black bear to the jaws of Elice, without even extracting the platinum core. For the insect queen to evolve to the 1st tier of platinum, it requires 100 tons of platinum flesh and a single platinum core. This black bear undoubtedly possesses 100 tons and also harbors a platinum core within. It is an ideal choice for aiding the insect queen's evolution. The immense power of the black bear made the mother nest appear diminutive. However, in the next moment, the menacing mandibles of the mother nest Elice opened and closed, as an unseen force lifted the black bear, causing its massive form to shrink until it was drawn into her mandibles. Is it truly possible to do this? Su Yin watched in astonishment. Yet, Chen Luo did not respond. His gaze remained fixed on Elice. Under their watchful eyes, the mother nest was enveloped in a platinum glow. Within the radiance, The mother nest expanded rapidly until it reached a height of 6 meters, at which point its growth ceased. The mycelium on the ground emitted a faint luminescence. The corpses of the demon kin, each carried by the enormous mandible ants, transformed into streams of light, all entering the nearby mother nest. This left the giant mandible ants in a state of perplexity, unsure of what had transpired. Where had the massive demon kin corpses gone? Chen Luo raised an eyebrow in astonishment, a flicker of blue luminescence glimmering in his eyes. In the next instant, the information panel of the mother nest appeared before him. Affiliated race, LSC. Special form. Insect mother nest, no power. Contracted lord, Chen Luo. Race, insect queen. Talent, platinum first tier. Skills, giant mandible ant hatching. Usable in mother nest form. Blade mantis hatching. Usable in mother nest form. Stinging serpent hatching. Usable in mother nest form. Octopus king bug hatching. Usable in mother nest form. Evolution requirements. 2 platinum cores, 1,000 tons of platinum flesh, can evolve into platinum second-tier insect queen. Has it truly evolved? Can this entity still undergo evolution? Su Yin pointed at the colossal insect mother nest, her mouth agape, as if it could swallow an egg. She was aware that Chen Luo possessed the ability to assist the affiliated race in their evolution. Yet the insect race had already become so formidable, and the prospect of further evolution was astonishing. How could other affiliated races compete? With the talent of the first tier of platinum. Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement before directing his attention back to the mycelium. The mother nest was connected to the mycelium, and the changes in the mycelium were undoubtedly a result of the mother nest's evolution. Mycelium. Description: an attachment of the mother nest. Upon reaching platinum, it can absorb all flesh energy from the mycelium, converting it into energy points to be fed into the mother nest. After reading the description of the mycelium, Chen Luo's eyebrows nearly danced with excitement. This truly was another unexpected delight. The mycelium could directly convert flesh into energy points. Henceforth, gathering energy points would become significantly more effortless. All he needed to do was instruct the giant mandible ants to transport flesh to the mycelium, which would then effortlessly convert the flesh into energy points for the mother nest. The time saved would be substantial. In critical battles, every second is immensely valuable. Saving even a minute could facilitate the hatching of numerous insect warriors. Having resolved the doubts within his heart, Chen Luo turned his gaze towards the newly emerged bug species, the octopus kingworm. He commanded the hatching of 1,000 first-tier platinum octopus kingworms, resulting in 500 larvae crawling out from the mother nest. It was at this moment that he discovered the upgrade to the platinum tier allowed the mother nest to simultaneously incubate 500 bugs, a significant increase from the previous limit of 100. The larvae swarmed in a dense mass, causing a shiver to run down the spine of any observer. Yet, Chen Luo and Su Yin remained unfazed, finding the sight rather endearing. Under their watchful eyes, the larvae curled into cocoons, each standing over half a meter tall, prompting the two to step back and provide ample space for their hatching. What kind of bug species was this? How did it differ from the previous ones? After waiting for over 2 minutes, the cocoons still showed no signs of breaking open, prompting Su Yin to voice her curiosity. In response, they were greeted by the delicate sound of cracking. Turning their heads, they witnessed the half-meter-tall white cocoons all splitting apart, revealing creatures resembling jellyfish, yet akin to octopuses, with 8 tentacles and a size of 3 meters, floating gracefully into the air. Upon their enormous heads rested a pair of pale blue compound eyes, exuding an aura of tranquility and serenity. Was this indeed the octopus kingworm? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chen Luo's eyes as the panel of the octopus kingworm materialized before him. Species: octopus kingworm. Race: bug. Talent: first-tier platinum. Strength: first-tier platinum. Skills: psychic assault, massive physique, mental source, hyperspeed traversal. As Chen Luo examined the octopus kingworm's panel, a wealth of information surged into his mind, particularly regarding the 8 kingworms. Once he absorbed this knowledge, he began to comprehend the role of the octopus kingworm. In this world, there existed magicians, categorized into 9 elemental domains: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, chaos, and spirit. The octopus king worm was a magician of the psychic domain, capable of casting psychic spells and enlarging its body. Utilizing the cavities within its form, it could assist in transporting bug warriors. Each octopus king worm had the capacity to carry 10,000 bug warriors, and with the skill of hyperspeed traversal, it could expedite their arrival on the battlefield. The existence of magicians among the bug race caught Chen Luo by surprise. After the initial astonishment, he was left in awe. Truly, the bug race was impressively versatile. Magicians? Were they truly magicians? What kind of attributes did they possess? Su Yan, upon hearing his words, became exhilarated. Magic was a gift bestowed only upon certain races, an innate talent. The divine race wielded light magic. Demons commanded darkness magic. The ghost race specialized in psychic magic. And the mechanical race practiced chaos magic. Magic was immensely potent, a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Psychic attributes. After addressing her queries, Chen Luo turned his attention back to the remaining energy points. Following the recent evolution of the fungal blanket, all the corpses had been converted into energy points. Energy points, 157 million. Estimating the numbers in his mind, Chen Luo commanded, hatch 30,000 octopus king worms, 10,000 shadow mantises, 5,000 thorn serpents, and 5,000 chirping cicadas. Although the practical combat capabilities of the octopus king worms had yet to be tested, he had faith in the rigorous selection of the insect race. The fact that the octopus king worms could only be unlocked at the platinum level suggested that they were indeed formidable. Their hatching would undoubtedly yield exceptional value. Furthermore, the insect army now included shadow mantises for assassination, thorn serpents for ranged attacks, chirping cicadas for self-detonation, and giant mandible ants for gathering resources. With the addition of Su Yan's group of little unicorns, they had sufficient support. What was lacking, however, were frontline warriors and area damage spellcasters. The emergence of the octopus king worms precisely filled this void in magical prowess. It remained uncertain when he would acquire suitable insect warriors for direct combat. Given that the primary role of the shadow mantises was assassination, their strength in direct confrontation diminished as they grew more powerful. Consequently, sacrifices would inevitably increase over time. Chen Luo stroked his chin, gazing at the colossal mother nest. To his knowledge, every time the insect queen evolved, she unlocked new insect soldier types. He wondered if the next evolution would yield new soldier varieties. The 2 platinum cores and 1,000 tons of platinum flesh were not insurmountable challenges for him at this juncture. Chapter 74. Something to discuss? Speak to my 140. 000 Zerg Legion. With the hatching of these Zerg warriors, the Legion's numbers surged to an astonishing 140,000. It had been less than half a month since entering the outer battlefield, and the Zerg had already more than doubled in strength. Indeed, the outer battlefield was a paradise for the Zerg. Chen Luo could not help but exclaim in wonder. The combative nature of the Zerg, combined with the unceasing warfare of the outer battlefield, rendered descriptions of it as heaven or paradise somewhat inadequate. Calculating the time, the trials in the Lord Source realm must be nearing completion. Suddenly reminded of something, Chen Luo turned to Su Yan. Without hesitation, she nodded in response. There are 6 days left until it concludes. A humanoid timekeeper and calendar. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction, appreciating yet another ingenious use of Su Yan's abilities. What shall we do next? Shall we continue into the front line of the human-demon battlefield? Su Yan inquired, revealing the star map to determine their target. A well-planned route would yield greater efficiency. What is next? Chen Luo chuckled softly. Naturally, we shall push through. With 140,000 Zerg warriors, of which 50,000 were platinum tier, what was there to fear? If there are matters to discuss, let it be with my 140,000 Zerg Legion. To push through directly? Su Yan momentarily froze, and upon regaining her composure, the corners of her mouth twitched. This was quintessential Chen Luo. No other individual would dare speak so boldly at the borders of a foreign race. Not only did Chen Luo speak such words, but he would also act upon them. Though she yearned to dissuade him, The sight of the densely packed Zerg warriors quelled her protests, and she turned her focus to meticulously planning their route. Since Chen Luo intended to push through, the shortest path was evidently the most logical choice. A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. We will pass through 3 demon encampments. There should be no formidable demons stationed there, perhaps even very few silver-tier demons. I have received word that the front line of the human-demon conflict has fully erupted, with both sides suffering losses. These demons will likely be reassigned to the front lines as cannon fodder. As Su Yan maneuvered the star map, she relayed the latest information to Chen Luo. Chen Luo was not the least surprised by this news. The state of the front line was of little consequence. What mattered was whether he could infiltrate and capitalize on the situation. Military merit was secondary. The primary objective was the acquisition of flesh and energy. On such a battlefield, the casualties among demons would be countless. If all could be collected, it would indeed propel him to greatness. Let us proceed to support the human-demon frontline. By the way, who named this frontline? Is it not overly suggestive? Chen Luo, perched upon the shadow mantis, glanced back at Su Yan. He was certain that it was a name she had devised. After all, who else would name a unicorn Little White? What else could we call the front line between humans and demons? Su Yan rolled her eyes and mounted the shadow mantis behind him. Her palm glimmered with white light, enveloping the shadow mantis. Domain retract. Chen Luo waved his hand, reclaiming the vast territory engulfed by the Lord's core. In the next moment, the enhanced shadow mantis transformed into a shooting star, vanishing in the distance in the blink of an eye. On the battlefield beyond, at the front line between the demon and human races, the monstrous army of demons surged forward, roaring like mindless beasts driven solely by madness. Within the human camp, territories connected to form an imposing wall. Various clans stood atop the walls, launching attacks downward. Each strike claimed the lives of dozens of demon warriors. The air was thick with the stench of blood, overwhelming all other scents. The sounds of wails, roars, and shouts echoed incessantly. From a high vantage point, the scene resembled a meat grinder, mercilessly slaughtering the beings within and siphoning their vitality. Gazing at the brutal battlefield below, several demon ancestors felt a pang of anguish. Although the number of demon warriors was considerable, the humans were unreasonable. Each human could command thousands of clansmen, and the weakest among them were golden lords. The elite status of the humans was far beyond that of the demons, making this a one-sided massacre. Unleashing the feathered white tiger, they stirred a tide of beasts and continuously dispatched troops to assault the Golden Realm, covertly altering the coordinates of the spatial gates. You demons, in your desperate quest to rescue the avatar of Demon King Serensa, truly stop at nothing. Alas, you have chosen the wrong adversary. Those who dare to offend my dragon kingdom shall face retribution, no matter the distance. The Grand Elder's cold voice resonated, leaving the demon ancestors no opportunity to respond. With a mere wave of his staff, the long-awaiting monarch lords summoned their clans. A dense throng of over 100 appeared, sending chills down the spines of the demon ancestors, who nearly fled in terror. However, recalling the hefty price they had paid for their backup, their panic subsided, replaced by exhilaration and anticipation. Did you truly believe that this mere contingent of monarch-level clansmen would secure victory? How audacious! Silly bipedal creatures, an incomplete race. Today, you shall experience what despair truly means. The starry serpent ancestor hissed. What are you waiting for? We did not summon you merely to spectate. As his words fell, a rolling black mist appeared in the distance, crackling with scarlet lightning that exuded a destructive aura. Demons? The Grand Elder's expression darkened. Only the Demon Lord wielded the power of annihilation. Before he could observe further, numerous luminous projectiles surged from afar. These palm-sized orbs, though modest in size, possessed formidable power. Exploding beside the monarch clansmen, they forced them back several meters, with the weaker one sustaining immediate injury. Seething light projectiles? The mechanical race. The Grand Elder gripped his staff tightly, his tone icy as if forged from ancient frost. Indeed, the Dragon Kingdom possessed formidable strength. Yet, while they could fend off the demons alone, the addition of the mechanical race and the demons, three peak races united, might prove too much for the Dragon Kingdom to withstand. The strength of the monarchs is adequate, yet the capabilities below Platinum are woefully insufficient. In recent years, the Dragon Kingdom has faced a significant void in mid to low-tier combat power. It is precisely for this reason that they hold Chen Luo in such high esteem. The fortune of the Dragon Kingdom, amassed over millennia, has culminated in the emergence of this unparalleled prodigy. Such brilliance must not be extinguished. When did the Demon Clan and the Mechanical Clan ally themselves with the Beast Clan? Observing the 40 to 50 formidable monarchs from the Demon and Mechanical clans converging upon the ranks of the Beast Clan, the Grand Elder maintained a facade of calm, although the veins on the back of his hand betrayed his inner turmoil. This battle is destined to be arduous. The monarch lords, each bearing grave expressions, have steeled themselves for a fight to the death. What need is there for further words? It was you who initiated the assault on our Beast Clan. Do you truly consider us easy prey? Charge forth. Let us vanquish these underdeveloped bipeds. With a thunderous roar, the turtle ancestor retracted its limbs into its shell and began to spin rapidly, hurtling towards the human stronghold. The terrifying aura it exuded was akin to a mountain descending upon them. The second-tier monarch's power was unmistakable. Behind it, the Beast Clan, the Demon Clan, and the entire Mechanical Clan, forged from unknown metals, surged forward in unison towards the human stronghold. This time, it is undoubtedly a prime opportunity to inflict severe damage upon humanity. Chapter 75, The Retreating Battlefield. The power of the insectoid race turns the tide. When Chen Luo and Su Yan arrived, they were greeted by a fierce clash. Below them, the battlefield was engulfed in chaos, with the Platinum and Sub-Platinum warriors engaged in a relentless struggle. The three races united to besiege the Dragon Kingdom, initially boasting numerical superiority. But that advantage had now dissipated into thin air. Above, the battlefield of the monarch-level warriors unfolded. The silver lining was that the Dragon Kingdom, with its formidable foundation, could still contend, albeit precariously, against the monarch-level powers of the three races. A decisive victor was yet to emerge, but the lower battlefield would not endure for long. The towering walls, constructed from numerous territories, were now riddled with wounds. Countless vassals were falling, and several lords had been torn apart. The scales of victory were tipping decisively in favor of the allied forces of the three races. I wondered why I hadn't seen a single demon on the way. It seems they've all gathered here. Well, this will allow for a proper fight. Chen Luo rubbed his hands together, the core of his lordship manifesting in his palm. Domain, activate. The paramount advantage of the battlefield beyond the domain was that one could materialize their domain without needing to reach the Platinum level. Coupled with his evolved mycelium blanket, any enemies that perished within his territory would be instantly converted into energy points. The cicadas surged forward to unleash a wave of bombardment, followed closely by the shadow mantises, with the stinging serpents providing cover and the octopus king insects launching a mental assault, all targeting the Platinum-level adversaries. Chen Luo issued a series of commands, met with the resounding roars of the insectoid army. Cicadas, with a fervent resolve, became streaks of light as they charged into the fray below. The shadow mantises formed a precise formation as they ascended, closely trailing the cicadas. A dark deluge of bone spikes rained down upon the enemies below. The octopus king insects hovered in the air, intertwining their tentacles to unleash a silver orb of light directed at the Platinum-level foes within the allied forces of the three races. Boom! Boom! The self-detonation of the first-tier cicadas was more than double the power of those of the 8th-tier gold level. In just one wave, they decimated a significant portion of the enemy ranks. Regrettably, the enemy numbers were overwhelming. Without an initial explosion, the forces below would surely falter. Chen Luo shook his head in dismay. What a waste of energy points. The cacophony of explosions on the battlefield drew everyone's attention. Upon seeing the dense swarm of insectoid warriors, numbering in the tens of thousands, they were left astounded. Had they not spotted Chen Luo and Su Yan, they might have thought a new race had joined the fray. The elders in the air recognized the two at a glance. This little brat has truly exceeded our expectations. The Grand Elder's face broke into a broad smile. In such a short time, he has amassed so many vassals. and quite a few are first-tier platinum. Impressive indeed. Others among the monarch lords, unfamiliar with Chen Luo, shared in the joy of the Grand Elder's remarks. Their sacrifices to restrain the demon race were not in vain. Chen Luo had indeed lived up to their hopes. Standing among the monarch lords, Ruan Xiong watched Chen Luo and Su Yin with a glint in her eyes. No wonder this young brother was chosen by Xiao Yin. Amidst the battlefield, a swarm of over 100,000 insectoid creatures surged forth, instantly altering the tide of conflict. No matter how fiercely the coalition of three races struggled to resist, they were met with the merciless onslaught of slaughter. The Platinum-tier warriors, caught in the precise crosshairs of the Octopod King, found themselves either incapacitated or in dire straits. The remaining gold and silver warriors stood no chance against the relentless insect horde. What was this phenomenon? Where did such a formidable force arise? How could I possibly know? Initially, the demon race proclaimed they would only target the dragon kingdom of the human race, yet now, an unknown multitude of adversaries emerged. This incurs extra costs. Remember to settle the bill later. The discord among the coalition grew increasingly loud, yet did nothing to halt the carnage inflicted by the insectoids. White blades of light sliced through the air, beheading every enemy in their path. Spikes of bone, resembling a rainstorm, fell relentlessly, leaving no life in their wake. Even without the use of venom, the ordinary bone spikes launched by the Platinum-tier Serpent of Thorns proved devastating. All Platinum-tier foes were ensnared by the Octopod King, while some of the stronger Platinum enemies eluded its lethal grasp. The intangible nature of mental magic rendered them vulnerable, compounded by the overwhelming numbers of the Octopod King's forces. Who were these individuals? Were they not the two encountered in the hall that day? Were they not gold-tier lords? How could they contend even with platinum foes? Is that the crux of the matter? The true question lies in the origins of their vast retinue. Surely, there are over 100,000 of them. This scene left the lords utterly astonished, jaws agape, momentarily rendered speechless. Some recognized Chen Luo and Su Yin from their previous encounter in the hall, but this only deepened their curiosity. How had they transformed from gold-tier lords mere days ago to combatants against platinum enemies today? Moreover, the sheer number and strength of these formidable followers were astounding. How was this feat achieved? In their astonishment, they momentarily forgot to send reinforcements, fixated on the insectoid slaughter of the coalition. Above, in the royal battle, the elders of the three races surveyed the grim outcome below, nearly fainting from rage. What transpired? Just moments ago, they held a significant advantage, having breached the city walls. How, in the blink of an eye, had they been reduced to a state of panic? Who exactly were these newly emerged human beings? And what were those countless monstrous minions at their command? The elders were utterly perplexed, yearning to intervene in the fray below. But the kings of the Dragon Kingdom fought with fervor, disregarding everything in their path, effectively preventing any chance of intervention. They could only watch helplessly as their kin were mercilessly slaughtered. Energy points, 120 million. Energy points, 140 million. Energy points, 170 million. Every few moments, Chen Luo would check the energy points of the mother nest. Each inspection brought him immense surprise, as the rapidly increasing energy points bestowed upon him a surreal sense of elation. The upgraded fungal blanket, in conjunction with the colossal mandible worker ants, yields astonishing results, particularly in such expansive battlegrounds. The energy points ascend as if propelled by a rocket, soaring at an exhilarating pace. It is utterly delightful. 5,000 shadow mantises and 30,000 octopus king insects are to be hatched. The remaining energy points will be entirely devoted to incubating thorn snakes and cicadas, evenly divided. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo issued commands to the mother nest. This time, he did not even calculate how many insectoids could be birthed from the energy points, as it was rendered unnecessary. Just as he completed his calculations, the energy points surged once more. He promptly assigned tasks for the mother nest to hatch the insectoid warriors. The colossal mandible worker ants and the fungal blanket had already amassed the required energy points. As long as the warfare persists, the energy points are boundless. Regardless of whether they are foes or allies, any loss of life will be transmuted into energy points for the mother nest, facilitating the hatching of new insectoid warriors. This epitomizes the essence of the insect race, truly illustrating the principle of thriving through conflict. Chapter 76. The demonic and mechanical races retreat. The Fey race compromises. Do they truly flee? Or has their valor vanished? The 5 mother nests operated at full capacity, birthing swarms of insectoid warriors, each embodying the prowess of platinum rank. Emerging from their cocoons, they surged forth onto the battlefield, engaging in a deadly clash with their foes. The already lopsided situation transformed into a veritable slaughter as the numbers of the insect race swelled. No matter how valiantly the coalition of 3 races resisted, they could not stem the tide of annihilation wrought by the insectoid horde. The human lords watched in stunned disbelief. Once, they had entertained the notion of single-handedly repelling alien forces, but such aspirations were but illusions. The stark reality of their limitations became painfully clear upon their ascendance to lordship. They understood that no matter how formidable a lord may be, commanding legions of fewer than 10,000 was a futile endeavor against an entire alien race. Yet the spectacle before them reshaped their worldview entirely. It turned out that there were indeed those capable of single-handedly altering the course of battle against alien forces. And not merely one, but a coalition of 3. That night, they would once again find dreams to dream. Cursed be it, how to fight this? One of the demon lords surveyed the dire situation below, his heart bleeding. Such splendid demons, and they were perishing here in such a lamentable fashion. The countenance of the other demon lords, already grotesque, twisted further in dismay. Was it not agreed that 3 races would contend against one? They were not even supposed to engage the entirety of humanity, merely the Dragon Kingdom. How had it devolved into this? The mechanical lords remained silent, yet the patterns on their mechs had long since turned crimson. They were already ablaze with fury. Had they foreseen such an outcome? No amount of promises from the Fae would have swayed them to intervene. It would have been tantamount to seeking death. Do not panic. As long as we can, shut it. You wretched reptile, are you attempting to lead our kin to their doom? The words of the tortoise ancestor were abruptly cut off by a demon lord's interruption, who hurled insults at him. Before the tortoise ancestor could respond, the demon lords retreated in unison, disengaging from the fray. Enjoy your battle. We shall take our leave. The command rang across the battlefield. The terrified demons, hearing the order, turned to flee, wishing fervently for a second pair of wings to hasten their escape. The demon lords watched as their numbers dwindled, their hearts sinking. They had arrived with over 10,000 demons, yet in such a brief span, fewer than 3,000 remained. The losses were catastrophic. The demon lords cast a lingering gaze at Chen Luo below, who fortuitously met their eyes. With a magnanimous gesture, he raised his hand and extended his middle finger, a universally understood symbol of defiance. Infuriated, the demon lords ached to charge down and rend him asunder. But the predatory stares of the Elder Council made them acutely aware. Should they dare to descend, what awaits them are the relentless assaults from the lords of the human race, who will stop at nothing. In such a scenario, even these demon monarchs may find themselves defeated on the battlefield. Your triumph will be short-lived. We depart. The leading demon lord shot a resentful glare at Chen Luo before departing with the demons. The absence of the demon monarch's support immediately skewed the balance of power on the battlefield. The scales of victory have already tipped in favor of humanity. The mechanical lords exchanged glances, having reached a decision within the data transmission chamber. In the next moment, several mechanical lords withdrew from the battle, turning their backs amidst the incredulous gazes of the demon ancestors. Before leaving, they did not forget to utter, "Remember the payment." The emotionless mechanical voice sent the demon ancestors' hearts plummeting. How revolting, you metal clods, to think you would emulate the demons, fleeing when overpowered and demanding payment upon your departure. It is utterly disgusting. The demon ancestors were nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed in their fury. At this juncture, the dynamics of the battlefield had irrevocably shifted. With the absence of support from the mechanical and demon races, relying solely on the 30-odd demon ancestors rendered them utterly incapable of contending with humanity. Facing the encroaching 100 or so monarchs and their kin, the demon ancestors wore grim expressions, retreating in dismay. The tortoise ancestor, retracting his neck, lamented, "If I were to claim this is all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? In truth, it is all the demon's scheme. They have sown discord among us, leading to this predicament. We, the demon race, yearn for peace." Without hesitation, several demon ancestors promptly shifted the blame onto the demon race. In the face of peril, one must preserve oneself. If they did not absolve themselves of blame, they would surely fall today. The Grand Elder smiled benevolently. "Are you not going to save your Demon King's avatar?" This remark caused the demon ancestors' expressions to fluctuate with anxiety. The avatar of the Demon King is intrinsically linked to the strength of the Demon King's true form. Should it be slain, the Demon King would undoubtedly suffer harm. When news of this reached other races, they would undoubtedly launch a full-scale assault. Even if the demon race could withstand such an onslaught, the losses would be catastrophic. Let's negotiate a condition. As long as you surrender the avatar of our king, we, the demon race, are willing to discuss any terms. If you refuse, then we, the demon race, are also prepared to fight to the bitter end. Do not forget, we have other monarchs combatants from different fronts who have not yet arrived. If it comes down to a life-and-death struggle, the outcome remains uncertain. The starry sky serpent ancestor coiled its body, its voice hoarse yet imbued with an indescribable madness. The other demon ancestors were similarly stirred to ferocity, their crimson eyes fixated intently on the Grand Elder, clearly indicating their willingness to fight to the death should their demands not be met. In the face of their intense gazes, the Grand Elder maintained his composure, the corners of his lips curling into a slight smile. "We understand your urgency, but do not rush. Negotiation is not out of the question. We can indeed provide you with the Demon King's avatar. However, some price must be paid. Of course, you may refuse. The demise of the fish may indeed occur. Yet before such a fate befalls them, the several of you, along with that Demon King's avatar, shall surely perish first. Moreover, have you forgotten that our human race is not solely represented by the Dragon Kingdom?" The words of the Grand Elder extinguished the flickering hope ignited within the demon ancestors. Indeed, while the demon race still possesses some strength, so too do we humans. The demon ancestors exchanged glances, each nodding in despair. The situation was dire, leaving them with no alternative. What had initially seemed an overwhelmingly favorable scenario had turned into an unexpected defeat. Who could have foreseen that a single individual would be capable of altering the entire course of the battle? Who would dare believe such a tale? With the demon ancestors capitulating, this conflict approached its conclusion. Is this truly the end? Observing the rapidly retreating demon race, Chen Luo felt somewhat bewildered. Shouldn't this be a fight to the bitter end? Why did they flee so abruptly? Where had their ferocity vanished to? If this continued, the demon race would be utterly annihilated. Who among us would not run in such circumstances? Suyin rolled her eyes in exasperation. Chapter 77. The Swarm Legion approaches 300,000. An unclaimed secret realm? A genius possessing mythical level kin? Energy points, 544,660,000. Upon surveying the energy of the mother nest, Chen Luo's spirits lifted considerably. This, however, did not encompass the entirety of the energy points, as a substantial portion had already been expended. Over 40,000 platinum-tier insect warriors had been hatched, directly expanding the Legion's numbers to over 180,000. With the addition of these unused energy points, the swarm's total could soon approach 300,000. Moreover, every newly hatched insect was of the platinum tier. Regrettably, this battle yielded a meager 3 platinum cores. Had there been more, it would have truly been a windfall. Chen Luo pondered the purpose behind the collection of corpses. In this day and age, were corpses truly in such high demand? He found himself at a loss for words. The scarcity of platinum cores did not stem from a lack of slain platinum tier enemies. On the contrary, the Octopus King Bug had been persistently targeting platinum adversaries. While it might not have claimed over 1,000, it surely had taken down 800 or 900. Yet, inexplicably, once these platinum foes perished, their enemies swiftly absconded with the bodies, leaving the giant mandible ants unable to retrieve them. They could only watch helplessly as the enemies fled with the corpses. The 3 cores they did manage to secure were collected within their territory, where the foes had not had time to escape and were absorbed by the fungal blanket. Chen Luo had heard rumors that the Ghost Clan possessed a secret technique capable of transforming corpses into puppets, retaining much of their former strength. All 3 factions had suffered considerable losses in this battle. To recover their combat capabilities, they would undoubtedly need to employ the Ghost Clan as secret arts. Su Yin furrowed her brows, recalling and explaining to Chen Luo. Upon hearing this, the mystery in Chen Luo's mind unraveled. The truth was evident. Corpses were indeed in high demand. If the Ghost Clan held such a technique, were they not invincible? The ability to convert corpses into puppets, which could retain a significant portion of their prior strength, would render the Ghost Clan unmatched. They need only collect corpses and hunker down for a millennium or so to assemble a puppet army, thereby achieving absolute dominance. This line of thought plunged Chen Luo's inquiry into silence for Su Yin. Indeed, if this were the case, would the Ghost Clan not be invulnerable? However, the Ghost Clan's secret arts demanded vast resources and came with considerable limitations. They could only transform platinum-tier corpses into puppets, which explained why the enemies had absconded with those specific bodies. Silver and gold-tier corpses held no value for conversion. Only platinum-tier corpses were deemed worthy of such transformation. Furthermore, the process was time-consuming. Should one ever venture into the Ghost Clan as Star Domain, they would find it devoid of any light. This was partly due to the Ghost Clan's affinity for darkness and aversion to illumination, and partly because the use of this secret technique had drained the very essence of their Star Domain, resulting in an absence of light. The Grand Elder traversed the void and appeared before the two, simultaneously elucidating their queries. Thus, the mystery was unveiled. Chen Luo and Su Yin nodded in understanding. Excellent. They had acquired new knowledge. Indeed, it has been a while since we last met, and you all seem to have grown stronger. Such an abundance of first-tier platinum clans is truly unparalleled. With this, I can entrust that matter to you. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. His gaze upon Chen Luo grew increasingly approving. Indeed, this child is a divine gift bestowed upon our dragon nation. A matter? What matter? Chen Luo leaned back slightly, regarding the Grand Elder with a peculiar expression. Why did he feel that this old fellow harbored ulterior motives? Drawing upon his past experiences from gaming and reading novels, he knew that whenever someone uttered such words, it invariably signified peril, immense peril. The Grand Elder, observing Chen Luo's reaction, chuckled helplessly. Complete this task, and upon your return, I shall reward you handsomely. Satisfactory rewards, I assure you. He understood fully that this young lad was no fool, not easily swayed. Yet, there was no other suitable candidate for this venture apart from Chen Luo. To speak plainly, we're brothers here, no need for formality. Chen Luo promptly straightened up, beaming with delight. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a hand gripping his lower back, twisting playfully. Yet, it caused him no discomfort. How amusing! Did they truly believe that infinite evolution came without its challenges? With nearly 200,000 units of energy replenishment, his physical prowess now approached that of platinum. The grip is too gentle. I recommend leaving your nails intact for a firmer hold, Chen Luo remarked, casting a glance at Su Yin. His words nearly breached her composure. Unfazed, Su Yin, with both hands, attempted to twist his flesh, but to no avail. Chen Luo remained grinning, causing her to question her own understanding of reality. Wasn't it said online that pinching the soft flesh of the lower back was most effective? Why, then, did it seem futile with Chen Luo? You little rascal. You seem to have taken quite the liberty in our camaraderie. The Grand Elder chided with a laugh, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. You should be aware that our blue planet harbors many secret realms, replete with abundant resources, yet fiercely guarded by formidable monsters. Some of these realms impose special restrictions. We have recently discovered one such realm that permits only Golden Lords to enter. Moreover, this revelation was made known to several other nations as well. Your task is straightforward. Enter the realm, acquire its core, and secure dominion over it for the Dragon Nation. Within the realm, You will not only contend with the monstrous guardians, but also remain vigilant against individuals from other nations, including this year's most distinguished prodigy from America, whose initial clan boasts a mythic-level pedigree. I believe there is no one more suited for this mission than you, Chen Luo. The earlier statements had not particularly moved Chen Luo until the latter part of the discourse. A prodigy of mythic lineage? And from the Grand Elder's tone, it seemed this prodigy had already ascended to the status of a golden lord. Chen Luo licked his lips, filled with anticipation. Which is more formidable, the mythically gifted clan or the platinum-tiered insect race? He eagerly anticipated a chance encounter with such prodigies. Very well, I shall go, but the benefits. Chen Luo rubbed his hands together, his intentions unmistakable. Wishing to participate is one thing. Working for others without compensation is quite another. As an asset, he could not afford to labor without reward. Rest assured, I shall ensure your satisfaction. The elder replied tersely before turning to Su Yin. Little Yin, you need not attend. The secret realm will open in a few days, and coincidentally, that girl Chu Xue will be completing her trials in the Lord Source realm. When she returns home, there are matters I must entrust to you. This will also serve to broaden your knowledge, enabling you to better assist this troublesome young man. Su Yin bit her lip, torn, and only nodded in submission when she saw Chen Luo's affirmation. This demeanor infuriated the elder, who felt as though the carefully nurtured young cabbage had turned into someone else's. Fortunately, he still had another little cabbage. With this thought, the elder's mood considerably brightened. It is getting late. Shortly, I shall escort you back. Do not use any teleportation portals. Our personnel are currently inspecting their conditions. Until safety is confirmed, do not approach them, let alone utilize them. Chapter 78. The upcoming encounter with the angel and Li Hao. Times have changed in the realm of the Lord. Amidst the boundless desert, the yellow sands swirled violently. A deafening roar of monstrous beasts shattered the silence as dozens of these colossal creatures charged towards the distant walls. Each beast was no less than the 9th rank of bronze, with 2 having ascended to the 1st rank of silver. Truly a formidable force. With a divine decree, the melodious hymns of the sanctum resounded, and a radiant sword of light descended. In a single stroke, it cleaved through the sands, slaying several of the monstrous beasts. Elena, accompanied by 3 holy angels, plunged directly into the fray below. Li Hao, perched upon his griffin, could not contain his elation, his lips stretching into a grin that reached his ears. Elena had now attained the 9th rank of bronze, while the other 3 angels boasted no less than the 6th rank of bronze. Their platinum-grade potential endowed them with the ability to battle beyond their ranks. Bring on a few more silver-ranked beasts. I fear them not. Fortuitously, he had encountered Chen Luo, that impoverished fool. Otherwise, he would never have been blessed with such powerful holy angels as his kin. However, the mere thought of Chen Luo darkened Li Hao's expression. He had not forgotten the insult hurled at him before entering the realm of the Lord, where Chen Luo dared to liken him and Elena to a dog and a prostitute. Throughout his life, he had never been so humiliated. This vendetta remained etched in his heart. You must endure the trials of the Lord's realm and become a lord, so that I may ensure your demise in the outer battlefield. On an island, 2 dragons, each over 6 meters in length, soared above the treetops, sending the creatures below into a frenzy of fear. Do not flee. If you run, I'll set you ablaze and scorch your monkey behinds. I merely seek some fruit. I do not intend to consume you. Why do you flee? Wang Chu Xue, riding atop the neck of one of the dragons, crossed her arms in indignation, observing the retreating, monkey-like creatures below. She simply could not comprehend their panic. Did she, Wang Chu Xue, appear so fearsome? Upon hearing her voice, the monkeys quickened their pace. Nearly brought to tears, by the heavens, she rides 2 dragons demanding fruit. Who would believe such madness? We monkeys certainly won't. After all, who would pursue fruit atop dragons for over half an hour? Absurd. Alas, it must be the scorching sun that has darkened my complexion. Otherwise, why would these little monkeys be frightened of my striking beauty? Wang Chu Xue pouted, rubbing her exquisitely fair, slightly chubby visage, lost in her own thoughts. Beyond this reasoning, she could conceive of no others. She was so charming and amiable. The two dragons, though sizable, were merely infants not long hatched. There was no reason for the monkeys to be afraid. Very well, if they refuse to share. Then I shall seize it. Today, I must acquire fruit slices for my facial mask. Burn my fiery flames, shouted the dragon, while the other declared, death's breath. Upon receiving the command, the two colossal dragons immediately began to gather energy within their maws. A torrent of flames erupted, igniting the forest. Dark beams infused with the essence of death shot forth, cleaving the island as though parting the hair of a great beast. The surviving monkey-like creatures stood frozen in shock, their fruits slipping from their grasp. Before they could touch the ground, they were ensnared by the tails of Lena and Xiao Xiao. If only you had given it to me sooner, exclaimed Wang Chuxue, her mood lifting considerably as she collected the fruits. Without a glance at the bewildered monkeys below, she departed with the two dragons, meticulously selecting fruits suitable for facial masks. Suddenly, her little face fell. She couldn't help but wonder about Xiaoyan and hope that she would endure and become a leader. As long as she could withstand the trials of the Lord Source Realm, Wang Chuxue would be able to protect Xiaoyan in the ensuing battles beyond the domain. Lena and Xiao Xiao sensed her emotions and leaned in to comfort her. The battle concluded, leaving half of the monarchs on guard, wary of any mischief from the demon clan amidst the chaos. Chen Luo and Su Yin followed the Grand Elder, experiencing once more the exhilarating sensation of traversing the void. It felt akin to being thrust into a high-speed washing machine, the dizzying rush overwhelming. Upon emerging, Su Yin felt nauseous, while Chen Luo retched several times. Fortunately, during this period, they had subsisted on nutritional fluids to save time. Otherwise, they might have questioned their very existence. Young people must engage in more training. How can you falter at such a minor trial? What will you do in the future? He admonished. Xiaoyan will return to her family. You mischievous rascal, must not wander aimlessly. In no more than 7 days, the secret realm will open. No one can ascertain how long it will remain accessible. So once it opens, you must enter immediately. After imparting this advice, the Grand Elder vanished into the void, content and relieved. Left behind, Chen Luo and Su Yin exchanged incredulous glances. This was deliberate. That old man is surely taking revenge. Chen Luo fumed. Su Yin nodded in agreement, not contradicting him. Their previous journey with Ruan Xiong through the void had not elicited such a strong reaction. If one were to claim that the Grand Elder acted unintentionally, no one would believe it. Are you returning to Linjiang Bay City, or will you remain in Kyoto until the secret realm opens? Perhaps you could come home with me. My house is quite spacious and can accommodate many. The beds are soft and comfortable, Su Yin suggested, lowering her gaze and nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing, her ears reddening. Although she harbored no ulterior motives, inviting a boy to her home felt somewhat embarrassing. If I were to visit your home, the Grand Elder would surely roll his eyes in exasperation. Chen Luo chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. I need to return to Linjiang Bay City. I am somewhat concerned about Luoxue. We also need to find a way to treat old Lin's injuries. Otherwise, he won't last much longer. Coincidentally, having accrued a substantial amount of military merit this time, I intend to exchange it for some items for Luoxue, ensuring that when she summons her kin next year, she can stand confidently against those noble families. My sister, Chen Luo's sister, must not be treated any less favorably than others. He vividly recalled the warmth of the boiled egg. There is also Lin Luoxue's cautious demeanor. In this world, his family was few. His missing parents were one. The other consisted of Lin Luoxue and her grandfather. And then there was Su Yin. Each of them was worthy of his utmost cherishment, excluding that old scoundrel, Lin Yue. Well then, it's best to leave early and return promptly. The secret realm may be perilous, so remember to exercise caution and bring ample changes of clothing. Su Yin felt a pang of disappointment, reiterating her concerns before departing. To these words, Chen Luo listened with a smile. It was not until Su Yin boarded the vehicle and departed that the smile faded from his face, replaced by a hint of coldness. This return to Linjiang Bay City was not solely for the sake of Su Yin and her grandfather. Another motive was Li Hao. That despicable fellow had previously dared to mock him, sealing his own fate. Chen Luo was an unremarkable individual, but he possessed a particularly narrow-minded disposition. He would repay enmity with vengeance and kindness with gratitude. He even expected me to wait for him at the outer battlefield. I have returned from the outer battlefield, yet he remains trapped in the Lord's source realm. I wonder how he and Elena will react upon encountering the current version of me, the very insect they once looked down upon. Chen Luo's lips curled into a faint smile as he turned towards the military headquarters. Before leaving Kyoto, he intended to exchange his military merits for certain items. The distance from Kyoto to Linjiang Bay City was not great. With the express train, it would merely take a few hours. A round trip could be completed in a single day. Returning to Linjiang Bay City and coming back before the secret realm opened would be entirely feasible. Chapter 79, A New Breed, the Thunder Beast. The insectoid legion approaches 350,000. All these platinum-grade flesh can be placed here. In a spacious warehouse, Chen Luo commanded the workers to stack boxes of flesh. Each box was filled with platinum-grade meat. The insectoid queen required 2 platinum cores to evolve to the second tier, along with 1,000 tons of platinum-grade flesh. While he already possessed the platinum cores, the flesh remained elusive. It could only be exchanged for military merit. The total cost for 1,000 tons of flesh amounted to 10 million military merits. Were it not for his substantial military merit, such an exchange would have been utterly unattainable. After completing the exchange for the flesh, he procured additional potions to enhance physical and mental attributes. When all transactions were finalized, he was left with a mere 120 million military merits, a sum that offered little sense of security. Thank you for your efforts. He expressed his gratitude to the workers who transported the flesh, leaving him alone in the vast warehouse, surrounded by the towering piles of platinum-grade meat. He still needed to devise a way to earn more funds. Renting a dilapidated warehouse had already cost him over 1 million, a price far too exorbitant. Shaking his head, he contemplated his financial strategies while opening a spatial gateway. Swathes of giant jaw ants emerged from within, crushing wooden boxes and carrying the platinum-grade flesh back. Although 1,000 tons of platinum-grade flesh sounded substantial, the giant jaw ants completed the task in merely 5 or 6 minutes, transporting everything back to the Lord's space. Chen Luo followed closely, immersing his consciousness into the space. He wondered if evolving to the second tier would unlock new units. Each evolution typically unveiled new soldier types for the insectoid species, yet this was merely an advancement from the first to the second tier. He found himself uncertain about the possibility of awakening new units this time. Elise opened her maw, her fangs menacingly displayed. An invisible force materialized once more, drawing the 1,000 tons of flesh into her mouth. Observing this, Chen Luo produced 2 platinum cores and cast them into her gaping maw. As the platinum flesh and cores were absorbed, Elise's colossal form was enveloped in a radiant white light. With the light surrounding her, her body began to enlarge, reaching a height of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. The already fearsome nest now possessed an aura capable of frightening even the most audacious child. Affiliated race, Elise. Special form, insectoid nest without combat power. Contracted lord, Chen Luo. Race, insectoid queen. Talent, platinum tier 2. Skills, giant jaw ant hatching, nest form applicable. Blade mantis hatching, nest form applicable. Stinging serpent hatching, nest form applicable. 8-legged king worm hatching, nest form applicable. Thunder beast hatching, nest form applicable. Evolution requirements: 200 platinum cores, 100,000 tons of platinum flesh, can evolve into a platinum tier 3 insectoid queen. Chen Luo did not dwell on the newly emerged units, but focused on the astonishing evolution requirements, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What on earth is this? From first to second tier, only 2 platinum cores and 1,000 tons of flesh were needed. How could the leap from second to third tier demand 200 cores and a staggering 100,000 tons of platinum flesh? What a dramatic escalation. As Chen Luo was taken aback, an overwhelming influx of information flooded his mind. After a considerable time, he finally managed to sift through it all, grasping the reason behind the staggering requirements for evolution. Upon reaching the platinum level, each evolution of the insectoid queen unlocked a unique type of soldier, each possessing extraordinary abilities. Consequently, the requirements for each evolution grew in an irregular manner, potentially necessitating over 100 million tons of platinum flesh in later stages. Fortunately, this was the insect race. Had it been another species, the task of gathering such evolutionary materials would have driven their lords to despair. Chen Luo once again felt grateful that his kin belonged to the insect race. The sheer numbers and combat prowess of the insects made collecting these resources relatively straightforward. The only challenge lay in whether there were sufficient enemies for the insects to vanquish. As long as there were foes, the insect race could effortlessly evolve to the monarch level. Chen Luo decided not to squander any more time on this matter. With the presence of the extraterritorial battlefield, he was unperturbed about the prospect of finding ample enemies to amass enough evolutionary materials. He then turned his attention to the new insect soldier, the Thunder Beast. A colossal creature with robust physique commanded the power of thunder and lightning. Was this truly the frontline soldier of the insect race? The introduction was indeed impressive. Elise hatched 10 Thunder Beasts of Platinum, 2nd tier. Upon receiving the command, the mother nest immediately commenced its work. 10 exceptionally robust larvae crawled out from the nest, dispersing to form cocoons. Under Chen Luo's watchful gaze, these cocoons rapidly expanded, reaching over 5 meters in mere moments. 5 minutes later, the cocoons were violently torn apart. Roar! The roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, akin to a thunderous explosion. An unseen storm surged outward, its might causing Chen Luo's eyes to widen in astonishment. Before him stood 10 creatures exceeding 8 meters in height, their limbs planted firmly on the ground. Crowned with sharp horns, their bodies radiated a platinum glow, resembling a layer of heavy armor. They bore a striking resemblance to rhinos, yet lacked their bulk, instead appearing extraordinarily lean, with muscles bulging from their limbs and abdomen. The skin, reminiscent of heavy armor, crackled with white arcs of electricity. So this was a Thunder Beast? Indeed, it was formidable. Chen Luo stroked his chin, assessing the Thunder Beast's stature. Standing at 8 to 9 meters high and stretching over a dozen meters long. While perhaps not rivaling the more monstrous beings of other races, within the insect race, they certainly stood out, especially with their armored appearance and electric arcs. Just one glance conveyed the impression that nothing could impede their charge. Show me your mastery over thunder and lightning. Chen Luo issued another command. What excited him most about the Thunder Beasts, aside from their sheer size capable of direct combat, was their command over the forces of lightning. In any realm, thunder and lightning represented formidable power. Roar! The Thunder Beasts responded with another bellow. Dark clouds gathered overhead, lightning striking the ground with relentless precision, shattering the stones that the massive jawed worker ants had transported into fragments. The lightning appeared chaotic, yet it merely shattered stones, causing no harm to the fungal carpet or the formidable jawed ants transporting the rocks. Such control is commendable. After appraising the remaining energy points to determine the number of insectoid hatchlings, Chen Luo declared, hatch 100,000 Thunder Beasts, followed by 20,000 Shadow Mantises, 20,000 stinging serpents, and 20,000 octopus kingworms. The remainder shall be transformed into cicadas. All must be a platinum rank 2. The 5 mother nests commenced their operations with fervor. One by one, the Thunder Beasts roared into existence. The battlefield beyond realms is truly a paradise beyond description. Following a fierce battle, accounting for casualties, my insectoid legion has reached a remarkable count of 180,000. With the recent hatching of an additional 160,000 platinum rank 2 insectoids, the total number has surged to 340,000, nearing 350,000. Moreover, the majority are of platinum rank 2. Chen Luo spread his arms wide, unable to contain his exhilaration. What a thrill! Truly exhilarating. He felt a tingling sensation at the crown of his head as he tapped his toes against the ground. Such an explosive increase in both quantity and strength, aside from the insectoids, could possibly achieve this? Chapter 80. The trials of the Lord's Source Realm conclude, and Li Hao delivers himself at last in Linjiang Bay City. The recent beast tide had only been fully comprehended by the citizens after its conclusion, leaving a lingering sense of disbelief in its wake. The panic had scarcely settled before the tide was vanquished. Today marks the day when the trials of the Lord's source realm have drawn to a close, celebrating the emergence of a new Lord and the cessation of the beast tide without civilian casualties. The city is adorned with vibrant decorations, red lanterns hanging everywhere, and auspicious characters plastered on walls. Yet, this radiant spectacle fails to penetrate the shadows of the slums. Lin Luoxia, with her patched backpack slung over her shoulder, gazes enviously at the bustling streets outside. With the trials concluded, school was dismissed early, granting students a half-day holiday. However, as she turns into the alley leading to the slums, the merriment abruptly ceases, as if she has crossed into an entirely different realm. She wonders about her grandfather's condition, as his health has deteriorated once more in recent days. If only her brother Luo were here, he could bring some nutritional supplements for their grandfather. With her head bowed low, she trudges home, weighed down by her thoughts. Meanwhile, at number 1 middle school, the playground is illuminated by intricate magical arrays. As the patterns shimmer, hundreds descend from the sky. Parents waiting outside rush forward upon witnessing the spectacle, joyfully embracing their children in celebration. Successfully completing the trials of the Lord's source realm signifies their ascension to true lords, freeing them from the burdensome existence of servitude. Li Hao stands with his arms crossed, a smug smile gracing his face. He believes he performed exceptionally, having summoned 3 divine angels and elevated Elena's strength to silver rank 1, coupled with the monsters he vanquished. He is confident that his name will undoubtedly appear on the leaderboard. Li Xiao, come quickly and see the leaderboard. You ranked 11th. 47,000 points? I only have 700. Truly impressive, Li Xiao. Indeed, our Li Xiao has contracted 2 blessings, one of which is a divine angel, a platinum blessing. Such achievements are well-deserved. By the way, have you seen Chen Luo? I wonder if he regrets his impulsiveness upon seeing Li Xiao's ranking now. Chen Luo? I recall he contracted a silver rank 3 insectoid, right? He is probably hiding somewhere, weeping tears of joy with those loathsome creatures. This remark elicits a chorus of laughter. Li Hao too smirks, thoroughly pleased with the derision cast upon Chen Luo. He harbors a deep-seated animosity towards Chen Luo, whom he perceives as fortunate yet ungrateful, even audacious enough to insult him directly. He fantasizes about stripping Chen Luo of everything, relishing the thought of seeing him kneel and plead for mercy, filled with regret for his past words. Wait, why is there no first place listed on this year's leaderboard? Indeed, the top position seems obscured, revealing only the place of origin, Linjiang Bay City. Is there another Bay City that shares our name? The uncertain murmurs drew the attention of the crowd, and Li Hao leaned in to see. When he beheld the rankings on the large screen, he was momentarily taken aback. Lord Source Realm Trial Rankings. First place. Golden Lord Points. Origin. Linjiang Bay City. Second place. Wang Chuxue. Silver Tier 1 Lord. Points. 81,000. Origin. Kyoto Bay City. Second place. Lu Qingqing. Silver Tier 2 Lord. Points. He did not bother to examine the subsequent entries, his gaze fixated solely on the origin of the first-place contender. The glaring words Linjiang Bay City caused him to clench his fists involuntarily. An inexplicable sense of foreboding welled up within him. He sensed that something significant was about to transpire. With a grim expression, Li Hao turned on his heel and departed. Before leaving, he addressed a few underlings, instructing them to locate Chen Luo and ascertain his whereabouts, promising a reward of 100,000 dragon coins for the information. His mood was bleak, and he was in desperate need of an outlet for his frustrations. Chen Luo was the perfect target for his ire, particularly due to his affiliation with that despicable insect race. He relished the thought of witnessing Chen Luo's despair as he crushed those wretched creatures beneath his heel. Upon hearing Li Hao's bounty, his subordinates sprang into action. Before long, the entire student body was aware of the situation, fervently searching for Chen Luo in hopes of claiming the substantial reward. They even scoured the girls' restroom, yet they found no trace of him. Eventually, a clever underling approached Li Hao. Young Masterly, I recall that Chen Luo has a childhood friend, the belle of our school, Lin Luo. Her beauty and figure are simply exquisite. I mean, it's quite likely that Chen Luo has gone to find Lin Luo, as they are neighbors. Li Hao cast a glance at the eager young lad and chuckled. Lead the way. If we find Chen Luo, the 100,000 dragon coins are yours in full. The clever lad nearly leaped with excitement. Soon enough, a luxury car departed from the school, heading straight for the impoverished district of the city. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Luo found no sign of Lin Yue. Typically, he would be waiting at the door to greet her after school. A wave of unsettling thoughts flooded her mind, and her eyes reddened almost instantly. Overcome with anxiety, she felt tears streaming down her face. The overwhelming panic rendering her unable to even level up. The modest rental unit comprised a small living room, 2 tiny bedrooms, a cramped bathroom, and a balcony with a pot on a stove. She could traverse the entire space in just a few steps. Upon reaching the balcony, she discovered Lin Yue. His expression grave, intently focused on a chessboard. Opposite him sat the one she had been longing for, Chen Luo, who was casually holding a large bucket of iced soda and waving at her. Lin Luo's tears had yet to dry. The three exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with silence. Why are you crying, Shui? Who has bullied you? Let grandfather have a look. Lin Yue feigned an intent to rise, inadvertently sweeping all the chess pieces onto the floor. After executing this act, he cast a triumphant glance at Chen Luo. Youth is often characterized by its inherent naivety. One might assume that after years of strategic mastery, he has never faced defeat. What is the foundation of his prowess? Is it an extraordinary skill in the game? No, it is his remarkable ability to seize opportunities. His strikes are swift, his methods ruthless. Once he disrupts the board, he becomes impervious to loss. Foolish old man. Chen Luo rolled his eyes, at a loss for words in the presence of this old rascal. Silently exasperated, he lifted a large bucket of ice-cold soda and gulped it down with fervor. Upon finishing, a wave of relief washed over him. Brother Luo, when did you return? Lin Luo exclaimed excitedly, rushing towards Chen Luo, completely disregarding Lin Yue, who was struggling to rise, arms outstretched. As he watched his granddaughter leap into Chen Luo's embrace, Lin Yue felt his heart shatter in that moment. He may have triumphed in the game, but in life, he had suffered defeat. His little darling had become someone else's treasure. Suddenly, a piercing screech of brakes shattered the air, followed by a derisive shout. Chen Luo, this young master knows you're up there. Don't be such a coward. The place you reside is as lowly and filthy as you and your family. I have come to express my concern for you. Why not crawl out and greet me? I trust your time in the Lord's realm trial has been thrilling. Did you wet your pants in fright from the monsters? The mocking laughter reverberated through the slums, clearly reaching the ears of the three. Lin Luo and Lin Yue's expressions darkened as they turned their worried gazes towards Chen Luo. Yet, the insulted Chen Luo remained unfazed, continuing to indulge in his soda with gusto. Amusingly, was he truly a hot-headed and vengeful person? Why should he stoop to the level of someone on the brink of demise?